In the realm of aspiration and struggle, wealth and misfortune are often intertwined. The pursuit of success is a noble endeavor, and with the right tools in hand, one may indeed find themselves on the path to greatness. At the Jiangnan city, near the window of the East Corridor on the third floor of the Mizasong Group, a beautiful girl named Wang Mingyao spoke to Lin Fei. The internship is over. Her long hair cascaded down, and her figure, clad in a somewhat fitted shirt, exuded a captivating allure. Clutching a folder, her right hand concealed something within, and her gaze towards Lin Fei bore hints of evasion and anxiety. "Can you stay?" Lin Fei asked, donning a slightly faded blue shirt and inexpensive trousers, his polished shoes gleaming, albeit not worth much. His eyes, however, were filled with tender affection. I should be fine," she replied hesitantly. "That's wonderful." Despite the uncertainty in her voice, Lin Fei's eyes radiated genuine joy, a delight surpassing even personal triumph. "And you?" she inquired. I do not know." Lin Fei faced her instinctual question, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes as he withheld the truth, reluctant to affect her mood. Moments prior, he had received notification from Zhang Qi, the deputy head of human resources, that he would not be retained due to unsatisfactory performance. Despite being the first to arrive and the last to leave, excelling among interns in sales, he had thought his position was secure. The Mizasong Company, the largest lingerie brand in Jiangnan province and a beacon of aspiration for many young people, was a place he yearned to remain, especially alongside Wang Mingyao. To him, no beauty could compare to her. Even the famed beauty, CEO Xiao Mingshan, paled in comparison. Wang Mingyao was the woman he truly loved. As he learned of his impending departure, despair loomed in his heart. Yet the prospect of Wang Mingyao's continued employment brightened his spirit. Meanwhile, she felt a sense of relief, having just learned from Zhang Qi that Lin Fei would not be staying. The thought of his absence brought her a sense of liberation, allowing her to pursue a relationship with Zhang Qi openly. Their relationship had been fraught with temptation. Wang Mingyao had succumbed to Zhang Qi's advances, while Lin Fei remained oblivious to her infidelity. "Tonight, let me treat you to rice noodles," Lin Fei said, unaware of her indifference. "There's no need. I came to give you this," she replied, handing him a white Vivo phone, a gift he had given her months prior. Lin Fei's confusion deepened as he noticed her disdain for the device, especially when she revealed a new Apple phone. "How could you afford that?" he questioned, knowing her family's circumstances. Wang Mingyao, exasperated by his ignorance, declared, "Let's break up." "Are you joking?" he asked, forcing a nervous smile. After 4 years together, he failed to grasp her true intentions, believing her anger to be a mere whim. At that moment, a well-dressed man, Zhang Qi, approached, further complicating the situation. "Dreaming of a simpler life? Are we?" he taunted Lin Fei, who was already aware of his impending dismissal. Wang Mingyao, now at Zhang Qi's side, abandoned Lin Fei without a second thought, her heart devoid of sympathy. Outside the Mizasong Company, Lin Fei lay on the ground, unaware of the tumult around him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Loading wealth generation system. Please wait." And thus, Lin Fei's consciousness was drawn into another realm. Chapter 2. Becoming the richest in a year in a different realm, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. Before him appeared a virtual attribute panel, resembling a floating LCD screen, with a progress bar akin to a software installation moving sluggishly. Each slight advancement tugged at Lin Fei's heartstrings, so slow, however. All the past information of the progress bar flashed through his mind, indelibly etched in his memory. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The super wealth generation system has successfully loaded. Ownership confirmed. Suddenly, a soft, cute voice echoed again. Lin Fei was taken aback. A system? As an enthusiast of online novels, he was no stranger to this concept. Protagonists with systems invariably experienced a meteoric rise. "I have a system now?" He was astonished, ecstatic, utterly bewildered. The initial data loading was complete. The soft, adorable voice pulled Lin Fei back to reality. The virtual attribute panel reappeared before him, this time clear and persistent. Name: Lin Fei level, LV1, 05, appearance, 50 physique, 40 voice, 50 agility, 20 spirit, 20 intelligence, 60 merit points, 0 skills. None. Lin Fei looked down and muttered. Rubbish. He was discontented. Being poor was pitiable enough, but why were his attributes so dismal? System, you must have detected incorrectly. I cannot be this lacking. Is this too hard to bear? Do not be disheartened. While the truth may be harsh, it deserves respect. The little girl's voice seemed to soften, continuing, It's not too bad. Attributes can be improved in the future. System, your voice is quite pleasant, and your ability to comfort is commendable. Lin Fei's spirits lifted. What functions does this super wealth generation system possess? His previously overwhelming frustration dissipated. As long as change was possible, everything was within reach. He was familiar with the system's tropes, where there's a seed. There's no worry about growth. Your current level is LV1, granting you the opportunity for quintuple returns on each profit made from investments. Generate wealth? How does that work? Can I print money? Lin Fei was both excited and curious. Bombarding the system with questions. Generating wealth does not equate to printing money. Instead, it refers to the profits you earn through investments in the real world, which the system will then multiply by 5. So, if I earn 100 million, the system will grant me another 500 million. Indeed. Wow, that's incredible. Lin Fei thought systems were often grand and magnificent, and his experience confirmed this notion. However, the system had another characteristic. What characteristic? If you fail in your real-life investments, 10 times the investment will be deducted. Lin Fei felt a bit awkward. All right, I accept. He remembered his recent internship and felt confident in his abilities. Do you confirm acceptance of the system? Confirmed. You will receive 1 billion as startup capital, become the world's richest within a year. Where's the money? It has already been deposited into your business bank card. Got it. Now, here is your first task. Earn 20 million within 3 days. Do you dare to accept? 20 million in 3 days? Yes. If you fail to earn it, the system will vanish, and you will become even poorer. Do you dare to accept? I dare. Lin Fei understood that earning money would utterly transform his life. Failing meant only greater poverty. Master, I hope you can soon marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of life. The soft, adorable voice faded away. Lying on the roadside, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes to a curious crowd, yet not one person approached to assist him. Scam. Everyone was afraid. He quickly recognized he was lying in front of the misfortune group. He scrambled to his feet, fleeing the scene. As he passed the entrance of misfortune group, he glanced back. Misfortune group, I shall return. Earning 20 million in 3 days, future marriage to a beautiful and wealthy woman. Reaching the pinnacle of life, becoming the world's richest. In the past, all of this seemed unimaginable, even unthinkable. Now, he would strive for this dream. Ding! After running several dozen meters, Lin Fei's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He quickly pulled out his phone to find a bank deposit alert. His pupils dilated, then widened, and finally, his hands trembled. Counting the numbers in the text message, he found precisely 0. A dizzying array of zeros. A glaring string of zeros. Lin Fei could hardly believe it. Just half an hour ago, he had been dumped by his girlfriend due to his poverty, fretting over the next day's work, even worrying about rent. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a billionaire. Remembering the system's promise of quintuple returns, Lin Fei felt his heart racing with excitement. He rushed to an ATM, trembling as he inserted his card to check the balance. Units, tens, hundreds, billions. It was indeed correct. Withdraw money. Let us see if I can take it out. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 withdrawals are limited to 20,000 per day. Lin Fei retrieved his card, clutching his pounding heart, unable to fathom it, however. He was ecstatic. The money in the card was indeed usable. 20,000 had already far exceeded the mere tens he had previously possessed. Feeling a bit anxious, he wondered, system, will the sudden influx of money in my account attract the bank's scrutiny or investigation? Holding a thick wad of cash, Lin Fei worried that his sudden fortune might attract unwanted attention. Master, rest assured, the source of the funds is legitimate, and there is no need to worry about any inquiries. The system's assurance eased Lin Fei's anxiety. Forget about it. Life is short. One lives only once. Whatever will be, system. Is each investment limited to a single quintuple return? The multiplier for returns correlates with your level. The higher the level, the greater the multiplier, the system explained. Related to levels? Lin Fei felt a surge of excitement. However, reflecting on his current level of 1, he felt a twinge of regret. How can I increase my level? Each time you profit from an investment, upon the system's confirmation, you will receive merit points along with your quintuple returns. These merit points can be used to level up. If I continuously level up, wouldn't that mean? Level upgrades require attribute matching. The human body is a balance, and all attributes must be upgraded in sync. Oh, understood. Lin Fei suppressed his excitement. Master, accumulate 10 billion merit points to level up to LV2. Upon leveling up, more system functions will be unlocked for you. The system girl fanned the flames of Lin Fei's excitement. He stuffed the money into his backpack, hailed a taxi, and returned to his rented room to pack his belongings. What am I still doing renting? I should buy a house. It was time to liberate himself. Chapter 3. Aiming to earn 20 million upon returning home, Lin Fei was just about to pack when, bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. Startled, he was met with the cold face of a middle-aged woman. Lin Fei quickly realized, the rent collector is here. Mrs. Zhang, you've come. Lin Fei greeted her with a smile. Fortunately, I came. You were planning to pack and flee, weren't you? Mrs. Zhang, with her hefty frame, blocked the doorway as if fearing Lin Fei would escape at any moment. Mrs. Zhang, how could you say that? I'm merely looking to change my living situation. Lin Fei spoke the truth, but in Mrs. Zhang's ears, it sounded like an excuse. Change your living situation? Isn't that just running away? Pay me the 4,500 yuan for 3 months of overdue rent, then get out. Mrs. Zhang thrust her plump hand towards Lin Fei, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light, as if she wished to devour him whole. This was an old building in the city's southern district, over 50 years old, poorly ventilated and stifling in summer. Lin Fei had already worked up a sweat packing. Seeing Mrs. Zhang's gaze, he involuntarily shivered, all his perspiration evaporating instantly. Seeing Lin Fei's change in expression, Mrs. Zhang grew even more convinced that he had no money for rent, her anger intensifying. Lin Fei, you're still young, yet lazy and unwilling to work hard. Why don't you earn more? With your demeanor, you'd best leave Jiangnan City. Otherwise, with no house, no car, and no money, how will you find a wife? People must recognize their identity. If you're broke, don't pretend to be wealthy. Mrs. Zhang launched into a tirade of scolding and lecturing, and the pain of betrayal by Wang Mingyao surged within him. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Lin Fei trembled. Wait, why do I feel like I'm back in that state upon seeing Mrs. Zhang? I'm rich now. I have 10 billion in my bank account. In an instant, Lin Fei transformed. Standing tall with bright eyes, Mrs. Zhang, here is 5,000 yuan. I was going to deliver it anyway, and 500 is my compensation for the late rent. What? Mrs. Zhang was taken aback. When did this poor boy become so extravagant? Lin Fei, you are quite the sensible young man, adept at navigating life and its complexities. Auntie Zhang holds high hopes for you. She would never be foolish enough to turn down money, and upon receiving it, her demeanor transformed, radiating joy as she praised Lin Fei. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling that Auntie Zhang had expressed a different sentiment earlier. It seemed that money truly held significant power. However, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Ever since he accepted the system's task, he had been pondering how to amass 20 million. Initially, he thought it would be effortless. Yet the reality of securing such a sum within 3 days left him bewildered. Why don't you continue to stay here? My house is up for rent anyway, Auntie Zhang suggested, noticing the shift in Lin Fei's demeanor. The considerable stack of cash still lay on the counter, enticing her to propose that Lin Fei reside in her property. Thank you, Auntie Zhang. I plan to buy my own house. Buy a house? Lin Fei, you must understand that new developments in Jiangnan City are priced over 10,000 per unit. And even our old district's properties are nearing that mark. What do you intend to purchase with? Auntie Zhang continued, even my house, despite its age, has significant appreciation potential. Once the old city undergoes renovation, this area will become precious real estate. Furthermore, buying a house isn't as simple as just voicing a desire. It requires substantial funds and capability. Lin Fei's declaration to purchase his own home irked Auntie Zhang, who began to berate him. From her perspective, although Lin Fei had paid 3 months' rent and had some money left, the cost of a house could easily surpass 1 million. Wasn't that laughable? Lin Fei paid little heed to her harsh words. Instead, an idea sparked within him. Old city renovations, valuable land. Though the timing of such policies was uncertain, the prospect of investing seemed promising. Forget the items I have here. You can manage their disposal, Lin Fei declared, tossing his clothes to the ground, seizing the remaining money from the bed, and departing without a backward glance. Hey! Auntie Zhang called after him, but he had already vanished from sight. If only the cowherd were alive, he could have Lin Fei ascend to the heavens to meet the weaving maiden, Auntie Zhang muttered. Inside Zhonghao Real Estate, Lin Fei entered. The room housed 5 or 6 agents clad in black trousers and white shirts, adorned with red ties. They cast a glance at Lin Fei, but none approached him. Years of dealing in real estate had honed their ability to assess clients, and a mere glance at Lin Fei led them to conclude he was a mere pauper. Unfazed by their dismissive attitude, Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the listings on the whiteboard. Is this property still available? He inquired, pointing to a 100 square meter listing. 1 million, firm price. One of the agents replied, displaying impatience. Lin Fei was no fool. Having worked in sales, he was quite knowledgeable about the industry. Feeling their contempt, he turned to leave, thinking to himself that with money, one could buy anywhere. Sir, are you looking to purchase a home? A young woman in her 20s, with short hair and a fresh face, rushed out of the restroom, her hands still damp from washing. The sunlight glimmered off the droplets on her pale skin. I do have such intentions, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. My name is Lin Kuer. Would you like to come over here to discuss? The girl beamed with delight and gestured to the only remaining seat beside her. Lin Kuer? What a lovely name. And it turned out they shared the same surname, instantly improving Lin Fei's impression of her. Shall we discuss this at the CAF across the street? Lin Kuer suggested. Are you desperately chasing performance? Another agent interjected mockingly. It's no wonder you can't sell a single property with that kind of judgment, mistaking a commoner for a wealthy client. The other agents joined in the ridicule, leaving Lin Kuer with tears welling in her eyes, struggling to hold them back. Lin Fei remained silent, waiting for her response. I'll go with you. Lin Kuer finally managed a strained smile, looking towards Lin Fei. He nodded in return, still quiet. Yet, the sadness in her eyes resonated deeply within him. He had once felt the same way at that moment, he resolved. Chapter 4. A frenzy of buying. Cut it out. She'll probably have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Such a naive woman. She'd still count money for others even if sold. Indeed, it's a pity. Such innocence. How wonderful it would be if we could take advantage of her. As they watched the two depart, the agents continued their mockery. Lin Kuer heard every word clearly and glanced at Lin Fei, showing no reaction. She too was hesitating, questioning whether she had truly erred. However, with her mother in urgent need of money for medical treatment, Lin Kuer felt she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly followed after him. Sir, what type of property are you looking to buy? As they settled into the CAF, Lin Kuer eagerly asked, How many listings do you have? Lin Fei's question caught her off guard. Although she had only been at the agency for 2 months, her diligence had allowed her to connect with over 30 property owners, which she considered her own listings. What did Lin Fei mean by asking about her listings? I wish to purchase all the properties you have. Lin Fei's gaze remained steady on the bewildered Lin Kuer. What? She sprang to her feet, nearly toppling her chair in the process, her fair complexion flushing crimson. Lin Fei smiled lightly. You heard correctly. I intend to buy all your listings. Is this for real? Indeed. Lin Fei confirmed with a nod. Lin Kuer felt as if she were in a dream, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She pinched her arm to confirm her reality. Ouch, she exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. This wasn't a dream. If she bought over 30 properties, that would amount to over 20 million, and her commission could nearly reach 200,000. With company bonuses, she might earn 300 to 400,000, enough to cover half her mother's medical expenses. The thought exhilarated her. Are you paying in cash or through a loan? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Lin Kuer hesitated, realizing her earlier enthusiasm had led her to lose composure, especially in light of her colleagues' comments. A faint smile danced in Lin Fei's eyes. This woman remained quite innocent. Here is a photocopy of my ID. This bank card contains 30 million. The password is 6/8. If that's insufficient, just contact me. All these properties should be purchased today, and I expect the paperwork completed by tomorrow. Lin Fei placed a photocopy of his ID and a bank card on the table. He had prepared these before coming, and the bank card was specifically issued, as carrying $1 billion on a single card would be too ostentatious. Sir, aren't you worried I might Here is the deposit slip for the money just transferred into the card. Buying a house requires viewing. What if as long as the property title transfer is valid, you have full authority to handle it? Lin Kuer was truly in disbelief. What kind of man was this? To purchase properties in such a manner? She hesitated to accept the deal. How about we draft a contract? Certainly. Lin Kuer didn't want to miss this opportunity, cautiously suggesting the idea. To her surprise, Lin Fei effortlessly grabbed a notepad from the CAF and swiftly pinned a statement. Lin Fei voluntarily allocates 30 million to Lin Kuer, entrusting her to procure properties in Jiangnan's old district. Any issues arising will be solely Lin Fei's responsibility. He signed his name at the bottom and handed the agreement to Lin Kuer, who scrutinized it repeatedly. Let us exchange WeChat for easier communication. Lin Fei activated a Vivo phone that Wang Mingyao had discarded and presented the QR code to Lin Kuer. She quickly set down the agreement and fumbled for her phone. Adding Lin Fei as a friend, I await your notification. Lin Fei stated before rising to leave. He really just leaving like that? Lin Kuer was left in stunned silence. By the time she collected her thoughts, Lin Fei had already disappeared from the CAF. Clutching the bank card, Lin Kuer rushed to the nearest ATM, her hands trembling as she inserted the card and entered the password. Correct. She clicked to check the balance. Her jaw dropped in astonishment, and she covered her mouth, wide-eyed as she gazed at the figure displayed. 300 million. It was genuinely 30 million. Feeling as if she were in a dream, she quickly regained her composure and began contacting clients. At that moment, Lin Fei was already aboard the subway line 1 in Jiangnan City, heading towards the newly opened Shajichuan, a place he had once planned to visit with Wang Mingyao. However, his decision to have Lin Kuo purchase properties was not born from naivety. Having seen the comments from her colleagues and recalling his past experiences as an intern, he chose to trust her without reservation. Like attracts like, the unique often leads to extraordinary surprises. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In this modern era, a wealthy and beautiful woman has succumbed to her own desires. Lin Fei straightened his back and walked towards the elevator. Determined to enter a phase of extraordinary success after today, the real estate bureau in Tiannan City, numerous agents and managers gathered at the entrance, anxiously peering inside. Nearby, in cafes and tea houses, many agents were engaged in conversations with property sellers, having received orders to guide them through the transfer process in an orderly manner. The agents wore smiles, brimming with anticipation, knowing that by the end of the day, their accounts would swell by tens of thousands, if not more. That moment, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the bureau. Lin Fei, dressed in faded clothes, stepped out, and a swarm of agents rushed over. "Good day, Mr. Lin. You look splendid today." Their flattery rang out in unison. "Wasn't he just a country bumpkin yesterday?" A discordant voice interrupted from the side. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. 3 young men dressed as agents approached. Lin Fei recognized them from the previous day at the Zhonghao second-hand real estate company and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at their naivety for not seizing an opportunity to earn money. "Ah, Mr. Country Bumpkin, are you here for the name change and transfer?" One young man, resembling a lanky monkey, asked with disdain. "Elijah, what are you thinking? Do you really believe he can afford a house? Look at his clothes, they're not even worth 100. Another, slightly plumper agent chimed in. "If he could buy a house, there wouldn't be any beggars on the street." The third agent sneered. Their words drew the attention of all other agents present, who were puzzled by the unfolding scene. How foolish! It's astonishing that anyone would believe he could afford a home. Rushing over to curry favor with him, the lanky one mocked. The other agents, unsure of the history between Lin Fei and the trio, remained silent, not wishing to tarnish their own reputations. Lin Fei chose not to respond. Retaliating against a dog that bites you only makes one appear mad. The lanky one, noticing Lin Fei's silence, escalated his taunts. "What a fitting description, turtle, haha, perhaps a turtle wearing a green hat." The other 2 joined in the mockery. A flicker of cold fury crossed Lin Fei's otherwise calm face. He was incensed. The term green hat struck a deep nerve. "What company do you 3 represent with such poor manners?" Another agent interjected, noticing Lin Fei's change in demeanor. "What's it to you? Are you here to flatter him? You must be new to the industry with such poor judgment." The 3 turned their scorn towards the speaking agent. "What did you say?" As if summoned, a dozen other agents rallied to confront the trio. Glaring fiercely, "What do you want?" "We're addressing him." "It's none of your business," the trio stammered, now visibly intimidated. The lanky one mustered some courage to speak. "You don't think he is a wealthy patron, do you?" The plump agent, regaining his composure, added, "If he could afford a house, I'd rather gouge out my eyes than live blind." The final agent declared with certainty that Lin Fei was far from a wealthy individual. The other agents looked to Lin Fei, gauging whether he would defend himself, but he paid them no mind. "Lin Kuo, you have truly found a golden patron, creating miraculous accomplishments for our company. I've already applied for a substantial bonus for you." Outside the crowd, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing glasses and dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, hurriedly approached Lin Kuo. "Thank you, Manager Zhao," Lin Kuo responded, her face radiating joy, enhancing her allure. "What's happening up ahead?" Manager Zhao inquired, noticing the gathered crowd. "That's Mr. Lin Fei," Lin Kuo pointed out. "Hurry over. We must not let Mr. Lin be displeased." With that, Manager Zhao, his belly protruding, began to jog toward Lin Fei, who had shifted his focus from the trio to Lin Kuo, nodding in satisfaction. Just yesterday, Lin Kuo had assisted him in purchasing over 30 properties, consulting him with photographs before each acquisition. Lin Fei's consistent response had been buy, which earned Lin Kuo his genuine admiration, reflecting her diligence and professionalism. "Lin Kuo, you don't still believe he can afford to buy a house, do you? Have you lost your mind? Just look at your delighted expression. He must have seduced you." The lanky one sneered as they witnessed Lin Kuo converse with Lin Fei. Lin Kuer's face flushed crimson, just as she was about to respond when Manager Zhao arrived. The trio immediately donned ingratiating smiles upon seeing him. "Hello, Manager Zhao." A loud slap echoed through the crowd as Manager Zhao, in a show of discipline, struck each of them across the face. They stood bewildered, holding their cheeks in shocked "Elijah, are you trying to get fired?" Manager Zhao pointed at the lanky one. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. It's entirely my fault for not managing them properly." Before Li Jie could finish his explanation, Manager Zhao turned to Lin Fei, bowing in apology. "Let us get down to business," Lin Fei replied coolly. "Mr. Lin is indeed magnanimous, a true gentleman engaged in substantial matters," Manager Zhao complimented, while the trio, still stunned, exchanged glances filled with confusion. "Manager Zhao, this country bumpkin has probably deceived Lin Kuer. You must not fall for his ruse," Li Jie blurted out, unable to contain himself. "Shut your mouth," Manager Zhao spun around and kicked Li Jie. "How dare you disrespect Mr. Lin? You had the audacity to call him a country bumpkin. What did you see that led you to believe he deceived Lin Kuer? You re the one who is truly blind," Manager Zhao fumed, his forehead veins bulging. A patron like Lin Fei could not be easily dismissed. Manager Zhao had come today to discuss the possibility of Lin Fei purchasing more properties. Yet, with Li Jie's incessant insults, how could he not be enraged? "Do you think he looks like someone who can buy a house?" Li Jie, having been struck twice, protested. "Looks? What does that even mean?" "He can, indeed," Manager Zhao retorted, his anger rising. "Wait, he is the one?" the trio exclaimed in unison. Just that morning, they had noticed numerous listings being removed, and upon inquiry, learned that over 30 properties had been quietly bought in the old district, causing prices to spike by 10% overnight. They had hastily pooled their resources to buy a property, aiming to resell for profit, only to discover that the country bumpkin was none other than Lin Fei. "Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry," Li Jie feigned humility, stepping forward with a conciliatory tone. "Lin Kuer, let us expedite the transfer process." Lin Fei ignored him entirely. "Mr. Lin, I have another property available. Would you be interested?" Li Jie grasped Lin Fei's arm eagerly. "Buy, that's wonderful, but," Lin Fei interjected, "I want to be purchasing from you." "Fine. I want to buy from you anyway. The prices are rising. I want to suffer a loss." Another agent retorted indignantly. "Didn't you just say that if Mr. Lin could afford a house, you'd gouge out your eyes?" The first agent who had stood up for Lin Fei pointedly reminded him. The agent quickly covered his mouth, his face pale as if he had consumed something foul. "Enough. Let us focus on business," Manager Zhao, nearly beside himself with frustration, decided to let Lin Fei off the hook. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my subordinates." Manager Zhao glowered at Li Jie and his companions, then turned to Lin Fei. "Nothing serious." With those words, Lin Fei led the way inside. His demeanor casual, yet to the onlookers, he embodied the essence of true wealth and poise. Such magnanimity was truly admirable, illuminating the stark contrast between the affluent and the ordinary. The agents behind Lin Fei exchanged hushed whispers as they observed his departing figure. Li Jie and his companions wore expressions more grotesque than if they had just ingested a fly. Their hopes of profit had crumbled into dust, having inadvertently offended their benefactor. The gravity of their misstep loomed larger when they realized they had missed out not simply on a single property-esque commission, but rather on the commissions from over 30 homes. Regret gnawed at their hearts, driving them to a state of despair. Were there a remedy for regret, even if it were wrapped in filth? They would not hesitate to consume it. Alas, such a remedy did not exist. The property transaction hall was bustling with activity. "Mr. Lin, please follow me. We have VIP treatment arranged for you," Manager Zhao beckoned. Lin Fei remained silent, trailing behind. Ever since their arrival, they had become the focal point of attention, with dozens of agents bustling about, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Hello, Director He. Thank you for your hard work today." Manager Zhao greeted a balding man in his 40s, who was seated at a desk. "Manager Zhao, you seem to be raking in profits daily, while we are left exhausted," Director He replied, acknowledging Zhao's compliment. "Your efforts are duly noted," Zhao responded. "Let us proceed. We are all intelligent individuals. It will be straightforward." Lin Fei picked up the signed contract, merely affixing his signature without a word. Director He, however, was furiously typing away, engrossed in his work in the office of the head of the Housing Bureau. Gao Lelin had just concluded a call with the mayor, still reeling from the revelation that over 200 million yuan worth of properties had been purchased in a single day. Who could this remarkable buyer be? A property speculation group? He quickly dialed another number. Director, is everything proceeding smoothly with the property registrations today? Very smoothly, came the reply. Is there anyone registering an unusually large number of properties? Gao Lelin's dissatisfaction was evident, leading him to probe further. There is a gentleman named Lin Fei who has registered 15 properties today. Director, he is still processing them. The line went dead before he could finish. Gao Lelin swiftly called Mayor Chengguaning. Any news? The mayor's authoritative voice inquired, tinged with urgency. Mayor, a man named Lin Fei has registered 15 property transfers today and is currently in the process. Who is he? I haven't investigated yet, just wanted to report. Should we intervene? No. After a brief silence, the mayor dismissed Gao Lelin's suggestion. You must go find out more and ensure he is given preferential treatment. Try to keep him until noon. I'll meet him after my meeting. What if he causes housing prices in Jiangnan to skyrocket? Let us assess the situation first. If he is merely a typical investor and not a speculator, that could be beneficial. Most importantly, I want to gauge his capabilities. If he could invest in other areas of Jiangnan, that would be advantageous. Mayor Chen's perspective differed from Gao Lelin's, as he was not mired in apprehension. Understood. I'll handle it right away. We must treat him with utmost courtesy. After issuing his instructions, Mayor Chen hung up. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Director He's previously jovial demeanor had soured, his fingers pounding the keyboard with increasing ferocity. Enough! You have submitted too many properties. I will not process them today. He barked at Lin Fei and manager Zhao. Director, could we perhaps make an exception? Mr. Lin is quite anxious, Zhao pleaded. Absolutely not. Lin Fei interjected. Is there a limit to the number of properties? No, Director, he replied tersely. Then why refuse my application? Because I can. Director He's frustration was palpable, stoked further by Lin Fei's defiance. Your attitude is unacceptable. I will report you. Do as you wish, he retorted, waving dismissively towards the door. Mr. Lin, please don't act rashly. Let us discuss this. Zhao attempted to mediate. Director, just make an exception, and I will adjust the numbers accordingly. He continued, trying to placate the angry director. No need. I will not process it. Leave now, Director, he shouted, his patience exhausted. Who are you to command us? Gao Lelin, the bureau chief, stepped forward, having overheard the entire exchange. Everyone out, he ordered. Say that again? What will happen if I do? I said I will not process it. Everyone out. Director, he was cut off as he recognized the familiar voice and quickly covered his mouth. Gao Lelin stood before him, fury radiating from his presence. Is this your work ethic, Director? I doubt you are suspended pending investigation. Leave immediately. But I am not. Leave now. Gao Lelin pointed firmly towards the exit, his anger unmistakable. Having ascertained that Lin Fei's property transactions were being handled in this office, Gao Lelin turned to him. Greetings, Director Gao, I am Zhao Ran from Zhonghao Real Estate, assisting Mr. Lin with his property transfer. Allow me to summon someone to continue the process. Gao Lelin's gaze swept over Lin Fei, noting his youthful appearance and worn clothing, clearly not indicative of wealth, yet the properties he had acquired were perplexing. Though surprised, he recalled Mayor Chengguaning's instructions and promptly called for assistance. He remained seated, turning to Lin Fei with a congenial smile. Mr. Lin, you appear quite young. May I inquire where you are from? Lin Fei, recognizing the necessity of establishing rapport with influential figures, replied modestly, I am 22 years old, recently graduated from university, and reside in Pingyi Village, Jiangbei County. Gao Lelin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Fei's humble origins. Where had this wealth originated? Suppressing his astonishment, he smiled and said, Young people like you are the backbone of our nation. I truly admire your spirit. We are in an era of opportunity. Not pursuing one's dreams would be akin to wasting a golden cup beneath the moonlight. Indeed, they both agreed, their conversation flowing smoothly between pleasantries and property matters. Gao Lelin found himself favorably impressed by Lin Fei's composure, sincerity, and humility. The only disappointment was that Mayor Chengguaning was too busy to join them. Though Gao Lelin subtly conveyed his sentiments, Lin Fei feigned surprise at the attention, and they parted ways amicably, exchanging contact information. Ding, a notification chimed, signaling the arrival of Lin Fei's first earnings. After parting with Gao Lelin, the previously silent system suddenly chimed in with a sweet, childlike voice, lifting Lin Fei's spirits. How much? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. With a 10% increase in Jiangnan's property prices, your investment of 250 million yuan has yielded a profit of 25 million, successfully completing your initial task of 20 million. You have received a five-fold reward, totaling 1.25 billion. Remarkable. Is there a reward for exceeding the target by 5 million? Lin Fei asked eagerly. No, then what is there? You will receive the task reward. What does that entail? Please tell me. Lin Fei was impatient. You will receive 2 million merit points and a beginner's task gift pack. The sweet voice chimed once more. How do I use the merit points for upgrades? Every 100,000 merit points can enhance 1 attribute point. What is the beginner's task gift pack? You must open it in your storage space to see. Lin Fei's consciousness entered the system's storage space, which resembled a cabinet for traditional Chinese medicine, divided into numerous compartments, the only difference being the absence of doors. Many compartments were grayed out, locked, with only the top left 2 unlocked. The first was the beginner's task gift pack, and the second required 1 million merit points to unlock. Without hesitation, Lin Fei clicked on the beginner's gift pack, and a scene of a god of wealth scattering money appeared, followed by a red light entering his mind. Loading data. Ding. Loading successful. The master has become a Xin-level martial artist. What is a Xin-level martial artist? The martial path is divided into 4 realms: Tian, Di, Xin, and Huang. Xin level represents the second major realm of martial artists, rumored to be capable of standing against 1,000 foes. Wait, does that mean I am already a martial arts master? Theoretically, yes. Why theoretically? You possess the capabilities of a martial artist, but lack their techniques. Should you engage in combat with a true master, you would likely rely solely on brute strength. What should I do? There will be martial arts manuals available in the system store, which you can exchange for merit points. Only the second option can utilize merit points, so I shall give it a try. Exchange. As Lin Fei's voice fell, the image of the god of wealth scattering riches reappeared, followed by a red light entering his mind, imprinting the 4 characters Heavenly Dragon Fist manual before his eyes. The Heavenly Dragon Fist manual comprises 7 techniques: the storm reawakens, sweeping through thousands, mountain cracking and earth shattering, heavenly dragon in the sky, heavenly net and earthly web, icebound wilderness, and 100 flowers blooming. A figure appeared before Lin Fei, demonstrating these 7 boxing techniques from the starting stance. He could clearly see the first 2 moves, but the rest morphed into a shadow, leaving him with a dizzying blur at the end. Ding! A system notification indicated that the host's attributes were insufficient to fully comprehend the techniques, making forced learning impossible. Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness, his body experiencing an unusual pain. Chapter 9. Earn 1 billion in a week, Lin Fei exclaimed, his consciousness leaping from the techniques of the Heavenly Dragon Fist manual. He felt invigorated, his heart racing fiercely, yet suffused with a sense of power, as a warm current continuously flowed from his lower abdomen. His sensory perception enhanced significantly, filling him with joy. The system had even bestowed upon him martial prowess. What a splendid surprise, Master! You are the chosen one among our system. Should any issues arise, all our efforts would be in vain. Does that imply there are even greater treasures to be had? Indeed. As your attributes improve and merit points accumulate, delightful surprises shall continually manifest. Then, allocate the remaining 1 million merit points to agility and spirit. Please, simply click the plus sign on the right. 10,000 merit points spent. Agility increased by 1 point. 10,000 merit points spent. Agility increased by 1 point. 10,000 merit points spent. Agility increased by 1 point. Lin Fei directly added 5 points, elevating his agility to 25. His spirit attribute similarly rose to 25. The 2 previously lowest attributes experienced significant boosts. Although Lin Fei did not yet feel the change in agility, he noticeably exuded a more vibrant spirit, his demeanor growing even more charming and composed with each movement. Congratulations, Master, on completing the upgrade. What is my next task? Master, are you truly prepared? Absolutely. Having earned over 1 billion in just a day, Lin Fei's confidence soared. He was singularly focused on making money and swiftly realizing his ambition to become the wealthiest individual. Ding! A new task has arrived. Earn 10 billion within 1 week. Lin Fei nearly gasped in disbelief. This is far too swift, isn't it? Master, do your best. Should you fail, a compensation of 100 billion would render you deeply in debt in reality. The teasing tone of the cute little girl instantly darkened Lin Fei's mood. Your task is far too difficult. I demand silence. The system chose to remain mute. Lin Fei exited the VIP room, disappointment and helplessness weighing upon him. Outside, Lin Kuer and manager Zhaoren paced anxiously, their eyes fixed on the door of the VIP room. Upon seeing Lin Fei emerge, they rushed forward. Mr. Lin, you are likely to become the largest property owner in Jiangnan City, perhaps even all of Huaxia. Truly impressive. Zhaoren stepped forward with flattery. It is all thanks to your efforts. It is Mr. Lin's prowess. Zhao Ren's skill and flattery lifted Lin Fei's previously suppressed spirits. There's something else? Mr. Lin is indeed a person of great affairs. There is a matter I wish to inquire. Would you be interested? Speak. I have a friend in urgent need of funds who wishes to sell his villa. I wonder if Mr. Lin would be interested. Seeing that Zhao Ren lingered, Lin Fei directly inquired. Zhao Ren, unreserved, provided the details. What does he do? The villa is exclusive to the affluent. If a wealthy person sells their villa, it is certainly for a pressing reason. Thus, Lin Fei remained cautious. He is a director who has produced a film titled Dark Knight, eager for its release. However, due to unpaid actor salaries, he is facing a lawsuit and wishes to sell his villa to clear the debts and expedite the release. Zhao Ren explained candidly. What is the director's name? Feng Ku. Isn't he an actor? This is his debut as a self-directed and self-starring film, and he has exhausted all his savings. Now at his wit's end, I have seen this film, and it is quite good. Once released, it will undoubtedly generate profit, so I support him in selling the villa. The quality of his villa must be impeccable. I can't even take you to see it immediately. Zhao Ren, evidently familiar with Feng Ku, was eager to assist his friend in finalizing the deal. Please contact him. If possible, I would like to meet him and also view his film. Earning 10 billion in a week necessitates swift profits. Feng Ku, a man of spirit, has previously achieved considerable success in filmmaking. If this time these thoughts intertwined in Lin Fei's mind, an idea suddenly struck him. Excellent. I shall contact him right away. Zhao Ren. Upon finishing, moved aside to make the call. Mr. Lin, do you still wish to purchase property? Although Lin Kuer earned a substantial commission, she thought of her mother's medical expenses, hoping Lin Fei would buy a few more million worth of properties to alleviate her situation. Not for now, no. A glint of disappointment flashed in Lin Kuer's eyes. Mr. Lin, here is your bank card. It contains 300,000. Though regretful, Lin Kuer smiled as she handed the card to Lin Fei. It is a gift. Mr. Lin, is this true? Lin Kuer's voice quivered, her lips trembling in disbelief. Lin Fei was taken aback. Lin Kuer, what ails you? Just then, Zhao Ren returned from his call and was surprised by the scene before him. Mr. Lin, thank you. The subsequent scene left Lin Fei utterly astonished. Lin Kuer knelt before him, bowing her head. This moment stunned not only Lin Fei but everyone in the hall. Such a beauty, bowing in public before Lin Fei? He hurriedly rushed forward to assist Lin Kuer. No, please. Tears streamed down Lin Kuer's face like a cascade of pearls, yet beneath them glimmered a hint of joy, a joy akin to rebirth. Mr. Lin, I shall repay you this money. Lin Kuer declared, bowing deeply once more, disregarding the gazes of those around her, before turning and fleeing in tears. Lin Fei watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable pain blossoming within him. Mr. Lin, please do not hold it against Lin Kuer. She is not a woman enamored with wealth. It is merely that her mother is ill and urgently requires a large sum of money. If she assists you in purchasing a property, she could earn around 300,000 in commission. I also applied for an additional reward. I wonder if it will suffice. Such a pitiable woman. Prior to this, she struggled to even earn rent. Had I not supported her for 2 months, she might have been homeless. Zhao Ren, sensing Lin Fei's confusion, interjected. Lin Fei felt a deep empathy, remaining silent yet resolute in his decision. Have you made an appointment? I have. We can go now. Good. Let us proceed immediately. With that, the two moved towards the exit. Outside the real estate office, Li Jie and his companions paced like ants on a hot stove, anxiously, occasionally taking deep drags from their cigarettes. Sighing in despair, gone was the arrogance of the morning. Upon seeing Lin Fei and Zhao Ren emerge, they hastily discarded their cigarettes, grinning and rushing toward them as if they were dogs greeting their master. Chapter 10. I shall call you Brother Feng. Mr. Lin, please wait. Get away from me, Zhao Ren snapped, his ire igniting at the sight of the three. The trio now resembled beggars, pleading for mercy. Zhao Ren scolded them without a second thought. Showing no intention of departing, Mr. Lin, could you possibly purchase our house? Li Jie asked softly. Their property was financed through a small loan company, and if they did not sell promptly, the profit from the rising property value would barely cover the interest, prompting their desperate wait at the door for Lin Fei's exit. What is the price of your house? 110 million for 100 square meters, 100 million for 100 square meters. Li Jie and the slightly overweight agent exchanged bewildered glances, both dumbfounded. What exactly is the price? Just quote a false price, Mr. Lin. Please do not buy. Zhao Ren advised outright. Mr. Lin, Manager Zhao, this house was purchased for 1 million. However, we financed it, and the interest is exorbitant. 10,000 is essentially just interest. Li Jie lamented with a forlorn expression. If it is 1 million, I shall buy it. Lin Fei declared decisively. Mr. Lin, if you do that, we will incur a loss. Please consider. Forget it then. Lin Fei feigned departure. Sell? We shall sell. Li Jie quickly grasped Lin Fei's arm. Contact Lin Kuer. The property shall be transferred into her name, and the funds can be collected from manager Zhao. Zhao Ren was first astonished, then filled with admiration. Lin Fei was indeed a man of principle. With a single statement, he gifted Lin Kuer a house, simultaneously instructing them to collect money from him. This indicated future collaboration, did it not? Why are you standing there? Go quickly. Zhao Ren glared at the three, ushering Lin Fei towards his car. The trio watched Lin Fei's retreating figure, their hearts aching. Lin Kuer has truly hit the jackpot. What good is that? The mere fact that he is willing to buy is already a stroke of luck. Li Jie grumbled, disheartened as he dialed Lin Kuer's number. Lin Kuer had felt as though she were ensnared in a dream since yesterday. Receiving a call from Li Jie felt even more surreal. She pinched herself hard, and the pain was undeniable. This was no dream. In haste, she dialed Lin Fei's number, her heart racing with each beep as she waited for him to answer. A house gifted to herself. Previously, she had been pursued by several wealthy heirs, some even offering to support her lavishly. With just a nod, all her problems could have been resolved, yet she had turned them down. However, today, she accepted Lin Fei's offer of 300,000, for in his eyes, she saw genuine sincerity. Now, he was offering her a house worth 1 million. This? Lin Kuer, did Li Jie call you? Lin Fei guessed the reason for her call and asked directly. Mr. Lin, I truly appreciate your generosity, but I cannot accept it. It is far too valuable, she replied. Not at all. Remember this. We share the surname Lin. If funds are insufficient, simply come to me at Mr. Lin, but the tree desires tranquility. Yet the wind does not cease. A child wishes to honor their parents, yet time waits for no one. Do not leave regrets behind. I understand. Lin Kuer swallowed her words, the tears from moments ago threatening to flow again. Lin Fei had already hung up. Just yesterday, he had felt akin to her. Since he was determined to change his destiny, he ought to be someone who could give back to society, someone with compassion. Leaning back in the rear seat, Lin Fei closed his eyes slightly, his heart swelling with ambition as he began to contemplate the management of 200 properties. Zhao Ren, driving, discreetly observed Lin Fei through the rearview mirror. This was a man. This was a wealthy individual. For reasons unknown, Zhao Ren found himself admiring Lin Fei. The Jiangnan Watertown Villa Complex was the most prestigious villa area in Jiangnan City, boasting lush greenery and a small lake at its center. Due to its exquisite environment, the villas here were highly sought after and consequently exorbitantly priced. Only the affluent could reside within it. Could be said that without a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions, one could scarcely enter these gates. Feng Ke's villa was the innermost in the complex, perfectly positioned beside the small lake. 18. Pulling back the curtains revealed the enchanting sight of the moonlight reflecting upon the water. When Zhao Ren parked at the villa's entrance, Feng Ke, who had been waiting, promptly approached to open the car door for Lin Fei. Perhaps having heard of Lin Fei's accomplishments, Feng Ke exhibited no surprise at Lin Fei's attire. On the contrary, he was exceptionally courteous. Lin Fei looked up at the man in his 30s, with a rectangular face and neatly combed hair, a familiar figure often seen in films and dramas. Yet his eyes held a trace of melancholy. Mr. Lin, please, Feng Ke insisted graciously. If we are to forego formalities, may I call you Brother Feng? Lin Fei responded with a smile. Feng Ke was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with newfound light, even misting over slightly. Brother Feng. This address was one he had not heard in ages. After the investment troubles with the film Dark Knight, those who once called him brother had vanished, leaving him with a sense of isolation. Yet here was Lin Fei, a benefactor, addressing him as such upon their first meeting. Good brother, Feng Ke, a martial arts film star, embraced Lin Fei with a sense of camaraderie. Lin Fei had seen many films starring Feng Ke, most of which were patriotic in nature, and he harbored genuine admiration for his character and acting. Thus, their meeting today filled him with a sense of brotherhood. Zhao Ren, witnessing this exchange, felt elated. He had been grappling with Feng Ke's situation for some time. Yet the exorbitant prices of the Jiangnan Watertown villas left him in despair. Entering the villa with Feng Ke, they found themselves in a 3-story edifice spanning over 1,000 square meters. The living room alone could accommodate hundreds, suitable for hosting grand balls. The floor was laid with natural marble, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Murals adorned the ceiling, depicting a rising sun casting its glow upon a lake. The interplay of sunlight on the marble created a perfect blend of reality and illusion, evoking an ethereal beauty. As if one were dreaming, it was evident that Feng Ke cherished this villa, having poured his heart into its decoration. He would never part with it were it not for the film's release. Brother Lin, Feel free to explore upstairs and downstairs at your leisure, Feng Ku said with immense anticipation. No need. Lin Fei promptly declined. Feng Ku was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Run, who mirrored his confusion. How much more does the film need? 70 million. I purchased this villa for 50 million, with renovations costing at least 30 million. If you can secure 70 million, that would be ideal. A lower amount could also work. Feng Ku was now at his wits' end regarding finances. The total investment for the film is 140 million, exceeding the budget by 70 million. While perplexed, Feng Ku spoke the truth. I will invest 80 million. 70 million will cover the actors' salaries, and 10 million will be for publicity. How does that sound? What? Is that true? Both Feng Ku and Zhao Ren exclaimed in unison. Especially Feng Ku, who had been seated in front of Lin Fei, felt as though a spring had propelled him to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. Brother Feng, what do you think? Lin Fei rose. Inquiring warmly, Brother Lin, do you need to think it over? Feng Ku stammered, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. He had sought investment from numerous companies and enterprises, but not a single one had shown interest, leaving him in utter despair and no need for consideration. All right, I agree. Tears of excitement sparkled in Feng Ku's eyes. Brother Feng, may our collaboration be fruitful. Lin Fei extended his hand. May it be so. Feng Ku grasped Lin Fei's hand firmly. A timely rain, a blessing in the snow. Feng Ku's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Fei, too, did not anticipate that this handshake would yield not only a mountain of gold but also a tree that bore fruit. After thorough discussions, they promptly printed and signed a contract, and Lin Fei transferred 100 million to Feng Ku, with the remaining 20 million considered a loan. Upon seeing the funds arrive, tears streamed down Feng Ku's face. A man who had portrayed countless stoic heroes in films found himself weeping in reality, and before a younger brother at that. Yet, these tears were of joy. This evening, I will hold a promotional banquet for the film's release. You must attend. Absolutely, Lin Fei, equally agreeable, confirmed with Feng Ku's resolute demeanor. After scheduling their meeting, Lin Fei departed. Zhao Ren drove Lin Fei to the old district before quietly leaving. For reasons unknown, despite this being their first meeting, Lin Fei's actions, buying a house, assisting Lin Kuer and Feng Ku, instilled genuine respect within Zhao Ren. Lin Fei arrived at the building previously occupied by Aunt Zhang, noting that he had purchased the unit directly across from hers. Having observed its commendable renovations, he decided to stay there that night. Ah, Lin Fei, are you back to collect something? As Lin Fei approached the door, Aunt Zhang emerged with a girl in her 20s. Immediately inquiring with concern, No, I told you, I no longer need it. Then what are you doing here? My unit has already been rented out. Oh, you mentioned you were buying a house? Where did you purchase it? Let me see, Aunt Zhang remarked, her tone laced with derision upon seeing Lin Fei's attire. No need for your concern, Aunt Zhang. Please carry on with your business. Lin Fei dismissed her attempts to pry, not wishing for her to know they would be neighbors. TSK, did I doubt you actually bought anything? With your kind of poverty, how could you afford a house? Can your yearly salary even cover a toilet? Lin Fei's modest demeanor, in Aunt Zhang's eyes, was merely boastful arrogance, provoking her even further. Lin Fei frowned, irritation flaring in his gaze. What? Don't like what you hear. If you want to hear something nice, show me proof. No need. Lin Fei had lost the desire to remain there and turned to leave. Lin Fei, don't go. Come, let Aunt Zhang see what kind of house you bought, whether it's a chicken coop or a doghouse. Aunt Zhang, please mind your words. Even a clay figurine has its limits. How much more so did Lin Fei, who was no longer the same person as before. He merely recalled the rent he owed Aunt Zhang, which prompted his restraint. Still not convinced? Let me tell you, just yesterday, property prices in our old district surged by 10%. It's already over 10,000 per square meter. Though you know why? Because a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan bought properties worth billions in a single day, causing a dramatic rise in prices. That's what it means to buy a house. So extravagant, so affluent, and you, well, you'll likely never be able to afford a home in your lifetime. Aunt Zhang escalated her taunts, drawing the attention of neighbors both upstairs and downstairs. Isn't that the person who couldn't even pay rent before? Aunt Zhang, is he here again to rent your house? No, he's bragging about being able to buy a house. Do you believe him? Aunt Zhang raised her voice deliberately in response to the inquiries. A person unable to afford rent, what means do they have to secure accommodation? Indeed, what a boastful claim. Why can't the youth simply embrace honesty? It has come to my attention that most of the apartments in our building have been sold. All to a single buyer. Just look at them. That is what it means to purchase property, not mere idle chatter. Suddenly, amidst the lively discussions, A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Soon, a group of over 10 individuals ascended the stairs, led by none other than Lin Kurer. Landlord, why are you here? Today isn't the rent collection day. Quick, hide. The landlord has come to collect the rent. The crowd, previously fervently criticizing Lin Fei, descended into chaos. Mr. Lin, my apologies for the wait, came the chorus of apologies. Lin Kurer, having received word of Lin Fei's arrival at the building, had hastily contacted the previous owners to retrieve the keys, making every effort to arrive promptly. Yet she still felt deeply regretful for her tardiness. What's happening? The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Mr. Lin, here is the key to room 301. From now on, you are the owner of this property, a middle-aged man in his 30s said as he handed the key to Lin Fei. Xiao Chong, how could you so carelessly give the house keys to someone else, especially to such a penniless individual? A braggart? Aunt Zhang exclaimed, her agitation palpable as she witnessed the neighbor hand the keys to Lin Fei. Mind your words, she continued. I have long found your incessant chatter to be most displeasing, and now, I am finally free from being your neighbor. This house has been sold to Mr. Lin. He is the rightful owner. What grounds do you have to object? What makes you call him a pauper? You yourself merely possess 2 shabby houses, yet you boast before Mr. Lin. You are the true braggart here. What? The crowd gasped in shock. Aunt Zhang appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Mr. Lin, here is the key to room 201. Mr. Lin, here is the key to room 401. Mr. Lin, here is the key to room 402. The former owners each presented their keys to Lin Fei, simultaneously casting scornful glances at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Aunt Zhang, which apartment would you like to view? I can show you right now, Lin Fei said, waving the keys in his hand. Lin Fei was not one to seek revenge. Although he had forgiven the 3 agents earlier that day, facing Aunt Zhang, he merely wished to fulfill her desire. Look, Aunt Zhang stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts and why apologies. I am indeed the one who has purchased numerous apartments in this building now. You are all my tenants. Those wishing to stay must pay immediately. Those who do not wish to remain must vacate at once. Lin Fei was far from courteous with the others. A murmur spread through the crowd, each person exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Landlord, we're sorry. We spoke thoughtlessly. Please, have mercy and forgive us. We will pay the rent now. Moments later, the crowd began to apologize profusely, expressing their willingness to pay. Most residents worked nearby. If they were to leave, where would they go? Who could guarantee that other properties weren't also owned by Lin Fei? Thus, the crowd chose to pay. Impossible. How could this be? Aunt Zhang murmured, slightly dazed, and walked unsteadily toward the stairs, losing her footing on the last 2 steps, yet rising without acknowledging her pain, continuing her dazed descent. Has she lost her mind? Others wondered, their gazes filled with resentment as they reflected on how their current predicament was instigated by Aunt Zhang. Lin Fei sighed inwardly, pondering the harshness some exhibit towards others, ultimately causing their own downfall. Kurer, please assist me in managing the rental of these properties, Lin Fei instructed, handing the keys to Lin Kurer before turning to leave. He felt no need to trouble himself with these individuals. Since acquiring the system, his life's trajectory had elevated far beyond petty grievances. What significance did it hold to engage in trivial disputes while aspiring to wealth? Mr. Lin is truly magnanimous. He embodies the essence of a true gentleman. Mr. Lin is indeed a paragon for us all. The chorus of praise followed him as he departed, leaving behind only the silhouette of a towering figure. Especially noted by the young woman renting from Aunt Zhang, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Noticing the time, Lin Fei realized it was already 7:30 p.m., prompting him to hasten to the venue of the promotional gala for Dark Knight, hosted at the New Garden Hotel, as arranged by Feng Ku. With an investment of 80 million, Lin Fei was determined to ensure the film's success. Thus he felt compelled to attend in person. As night fell over Jiangnan City, the landscape sparkled with lights, captivating countless onlookers. The New Garden Hotel, positioned along the riverbank, boasted a grand entrance visible from miles away, establishing itself as a landmark establishment in Jiangnan City. Feng Ku's choice of venue indicated his commitment to elevating the film's promotional efforts. The decision to hold the gala in the afternoon and execute it that evening tested the hotel's organizational prowess while also showcasing Feng Ku's adeptness in coordination and planning. At the hotel entrance, luxury cars lined the street, and a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals, from the affluent to the renowned, made their way inside, each step echoing with authority. Mu Xinxuan, clad in an exquisite purple evening gown of considerable value, stood at the entrance, radiating an aura akin to that of a princess, capturing the attention of all who entered. Across from her stood Gu Lanyue, the female supporting character of Dark Knight, along with the male supporting actors, Zhong Zifu and Xiao Tianan, with the male lead Feng Ku also serving as the director and welcoming guests inside. The five were tasked with greeting arrivals at the entrance. Among the group, Mu Xinchuan felt a twinge of anxiety, having received directives from Feng Ku to welcome a man named Lin Fei. Despite not knowing the specifics of his connection with Feng Ku, she sensed the significance attached to this individual. However, the name Lin Fei struck a discordant note within her, recalling the morning's humiliating encounter with the man who had sullied her reputation and frantically urged her to marry him. A sudden arrival of a taxi at the hotel entrance drew her attention. The passenger paid the driver and awaited change when a Cadillac approached, driven by a young man in his 20s, who, frustrated by the taxi blocking the road, honked incessantly. "Good dogs don't block the road," the young man shouted, leaning out the window in anger. The hotel security, noticing the commotion, rushed over. Just then, Lin Fei exited the taxi. Having just received his change, the taxi moved away, leaving Lin Fei face to face with the two security guards. "Sir, are you here to stay at the hotel?" one of the guards inquired. "No, then you are." Upon their first glance, the guards had already judged Lin Fei, yet their professionalism restrained them from reacting immediately. Learning he was not a hotel guest, their expressions turned unfriendly to "I am here to attend the promotional gala for Dark Knight." Lin Fei replied calmly. The guards exchanged glances, intending to ask for an invitation. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from behind. "Since when did New Garden Hotel allow beggars to enter?" All eyes turned toward Lin Fei. "Sir, please present your invitation." The guard maintained his composure. "I have no invitation. I was personally invited by Director Feng Ku," Lin Fei stated with a steady tone. The guards not only disbelieved him but also chuckled, as if they had heard an amusing joke. At that moment, the young man from the Rolls-Royce approached Lin Fei, radiating arrogance and disdain. "Your security has really deteriorated. Why are you wasting time with this beggar? You should be throwing him out immediately." The young man, feeling ignored, erupted in anger. "He claims to have been personally invited by Director Feng Ku." One guard explained to the young man, "I, Chao Ming, was personally invited by Feng Ku. Do you believe me?" the young man asked the guard. "Certainly." The guards, accustomed to discerning the status of individuals entering and exiting the hotel, recognized the young man's attire and the Rolls-Royce as indicators of his affluent background. "Believing there's no need for further discussion here, sir, I kindly ask you to leave." Noticing Chao Ming's displeasure, the security guard immediately turned to Lin Fei, gesturing towards the entrance of the hotel. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression equally displeased. "I wondered why that voice sounded so familiar. It turns out Mr. Chao has arrived. Who are you angry with? You mustn't let anger prevent you from entering." Accompanied by a melodious voice, Gu Lanyue, clad in an elegant off-shoulder blue gown, adorned with white gloves and her chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders, approached Chao Ming, wrapping her arms around his. She leaned her half-body against him, deliberately pressing against him playfully. Chao Ming felt quite pleased, reciprocating by embracing Gu Lanyue. Today, he consulted the almanac before stepping out, and he found himself entangled with such a fool. Earlier, this person had blocked his car while parking, and now he stood in his way with a pitiful appearance, falsely claiming to be invited by Director Feng Ku. One might wonder if he had hit his head on a door. "Mr. Chao, I suspect his head was squeezed by a woman's legs, which is why he has become such a fool," Gu Lanyue remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fei. "Which woman would squeeze his head? Unless that woman were unwell herself. I shall reiterate. I was verbally invited by Director Feng Ku. He and I are good friends," Lin Fei insisted, disregarding Chao Ming. The security guard remained silent as Chao Ming scrutinized Lin Fei once more, then burst into laughter. "What did you say? Feng Ku invited you? You and Feng Ku are friends?" "Indeed." Lin Fei nodded once more. "Little beggar, please stop jesting. With your appearance, you claim to be friends with Feng Ku. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you are? I reckon you merely wish to crash the banquet for free food and drink." Chao Ming scoffed. Lin Fei's expression darkened, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. This was his first time attending such a banquet. After having witnessed many incidents of people being turned away at the door on television and in novels, he was astonished to find himself in a similar predicament, just as he was about to lose his temper. A voice called out from behind, "Mr. Lin, what a coincidence to find you here." Accompanied by the voice, Zhaoren approached. "They want to let me in," Lin Fei stated, and Zhaoren instantly understood. Upon glancing at Lin Fei's attire, he couldn't help but admire him internally. Wealthy individuals possess a different demeanor. They remain unfazed by the venue, instead maintaining their own style. He is an important friend of Director Feng Ku. I can vouch for him. Here is my invitation. Zhao presented his invitation to the security guard, emphasizing Lin Fei's significance in Feng Ku's eyes. Important friend. What an odd definition. Am I not also an important friend of Feng Ku? Chao Ming grumbled, displeased. Mr. Chao, you are indeed Director Feng's most significant friend, and this importance is not something to be taken lightly. Gu Lanyue chimed in, eager to flatter him. Chao Ming appreciated the compliment. Nonetheless, the security guard appeared bewildered, unsure whether to grant entry or not. The commotion at the entrance caught the attention of Mu Xinchuan inside, prompting her to stride toward the entrance. Ru Xue, Zhong Zifu, and Xiao Tianan followed closely behind. What is happening? Mu Xinchuan inquired before even reaching the door. Lin Fei was taken aback. That voice sounded so familiar. Looking up, he locked eyes with her. How is it you? Both Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Fei admired how the evening gown accentuated Mu Xinchuan's curvaceous figure, silently acknowledging her beauty. Sensing Lin Fei's gaze, Mu Xinchuan's brows knitted together, her initial surprise giving way to displeasure as she recalled the pain from earlier. Intensifying her frown, I am here to attend the promotional banquet. Lin Fei suppressed his excitement and replied. Mu Xinchuan felt a shiver run down her spine. Lin Fei? This fellow is Lin Fei? Feng Ku asked me to wait for Lin Fei. Could it truly be him? Mu Xinchuan seemed momentarily petrified, which caused Chao Ming nearby to grow increasingly irate. He feigned a cough, stepping forward with a gentlemanly demeanor. Miss Mu Xinchuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chao Ming, General Manager of Jiangnan City's Huiguang Film and Television Company. Mu Xinchuan recognized Chao Ming and understood his background, thus politely extending her hand for a light shake. However, Chao Ming gripped her hand tightly, causing her to attempt to withdraw it twice unsuccessfully, which only darkened her expression further. Seeing this, Lin Fei felt a surge of anger. A good dog doesn't block the way. Chao Ming had intended to continue his flirtation, but Lin Fei's remark left him humiliated. Isn't that what I just insulted him with? Why hasn't he been driven away yet? Chao Ming shouted at the security guard behind him. Zhong Zifu, noticing Chao Ming's anger, stepped forward to block Lin Fei, addressing the security guard. Quickly, throw this beggar out. The already awkward security guard found himself in an even more embarrassing situation. He is an important friend of Director Feng Ku. I have an invitation. I intend to bring him inside. It's this critical moment. Zhao Ren intervened once more. An important friend of Feng Ku? Just look at his attire. Who would believe he is an important friend? Gu Lanyue scoffed, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Just because he isn't wearing designer brands doesn't mean he should be looked down upon. Do not underestimate others. Chao Ming narrowed his brows in annoyance. Did you just call me a dog? Are you looking for death? I insulted dogs. If you acknowledge yourself as one, that would be even better. Lin Fei's irritation flared as well. You little brat. You re-asking for it? Zhong Zifu was the first to curse. Enough. Mr. Lin, please come in. Director Feng Ku asked me to wait here. I should have been more considerate. Mu Xinchuan, recalling the significance of the banquet, reluctantly stepped forward to defend Lin Fei, despite her unwillingness to see him. Xinchuan, we are leaving. Lin Fei stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Mu Xinchuan's waist as they made their way toward the hall. Oh my goddess has been snatched away. The security guard behind them muttered under his breath. Chao Ming tightened his grip on Gu Lanyue's hand, his gaze filled with resentment. Chapter 14. A clash. Chao Ming had long admired Mu Xinchuan and had pursued her on numerous occasions, even selecting films and preparing funds for her to star as the lead, only to be rejected each time. Today, he finally had the opportunity to hold Mu Xinchuan's hand, only for Lin Fei to disrupt everything. Igniting his fury, as the general manager of Jiangnan City's Huiguang Film and Television Company, countless women vied for his attention, longing to share his bed, even begging like dogs at his feet. Just like Gu Lanyue in his arms, who had already been toyed with by Chao Ming multiple times in her pursuit of a leading role in a TV series, yet still found herself pleading and groveling. Mr. Chao, do not dwell on temporary setbacks. If today's banquet fails, they will still come to you, and at that time, you can have Mu Xinchuan personally plead with you, Zhong Zifu whispered in Chao Ming's ear. Having completed his role as a supporting character in Dark Knight, Zhong Zifu had already decided to switch to Chao Ming's company, hence his constant flattery. Work hard, Zifu. Only by stepping out of Feng Ku's shadow can you have a brilliant tomorrow. A glimmer of affirmation flashed in Chao Ming's eyes. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Chao. I will not disappoint you. Zhong Zifu immediately vowed. Chao Ming said nothing, instead embracing Gu Lanyue as they walked toward the hotel ahead. Mu Xinchuan reached the elevator, escaping the view of Chao Ming and the others, and swiftly broke free from Lin Fei's grasp. "Mind your mouth and hands, or I shall not be polite," she warned. "What would being impolite entail? Shall we go get a marriage certificate?" "Get lost." Upon hearing the words marriage certificate, Mu Xinchuan felt a jolt of panic. "Without a marriage certificate, you will be at a disadvantage." Lin Fei smirked mischievously. "Dream on. I will never have any ties with you again." After speaking, Mu Xinchuan retreated to the corner of the elevator, distancing herself from Lin Fei. Earlier, the woman beside Chao Ming remarked that my head was squeezed by a woman's legs. Lin Fei chuckled wickedly. Swish! Mu Xinchuan's face flushed crimson to her neck. "Go die!" She spat angrily, stepping back. The sudden movement caused her discomfort, and she grimaced in pain. "You should be resting," Lin Fei said, feigning concern. "No need. Then shall we continue tonight? You were too passive last night." "I lacked passion in my dreams." "Perhaps go die." Mu Xinchuan's face was so flushed it seemed like it could drip with water, her irritation overwhelming her sense of decorum as she let out a curse. This rogue, so unabashedly forward, dared to suggest a next time. Even if death were on the horizon, she would not entertain the prospect of a next time with him. Observing Mu Xinchuan's fury, Lin Fei, realizing the nature of the setting, smiled slightly and fell silent. This, in turn, made Mu Xinchuan feel an inexplicable tension. Could he be suppressing his feelings? Ding! The elevator arrived, and Mu Xinchuan hurriedly exited, fearing another embrace from Lin Fei. Lin Fei merely shook his head, exiting the elevator naturally, striding toward the banquet hall under the astonished gaze of the welcoming hostess. The Xinyuan Grand Hotel is the largest and most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan City, and its banquet hall is the epitome of opulence. Lin Fei gazed around the hall, which spanned nearly 2,000 square meters, accommodating over 1,000 guests. The hall's ceiling soared above 5 meters, imparting a sense of spaciousness and grandeur. The overall decor featured soft, light tones, with meticulously selected embellishments and thoughtful designs throughout, blending fashionable allure with exquisite elegance, understated yet luxurious. Amidst the exquisite decor of the banquet hall, adorned with fresh flowers and delectable cuisine, elegant women and dapper gentlemen gracefully traversed the space, enhancing its grandeur. The waitstaff, clad in short skirts, buzzed about like diligent bees, attentively serving tea and water to the guests. To the east of the hall, a lavish buffet boasted an array of gourmet delicacies from various regions, complemented by an abundance of fine wines, reflecting the host's meticulous regard for the event and respect for the esteemed guests. Lin Fei silently commended the choice of venue made by Feng Ku. Upon entering the banquet hall, he sought a quiet corner to savor his meal, having spent the day in labor, with only a hurried lunch to sustain him. The diverse offerings at the buffet were unfamiliar to him. He relished 2 plates without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, despite his discreet presence in the corner, Chao Ming had been searching for him since his arrival. It was only on Lin Fei's 3rd trip to the buffet that he was finally spotted by Chao Ming, who was accompanied by Zhong Zifu and Gu Lanyue, both of whom reacted as if they had discovered a new world. "Chao, shall we join him?" Gu Lanyue suggested, her words laden with implication. "After all, we wouldn't want him to feel lonely." At her remark, Chao Ming promptly responded and led the way toward Lin Fei, with Zhong Zifu trailing closely, eager to flatter. Just as Lin Fei settled down with his food and was about to take a bite of steak, the trio took their seats around him. This time, Chao Ming was cautious, opting for pleasantries instead of confrontation. "Are you Lin Fei?" he inquired with a smile. Lin Fei glanced at him but remained silent, devouring his food as if he had been starved for years. Observing Chao Ming's courteous demeanor, Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu held their tongues, opting instead to signal for 3 glasses of wine. Gu Lanyue placed a glass before Chao Ming, took a sip, and regarded Lin Fei with a mocking glint in her eyes. "Mr. Lin, so you are here?" Zhaoran approached, taking a seat beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei merely nodded, continuing to eat without a word. A chill crept into Chao Ming's demeanor as he regarded Lin Fei, who appeared solely engrossed in his meal, a mere glutton, oblivious to the world around him. Yet, recalling the incident where Mu Xinchuan had been swept away by Lin Fei, his anger surged. "Have you heard the latest news from Jiangnan City?" Zhong Zifu broke the silence. "What news?" Chao Ming inquired, feigning interest. "Today, a remarkable property owner completed transactions for over 200 properties in a single day," Zhong Zifu revealed, casting a glance at Lin Fei. Smiles broke on the faces of Chao Ming and Gu Lanyue. Zhaoran, noticing Lin Fei's unperturbed expression, chose to remain silent, aware that the unfolding drama was about to intensify. The value of over 200 properties in Jiangnan City is nearly 300 million. Neither too much nor too little. Gu Lanyue commented. It depends on perspective. For us, acquiring such properties is feasible, but for some, owning even one might remain a lifelong dream. Chao Ming retorted, glancing at Lin Fei, then nodding at Zhong Zifu. Lin Fei? What is your take on this matter? Not a big deal, Lin Fei replied coolly, finishing his last bite of steak. Zhong Zifu's eyes darkened, a sneer escaping as he asked if it's not a big deal. How many properties do you own, Lin Fei? Ha, Zhong Zifu, do you truly believe he resembles someone with properties? Gu Lanyue scoffed, her disdain evident. Zhao Ren's lips twitched, though he remained silent. Be careful with your words. I heard that the illustrious property owner dressed simply, appearing like a commoner, yet the director of the property bureau personally accompanied him throughout the transactions. He is said to be quite young. Around our age, Zhong Zifu added. Perhaps he's a rich second generation then. Gu Lanyue feigned surprise, raising her glass and taking a hearty sip, almost choking in her haste. Lin Fei merely shook his head, indifferent to the banter. Gu Lanyue, annoyed, retorted, that individual dressed like a commoner. He couldn't possibly be you, could it? A person of his caliber would need to embody the essence of a commoner, which you clearly do not. Chao Ming interjected with a derisive laugh. By the way, Lin Fei, where do you reside? Gu Lanyue inquired, raising an eyebrow. Homeless, he replied. So you have no place to live? Zhong Zifu mocked. Being homeless means having many options for lodging, Lin Fei countered, irritation creeping into his tone. Indeed, you could reside in a subway tunnel, a train station, the entrance of a mall, or on a park bench. Your intellect seems lacking, Lin Fei shot back, unable to hold his tongue against Zhong Zifu's taunts. What Lin Fei means is that he has numerous properties to choose from, Gu Lanyue interjected. Ah, I see. Zhong Zifu caught on it. So, you reside in a public restroom then, Gu Lanyue laughed, her mirth infectious, drawing laughter from Chao Ming and Zhong Zifu as well. Their conversation caught the attention of Mu Xinchuan, Ruo Shui, and Xiao Tianan, who approached. Despite her poor impression of Lin Fei, Mu Xinchuan, mindful of Feng Ke's instructions, refrained from showing any disregard. What are you all discussing so merrily? She asked. Xinchuan, your timing is impeccable. Lin Fei claims to be homeless because he has too many places to stay. Can you guess where? Zhong Zifu prompted. In a restroom, he answered, prompting Mu Xinchuan's expression to darken. Can we cease this nonsense? You stayed in a luxurious suite that costs over 2,000 a night. How does that equate to living in a restroom? She challenged. It wasn't my assertion. It was her claim, Lin Fei replied calmly. Gu Lanyue's expression shifted, and she laughed. It's all in jest. Has everyone heard about the remarkable property owner? Zhong Zifu redirected the conversation. This young man, regardless of his profession, possesses remarkable insight and audacity. Ruo Shui chimed in, her words surprising Lin Fei, who found her demeanor far more agreeable than Gu Lanyue's. Why so? He asked, intrigued. Lin Fei perceived Ruo Shui as composed and perceptive, possessing a keen understanding of human nature which made him regard her favorably. Regardless of government regulations, real estate will inevitably soar in value over time. Investing in property is a sure profit. I heard that prices in Jiangnan City rose by 10% today. Ruo Shui explained, looking at Lin Fei. You possess keen insight, Lin Fei complimented with a smile. Ruo Shui, you haven't sunk to seeking praise from him, have you? Gu Lanyue taunted. What matters is that when Lin Fei speaks, it's as if he is the illustrious property owner himself. Doesn't that strike you as amusing? Chao Ming, noticing Mu Xinchuan's favorable treatment of Lin Fei, felt a surge of irritation. With Ruo Shui engaging Lin Fei, his annoyance grew, and he retorted, indeed. Lin Fei, you wouldn't happen to be the illustrious property owner, would you? Zhong Zifu eagerly echoed the sentiment. Congratulations, you guessed correctly, Lin Fei replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance. His words hung in the air, causing a moment of stunned silence before laughter erupted around him. Huh? Lin Fei, what a jest! Gu Lanyue struggled to articulate amidst her laughter. I believe it's more about audacity than humor, Chao Ming interjected, his amusement fading into seriousness. People of that caliber are not to be trifled with. Even I would approach them with utmost respect, for they are the true benefactors. Chao Ming shook his head, aware that Lin Fei, in his naivete, could hardly grasp the profound implications of wealth. While laughter continued to resonate, Chao Ming's words deepened the disdain held for Lin Fei. Zhao Ren, seated quietly beside them, observed Lin Fei in silence. Lin Fei offered a faint smile, refraining from further explanation. Excuse me, would you mind signing an autograph for me? A courteous voice inquired from beside the table. All eyes turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound. Chapter 16. I only desire your signature, a young girl, approximately 20 years of age, with cascading hair and dressed in a form-fitting cheapao, possessed fair skin and wore a subtle touch of makeup, exuding an air of elegance and modesty, tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet, her attire revealed her role as a waitress, which immediately displeased Chao Ming, Zhong Zifu, and Gu Lanyue present. Lin Fei was taken aback. Was this not the girl who rented Aunt Zhang's room? Just as Gu Lanyue was about to dismiss her, Mu Xinchuan had already spoken. All right, please hand me your notebook and pen. Sure, absolutely. The girl appeared exceedingly excited. Hastily retrieving a notebook and a pen from beneath her tray, clearly having been prepared, Mu Xinchuan opened the notebook and gracefully inscribed her artistic signature on the title page. I will sign for you as well. Ruo Shui followed suit. Xiao Tianan, who had remained silent, also signed upon witnessing Mu Xinchuan and Ruo Shui's actions. Little sister, let me sign for you too, Gu Lanyue remarked, taking the notebook and swiftly signing her name. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Fei, Zhong Zifu then added his signature. The girl's expression grew increasingly grim with each signature from Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu. I am not a celebrity, so I won't sign, Chao Ming said impatiently. Chao, your signature is the most valuable. Who among us wouldn't wish to acquire it? Zhong Zifu flattered from the side. Indeed, when you sign, it rains money from the heavens. That is the signature that truly matters, Gu Lanyue quickly echoed. Lin Fei, why not sign for her? Chao Ming, pleased with the flattery, looked at Lin Fei and spoke with a condescending tone. His signature? Who would want that? Zhong Zifu retorted. His signature is merely a waste of paper and pen. Go have it in this notebook would be a desecration. Gu Lanyue followed up. Lin Fei scoffed softly, shaking his head, seemingly unfazed. Chao Ming was highly displeased with Lin Fei's dismissive attitude and angrily said, Don't be so arrogant. If she asks for your signature, either she is foolish or I am. Mr. Lin, could you please sign for me? Just as Chao Ming finished speaking, the waitress turned to Lin Fei, her tone filled with hope. Ha! Chao, you were right. This woman truly is a fool. Who could argue otherwise? For such an important banquet, they have a foolish woman serving, even asking us for signatures. It's utterly regrettable. Zhong Zifu and Gu Lanyue complained. I am not a star, Lin Fei said to the girl. His voice calmed. And I know you are not a star. I actually came here primarily to obtain your signature, the waitress said shyly. Ever since she had heard about Lin Fei's deeds at Aunt Zhang's door, she had resolved to seek his signature as a source of motivation. The audience collectively felt they had misheard. Even Mu Xinchuan's eyes were filled with astonishment, while Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu could hardly restrain their desire to leap up and snatch the signed notebook to tear it apart. Why? You are my role model? A role model? Lin Fei was even more bewildered. Ha! He is someone else's role model? Gu Lanyue scoffed, as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world. Zhao Run had now raised his head to look at the girl, equally astonished, for she shared his sentiments, which was quite strange. Some may earn their keep through beauty, others through selling their bodies, while some may rely on familial connections. Yet you earn yours through intellect and wisdom, which I respect the most, making you my greatest role model, the waitress said sincerely. Little girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will have to inform your manager to dismiss you, Gu Lanyue threatened, her pride wounded by the mention of selling oneself. Mr. Lin, if I could obtain your signature, I would gladly resign from my job, the waitress continued, disregarding Gu Lanyue. Mu Xinchuan furrowed her brow, observing Lin Fei, who stood at around 6 feet tall. Apart from being somewhat handsome, she could discern no extraordinary traits. Why did this waitress hold him in such high regard? In truth, my signature holds little value. Lin Fei smiled as he accepted the notebook and pen, compelled to acknowledge the girl's sincerity. The mere fact that Mr. Lin transitioned from renting a room yesterday to becoming the most esteemed landlord in Jiangnan today, this title embodies countless worth. Indeed, for me, it serves as motivation, a self-flagellation. I will hang it above my bed. Reminding myself that dreams lead to a future, the waitress earnestly declared. What a foolish woman. She deserves to be poor, Gu Lanyue muttered. What did you just say? Zhong Zifu asked, astonished. What do you mean? The waitress felt a profound disdain for them. Interrupting her exchange with Lin Fei, did you just call him the most esteemed landlord in Jiangnan? Zhong Zifu asked, despite the pain and conflict within him. Indeed. Mr. Lin is the most esteemed landlord, having sold over 200 houses in a single day. What of it? The waitress curiously retorted. Zhong Zifu. Gu Lanyue directly covered her mouth, Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan, and the others were equally astonished. Chao Ming could not help but shiver, feeling a chill run down his spine. How could this be possible? Ha, little sister, you are quite amusing. I hope your dreams come true. Lin Fei chuckled as he finished signing and handed the notebook to the waitress. Ha, he is the most esteemed landlord. What a grand joke. Zhong Zifu, feeling deeply provoked, could not help but exclaim loudly, Lin Fei, where did you find such a shill? If you are going to find one, at least choose a reliable one. Gu Lanyue similarly expressed disbelief. The mindset of the impoverished is beyond the comprehension of us affluent. Let them indulge in their vanity, Chao Ming remarked, regaining his composure as he addressed Zhong Zifu and Gu Lanyue. I have stated that my foremost desire is Mr. Lin's signature. The signatures of those three, including Mu Xinchuan, are acceptable, but yours would be a desecration to Mr. Lin, he concluded, and with a ripping sound, he tore up the paper containing Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu's signatures. The two were left fuming, and as for you, sir, your signature is utterly worthless in my eyes, unworthy even of being tossed into the trash, and you, my dear, are a true fool, a complete fool. The waitress crumpled the signed paper from Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu and tossed it before them, striding away with pride, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Chapter 17. This is Mr. Lin Fei's seat. Chao Ming and the others wore dark expressions, akin to a liver that had been stifled and unable to release its pressure. Looking as grim as one could imagine, their gazes simultaneously turned towards Lin Fei, their eyes ablaze with fury, wishing they could reduce him to ashes. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward. The most esteemed landlord. This phrase echoed incessantly in their ears. Oh, do not be angry, everyone. Lin Fei must have gone to great lengths to attend this banquet, likely with ulterior motives, Chao Ming attempted to placate. Haven't you heard of female celebrities marrying false tycoons due to ignorance, only to toil away to repay debts? Look, to fulfill his aspirations, he deliberately dressed this way to project an image of humility, making others underestimate him, only to stage a comeback and win the heart of a beauty. This tactic is undeniably clever, albeit somewhat juvenile. Chao Ming, not wishing to lose composure before Mu Xinchuan, was the first to regain his demeanor and continued to belittle Lin Fei. Mu Xinchuan remained silent, now even more suspicious of Lin Fei. She began to wonder if the events of the previous night had been a deliberate act on his part. Unable to forgive Lin Fei, she reflected on how her innocence had been so carelessly tarnished. In truth, the waitress did not lie, nor did I act. I am not an actor, Lin Fei replied calmly. You did not lie? Lin Fei indeed had not spoken falsely. However, the atmosphere had now descended into true awkwardness. Gu Lanyue let out a cold laugh, her silence speaking volumes. Lin Fei, you could gracefully admit your faults. At worst, it would be a loss of face. Yet you insist on claiming to be the most esteemed landlord, which is truly excessive, Zhong Zifu reproached from the side. This is beginning to feel immature, as if you are stubbornly clinging to your pride. To boast so extravagantly is downright absurd. You could claim to be worth a few 100,000, even $1 million, and it might be plausible. But to assert that you are the most esteemed landlord worth nearly 3 billion, while dressed as you are, is simply laughable. Fine, you are, indeed. Chao Ming chuckled, wearing a look of derision as he spoke, then shifted the conversation. Lin Fei, you may not grasp what 2 or 3 billion entails. Let me explain. If you possess 2 or 3 billion, you could purchase at least 4 of my illustrious film production companies. You could acquire at least 8 new garden hotels. Furthermore, if you had 2 or 3 billion, merely depositing the money in a bank would allow you to drive luxury cars, reside in grand mansions, enjoy beautiful women, and travel the world. As the comparison unfolded, it became evident that no one at the table believed Lin Fei's words anymore. He had indeed overstepped, boasting beyond reason. Even Chao Ming, who could not hold a candle to the most illustrious homeowners, felt a chill at the thought. Yet, no one mocked him. After all, Chao Ming was a person of considerable standing, someone whom the stars looked up to. Lin Fei chose silence. If these individuals did not trust him, there was no need for explanations. However, it was clear that even Mu Xinchuan regarded his claims with some discontent. Esteemed guests, the promotional banquet for Dark Night is about to commence. Please take your seats, announced the event host, alleviating the awkwardness at Lin Fei's table. Lin Fei, remain seated. No place is more befitting for you, Chao Ming instructed before rising and making his way to the main table in the banquet hall. Mu Xinchuan and the others also stood, ready to express their gratitude as members of the film crew. As she stood, Mu Xinchuan cast a glance at Lin Fei, wishing to advise him to be grounded and not to chase after hollow fame. Yet, Upon seeing the faint smile in Lin Fei's eyes, her words faltered. Sometimes, it is better to remain silent. Upon reaching the main table, Chao Ming found himself surrounded by many peers from the film industry. Smiling as he greeted them and prepared to sit down. "Sir, are you Mr. Lin Fei?" A server approached with a list. "Lin Fei?" Chao Ming was taken aback. "Ha. I am Chao Ming, the general manager of Brilliant Film Company." Not Lin Fei. The portly man seated nearby, familiar with Chao Ming, chuckled and introduced himself. "I apologize, Mr. Chao, but you cannot sit at this table." "Why not?" Since arriving at the hotel and encountering Lin Fei, Chao Ming had been on the receiving end of humiliation. Now, to discover that a seat was reserved for Lin Fei made him seethe with rage. "Sir, this seating arrangement was made by Director Feng Ku. His exact words were that this table is for the investors of Dark Knight. Non-investors are not permitted to sit here." The female server maintained her professional smile. Chao Ming exclaimed, "How much did Lin Fei invest?" "I invested 10 million. I was the largest shareholder previously." "Why is he seated at the left?" Head bowed? The portly man questioned, perplexed. "I don't know. Even Li Anqi has no right to sit at the main table." "That Lin Fei must have invested quite a sum." Others chimed in. "Lin Fei, the so-called greatest homeowner in Jiangnan City. Please come sit here. A place has been specially reserved for you." Chao Ming's mind was racing. He sought nothing but to humiliate Lin Fei, and the once lively atmosphere fell silent. The greatest homeowner in history? Is that not what everyone has been discussing in this banquet hall? Eyes turned toward the direction Chao Ming was pointing. Lin Fei had been comfortably seated, engaged in conversation with Zhao Ran, and had no intention of moving. However, with the curtain pulled back on this reality, he had no choice but to comply. As Lin Fei stood, the crowd erupted in boos and even laughter. The greatest homeowner in history? Who would believe that? Dressed like a beggar. Come, let us applaud and welcome this so-called greatest homeowner. Chao Ming seized the moment, clapping his hands first, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Many recognized Chao Ming's sarcasm, and the applause mingled with derision. Chapter 18. I am the evidence. Lin Fei approached with a calm demeanor, maintaining a faint smile, while Chao Ming wore a sinister grin. "Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to Mr. Lin Fei, who claims to be an important friend invited by Director Feng Ku to this banquet. Just now, he proclaimed himself the greatest homeowner in Jiangnan City, having sold over 200 houses today. He is, without a doubt, the rightful occupant of the main seat at this banquet. Let us welcome Mr. Lin Fei to take his place." Chao Ming's enthusiastic introduction only fueled the laughter. Yet, Lin Fei appeared impervious to the mockery, proceeding with measured steps and an air of serenity. The more Lin Fei remained composed, the more agitated Chao Ming became. "Lin Fei, as the owner of over 200 houses, what are your thoughts?" "None." "Then, as the owner of these houses, wouldn't you say you have inflated the housing prices in Jiangnan City by 10%? Isn't that tantamount to market manipulation?" "Not at all. Do not tell me that you intend to reside in all those properties." "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." Chao Ming rolled his eyes in frustration. "With so many houses, how could you possibly inhabit them all? Why not ask the ancient emperors how they managed with so many concubines?" "That is mere sophistry. You are the epitome of idle concern." Lin Fei had long been incensed by Chao Ming, but had chosen to remain dignified as a host of the banquet. Now, with Chao Ming using real estate to belittle him, he could no longer hold back. Lin Fei's sudden outburst caught Chao Ming off guard. "Lin Fei, we are civilized individuals. Please mind your language." "Civilized? Then let me ask you. Mr. Chao, since your tenure as general manager of Brilliant Film Company, how many female stars have you taken advantage of?" Chao Ming was rendered speechless. "Oh, not tell me you have never done so. Do you think anyone here would believe your denial? That is my concern, and none of your business. Then how many houses I buy is of no concern to you either? Are you not envious?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, earlier, Chao Ming claimed that the money I used to purchase properties could buy 4 of his companies and 8 of the new garden hotels." Lin Fei finally erupted, vocally rebutting Chao Ming. His sudden fervor left Chao Ming at a loss for words. Finally, in a fit of anger, Chao Ming retorted, "The housing prices in Jiangnan City have been driven up by people like you, harming the interests of the common folk for your own gain." "Do you have evidence?" Lin Fei asked, smiling. "Are you buying houses for profit, or for what purpose? You run a company, do you not do so for profit?" "I do not exploit the common people like you." "Evidence? What evidence do you have? And what evidence do you have to prove you are not exploiting the common people?" The confrontation escalated. Mr. Lin Fei has not spoken falsely. "I am the evidence." Zhao Ran, who had been quietly observing from the corner, suddenly stood and strode forward. Seeing Zhao Ran, Chao Ming was taken aback. having previously dismissed this man as inconsequential. What can you prove? Mr. Lin has purchased over 200 houses and has arranged for 100 of them to be rented at a low cost to recent graduates in Jiangnan City, encouraging these students to start businesses and contribute to the city's development. Furthermore, he has allocated another 100 houses to be provided free of charge to impoverished families in Jiangnan City, in collaboration with the government to assist those in need. This is how Mr. Lin has chosen to utilize his properties. Now, tell me, is such a man truly harming the citizens of Jiangnan City or benefiting them? While Mr. Lin's bulk purchasing did cause a temporary fluctuation in housing prices, as long as no further acquisitions are made, the market will stabilize and return to previous levels. This brief fluctuation does not affect the larger picture. Zhao Ren addressed the crowd with remarkable composure, his eloquence silencing the hundreds present. Much of what he articulated was not entirely his own thoughts, but rather a culmination of discussions with Lin Fei moments earlier. They had just resolved to invest 100 million to establish a second-hand housing company, with Zhao Ren at the helm, targeting nationwide investments in second-hand properties. Tio expressed gratitude for the benefits and perspectives gained from investing in Jiangnan City. Lin Fei had determined the handling of the 200 houses, as Zhao Ren described, offering them at low rents to entrepreneurial students and providing free housing for impoverished families. These two strategies not only demonstrated high moral standing but also reflected an expansive vision. Suddenly, applause erupted from the crowd, starting with one individual and growing louder and more fervent. Lin Fei maintained his serene smile, appearing as though all of this was inconsequential to him. His calm demeanor only deepened the admiration and sincere appreciation from those present. Meanwhile, Chao Ming stood beside Lin Fei, reduced to a mere jester in the unfolding drama. Chao, do you have anything else to say? Since Zhao Ren is now under Lin Fei, he is naturally determined to follow him. As for Chao Ming, he is merely a target for ridicule. Chao Ming's face turned ashen, his eyes narrowed, and his lips pressed tightly together, exuding a chilling aura. I recall now, Chao mentioned earlier, with 200 or 300 million. One could simply deposit the money in the bank daily, drive luxury cars, reside in opulent mansions, court beautiful women, and travel the world. I hope I haven't misquoted you, have I? Zhao Ren continued to smile as he inquired. Chao Ming. Zhao Ren's words starkly illustrated the vast chasm between Chao Ming and Lin Fei, leaving Chao Ming feeling even more humiliated. Chao Ming, there's no need for such anger. No one here will mock you. Do you know why? Why? Because when the waitress approached me for a signature, you remarked that if she did so, either she was foolish or you were. Well, the waitress approached me, I signed, and it now proves that you are the foolish one. Since you are the fool, do you think these people will still be angry with you? No, they certainly will not. They will forgive a fool. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Fei smiled at Chao Ming, speaking in a calm tone. Chao Ming, Chapter 19. You only have one opportunity to choose. Chao Ming was filled with intense hatred. He was a well-known figure in the circles of Jiangnan City, particularly renowned in the film and entertainment industry. Each day, it was not Chao Ming who flattered others, but rather others who sought to flatter him. He had grown accustomed to being elevated above others, to having people grovel at his feet, and to receiving desperate, yearning glances from those around him. Today, however, Lin Fei and Zhao Ren, in perfect harmony, had transformed him into a laughingstock before a crowd of hundreds. Seated amongst them were either entertainers or investors, and he felt utterly humiliated. Although no one laughed, the resounding applause felt more painful than a slap to his face. The heat in his cheeks signified a level of embarrassment he had never experienced before. Lin Fei, indifferent to Chao Ming's plight, slowly approached the table, pulled out a chair, and with a slight smile towards the gathered crowd, confidently took his seat. He was the most poorly dressed person in the entire banquet hall. Yet not a single soul dared to look down upon him or ridicule him. Many even cast kind looks and engaged him in conversation. In this society, where strength reigns supreme, wealth is paramount, and Lin Fei's possessions serve as his capital. While 200 or 300 million might be accessible to many present, utilizing such sums to purchase property for a specific purpose was exceedingly rare. Yet Lin Fei had achieved it. Lin Fei was the youngest at the table. Do not belittle the youth. Moreover, he was not impoverished. Reflecting on his own youth, how many could boast of the wealth and stature Lin Fei possessed today? Chao Ming stood there like a stone statue, more a backdrop than anything else, albeit a rather pitiful one. Chao Ming, you really should not stand here. I believe there is no place here suited for you. Lin Fei remarked, glancing forward, his tone dismissive. This phrase was strikingly familiar, echoing Chao Ming's earlier words directed at Lin Fei. In an instant, the sentiment was returned. Lin Fei's actions demonstrated that Chao Ming was mistaken. But how could Chao Ming prove that Lin Fei was wrong? In the now silent banquet hall, Lin Fei's statement felt jarringly out of place, even harsh. Chao Ming's forehead throbbed with anger, his teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. Chao, perhaps you should ask the waitress to bring you an extra chair. Sitting beneath the podium allows you a closer view of the cast of Dark Knight as they express their gratitude. Zhao Ren, long intolerant of the disdain Chao Ming and his ilk had shown towards Lin Fei, now fully embraced his role as Lin Fei's subordinate and felt unrestrained. Just as Chao Ming was about to explode, melodious music filled the air, and the cast members, led by the host, elegantly approached the stage. Following closely behind the host was Feng Ku, clad in a striking white suit, standing tall and exuding confidence. As Feng Ku turned to greet the audience, Chao Ming stood out in stark contrast, appearing particularly conspicuous. Feng Ku stepped forward, smiling at Chao Ming. "Mr. Chao, why do you not take a seat?" "Humph, sit down." Chao Ming felt as though he might explode. A cold laugh accompanied by a scoff released his pent-up fury. Feng Ku's gaze shifted to Lin Fei, and upon meeting his eyes, Feng Ku's surprise transformed into a warm smile as he sincerely nodded and greeted Lin Fei. This scene did not escape the notice of the others. Chao Ming's indignation only deepened. How can a provincial bumpkin, a pitiful wretch, occupy the main seat? Gu Lanyue, noticing Chao Ming's displeasure, quickly grasped the situation and, with a scornful tone, remarked, "Lin Fei, do you truly believe yourself to be the greatest landlord? Even if you are, what difference does it make? How dare you contend with Mr. Chao?" Zhong Zifu chimed in with mocking laughter. Lin Fei remained silent, choosing to endure, as he was, after all, the primary investor and host, expected to maintain decorum. However, he was also observing, keen to gauge Feng Ku's reaction and discern his true character. "Jiu Lanyue. Zhong Zifu, you have no right to speak here. Be quiet." Feng Ku's expression darkened instantly. Jiu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu's faces paled, and the words they had intended to say evaporated. This was the first time Feng Ku had addressed them in such a manner, and it made them uneasy. "Feng Ku, what do you mean by this? Mr. Chao deserves a clear explanation." In response to Chao Ming's furious inquiry, Feng Ku matched his intensity with directness. "I am an important guest you invited verbally." "What does he amount to?" Chao Ming pointed at Lin Fei, angrily demanding an answer. "Mr. Chao, please mind your words. I have only verbally invited 2 key guests, and Lin Fei is the first." A collective gasp echoed through the room upon Feng Ku's declaration. His words were clear. Lin Fei held the top position in this hierarchy, which explained Feng Ku's immediate defense of him. Who exactly was Lin Fei? Was he merely the largest investor? It was important to note that Chao Ming's influence extended far beyond the illustrious film company. He also had connections with the Jiangnan City Broadcasting and Television Bureau, a relationship that instilled fear in many. Feng Ku's willingness to argue with Chao Ming on behalf of Lin Fei seemed to disregard that connection. "Ah, very well, Feng Ku. I never imagined a single Lin Fei could eclipse my significance in your eyes. Had I known this, I would not have attended the banquet today. Mr. Chao, respect is mutual. I do not know what transpired between you and Lin Fei, but I firmly believe that Lin Fei, by his nature, would never initiate conflict with you." Feng Ku stood resolutely beside Lin Fei, undeterred by Chao Ming's aggression. "Lin Fei is worthy of contention with me? Absurd. You underestimate me, Chao Ming. Even you, Feng Ku, are nothing in my eyes. Mr. Chao, please choose your words carefully." The tension between Chao Ming and Feng Ku escalated. The crowd's gaze shifted between the two men and Lin Fei. Growing increasingly bewildered by how Lin Fei had managed to elicit such loyalty from Feng Ku. Particularly perplexed was Mu Xinxuan, who had worked alongside Feng Ku for years and understood his character well. Few could command Feng Ku's respect. Thus, for Feng Ku to alter his demeanor for a mere Lin Fei was astonishing. "Feng Ku, you are indeed impressive. Today, I will not mince words. You must now choose one person to remain here between Lin Fei and myself. Remember, you only have one chance." Chao Ming's gaze was icy as he regarded Feng Ku, his words laden with a chilling indifference, even tinged with a threat. Chapter 20. He is my brother, Mr. Chao, why must it come to this? Feng Ku understood Chao Ming's narrow-mindedness and lack of tolerance, aware that he could easily resort to underhanded tactics. This invitation was extended partly due to their shared profession and partly because of the power behind Chao Ming. Were it not for these reasons, Feng Ku might not have entertained him at all, viewing him merely as scum. The ongoing delays in his film's release and the pressure for remuneration were not without Chao Ming's influence. However, Feng Ku did not wish to sever ties openly. Now that Chao Ming demanded a choice, Feng Ku hesitated. "Feng Ku, are you wavering? Please remember, for your film to be screened, it must first gain approval from the Jiangnan City Broadcasting and Television Bureau. Otherwise, Mr. Chow, there's no need to elaborate. I have already made my choice, Director Feng. Please think carefully. Indeed, Director Feng, our investment in the film has yet to yield any returns. We remain in the red. Feng Ku, do not act impulsively. You may regret it in the future. Feng Ku's decisive stance towards Chao Ming immediately drew concerned admonitions from other investors and peers present. Lin Fei, do you see? Even if you possess wealth, what does it truly matter? In this society, the emphasis lies not solely on wealth, but on a more significant element, power. You possess none. What right do you have to contend with me? Chao Ming gazed at Lin Fei. His demeanor undeniably arrogant. Lin Fei remained silent, patiently awaiting Feng Ku's decision. He had been listening intently to the counsel of others, yet his expression betrayed no sign of change, even revealing a faint calmness and smile. Lin Fei's composure only deepened Feng Ku's admiration for him. This young man, despite his age, exuded a charisma, a boldness, and a vision that had profoundly impressed Feng Ku, knowledge of which was privy only to him and Zhao Ren. Thus, he comprehended the caution others urged upon him. However, a brother's bond is for a lifetime. Chao Ming, your perspective is fundamentally flawed. Flawed? There is no need for a choice. Why? Because Lin Fei is my brother. In my philosophy of life, the term brother outweighs even existence itself. Therefore, you are unworthy of compelling me to choose between you and him. If Chao Ming had felt humiliated earlier by Lin Fei and Zhao Ren, harboring anger and resentment, believing he had encountered a fool, a person devoid of understanding or reality, then Feng Ku's choice utterly shattered his pride, leaving him in anguish and embarrassment. It is crucial to note that Feng Ku, an experienced player in this field, understood the intricacies of the circle, and his decision was a complete affront. A tumult arose in the venue. Feng Ku, have you lost your mind? Are you jesting with our investments? I hereby withdraw my investment. You must compensate me immediately. The investors were the first to erupt, directing their ire at Feng Ku. Lin Fei's presence at the head of the table had already stripped them of their dignity, fostering resentment. Now, Feng Ku's choice seemed poised to render their investments worthless. Feng Ku's face darkened upon hearing their withdrawal, yet his resolve to support Lin Fei remained steadfast. Lin Fei observed this entire scene with acute awareness. Feng Ku, do you see? This is the consequence of your choice, haha. Lin Fei, are you not Feng Ku's good brother? This time, you brothers have witnessed what true disparity and genuine strength entail, have you not? Chao Ming declared with arrogance, laughter punctuating his words. The cast of the Dark Knight film crew was enveloped in tension, a sense of inexplicable despair permeating the AI art. Jiu Lanyue turned her gaze towards Feng Ku, her tone laced with animosity. Feng Ku, I never imagined you would forsake our interests for your own selfish reasons. You are unworthy of being a director. Feng Ku, I hope you will honor your commitments. Regardless of whether Dark Knight ever screens, you must settle our wages first, chimed in Zhong Zifeud. As the two spoke, many others in the crew echoed their sentiments, all with the singular intent of demanding their remuneration. Only Mu Xinchuan, Ruo Shui, and Xiao Tianan remained silent. Rebellion within the ranks. Such was the situation at hand, and the more Chao Ming observed, the more his heart rejoiced. His intent had always been to poach the Dark Knight crew for his own company, thereby coercing Feng Ku and Mu Xinchuan into signing with him. He had conspired with Gu Lanyue and Zhong Zifu prior to this, urging them to raise the issue of wages at the press conference to tarnish Feng Ku's reputation and hinder the film's release. The two had merely nodded in agreement, lacking any certainty of success. Yet, Lin Fei's emergence had rendered all their machinations effortlessly achievable. Joy radiated from Chao Ming's expression. It was a thrill born of opportunism. A fortuitous gain without labor. Lin Fei noted the silence of Mu Xinchuan, Ruo Shui, and Xiao Tianan, his impression of them improving, particularly with Mu Xinchuan, whom he had already begun to regard as his own. How many women in this society remain untainted by greed? Reflecting on the fact that she had given him her first, Lin Fei felt invigorated. Does anyone else wish to speak? He inquired. Feng Ku had intended to address the financial matters, but was preempted by Lin Fei's rise. The room fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. Brother Feng, please arrange for the investors' contracts to be retrieved. For anyone wishing to withdraw their investment, I will accept it immediately and sign the contract, offering an additional 10% as compensation. Lin Fei surveyed the investors at the table, finally resting his gaze on Feng Ku's face. Upon hearing of their intent to withdraw, Feng Ku's heart sank, contemplating the 70 million lost. Yet, Lin Fei's words transformed his despair into joy. Good brother. Lin Fei nodded with excitement. Excellent, truly remarkable. heroes emerge from youth. Suddenly, Li Anqi, seated to Lin Fei's left, spoke up, "Brother Lin, I know little of your circumstances, and I am unfamiliar with you, but based on your loyalty, I guarantee I will not withdraw my investment, even if my 1 million is lost. I wish merely to witness the existence of true brotherhood in this era." "Thank you, brotherly," Lin Fei replied with a slight smile. Feng Ke's face lit up with gratitude upon hearing this. Chao Ming's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied with the unfolding situation, his gaze shifting to those who had just threatened to withdraw their investments. Initially silent, their heads snapped up in unison. Chapter 21. Wishing you early glory, harvesting the fruits. These 3 words echoed in the minds of the investors. Dark night had been completed. It was evident to all that merely screening it would yield profits. They were not foolish, and their anger stemmed solely from having offended Chao Ming. In truth, they were quite familiar with him, and to some extent, they shared a very cordial relationship, which had prompted their initial support to help Chao Ming regain face. Yet, they had not anticipated Feng Ke's defiance or Lin Fei's resolute stance, leaving them in an awkward predicament. If they persisted in backing Chao Ming, a mere nod would prompt Feng Ke and Lin Fei to tear up the contracts. Conversely, if they did not nod, the words had already been spoken, and retracting them was no simple matter. "Dear investors, securing your profits is paramount. You must deliberate carefully," Chao Ming remarked, recognizing their hesitation and seizing the opportunity. The investors exchanged glances, remaining silent, but the uncertainty in their eyes was palpable. "Zhang Yunhai, your Gri Meifu clothing company invested 5 million. The entire film serves as a commercial for your brand. Are you certain you wish to withdraw?" "Xia Shishing, the motorcycles Feng Ke rode during several crises were from your Dama Motor Company. The most dazzling advertisement is yours. Are you truly willing to withdraw?" "Sun Zhe, the dining locations of the male and female leads were all from the AI Shishang theme restaurant. Once the film screens, your establishment will gain nationwide fame. Are you sure you wish to withdraw?" Li Anqi, observing the investors' indecision, displayed his displeasure and raised his voice in inquiry. The investors had already sensed the opportunity and did not genuinely wish to retract their investments. Li Anqi's words acted as the final straw, rendering their expressions exceedingly awkward. "Release? Ha! At this juncture, you still cling to the hope of a screening. Such navette." Chao Ming continued to apply pressure upon witnessing their hesitance. "What makes you believe it cannot be screened?" Lin Fei interjected, scoffing. "Simply my surname, Chao, that suffices." Chao Ming puffed out his chest, radiating arrogance. "Lin Fei, you are a fool. Do not drag others down with you. Offending President Chao means that neither you nor Feng Ke can do anything. President Chao can ensure this film never sees the light of day." Zhong Zifu, having been publicly reprimanded by Feng Ke, was resolute in aiding Chao Ming, hoping to transition to the Bright Glory Film Company, and thus stepped forward again. "Feng Ke, since we are no longer aligned, let us part ways amicably. Now, settle the wages you owe us, and we shall go our separate ways." Jiu Lanyue was even more direct. "Zhong Zifu, Gu Lanyue, do not go too far," Feng Ke retorted, fully aware of their aspirations to join Bright Glory Film Company, harboring no intention of obstructing their ambitions. Each person has their own aspirations. Why force it? Yet, their methods left him feeling disdainful, his expression darkening considerably. "Excessive. What does excessive mean? We are actors. This is our rightful compensation. Should we not provide for our families?" The film's shooting lasted 6 months, and it has been nearly a year since it wrapped without release. Are we to starve? Do you truly desire payment? If so, stand up boldly. Gu Lanyue, undeterred by Feng Ke's admonition, rallied her fellow actors, inciting their emotions. This tactic proved effective. "Feng Ke, while we acknowledge your character, we must indeed support our families. Director Feng, since we are no longer aligned, honor the payment of our wages, and we shall be square. We are left with no choice. We do not wish to embarrass you, so please acquiesce." "Haha, Feng Ke, Lin Fei, do you see how ludicrous you have made this gathering? Do you still believe the film can be screened? It is nothing but a pipe dream. I can guarantee it will never be screened. This is my declaration, Chao Ming." The internal conflict only served to bolster Chao Ming's confidence, igniting a fervent excitement within him. He now harbored a singular desire to stamp out Lin Fei and his companions beneath his heel. Initially, he intended to address the investors' concerns before tackling the issue of salaries. However, he decided to resolve both matters simultaneously. Lin Fei cast a glance at Gu Lanyue and the others on stage, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Well then, Lin Fei, aren't you wealthy? Let's settle this. We await the payment," remarked Zhong Zifu, directing his gaze at Lin Fei. Ignoring the comment, Lin Fei leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhao Rian, who nodded in agreement and departed. "Brother Feng, please hand me their payroll. Let's initiate the transfer immediately, Lin Fei stated decisively. Looking directly at Feng Ku glanced at Zhong Zifu and the others, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, they had shared over half a year of camaraderie, and he had hoped to elevate his film with Dark Knight. Now, however, he faced an unexpected setback. Were it not for Lin Fei, he would be utterly helpless. Even if the film never saw the light of day, he could still face his former comrades with a clear conscience. Brothers, I have prepared the salaries. The funds were provided by Lin Fei this afternoon, and I cannot rely on his money any longer. Feng Ku pulled out his phone and made a call. Moments later, the sound of wheels rolling into the banquet hall echoed through the space. The crowd turned towards the noise, gasping in astonishment. Even Chao Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight. 6 flatbed trucks, each neatly stacked with red Mao Zedong bills, approximately 1 meter wide, 2 meters long, and 3 meters high. No one knew the exact amount, but it certainly exceeded 1 million. With 6 trucks, that amounted to over 6 million. It was utterly shocking. Ladies and gentlemen, this was supposed to be the highlight of tonight's banquet, but it has come to fruition earlier than expected. This money is the salary I have prepared for you, totaling 9 million. Regardless of your opinions about me, Feng Ku, I adhere to one principle: to honor the bonds of brotherhood and my obligations to my employees. I will not owe anyone a single cent. As Feng Ku's words concluded, Lin Fei was the first to lead the applause. Instantly, the room erupted with clapping. This money was part of Lin Fei's investment. Without him, their salaries would remain unpaid. For the sake of my brother Lin Fei, I would forsake everything, even if Dark Knight never premieres. Over the past several months, they had mocked him, engaging in clandestine dealings with other film companies behind his back. They knew it all too well. Today, we settle our financial accounts. And from now on, we owe each other nothing. I wish you all a swift return to glory. Feng Ku spoke from the heart, finally releasing the sentiments he had long suppressed. However, his final remark, wishing them a swift return to glory, caused Chao Ming's expression to darken considerably. Chapter 22. You lack influence. Lin Fei's gaze swept over Chao Ming's face. Chao Ming, you don't look too well. Is it that Brother Feng's wishes for them to achieve glory disturb you? Lin Fei, don't speak nonsense. The vehement reaction confirmed Lin Fei's suspicion. Look at that. Mr. Chao doesn't wish for your success at all. Zhong Zifu, Gu Lanyue, you were just flattering Chao Ming. Yet he holds you in contempt. How pitiful, Lin Fei taunted. You're trying to sow discord. And if I am? Lin Fei's expression darkened as he scolded Zhong Zifu and Gu Lanyue. You, rest assured, I, Lin Fei, will ensure you regret your actions today. Gu Lanyue's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Fei. Ha, Lin Fei, on what grounds do you make such claims? Chao Ming sneered. Why the name of Lin Fei? You call yourself Lin Fei? What a joke. An absolute farce. I'd like to see how you accomplish that. Are you planning to withdraw your investments? Lin Fei did not respond to Chao Ming's provocation, but turned his attention to the investors. Ignored, Chao Ming grew increasingly furious. Withdraw your investments immediately. Once Lin Fei pays, I will call. Chao Ming instructed the hesitant investors. I will withdraw. Zhang Yunhai was the first to step forward. I will too, echoed Xia Shishing and others. They understood the gravity of Chao Ming's earlier remark and could not afford to remain passive. Very well, I will accommodate you. Lin Fei and Feng Ku acted in unison, finalizing both the salaries and the investors' funds almost simultaneously. Ultimately, the film was left with only 1 million from Li Anqi's investment, while the remaining 130 million was Lin Fei's contribution. When this outcome was revealed, Chao Ming regarded Lin Fei as if he were a fool. One too foolish for words. Lin Fei, do you understand? There exists a breed of individuals known as fools, and you epitomize that definition. As I mentioned earlier, many matters cannot be resolved merely with wealth. The key lies in influence. Do you know why? Despite not being as wealthy as you, so many stand here in support of me, because I possess that influence. You have basked in glory, now it is my time. Chao Ming's time. I shall make you intimately acquainted with the concepts of losing everything and the futility of your efforts. As Chao Ming spoke, laughter erupted from him as he began dialing a number. After a brief conversation, 2 formally attired officials entered the venue. The crowd gasped in astonishment. These individuals were no strangers to those entrenched in the film industry. Without their approval, a film could not be released. At that moment, the gaze of the crowd towards Chao Ming was not only one of respect, but also filled with fear. It turned out that Chao Ming had prepared for this all along. The proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over Feng Ku and Lin Fei. The thought of Lin Fei losing over 100 million in an instant only deepened the crowd's respect for Chao Ming and disdain for Lin Fei. Had it not been for Lin Fei, Feng Ku might not have faced such a dire predicament. In their eyes, fate was sealed, and everything was beyond redemption. Hello. We are from the Jiangnan City Broadcasting and Television Bureau. After our review, Dark Knight has been deemed unfit for screening due to excessive content and a propensity for violence. The official, standing before Feng Ku, spoke with a stoic expression, flashing his identification with a serious tone. Although Feng Ku had anticipated this outcome, a surge of regret, resentment, and bitterness washed over him upon hearing those words. Excessive content? There isn't even a kissing scene, and you deem it excessive. As for violence, that is inherent to a film celebrating Chinese soldiers. How could it lack combat scenes? To fabricate charges is a trivial matter. Feng Ku refrained from arguing, merely nodding in acceptance. He felt powerless to contest. Knowing that Chao Ming's father was a leader among these officials, which explained Chao Ming's audacity. However, he bore no resentment, especially towards Lin Fei. He felt he had let his brother down, costing him over 100 million. Lin Fei, do you see now? This is influence, do you understand? Feng Ku, didn't you say your brother was of utmost importance? Now, behold how your brother has betrayed you. Chao Ming declared, standing tall as he addressed both Feng Ku and Lin Fei with arrogance. In that moment, no one deemed Chao Ming arrogant. Rather, he spoke the truth. No one believed Lin Fei could remedy the situation. If he possessed the ability, why would he be in such a predicament? As Chao Ming articulated, Lin Fei was wealthy, yet he lacked influence. Brother Feng, rest assured. This matter originated from me, and I will find a way to resolve it. Lin Fei offered comfort to Feng Ku. Brother, please refrain from saying such distant things. I regret that your funds have gone to waste, but I promise to find a way to repay you, Feng Ku replied, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Brother Feng, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Indeed, we are brothers. Feng Ku extended his hand, firmly grasping Lin Fei's, their eyes shimmering with emotion. Regardless of the film's outcome, this bond would remain etched in Feng Ku's memory. And he would strive to repay Lin Fei. For Lin Fei, this was merely the beginning. The excitement he sought transcended this moment. Otherwise, how could he remain so passively engaged? Furthermore, should the investment truly falter, requiring compensation for a staggering 13 billion, selling him for gold would not suffice. Touching, truly touching. I hope you do not end up in regretful tears. Chao Ming clapped his hands, remarking, when Mr. Chao intervenes, it's indeed something extraordinary. Zhong Zifu praised from the side, Mr. Chao, from now on, they shall be yours. Do not let them slip away. Gu Lanyue, having received her payment, was elated. With Feng Ku and Lin Fei thoroughly defeated by Chao Ming, she gleefully jumped off the stage and clung to Chao Ming's arm, her weight pressing against him, disregarding her status and image. It even appeared as if she sought to tempt him further. The previously hesitant investors now looked relieved, seated comfortably with expressions of disdainful triumph. The banquet hall, heavy with tension, saw no one leaving. They all wished to witness how this drama would unfold, if anyone remained composed amidst the chaos. It was Mu Xinxuan, who had refrained from uttering a word throughout. She unreservedly supported Feng Ku, having no desire for a salary. For the man Lin Fei, her feelings were exceedingly complex. She felt both anger towards his volatility and a desire for him to incur minimal losses, which left her in a state of inner conflict. Lin Fei, have you conceded? Chao Ming, you overestimate yourself. The spectacle has yet to unfold. Lin Fei's countenance bore a tranquil arrogance. Chapter 23. Who truly lacks power? Ha ha. Good. Since you, Lin Fei, are so relentless, I shall wait to see what methods you have left to turn this situation around. Chao Ming, sensing his victory assured yet irked by Lin Fei's refusal to concede, retorted with a cold laugh. Chao Ming, as you wish, my desire is. Chao Ming, what brings you here at this late hour? It's after work. Are you here to flout the regulations? Just as Chao Ming prepared to continue his haughty demeanor, 3 individuals entered, one of whom was Zhao Ren. Zhao Ren nodded towards Lin Fei, which instilled a sense of calm within him. The other 2 were a young man in his 30s, who appeared refined, donned in black-rimmed glasses, immaculately dressed, and with perfectly groomed hair. The other was a middle-aged man, around 50, whose round face was contorted with fury, his eyes ablaze as if each step he took emitted waves of wrath. Chao, Director Chao has arrived, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Upon seeing the man enter, the joy on Chao Ming's face intensified, causing him to forget the reprimands from his father. Chao Liangping, Dad. What brings you here? Chao Liangping ignored his son entirely, instead striding directly to the 2 staff members who had just announced the handling of the film Dark Knight, standing before them, his brow furrowed, and his plump face quivering with rage. The 2 staff members were all too familiar with this expression. It was the prelude to an outburst. They dared not look up, merely whispering Director Chow in a subdued tone. So you acknowledge me as your superior? Why did you fail to report to me upon your arrival? Is this during working hours? Did you apply for overtime to handle this matter? Chow Yangping bellowed at the two. They lowered their heads in silence, occasionally glancing at Chow Ming, seeking his assistance. Dad, why did you come here at this hour? Calm down, please. Smack. Chow Yangping's hand struck Chow Ming's face. Dad, you? Smack, smack. Chow Yangping raised his hand again, delivering 2 more slaps. Why are you hitting me? Despite being struck by his own father, the public humiliation left Chow Ming feeling utterly disgraced, as he glared at Chow Yangping, defiantly asking, Who summoned you? Ignoring his son, Chow Yangping turned back to the enforcement officers, continuing his interrogation. What was your purpose for being here? The film Dark Knight has excessive content and violent tendencies. We are here to announce its handling. Silence. Who approved your decision? Did you receive my authorization? The 2 men trembled, shaking their heads, rendered mute. Chow Yangping then turned to Feng Ku, his previously furious expression instantly transforming into a smile as he extended his hand, saying, Hello, Director Feng. I have seen Dark Knight. It is an exceptional military-themed film showcasing the spirit of contemporary soldiers, brimming with positive energy. This film has been approved. Here are the relevant documents. As he finished speaking, Chow Yangping handed a file to Feng Ku. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The reaction to Chow Yangping's arrival had already surprised everyone, but they had not anticipated such a straightforward resolution, complete with approval documents. Was this orchestrated by Lin Fei? Everyone turned their gaze towards him, yet he remained composed, seemingly uninvolved. Aside from his subordinate Zhao Ren accompanying Chow Yangping, nothing appeared particularly unusual. Feng Ku had already perused the documents within the file. Upon seeing the approval letters, his hands trembled with excitement. After nearly 2 years of effort and over 6 months of filming, the long-awaited release of his film was finally within reach. However, he was left wondering why this sudden turn of events had occurred. Dad, you cannot allow Dark Knight to be screened. Thud. Chow Yangping suddenly advanced, delivering a kick to Chow Ming's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Get out. You have no right to speak here, Dad. Why are you? I said get out. Do you hear me? Lin Fei, Feng Ku, you 2 wait and see. Chow Ming, unable to unleash his fury on his father, could only direct his ire towards Lin Fei and Feng Ku. I've been waiting right here, Lin Fei replied with a disdainful smile. Get out. Chow Yangping pointed towards the door, continuing to berate Chow Ming. No need to rush away. Our film Dark Knight has been approved. This is a cause for celebration. Chow Ming, why not stay and join us? Lin Fei calmly addressed Chow Yangping. Chow Yangping. His gaze shifted to the young man beside Zhao Ren. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yu Juanjia, the secretary. My boss arranged for me to meet you. It is a pleasure. The young man stepped forward, extending his hand in introduction. He was astute, refraining from mentioning his position as a secretary, merely stating his identity. However, Lin Fei recognized him. He was the secretary of Mayor Cheng Wenning. They had originally planned to meet at the Housing Bureau, but Mayor Chun had been unable to attend due to a meeting. Mayor Chun had expressed his apologies, personally calling to reschedule, but Lin Fei had politely declined due to a prior engagement. When the approval for Dark Knight appeared bleak, Lin Fei had thought of Mayor Chun and instructed Zhao Ren to reach out, informing him of the handling of the 200 housing units and also sharing his current predicament. Mayor Chun, astonished and elated, had personally called Chow Yangping to request special treatment and dispatched his secretary to oversee the matter. This left Lin Fei both shocked and moved. Secretary Yu, I apologize for any inconvenience, Lin Fei said humbly, extending his hand to shake. Although Chow Yangping feigned anger towards Chow Ming and reprimanded his subordinates, he remained displeased, harboring resentment. He was merely helpless. Thus, he paid little mind to Lin Fei, even directly overlooking him. Unexpectedly, Yu Juanzhe was exceedingly courteous to Lin Fei, explicitly stating he was sent by the mayor, which drew Chow Yangping's attention. Filled with disbelief, this was merely a local nobody. Mr. Lin, you are too humble. Our boss wishes to meet you tomorrow. Do you have time? Yu Juanzhe inquired with hopeful eyes. Secretary Yu? Regrettably, I have a graduation defense at Jiangnan University tomorrow, followed by a class reunion, so I may not have the time, Lin Fei replied, displaying an apologetic expression. Oh, no problem. Graduation is a significant event. I will report back to my boss, and we can coordinate via phone at any time. No issue, Mr. Lin. I will take my leave now. After shaking hands with Lin Fei, Yu Juanzhe turned and departed. As for Chow Yangping, he received no acknowledgement from him. Until Yu Juanzhe left, the crowd remained immersed in confusion. Whose secretary was he? And who was this boss? Question marks flooded everyone's minds. Chao Ming, did you not mention something called power? Behold, this is my power. Are you convinced? Is it not said that money cannot solve everything? Yet I tell you, I resolve everything with money, not through bribery, but by exchanging my 200 housing units for special purposes. Did you not intend for me to experience what it means to lose everything, to toil in vain, to have a fleeting dream? Do you not now feel the futility of your efforts? Leaving you in sorrow? Chao Ming, do you realize there exists a type of fool, and that fool is you? Now do you comprehend who truly lacks power? Chapter 24. What qualifications do you have? Chao Ming's face turned as crimson as a pig's liver, his fists clenched tightly again. The swelling on his face now felt even more painfully fiery. Standing beside him, Chao Liangping wore a pale expression, glaring at Chao Ming without uttering a word. While Chao Ming and the others were unaware of Yu Juanzhe's identity, Chao Liangping was keenly aware, especially of the implication that the boss wished to meet Lin Fei. This was a proactive invitation. Thinking back, even department directors like him had to treat secretaries with utmost respect just to get an audience with the mayor, often waiting in line. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was being sought after for a meeting, illustrating the stark contrast in their standings. Although he was unaware of Lin Fei's background, his years of political experience allowed him to grasp the gravity of the situation, recognizing that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. Leaving him to simmer in silent frustration, Mr. Lin, Director Feng, I have already contacted major cinemas in Jiangnan City. Tonight at 10:30, Dark Knight will premiere simultaneously across all theaters in Jiangnan City. Promotions have commenced, and the online ticketing system is already operational. Chao Liangping stated, swallowing his pride and attempting to ingratiate himself. We do not require your assistance. Lin Fei coldly rebuffed. Chao Liangping smiled awkwardly. Chao Ming, wishing to erupt in anger, was silenced by a glare from Chao Liangping. The onlookers now found themselves increasingly perplexed by Lin Fei's confidence. What connection did he have that afforded him such audacity? The movie tickets had already sold out. The online community erupted with fervent demands for cinemas to add another screening today. Some theaters have even removed previously scheduled films in preparation for the imminent release of Dark Knight. It appears that Dark Knight is on the verge of becoming a massive success. In the venue, attendees quickly took to the internet upon hearing this news, clamoring for action. Feng Gu, contact the major cinemas immediately. Dark Knight must be postponed. Feng Gu was taken aback by Lin Fei's decision. Remove all the brand advertisements related to the previous investors. Since they have withdrawn, there is no need to promote them, Lin Fei stated coldly, casting a glance at the investors at the table. The former investors, who had initially rejoiced at the news of Dark Knight's impending success, were now left dumbfounded. Director Feng, please reconsider. We supported you with so much money for nearly a year. You can't just disregard us. Zhang Yunhai was the first to protest. Did I not just offer you a 10% interest? Have you all forgotten? Lin Fei retorted icily. The others who wished to speak fell silent. Lin Fei's words rang true. If they wished to seize this rare advertising opportunity, they would need to pay an advertising fee, either a lump sum or a percentage linked to the film's box office revenue, leaving them to choose their preferred model. This is a bit excessive. Very well, your clothing brand, Grime, will not have a single mention in the film, Lin Fei replied decisively, without further ado. Zhang Yunhai was left speechless. Mr. Lin, what if I return the money you just gave me as an advertising fee? Xia Shixing quickly proposed. I agree. Sun Zhe chimed in. We also agree. With someone taking the lead, the rest followed suit. The few online news articles had swiftly alerted these seasoned investors to the emerging opportunity. Though they regretted their withdrawal, they felt compelled to grasp this new chance. All right, I agree, Lin Fei declared, making the decision without consulting Feng Ku and Lianqi, for he was the largest shareholder, holding the most authority. Mr. Lin, I concur, Zhang Yunhai hastily added. You intend? Yes, certainly, thank you, Mr. Lin. However, you will need to pay double. Zhang Yunhai was left speechless. Mistakes must bear consequences. You will have to deal with it, Lin Fei stated firmly. Zhang Yunhai's lips twitched, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. Within less than half an hour, a loss of 5 million left him seething with rage. He glared at Chao Ming, exclaiming, You scoundrel! We have all been duped by you. Zhang Yunhai's outburst immediately reminded the other investors. Chao Ming, you wretched cur. If it weren't for your instigation, we would have already recouped our investments. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be watching our money slip away. Chao Ming, we will report you for abusing your father's influence to exploit actresses and suppress your competitors. Zhang Yunhai's furious tirade directed the collective anger of the other investors towards Chao Ming, and the hall erupted with shouts of indignation. Chao Ming's face turned red, resembling a monkey's backside. Chao Liangping felt dizzy, his blood pressure soaring, nearly collapsing several times. His gaze towards Chao Ming was filled with nothing but hatred. Lin Fei paid him no mind, instead addressing Mu Xinchuan, Ru Xue, and Xiao Tianan, calmly saying, "To express my gratitude for your support of Feng Gu in Dark Knight, I have decided to allocate 5% of the box office profits as a bonus for the three of you." The room exploded at his declaration. 5% meant 5 million if the box office reached 100 million, and given the current momentum, it was bound to exceed that amount. The attendees looked at Mu Xinchuan and the others with genuine envy and jealousy. Feng Ke's lips quivered with excitement. Lin Fei had given him immense face, equivalent to support for his film. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly abandoned. Retaining Mu Xinchuan and her companions meant that his next film still held the potential for success. Ru Xue and Xiao Tianan expressed their gratitude repeatedly, while Mu Xinchuan remained composed. Finding Lin Fei increasingly inscrutable, "Mr. Lin, we are also actors in this film." Zhong Zifu addressed him stiffly. "Indeed, we are the first and second supporting roles. You should not forget about us," Gu Lanyue said, her eyes filled with anticipation upon hearing about the substantial reward. "Do you also wish for a share?" "Yes. What qualifies you?" Lin Fei suddenly raised his voice. Scolding them. "We?" The two could not find their words. "Chao Ming, it's all your fault. You made me suffer in vain, and now I am excluded from the bonuses. I despise you." Gu Lanyue could no longer contain her fury and lashed out at Chao Ming. "You filthy harlot, stop spouting nonsense. Filthy harlot? Your entire family are harlots. Your father is a public disgrace. Everyone knows he is your support and source of arrogance. Without him, how could you hinder Dark Knight's release? The Chao family should be investigated and held accountable." Gu Lanyue was thoroughly infuriated by Chao Ming and lost all restraint. As Chao Liangping's blood pressure continued to rise, he suddenly blacked out and collapsed. Chapter 25. Lin Fei's astounding rise. Chao Liangping was swiftly taken away by the arriving ambulance, while Chao Ming followed, dejected. Even as he left, Gu Lanyue continued to hurl insults, further tarnishing his reputation in the industry. The investors at the banquet departed, shaking their heads in disappointment while cursing Chao Ming. Eventually, those who had struggled alongside Feng Gu also left in shame. However, the other guests remained, and the atmosphere grew more vibrant as they approached Lin Fei repeatedly, offering toasting drinks, exchanging business cards, sharing phone numbers, and adding him on WeChat. Once regarded as a despised, impoverished youth, Lin Fei had suddenly become the focus of the gathering. His meteoric rise was astonishing. Despite facing numerous challenges upon entering the Xinyuan Grand Hotel and enduring insults in the banquet hall, he had now completely overturned everyone's perception of him. He had transformed into a successful underdog, the youngest wealthy individual in Jiangnan City, earning the respect and even fear of many. As the festivities drew to a close, Feng Gu, intoxicated, reveled in what he considered his greatest triumph. Although Dark Knight had just premiered, he could foresee the forthcoming box office revenue. Even as Zhao Ren escorted him away, he kept exclaiming, "Lin Fei is my brother. My best brother, ding." A system notification indicated the arrival of the second revenue. The soft, charming voice sent a thrill through Lin Fei. "Did I not just invest? The film has only just premiered." Lin Fei was bewildered by the sudden activation of the system. The advertising revenue for Dark Knight approached 100 million, with today's earnings exceeding 20 million, and the final box office projected to surpass 3 billion. The sweet voice delivered delightful news. "Is such a high box office truly possible? Are you certain?" Lin Fei inquired excitedly. "Of course. We are the system, capable of perceiving past and future events, which means you already knew whether you could accomplish the task during the investment process." Lin Fei felt as though he had been toyed with by the system. "You should be pleased. Your account now holds over 6 billion, an amount most people can only dream of achieving in a lifetime." "How wonderful!" Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. "The rewards for this task have also been issued." "What are they? Please tell me." Lin Fei was eager for the details. 2 million merit points awarded. 1 replacement card awarded. The charming voice chimed again. "What is the function of the replacement card?" "The replacement card allows your true self to escape danger while your substitute bears the risk on your behalf." "Does that mean I effectively have an extra life?" "You could say that." "Wow, that's fantastic. Now, please upgrade all attributes to 60, with the prospect of possessing such a super replacement card and continually enhancing his qualities." Lin Fei was on the verge of ecstasy. Spending 100,000 merit points, agility increases by 1. Spending 100,000 merit points, physique increases by 1. Spending 100,000 merit points, voice increases by 1. Lin Fei elevated all attributes to 60. His agility and spirit attributes, previously the lowest, now stood on equal footing, making him feel lighter, as though each step could carry him several meters. With the enhancement of his spirit attribute, he could now access more system functions visible on the virtual interface before him. Lin Fei's every move exuded an increasingly suave and effortless charm. Congratulations, Master, on completing your upgrade. What is my next task? Master, have you confirmed your readiness? Absolutely. The mission to secure 1 billion must be accomplished within the day, greatly boosting Lin Fei's confidence as he fixated solely on earning money and swiftly realizing his ambition of becoming the wealthiest individual. Ding! A new task has arrived. Attain a graduate degree. Am I not supposed to generate wealth through this system? Wealth encompasses both tangible and intangible forms. Your knowledge and wisdom are also forms of currency that require investment. Oh, very well. Lin Fei felt quite helpless, especially as he thought about his graduation defense scheduled for the next day. What are you pondering? Mu Xinchuan's mildly reproachful tone pulled Lin Fei back to reality. He glanced around the banquet hall, which was now deserted, leaving only him and Mu Xing. Oh, not look at me, Mu Xinchuan said coldly, noticing Lin Fei's gaze. Though Lin Fei had performed excellently today, garnering the attention of many women, she would never consider being with him. Her lingering anger was due to the memory of her first time. I want to look at you. I want to embrace you, Lin Fei declared, stepping closer to Mu Xinchuan. She attempted to evade him, but it was too late. Ever since he had acquired exceptional martial prowess, not only had his demeanor transformed, but his agility had also become remarkable. Despite having consumed a significant amount of alcohol, he remained entirely sober and agile. What do you intend to do? Go back to sleep? Upon hearing sleep, Mu Xinchuan reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, hastily attempting to escape, only to trip on her gown and stumble sideways. Lin Fei instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, grinning as he teased, so eager to sleep. Mu Xinchuan felt her vision darken with fury, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Like a startled rabbit, she sprang up, striving to calm her emotions and feign composure as she turned to Lin Fei and said, I have something to ask you. Let us discuss it back at the hotel. I bought the hotel last night. Mu Xinchuan said angrily, you must answer my question first. What question? Why did you invest in the film Dark Knight? To make money? Huh. Mu Xinchuan exhaled deeply. She was not being overly sentimental, but she certainly did not want to owe Lin Fei any favors. However, I invested for you. For me? Mu Xinchuan's previously tranquil heart was stirred once more. Indeed, it was for you. Mu Xinchuan fixed her gaze on Lin Fei, asking earnestly, what if it all ends in loss? It doesn't matter. Are you wealthy? Mu Xinchuan inquired, puzzled. Currently, not exceedingly wealthy, but I will be in the future. Lin Fei, inspired by his ambition to become the richest man, spoke with fervor. I didn't expect you to be such a braggart. Mu Xinchuan teased with a smile. It's not boasting. It's merely you being foolish. How am I foolish? If you had simply woken up this morning and gone to register for marriage with me, half of these 200+ properties would now belong to you, sufficient for you to earn for several years in the film industry. Lin Fei jested. Mu Xinchuan's brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 26. Ensure passage denied. No more talk of registration. Any further questions? Lin Fei continued to inquire. None. Mu Xinchuan, initially moved, became flustered again at the mention of registration. Back to the hotel, Lin Fei said with a smile. I must go back. Lin Fei had already wrapped his arm around Mu Xinchuan's waist. Let go. Hurry up and let go. If someone captures this on camera, it would be troublesome. If you are worried that your film company will breach the contract because of my presence, I will promptly establish a film company with you as the manager and lead actress. And I will see who dares to raise an issue then. Lin Fei proclaimed with impressive confidence. Mu Xinchuan. Internally, she reminded herself that Lin Fei was employing sweet words as a tactic to win her over, and she must remain calm. Upon their return to the hotel, Lin Fei boldly pulled Mu Xinchuan onto the bed. Although she attempted to escape several times, she was unsuccessful. However, to her astonishment, Lin Fei did nothing but hold her close. Time passed, and Mu Xinchuan ultimately succumbed to fatigue, falling into a deep slumber. Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sleeping Mu Xinchuan. His feelings for this woman were genuine. He felt an overwhelming allure from her charm. Nevertheless, he refrained from any excessive actions. To love someone is to respect them. In a private room of the Jiangnan Spring Restaurant, Teacher Jiang, let us toast to you once more. We entrust you with Meng Yao's matters. Zhang Qi and Wang Mingyao raised their glasses toward a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed, with a beaming smile. Little Zhang, had I known Meng Yao was your girlfriend, there would have been no need for all this effort in preparing a thesis. I could have simply given her one. Teacher Jiang, fully enjoying his drink, chuckled. Jiang Yezhong, a professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, was the thesis advisor for both Lin Fei and Wang Mingyao. Since they were in a relationship at the time, they chose him as their thesis supervisor. Tomorrow marked the day of the thesis defense, and Wang Mingyao, busy with her internship and often in Zhang Qi's company, had not adequately prepared. Hence the dinner invitation to teacher Jiang was somewhat of a bribe. Surprisingly, Zhang Qi turned out to be a student of Jiang Yezhong as well, and upon meeting, they were quite cordial. Teacher Jiang, there is one more matter regarding this dinner invitation. Zhang Qi set down his glass, smiling lightly. Little Zhang, feel free to voice any concerns. Mingyao and a classmate named Lin Fei chose your topic. During the defense, could you consider giving Mingyao a favorable evaluation? Zhang Qi spoke with a significant undertone. Having spent many years in the university, teacher Jiang immediately grasped the implication behind Zhang Qi's words. Coupled with prior knowledge of Wang Mengyao's relationship with Lin Fei, he smiled and assured, rest assured, I will ensure your utmost satisfaction. The statement was laced with insidious intent. Zhang Qi slid an envelope toward Jiang Yezhong, whose smile grew even brighter. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, a scheme had been meticulously orchestrated against him. Suddenly, Mu Xinchuan awoke with a start, jumping to the floor. What's wrong? Her startled exclamation roused Lin Fei, who hurriedly emerged from the bathroom. Mu Xinchuan looked down at herself, as if checking for something amiss. After a long moment, she finally sighed, running her fingers through her hair to tidy it. Are you feeling a bit let down because nothing happened last night? It is a splendid morning. Shall we not conduct a morning lesson? Look, I am already quite clean, perfectly hygienic. Cough, cough. Mu Xinchuan choked on her own saliva. Pointing at Lin Fei, she coughed for a while before finally blushing and exclaiming, You rascal! If I were a rascal, you should be completely unclothed right now. I have decided to embody the rascal you speak of, living up to the title. Upon finishing his words, Lin Fei reached out, feigning an attempt to seize Mu Xinchuan. Startled, she quickly dodged to the side. Lin Fei could not help but burst into laughter. Scoundrel! Mu Xinchuan realized Lin Fei was merely teasing her and could not help but reprimand him. However, her impression of Lin Fei had significantly improved. The previous night had been merely a drunken mishap. She had feared Lin Fei would force her into bed, but to her surprise, he had acted like a gentleman. Now, despite claiming his intentions to pounce on her, he had refrained from taking any action, maintaining a chivalrous demeanor that left Mu Xinchuan perplexed and slightly intrigued. Nevertheless, she firmly dismissed any other notions. I shan't tease you further. I must return to Jiangnan University for my thesis defense. There is a class gathering tonight, so I will be back late. After saying this, Lin Fei approached Mu Xinchuan, helping her tidy her sleepwear and disheveled hair before turning to leave the room. Mu Xinchuan stood there in a daze, somewhat bewildered. Could it be Lin Fei? How prepared are you for the thesis defense today? No sooner had Lin Fei returned to his dormitory than a stout fellow approached him. This rotund individual was Lin Fei's sole friend in university, named Ma Xiaotian. I've been too busy with the internship to prepare properly. Lin Fei shrugged, admitting candidly, I heard you didn't secure a position at the company. In response to Ma Xiaotian's inquiry, Lin Fei's expression remained unperturbed. Forget it. Even if you can't enter the Meizhuang group, your internship performance will still lead to a bright future. Don't dwell on it. Ma Xiaotian patted Lin Fei's shoulder in a comforting manner. Rest assured, I'm fine. Lin Fei, touched by his friend's genuine concern, smiled. Just glad to hear that. At tonight's gathering, let us drink a bit more. Once we part ways, who knows when we'll meet again? Ma Xiaotian seemed somewhat lost in thought. Are you planning to stay in Jiangnan or return home? I genuinely wish to develop my career in the IT sector in Jiangnan, but I lack funds. I can't even secure a place to live, so I'll likely have to return home. Discussing this matter made Ma Xiaotian's expression grow even more bewildered. Lin Fei's heart stirred, yet his expression betrayed no change. There's no rush. After the defense, we can discuss this. Oh, by the way, Lin Fei, I have heard some news, though I am uncertain of its authenticity. Ma Xiaotian's expression was complex, even tinged with a hint of gossip. What news? Did Wang Mingyao break up with you? Indeed, Lin Fei responded nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. What a disaster. Ma Xiaotian's corpulent form sprang up as if propelled by springs. What's wrong with you, fatty? Why the theatrics? Lin Fei remarked with discontent. Lin Fei, at first, I thought it was mere rumor. But it turns out to be true. What are we going to do now? Ma Xiaotian appeared increasingly anxious, pacing barefoot, muttering under his breath, his face a portrait of worry. What on earth is going on? Lin Fei was utterly baffled by his friend's unusual behavior and inquired with a smile. Lin Fei, even at this juncture, you still find it amusing. Don't you realize? You are bound to fail your thesis defense. Ma Xiaotian suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Fei. Why is that? Lin Fei was taken aback. He had chosen a topic on business investment. Previously, it might have seemed abstract, but now, with the experience of purchasing property and investing in the film Dark Knight, he felt he understood the subject deeply. Ma Xiaotian's words startled him. Alas, Lin Fei, as your brother, I do not wish to discourage you, but I feel it necessary to prepare you for the worst. What is it? Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Ma Xiaotian's antics. Lin Fei, it seems you have transformed into a different person. You appear much more composed and serene. However, alas, Wang Mengyao has already declared that your thesis defense will undoubtedly fail. Moreover, not only her but also your so-called illegitimate teacher has publicly stated that your thesis is filled with empty rhetoric, utterly incapable of passing the defense. Ma Xiaotian finally ceased his ramblings and delivered the news in one breath. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, rendered speechless for a moment. The system's task for him was to pursue a Master S degree, yet here he was, possibly unable to pass even the undergraduate defense. Was this not a cruel joke? Lin Fei, I recognize this is a significant blow, but I urge you to remain strong. If all else fails, you can simply switch teachers next year and still pass. Ma Xiaotian believed Lin Fei was simply overwhelmed, shaking his arm in a gesture of consolation. He wants me to fail. After a pause, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickering within them. Illegitimate is a term students privately use to refer to Jiang Yezhong. While others may not grasp his nature, Lin Fei was acutely aware. Jiang Yezhong was notoriously self-serving. When Lin Fei first chose this topic, he had to present Jiang Yezhong with 2 packs of cigarettes to gain his approval. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had learned through various channels that Jiang Yezhong had long exploited the defense process, demanding gifts or money from male students while engaging in unsavory practices with female students. Many suffered in silence. Initially, Lin Fei had chosen him as a last resort when Wang Mengyao had delayed her selection. Now, he realized. Although Lin Fei did not understand how Wang Mengyao had come by this information, he no longer viewed the situation superficially and sensed there were underlying issues. However, since Jiang Yezhong had made his stance clear, it signified that he was a scoundrel. Such a person was unworthy to be a teacher. Lin Fei, you should bring Jiang Yezhong a gift or some money. Perhaps you could negotiate a compromise, or else the defense will truly be a disaster. Ma Xiaotian exclaimed anxiously. Fine, I will heed your advice and seek him out immediately. But Lin Fei's lips curled into a chilling smile. In the past, had Lin Fei encountered such a predicament, his only recourse would have been to plead with Jiang Yezhong, perhaps even to the point of begging. However, now that Lin Fei had the system, would he still beg? Lin Fei, I only have this 1,000 yuan left. Take it and see if you can gather more to resolve this matter. Ma Xiaotian retrieved 10 red bills from beneath his pillow and pressed them into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei regarded the money in his grasp and looked at Ma Xiaotian. Ma Xiaotian seemed to sense it was insufficient. A bitter smile gracing his lips as he said, I only have this. If only there were more. Lin Fei grasped Ma Xiaotian's hand, returning the money with a gaze full of warmth, saying, Good brother, I do not require it. Lin Fei, do you truly not need it? Without money, illegitimate will ensure you fail. Just him? He is not worthy, Lin Fei concluded, patting Ma Xiaotian on the shoulder before turning to leave. Lin Fei, do not act rashly. We can still. Ma Xiaotian attempted to follow but found himself barefoot as Lin Fei had already vanished. In Jiang Yezhong's office, the door was ajar, and his corpulent form loomed like a wall. The only notable feature being his completely bald head. Lin Fei was aflame with anger. Forgoing the courtesy of knocking, he pushed the door open and strode in, exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Yezhong was fixated on his computer screen, nearly losing himself in the moment. Upon hearing Lin Fei's footsteps, he hastily scrambled to close the webpage, inadvertently maximizing it instead, revealing explicit content that was particularly jarring. Jiang Yezhong reacted swiftly, shielding the screen with his body and turning to face the door. Upon recognizing Lin Fei, his anger flared. How dare he interrupt his leisure and startle him? Lin Fei, do you not know to knock before entering my office? Do you not understand decorum? Furthermore, your thesis reads like utter drivel. Do you comprehend the consequences? Jiang Yezhong berated him with a darkened expression. Teacher Jiang, I have come specifically regarding my thesis defense, Lin Fei stated as he approached Jiang Yezhong. Oh? You wish to plead for your thesis defense to pass. Do you? Quite simple. Jiang Yezhong smirked slyly, rubbing his fingers together in a gesture that demanded money. Lin Fei let out a cold laugh, having anticipated this very demand. Ignoring him, Lin Fei casually pulled up a chair and sat down with an air of confidence, even going so far as to cross his legs. Lin Fei, Yu Jiang Yezhong was incensed. I am here to plead with you. I have no intention of begging. You have one opportunity. Ensure my thesis defense is successful. Otherwise what? Jiang Yezhong inquired with a bemused smile. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, I assure you, you will pay a heavy price. What? You think I will face a heavy price? Just because you are a poor college student? Ha! What a joke! Jiang Yezhong could not contain his laughter. He was cunning and always targeted those who would silently endure their plight. Lin Fei was precisely the type he sought to exploit. Given Zhang Qi's request, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Kid, heed my words. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory compensation, not only will you fail this defense, but you will also never pass in the future. And you will forfeit your graduation certificate. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei's expression darkened. Illegitimate. You are a disgrace, utterly unworthy of being a teacher. Since you do not cherish the opportunity one present, brace yourself for regret. Lin Fei rose and departed, as though he had never intended to plead with Jiang Yezhong in the first place. Indeed, that was the case. Illegitimate? Jiang Yezhong slammed his fist on the table, bellowing. How dare you call me illegitimate? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I guarantee you will be the one to regret this. In university, offending a teacher is an unwise endeavor, as there is a limit to the number of failed courses over 4 years. To offend a teacher during a defense is to dig one's own grave. As for Lin Fei, he even recognized the film Jiang Yezhong had been watching. Should he wish to take revenge? He could easily exploit this leverage. Yet, he had no desire to do so. A perverted lecher. A wolf in sheep-esque clothing. What right does he have to teach? Lin Fei intended to be a harbinger of justice today. He would ensure Jiang Yezhong faced consequences for his actions, driving him from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology entirely. In the principal's office, Principal Zhang Guodong had just hung up the phone. His mind still in a whirl, struggling to comprehend the situation. He had received a call from the secretary of the mayor of Jiangnan City, informing him that the mayor had decided to attend today's graduation thesis defense summary conference at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology and would deliver an important speech encouraging young people to establish themselves in Jiangnan City, to nurture and retain talent for the city's development. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet, he could not fathom why such an event would occur at their university. After all, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology was not particularly prestigious. The mayor should be attending a more esteemed institution. While he pondered, he deemed it essential to prepare for an emergency meeting and instructed his secretary to set up the venue. Just as Zhang Guodong reached for the phone to make a call, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zhang Guodong set down the phone and directed his gaze toward the entrance. With a creak, Lin Fei entered. The principal's already frayed nerves became even more irritable upon seeing Lin Fei. An unrelated individual. Student, do you require something? Principal Zhang, I am feeling rather down and wish to make a donation to the school. Lin Fei spoke as if he were jesting. A donation. Zhang Guodong's gaze swept over Lin Fei, and his irritation grew. A person whose entire outfit is worth no more than 200 yuan dares to come here to make a donation. Isn't this wasting my precious time? He chuckled lightly. My dear student, I appreciate your intentions, but you ought to use this money for your living expenses and take care of your health. Zhang Guodong's words were somewhat veiled as he reached for the phone. Intending to continue his call to the secretary, Lin Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. He understood Zhang Guodong's implication. Principal Zhang, I wish to donate 20 million. Thud. What? How much? The phone slipped from Zhang Guodong's grasp and fell onto the desk as he stood up in astonishment. Staring at Lin Fei in disbelief. 20 million. Lin Fei confirmed with a smile once more. Sit down. Please, take a seat. Zhang Guodong hurriedly stepped out from behind his desk, pulling Lin Fei to the sofa. Young man, are you truly going to donate 20 million? Zhang Guodong was somewhat astonished. How could someone in such humble attire possibly have that kind of money? I know you are busy. Please provide me with your account number. I will transfer the funds right now, Lin Fei stated. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guodong returned to his desk, opened a drawer, and handed Lin Fei a piece of paper with the account number written on it. Lin Fei took it and immediately initiated the transfer. Less than a minute later, he announced, the transfer is complete. Please check your account. Zhang Guodong reached for the phone to inquire with the finance department when his personal phone rang. It was the finance department head calling. He quickly answered, and the voice on the other end exclaimed, Principal Zhang, our school account just received a sudden deposit of 20 million. We don't know who transferred it. Wow. Zhang Guodong gasped, never anticipating that this was indeed real. A donation of 20 million would undoubtedly be the largest the Jiangnan University of Science and Technology had ever received. Struggling to contain his emotions, he responded, "I understand." After hanging up, Zhang Guodong's demeanor transformed from coldness to eagerness as he approached Lin Fei again. "Young man, may I know your name? Which esteemed family do you come from? What are your needs?" Zhang Guodong knew full well that casually donating 20 million was no trivial matter. Lin Fei. Please wait. I'll prepare some tea for you." Zhang Guodong verified once more and began to brew tea personally. No need for that, principal. This 20 million is not a gift. I have 3 conditions. Please, state them. Zhang Guodong nodded, fully aware that nothing comes without a price in this world. If someone was willing to donate such a substantial amount, they surely had motives. First, dismiss the teacher Jiang Yezhong. Second, guarantee my admission to the graduate program under Ren Fei. Third, allocate 1 million to assist impoverished students and another million for annual entrepreneurial support for fresh graduates. Not a problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Guodong agreed. Dismissing a teacher was a trivial matter for a university. As positions were routinely vacated for new hires in the past, such decisions required careful consideration. But now that a clear target was set, it was a relief. Securing a graduate admission was equally simple. He could decide who would be admitted. As for the 20 million's purpose, it would be a monumental achievement, a windfall. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. Principal, I hope you can expedite the dismissal. Lin Fei stood up, satisfied. His primary goal was to ensure Jiang Yezhong's dismissal, and with the graduate admission request being a mere formality, he felt pleased. I'll see you out, Zhang Guodong insisted, following Lin Fei out of the office. Once Lin Fei had departed, Zhang Guodong immediately summoned his secretary. Xiao Wang, please retrieve Lin Fei's file from the academic office, he instructed. Understood. I'll do it right away, the secretary promptly replied. Outside the defense room, Ma Xiaotian approached Lin Fei, asking in a hushed tone, "Did you speak to Jiang Yezhong? What did he say?" "He didn't agree. I gave him a chance, and he squandered it," Lin Fei scoffed. "What? Lin Fei, are you unwell?" "What do you mean?" Ma Xiaotian's expression was one of confusion, his eyes fixated on Lin Fei's head, leaving his sentence unfinished. "What are you talking about? I am perfectly fine. The one who should be afraid is Jiang Yezhong. If he dares to offend me, I will ensure he disappears from my sight entirely," Lin Fei replied with a cold smile. "Lin Fei, you're spouting nonsense, crazy talk, and yet you claim there's nothing wrong with you?" Ma Xiaotian was taken aback, believing that offending a teacher would lead to dire consequences. Their conversation was overheard by Zhu Yan, a classmate nearby, who chuckled. "Lin Fei, are you really saying you want him to disappear?" "Haha, that's the biggest joke I've heard." "Zhu Yan, you misheard. Lin Fei didn't say that," Ma Xiaotian quickly countered, concerned that Zhu Yan might provoke Jiang Yezhong. "I did say that," Lin Fei calmly affirmed, meeting Zhu Yan's gaze. Ma Xiaotian could only fume silently. "Haha, Lin Fei, you're truly amusing, claiming you want him to vanish when you've been humiliated yourself." Zhu Yan laughed heartily. This Zhu Yan was a classmate of Lin Fei, whose father was a prosperous lingerie brand dealer. Zhu Yan had always excelled academically and was striving for a graduate admission. His affluent background made him rather arrogant in class, and no one dared to offend him, especially with his impending rise as the youngest, most glamorous, and prestigious graduate student under Ren Fei at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Zhu Yan's laughter drew the attention of all the students, who were now focused on Lin Fei's bold declaration that Jiang Yezhong had offended him and would soon vanish. "Should we witness this miracle together?" Zhu Yan's loud proclamation shattered the previous quiet, and everyone turned to Lin Fei in astonishment. "Lin Fei, after just 2 days, you've become quite the braggart." Wang Mingyao emerged from the crowd, her face a mixture of disappointment and disdain. "How is this any of your concern?" Lin Fei retorted. "You deserve to fall from grace. You deserve to be poor. You deserve to fail your defense." This was the first time Lin Fei spoke to Wang Mingyao in such a manner, leaving her both shocked and furious. "You should also add, you deserve to be cheated on." Wang Mingyao shot back, her face flushing with embarrassment at being publicly called out by Lin Fei. "Haha, truly talented. You've been cheated on and yet speak with such indignation." Zhu Yan laughed again, and the crowd erupted into a chorus of laughter, their disdain for Lin Fei palpable. "What's so funny? Lin Fei will undoubtedly find a better woman. Someone like her is unworthy of being his girlfriend." Ma Xiaotian interjected at a crucial moment. Lin Fei, moved by Ma Xiaotian's support, patted his shoulder and said, "No need to get angry over such people." Straightening up, Lin Fei scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Jiang Yezhong's face, declaring in a deep voice, "Jiang Yezhong has offended me, so he must be dismissed." His thunderous proclamation sent the room into an uproar. What? He must be dismissed? Ha ha. The entire class, including Zhu Yin, burst into laughter. Who said I would be dismissed? Jiang Yezhong stormed into the room, his face contorted with anger. The laughter only escalated, as everyone anticipated Lin Fei's downfall. Zhu Yin raised his hand. Jiang teacher, Lin Fei just said in front of all of us that you squandered the opportunity he gave you, and that he intends to make you disappear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yezhong's expression darkened. Lin Fei's challenge in the office had already irked him, and now he was seething with rage. Lin Fei, it seems you truly do not wish to pass your defense. How dare you openly threaten a teacher? I will ensure the school punishes you. Ha ha, Lin Fei must be in shock now. PLL surely vanished before Jiang teacher. Zhu Yin and his cronies eagerly awaited the spectacle. Jiang teacher, Lin Fei indeed said that. You must show him a lesson. Wang Mingyao added, fueled by her anger from earlier. Many others, though silent, shook their heads, recognizing the folly of a poor university student offending a teacher. Lin Fei, quickly explain yourself, deny it. What can he do if you don't admit it? At worst, apologize, or it'll be the end. Ma Xiaotian urged, nudging Lin Fei. Lin Fei complied, stepping forward. He surveyed the crowd before his gaze landed on Jiang Yezhong once more. Smiling as he said, illegitimate child, Zhu Yin and Wang Mingyao are correct. I did say I would make you disappear. Be prepared. An uproar ensued in the classroom. He not only admitted it, but also boldly stated that Lin Fei's intelligence quotient. Ha ha! Where does Lin Fei derive this confidence? What gives him such arrogance? Lin Fei has gone mad. Surely it must be the result of his breakup with Wang Mingyao that has driven him to this insanity. To their classmates, Lin Fei appeared utterly deranged. This was not merely a direct provocation towards a teacher. It was a blatant threat to one who could determine his fate. Lin Fei, you needn't even bother with your defense. I can already assure you that you will not pass, Jiang Yezhong shouted furiously. Whatever. Lin Fei simply smiled faintly. Just wait. Jiang Yezhong, seeing Lin Fei's lack of fear, turned angrily towards the defense room, his trembling muscles betraying his inner outrage. Lin Fei, who usually seemed quite honest, had now taken to boasting in such a manner. Indeed, he fancied himself a wealthy and influential second-generation heir, yet he was merely a pauper. What capability did he possess to have Jiang Yezhong expelled? Everyone should keep their distance. They must not provoke him into violence. Perhaps he should be confined to a psychiatric hospital instead. The classmates all knew that Lin Fei came from a very impoverished background, and no one believed he had the power to have Jiang Yezhong dismissed. This was no idle boast, Ma Xiaotian, anxious as a fly in a hot pan, alternated between running his hands through his hair and clenching his fists. Lin Fei, you could have just bragged to me. Why must you admit it in front of so many people? And to Jiang Yezhong, no less. Even if you lack emotional intelligence, can your intellect truly be at zero? Ma Xiaotian, I am speaking the truth, Lin Fei replied earnestly. You must be feverish, your mind is muddled, Ma Xiaotian responded, rendered speechless. Lin Fei understood Ma Xiaotian's reaction. After 4 years, they were the best of friends and the ones who understood his family situation best. Ha ha, who would have thought, truly, who would have thought? The most formidable person in our class is Lin Fei. Zhu Yin laughed, observing Ma Xiaotian's complaints about Lin Fei. You are right, I am indeed the most formidable, Lin Fei declared. Regardless, I will soon be directly admitted to Ren Feifei's graduate program, and when you return for your defense, I hope you do not linger unnecessarily. I also hope you can attain your graduation certificate one day. Upon finishing, Zhu Yin resolved to bribe the administrative office to ensure Lin Fei's expulsion, guaranteeing he would never graduate. Upon hearing Zhu Yin mention being directly admitted to Ren Feifei's program, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Fei's eyes. A loud creak sounded as the door to the defense room swung open. Now entering the defense room in order of registration number, a stern female teacher announced. As her words echoed, the first in line, Zhu Yin, hurriedly approached, greeting the teacher with a polite smile. In contrast, Lin Fei appeared even more impolite. Lin Fei, what is your number? Ma Xiaotian inquired, noticing Lin Fei's calm demeanor. I have no number. Ma Xiaotian slapped his forehead, quickly realizing. The numbers are held by the supervising teacher. Jiang Yezhong most likely would not provide you one. No matter. Lin Fei remained nonchalant. Standing nearby, Wang Mingyao felt as though Lin Fei had transformed. In the past, a mere glance from her would have made him obedient. Yet now he had openly defied her and spoken so harshly, leaving her humiliated. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more dissatisfied she became. Lin Fei, you lack this number? Today, you do not even qualify for the defense. I wonder how miserable you will be. As Wang Mingyao said this, she felt a slight improvement in her mood. "Ha, you, a woman? How could you possibly know my inner thoughts?" Lin Fei retorted with a cold laugh. "Continue your charade, Lin Fei. I shall see how you face the consequences shortly." Wang Mingyao found Lin Fei increasingly unfamiliar. His arrogance stemmed from a deep-seated contempt. If anyone understood Lin Fei's family background, it was certainly her. A destitute mountain village, a family steeped in poverty, borrowing to fund his education, in short, an extreme level of poverty. Lin Fei's pride obliterated any remaining sympathy she had, leaving her with nothing but disdain and cold indifference. "Wang Mingyao, if it were not for waiting for your choice, why would I be the last to choose a mentor? And why would I have ended up with Jiang Yezhong?" Lin Fei thought. "You not only lack any sympathy for him but also ceaselessly ridicule me. What is your intent, and is there no shred of shame left in you? Lin Fei devoted himself to you, sacrificing his own needs to satisfy yours. Is this the betrayal I deserve?" Ma Xiaotian could no longer bear it and stepped forward to angrily confront Wang Mingyao. "Ha, ha, ha." Wang Mingyao suddenly burst into laughter. "I choose my love. Is there anything wrong with that? After being with Lin Fei for so long, what has he ever gifted me aside from a broken Vivo phone? The bag and cosmetics I currently use, he could not earn even if he starved for years. Should I sacrifice my youth to suffer in poverty with him? Ma Xiaotian, you may choose to fawn over him. But whether you select Zhu Yan or someone else, I cannot fathom what you are thinking to choose Lin Fei. I can only scoff. After today's defense, I will officially become an employee at misfortune. And you? Lin Fei will not receive his graduation certificate, and you shall likely pack your bags and leave Jiangnan City. Look at your fates. How remarkably similar they are. No wonder you have become a pair of impoverished friends. Have you said enough? Lin Fei suddenly roared, interrupting Wang Mingyao. Rest assured, today during the thesis defense, I will undoubtedly pass, and Ma Xiaotian will not be leaving Jiangnan City. He will certainly find an excellent job. As for you, if you wish to join misfortune group, do not expect to have your wish fulfilled. Lin Fei stood tall, confidence radiating from his eyes as he addressed Wang Mingyao seriously. Ha, ha, ha. Wang Mingyao responded with her own cold laughter. Lin Fei, you cannot possibly be so irrational as to think you could pass your defense after a breakup. You are not worthy. Not worthy. Today, I shall make you look down upon me. Tomorrow, I shall make you unworthy of my presence. Lin Fei declared before turning to leave. Humph, bragging. Continue your boasting. I shall see how you manage when it all comes crashing down. Wang Mingyao scoffed, watching Lin Fei's retreating figure. Lin Fei appeared to have not heard her. Stepping outside, he pulled out his phone and called Zhao Ran and Lin Kuer, before transferring a sum of money and finding a quiet corner to sit down. He had not wished to confront Wang Mingyao. But her pretentiousness was intolerable. It was too superficial, too vulgar. In the past, though Wang Mingyao could be temperamental and envious of others' possessions, she had never exhibited such blatant materialism. This change in her deeply wounded Lin Fei's heart, not due to losing her, but from the hatred of not having recognized such traits earlier, squandering precious time. Outside the defense room, the school forum was abuzz, as rumors circulated that a senior student had donated 20 million to the school. No way, is this true? That is an astronomical sum, absolutely true. I just checked the school's official website, and there was an announcement. It is said that the donor proposed to allocate 10 million as entrepreneurial assistance funds. If we could access such funds, could we not pursue our dreams? Suddenly, the news of the 20 million donation spread among the defending students. 20 million. Just like that? Who could it be? Which classmate could possibly be so admirable? Surely it is a wealthy heir, at least a privileged individual. Otherwise, who could donate such an amount? But how could no one have noticed his wealth over 4 years? Ah, why couldn't I have known him? I would gladly be his little follower. Everyone was filled with curiosity and gossip about the donor. 20 million is no small sum. Not everyone can afford it, and for many, it is a staggering figure. Even Zhu Yan, who always considered his family well off, was secretly astonished and impressed, knowing he could never match such a contribution. Zhu Yan realized that this individual was undoubtedly of a much higher caliber than himself. Many female classmates, while browsing the school forum, pricked up their ears to listen to the discussions, eager to discover who the benefactor might be, dreaming of the chance to ascend and become a phoenix alighting on the branch. Even Wang Mingyao was no exception. Alas, perhaps to maintain confidentiality, the announcement merely stated it was an anonymous donation, revealing no further information. The entire school was astounded. No one had noticed, which indicated the donor had been exceptionally discreet. Ah, how wonderful it would be to have such a classmate. It would be like encountering a benefactor. The The students continued to discuss. Lin Fei was absent and did not hear any of this. Otherwise, he would surely have chuckled. Lin Fei had chosen to keep his name undisclosed out of a desire for humility, and in hindsight, it appeared to be a wise decision. With a creak, the door of the defense room opened. Number 250, please enter for your defense. The teacher in charge called from the doorway. Point 250. Whose number is that? The students outside exchanged glances. It must be Lin Fei's. We've all completed our defenses, one student muttered. The teacher glanced down at the attendance sheet and called out, Lin Fei, please enter for your defense. Chapter 31. Lin Fei's thesis fraud. A burst of laughter erupted as Zhu Yin was the first to chuckle. Soon, the entire crowd joined in mirth. Teacher, wait a moment. He went to the restroom. I'll fetch him right away, exclaimed Ma Xiaotian, dashing out. Everyone, quiet down. When Lin Fei returns, let's give him a surprise. Zhu Yin gestured with his hands, urging calm. His suggestion garnered unanimous agreement among the students, who formed two lines, leaving a pathway in the middle. At that moment, Lin Fei, dragged by Ma Xiaotian, was making his way toward the defense room. Lin Fei, 250, Lin Fei, 250. With each shout of Lin Fei's name by Zhu Yin, the other students echoed the latter half, creating an uproar that reverberated throughout the building. They've gone too far, Ma Xiaotian fumed, ready to retaliate but was restrained by Lin Fei. You must pass this defense and strike back at them. Although deep down, Ma Xiaotian believed Lin Fei would not succeed, he still encouraged his friend. Hoping for a miracle, don't worry, Lin Fei patted Ma Xiaotian's shoulder, speaking with unwavering confidence. Lin Fei held a deep affection for Ma Xiaotian. Were it not for their genders, he would have wished to marry him. This was true friendship. As Lin Fei approached Zhu Yin, the latter delivered the loudest shout. Lin Fei halted, his eyes narrowing. Lin Fei, are you planning to hit someone? Zhu Yin retreated a step, feigning calmness. Hit you? I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Lin Fei retorted, don't be too arrogant. Soon you'll be the one to face the music. By the way, my defense score has already been released, 99 points, the highest score. If it weren't for the impossibility of scoring 100, I would have achieved that, and you? Perhaps consider your own dismal fate. With newfound confidence from Lin Fei's words, Zhu Yin straightened up. Suddenly, Lin Fei lifted his foot and kicked Zhu Yin in the abdomen. Ah! Zhu Yin cried out, crashing into his two companions behind him, hitting the wall heavily. Lin Fei, didn't you say you wouldn't hit anyone? I said I wouldn't dirty my hands, but I never said I wouldn't use my feet. Lin Fei shot back as he strode into the defense room. You bastard. Just wait until you come out. I'll show you. Zhu Yin shouted angrily toward the defense room. Ma Xiaotian could barely suppress his laughter. But Lin Fei's words, Zhu Yin, you bastard, echoed in his mind. A satisfying moment indeed. As Lin Fei entered the defense room, Jiang Yezhong immediately erupted. Lin Fei, get out. You're not allowed in here. Your thesis is unqualified. I want to permit your defense. Lin Fei met Jiang Yezhong's gaze in silence, his expression radiating disdain. Lin Fei, did you hear me? Get out. Immediately, Jiang Yezhong was visibly agitated by Lin Fei's demeanor. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the room. Everyone turned toward the east door, which swung open forcefully to reveal Principal Zhang Guodong. His face darkened with anger, striding in swiftly as though someone had usurped his authority. Following him was a striking woman, a quintessential beauty of Huaxia, her long hair flowing gracefully and her piercing black eyes exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, what stood out most was her extraordinary poise. Upon seeing her, Lin Fei stood up straight, his previous lethargy evaporating. Ren Feifei, his desire to pursue her as a graduate student stemmed from both her beauty and her impressive credentials, a PhD in management from the United States. A mere 27 years of age, already an expert in Huaxia's management field, the paragon of beauty and wealth, she was the object of every man's admiration. While Lin Fei held no ulterior motives, he believed that if he were to pursue postgraduate studies, he should choose someone he admired. Jiang Yezhong, upon spotting Ren Feifei, fixated his gaze on her chest, wishing he had X-ray vision to see through her. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Ren Feifei's previously furrowed brows tightened further. The other teachers, who had been discreetly observing, quickly averted their eyes in response to Ren Feifei's displeasure. Her gaze swept across Lin Fei's face, lingering just a moment but causing his heart to race. This fleeting glance held more allure than any he had experienced before. Principal Zhang, what brings you here? Jiang Yezhong greeted with a smile. His demeanor completely transformed. I came to check on the defense situation. In truth, Zhang Guodong had arrived earlier, monitoring Lin Fei's defense via surveillance from the conference room. He had withheld his entrance until Lin Fei appeared. Lin Fei had no number or qualification for the defense until Zhang Guodong instructed the teacher at the entrance to summon him. Regarding Ren Feifei, Zhang Guodong internally chuckled at his predicament. He had agreed to Lin Fei's 3 conditions, yet Ren Feifei was not one to easily accept graduate students. She outright rejected those who gained admission through money or connections. After much persuasion, she had reluctantly agreed to observe Lin Fei, with the understanding that if he demonstrated exceptional capability, she would accept him. Otherwise, although this was merely a concession, it greatly pleased Zhang Guodong. However, Jiang Yezhong, oblivious to the underlying tensions, attempted to expel Lin Fei, declaring his thesis unqualified, which nearly sent Zhang Guodong into a fit of rage. Resisting the urge to lash out right then and there, he chose to extend Jiang Yezhong some grace. Principal Zhang, I propose we dismiss Lin Fei's graduation defense. I have already deemed it unqualified, Jiang Yezhong blurted, unaware of Zhang Guodong's mounting fury. Oh? Why is that? Zhang Guodong inquired, intrigued by the unfolding drama, particularly given Lin Fei's condition for a 2 million donation to have Jiang Yezhong dismissed. Ren Feifei remained silent, picking up Lin Fei's paper and perusing it. Upon reading the title, The Pitfalls of Modern Enterprise Development and Solutions, she inwardly sighed, recognizing it as the work of someone who likely purchased their degree. Though reluctant to continue, she forced herself to read on, thinking it necessary to reject the principal's request. Chapter 32. Whose thesis is fraudulent? Principal Zhang, look at the topic he chose, The Pitfalls of Modern Enterprise Development and Solutions. For a student with no societal experience, this is nothing but an empty thesis, devoid of any practical substance. Jiang Yezhong wasted no time in showcasing his theoretical prowess, dismissing Lin Fei's paper as worthless. Zhang Guodong remained silent, his brow furrowed. Was Lin Fei truly that incompetent? Teacher Jiang, have you reviewed this paper? Ren Feifei suddenly interjected, her expression serious as she looked at Jiang Yezhong. I have. Jiang Yezhong, excited by the attention, answered with a quiver in his voice. Are you certain you reviewed it? Ren Feifei's tone grew even more grave. Of course, I am. Jiang Yezhong, perplexed by her intensity, maintained his stance. Zhang Guodong continued to observe silently, his gaze shifting to Ren Feifei, eager for her insights, for Lin Fei's assessment hinged on her judgment. The other instructors were equally puzzled by the unfolding events, and the examiners, in truth, had not thoroughly examined the papers given the sheer volume of work each student submitted. What do you consider a commendable thesis? Ren Feifei inquired, directing her question at Jiang Yezhong. A commendable thesis should be like this. Jiang Yezhong responded, placing 2 papers before Ren Feifei. As she glanced down, the titles were familiar, defense presenters Wang Mingyao and Zhu Yan. Ren Feifei's interest piqued, especially drawn to Zhu Yan's paper, having previously been approached multiple times regarding his recommendation for graduate studies. However, upon flipping through the pages, Ren Feifei's expression darkened with each passing moment. She tossed Wang Mengyao's paper onto the table with a thud, looking up at Jiang Yezhong and demanding, Teacher Jiang, are you certain you reviewed their papers? Of course I did. Jiang Yezhong, sensing her ire, felt a pang of indignation. What did her beauty matter when he had deemed these papers excellent? Wang Mengyao's work was plagiarized, while Zhu Yan's was exactly the empty, meaningless thesis she derided. Ren Feifei voiced her judgment without hesitation. You re-speaking nonsense. You are insulting my students and my character. Jiang Yezhong suddenly roared. A sharp intake of breath filled the room. Mr. Jiang, what is the verdict on Zhu Yan's paper? You could have the principal evaluate it. As for Wang Mengyao's plagiarism, I can assert that with absolute certainty, Ren Feifei said with a grim expression. On what grounds do you claim that Wang Mengyao's paper is plagiarized? Jiang Yezhong recalled that Wang Mengyao was Zhang Qi's girlfriend, and he had already promised her an excellent mark. If it were confirmed to be plagiarized, she would not pass. What a predicament! He needed to fight for it because this paper was written by me. Many teachers at the scene gasped in disbelief, their hearts brimming with indignation towards Jiang Yezhong. He had previously informed them about Wang Mengyao's paper, and they had not reviewed it, simply granting her an excellent score. Now, they found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. The academic journal for the publication is on my desk. Do you need me to retrieve it for verification? Jiang Yezhong said, a flicker of uncertainty in his voice. Zhang Guodong's already grim expression darkened further. Plagiarism, especially academic plagiarism, is a grave transgression. It was inconceivable that a student's plagiarism would fall back on the teacher. He picked up Zhu Yan's paper and flipped through it. After merely 2 pages, he slammed it down onto the table, his gaze sweeping over the assessment committee before landing on Jiang Yezhong's face. Is this the excellent paper you selected? Look for yourselves, it's barely coherent. The members of the assessment committee simultaneously lowered their heads. Neither student's defense paper would pass. Bang! Principal Zhang Guodong decisively announced the verdict. Jiang Yezhong's lips twitched in distress. Zhu Yan's supervising teacher was furious upon hearing the outcome. Jiang Yezhong, it was your interference that led us to give Wang Mingyao an excellent mark. Otherwise, how could this situation arise? Jiang Yezhong's already darkening face grew even more somber, almost dripping with frustration. Yet he had no rebuttal. His gaze fell upon Lin Fei, who wore a smile, igniting a spark of fury within him. Lin Fei, you need not smile. Your graduation paper will also not pass. The contents are entirely plagiarized. In his wrath, Jiang Yezhong no longer cared for decorum. Mr. Jiang, if you claim my paper is plagiarized, then please present the original for me to review. Lin Fei replied with a grin, relishing in his misfortune. You? Jiang Yezhong was at a loss for words. He had merely made a casual remark. He had no idea whether Lin Fei's paper was indeed plagiarized, having never scrutinized it closely. The data in your paper is fabricated. Jiang Yezhong's mind raced as he recalled the numerous tables and data within Lin Fei's work, and he immediately seized upon this opening. On what basis do you assert that my paper's data is false? With so much data, how could you possibly conduct research? Jiang Yezhong was now determined to ensure Lin Fei's paper would not pass. Lin Fei, how did you obtain this data? Ren Feifei inquired, her curiosity piqued. During my internship at Misfortune, I gathered it through client interviews and on-site research, Lin Fei replied. Though he exuded confidence in front of Jiang Yezhong, he displayed humility and respect when addressing Ren Feifei. What achievements did you accomplish during your internship? Ren Feifei probed further. During my internship, I visited 11 secondary processing agents and ran through 185 sales outlets, successfully selling 23,000 pieces of lingerie. With a profit margin reaching 1 million, as Lin Fei recounted his experiences at Misfortune, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, it was his first foray into the professional world. Perhaps from now on, he would no longer need to endure such arduous living conditions, though the past would always remain a cherished memory. Zhang Guodong, who had pretended not to know Lin Fei upon entering, was internally astonished by Lin Fei's internship experiences. Remarkable, truly outstanding. Chapter 33. The most exceptional defense in the defense room, the committee members, who had initially held a negative impression of Lin Fei due to Jiang Yezhong's prior influence, began to listen attentively. Jiang Yezhong, however, remained convinced that Lin Fei was merely boasting. Principal Zhang, I propose a live assessment of Lin Fei's defense, Ren Feifei suggested, her interest piqued by Lin Fei's narrative. Zhang Guodong's heart leapt with delight. Certainly, Ren Feifei then turned to Lin Fei with a gentle smile. Lin Fei, you may prepare yourself. I am ready to assess you. Her melodious voice, elegant demeanor, and a gaze that combined sternness with admiration stirred a ripple of excitement within Lin Fei. He had always aspired to pursue graduate studies, yet his family's financial constraints had forced him to suppress that ambition. Today, as a condition of his donation, though somewhat shameless, he felt it was well-deserved. However, he recognized Ren Feifei's meticulous nature and understood she would not easily acquiesce. Her earlier critique of Zhu Yan and Wang Mengyao's papers had already demonstrated her rigorous teaching style. Now, as she prepared to personally evaluate him, it was both an assessment and an opportunity for mutual understanding. This invigorated Lin Fei, filling him with eagerness. Jiang Yezhong did not anticipate this turn of events, and his dissatisfaction was palpable. However, he dared not voice his objections in light of Zhang Guodong's approval. Lin Fei, yesterday, Jiangnan City witnessed the emergence of the most exceptional homeowner in history. What are your thoughts on this matter? Ren Feifei inquired, eager to gauge Lin Fei's investment philosophy. Lin Fei had not anticipated such a question and chuckled inwardly. To analyze the most exceptional homeowner, one must first consider the intent behind purchasing a property. If it is for speculation, it is a reprehensible act. If it is an investment, one must examine the location of the property. It is said that the homes chosen are either in the old city or along the subway line, indicating a highly targeted investment strategy, namely, the revitalization of the old city and the convenience of transportation. With over 200 properties, it is both an investment and a management challenge. Establishing a company for management or entrusting it to an agency are valid options, but the ultimate goal remains profit. If purchasing property is viewed as a long-term investment, allowing the properties to serve societal purposes and gain social recognition and returns, then I believe such management embodies true scientific management. In summary, the essence of evaluating this matter lies in its purpose, direction, and scope. If all three can be simultaneously addressed, then the investment holds significance and value. Lin Fei maintained unwavering eye contact with Ren Feifei as he articulated his thoughts. Initially, many in the audience regarded him with skepticism, but as he articulated his first point, their expressions began to shift. By the time he concluded his third point, many remained deep in contemplation, still engrossed in Lin Fei's defense. Ren Fei, equally astonished, realized that if a CEO or successful individual were to express such insights, it would be unsurprising given their life experiences and circumstances. Yet, Lin Fei was merely a student, indeed, a rather impoverished one, possessing a perspective and breadth of thought that is rare among the masses. What do you believe is the fundamental quality for an individual to bear wealth? It is one's character and morality. Ultimately, it all boils down to virtue. Only with profound virtue can one bear great responsibilities. Ren Fei, unable to contain her curiosity, posed her second question, and Lin Fei's response exceeded her expectations. Only with profound virtue can one bear great responsibilities. Zhang Guodong found himself repeating this phrase in his mind, recalling Lin Fei's nonchalant demeanor when he donated 20 million. Indeed, he possessed a virtue that transcended that of ordinary individuals. The initial perception of Lin Fei as merely a wealthy playboy dissipated, replaced by deep admiration. Meanwhile, Ren Fei continued her fervent questioning, to which Lin Fei responded with unwavering composure. Before long, their exchange had persisted for nearly an hour, culminating in Ren Fei's final inquiry. If one day you become a wealthy individual, how would you give back to society? Upon hearing this question, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Was he not already wealthy? By earning even more money? Ren Fei was momentarily taken aback, her previously astonished expression now tinged with disappointment. More than just monetary returns to society, Lin Fei seemed to savor Ren Fei's reaction, deliberately delaying his response by 3 seconds. Ren Fei. Lin Fei maintained a calm and confident smile. After a brief moment of adjustment, Ren Fei turned to Zhang Guodong, nodding before declaring, "My assessment is complete. I award Lin Fei a perfect score of 100 for his defense. It is the most remarkable defense I have witnessed at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Perhaps even the finest ever." A sharp intake of breath echoed as Ren Fei's words left her lips, prompting the other members of the assessment committee to exchange anxious glances with Zhang Guodong, their expressions rife with tension. While they were indeed educators and professors, their weight in Zhang Guodong's eyes paled in comparison to Ren Fei's standing. Moreover, from a practical societal perspective, her influence was unparalleled. This predicament was considerable. Jiang Yezhong, the architect of this mess, had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position. All eyes turned toward Jiang Yezhong, filled with indignation. Some clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, barely restraining the urge to confront him. Zhang Guodong observed everything with keen insight, his mood at its zenith. The 3 conditions proposed by Lin Fei had paved the way for a smooth transition to graduate studies. With Ren Fei's nod of approval already secured. As for the dismissal of Jiang Yezhong, was this not the opportune moment? Jiang Yezhong, you have unjustly revoked a student's defense qualification, muddled the details of their thesis, and distorted the truth. I hereby announce your expulsion from the university. Leave at once. The more Zhang Guodong contemplated, the more incensed he became, disregarding decorum by using such crude language. What? You're expelling me for this? Jiang Yezhong's face contorted in disbelief, his expression more grotesque than if he had consumed something vile, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhang, principal, surely you jest? Even if my thesis review was lacking, expulsion is unwarranted. Jiang Yezhong struggled to quell his rising dread, forcing a semblance of a smile. A jest? Lin Fei, a student of such caliber, and yet you denied him the opportunity to defend himself, declaring his defense substandard. The evidence speaks for itself. Do you not comprehend? Zhang Guodong retorted mercilessly. Principal, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. Secretary Wang, summon security. Zhang Guodong called out towards the door. No sooner had he spoken than 2 security personnel entered. Zhang Guodong, you, Jiang Yezhong uttered, realizing he could not alter his fate. The moment you unilaterally decided to deny Lin Fei a defense, I resolved to expel you. Why did you defend Lin Fei? Do you know him? I did not know him until today, but now I do, Zhang Guodong declared with a decisive wave of his hand. Security, escort him from the premises. The 2 guards swiftly restrained Jiang Yezhong. Principal Zhang? Surely you can show mercy. I was in the wrong. I admit my mistakes. The security guards paid no heed to Jiang Yezhong's desperate cries, dragging him away. Zhang Guodong turned to the teachers in the defense room and stated, each of you will forfeit half a year's bonus, before departing the room himself. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire defense room. Outside, the students who had awaited Lin Fei's misfortune erupted with excitement. Chapter 34. The clown at the school gate. Jiang Yezhong was not knocked down, yet was no better off, shoved out by security. Secretary Wang, I have been a teacher here for many years, a vice professor no less. Even if I denied Lin Fei a defense, expulsion is too harsh. Jiang Yizhang's face was a canvas of grievance, fury, and resentment. I am not privy to the specifics, but you have indeed offended someone you ought not to have. Who? Who did I offend? Jiang Yizhang's eyes blazed with anger. Lin Fei. Secretary Wang uttered those two words succinctly. Lin Fei. What makes him untouchable? Jiang Yizhang stood there in shock, staring at Secretary Wang. Wang, with a contemptuous glance, turned and left with the security, unrepentant, not worth pity. Outside the defense room, Lin Fei emerged in an instant. All eyes were fixed upon him. The initial mockery had vanished, replaced by a newfound respect. When Lin Fei declared he would make Jiang Yizhang disappear from his sight, many had thought it mere bravado. However, as Jiang Yizhang was led away by security, they were left astounded. It was indeed a reality. What had initially seemed a joke now rendered them the true jesters. Shocked expressions filled the air. Zhu Yin, Jiang Yizhang was really expelled. Was it Lin Fei's doing? A classmate turned to Zhu Yin inquiringly. Zhu Yin's countenance darkened, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance when he had mocked Lin Fei. Deliberately speaking for Jiang Yizhang's ears. Impossible. He must have caught wind of some rumor. Indeed. Your reasoning is sound. It must be so. Or how could he possibly sway the principal? How outrageous. He has made a fool of himself. Zhu Yin's companions began to curse loudly. Lin Fei, Jiang Yizhang truly has been expelled. You are indeed fortunate. Ma Xiaotian rushed over to Lin Fei, brimming with excitement. Lin Fei smiled slightly, stating, luck is hardly the matter here. However, I can't be bothered to explain. Lin Fei, or should I say 250, did you pass your defense? Zhu Yin adjusted his demeanor, looking at Lin Fei with renewed disdain. Lin Fei merely smiled nonchalantly. Had this been in the past, he might have felt anger, yet the defense he had just completed, with Ran Feifei's probing inquiries, had elevated his perspective on life. Faced with Zhu Yin, a mere buffoon, he felt no inclination to engage, let alone pay him any heed. Ma Xiaotian, let us depart, Lin Fei urged, pulling Ma Xiaotian along. Zhu Yin stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking Lin Fei and Ma Xiaotian, grinning as he said, 250, please answer my question not ha, ha, ha. Zhu Yin's arrogance invited a chorus of laughter. Lin Fei, you surely did not pass, did you? We are all classmates. The results will be known soon enough, so speak up indeed, Lin Fei. Do share. When you return for your defense next year, perhaps Zhu Yin might even treat you to a meal. Following the laughter, the atmosphere became charged with mockery. Compared to an outstanding student like Zhu Yin, Lin Fei appeared a mere impoverished fool, a source of ridicule. If he was a joke, then they would deliver the most fervent derisive laughter. Just then, the teacher responsible for calling students into the defense emerged. Holding the results sheet, preparing to announce the outcomes, the room fell silent. Zhu Yin stood tall, his chin raised, a confident smile adorning his face, hands clasped in front of him, eyes brimming with calm assurance. A remarkable result was imminent. Zhu Yin could even sense the envious gazes of his peers, envisioning the moment the results would be announced, followed by applause and accolades. Zhu Yin's thesis defense was deemed unsatisfactory. What? Zhu Yin's expression froze, his hands dropping limply as he stared incredulously at the announcing teacher. Unbelievable. The other students were equally taken aback. Teacher, you must have made an error. I should have received an excellent rating. Zhu Yin's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by a frantic demeanor. The announcing teacher glanced at Zhu Yin with disdain, retorting, I do not suffer from presbyopia. Teacher, please, could you inquire with my advisor if there was a mistake? I am to be recommended for graduate studies under Professor Ren Feifei. How could my thesis possibly be unsatisfactory? Zhu Yin was now genuinely panicked, and no need to ask. Your thesis lacks substance, it is nothing but fluff. Such an ostentatious thesis could never pass. The announcing teacher echoed Ren Feifei's assessment. Who said that? Who lacks discernment? I doubt it was I who said it. Zhu Yin's furious shout startled Ren Feifei, who emerged, her brows furrowed as she regarded him. Professor Ren, I'm Zhu Yin, seeking to be recommended to your graduate program. How could this, Zhu Yin? You seem to have misunderstood. I have never stated my intention to accept you as a student. And your thesis is a mere collection of inflated claims, worthless in my eyes, hence it cannot pass defense. Ren Feifei spoke plainly and directly. Zhu Yin. The proud posture he had maintained crumbled instantaneously. Being recommended for Ren Feifei's graduate program had always been his dream. Pursuing a graduate degree was a pretext. Winning Ren Feifei's heart was his true ambition. He envisioned a future spent in her company. ultimately marrying her, reaping the benefits of the Ren family's wealth and influence. This dream had lingered for long, but in an instant, it shattered into pieces, leaving him reeling. Zhu Yin lifted his head abruptly. His fists clenched in fury, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on Lin Fei, his eyes ablaze with volcanic rage, wishing to incinerate Lin Fei with a mere glance. How absurdly ironic, Lin Fei regarded Zhu Yin with a calm demeanor. Utterly dismissive. To him, Zhu Yin was nothing more than a clown. Zhongli scored 9-0. Ma Xiaotian 91. Wang Quan 88. The announcing teacher continued to read out the scores unhurriedly. Lin Fei, surely you did not achieve an excellent rating? Wang Mingyao, unable to contain herself, remarked with a frown at Lin Fei's unwavering confidence. Why? Lin Fei could disregard Zhu Yin, but Wang Mingyao stirred an indescribable feeling within him, because teacher Jiang promised me an excellent rating last night at dinner. Wang Mingyao straightened her back, tossing her long hair, her slender white neck giving her the appearance of an arrogant swan. The disdain in her eyes suggested Lin Fei was merely an insect. Easily crushed beneath her heel, that moment, Lin Fei remained unfazed. His expression betrayed no change, only a hint of a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 35. To undermine others is to undermine oneself. Lin Fei. What do you have to be proud of? Wang Mingyao was incensed by Lin Fei's demeanor. Thus, she blatantly disregarded the situation, ignoring the crowd around her, and overlooked the fact that Jiang Yizhong had just been expelled. She looked at Lin Fei with open contempt. In the past, she would have chosen to remain low-key, for she, too, hailed from an ordinary background and lacked the grounds for arrogance. However, after being with Zhang Qi, Wang Mingyao found herself frequently frequenting luxurious hotels and high-end venues, leading her to feel as though she were a person of considerable stature, while Lin Fei seemed like a mere servant, even a lowly one, eliciting nothing but disdain from her. Wang Mingyao. The instructor announcing the results called out her name. A smile danced at the corners of Wang Mengyao's eyes as she cast a glance at Lin Fei, eagerly awaiting that moment of triumph. Wang Mengyao's thesis was plagiarized. Her defense is deemed unsatisfactory. The instructor's voice resonated louder than usual, and the moment those words escaped her lips, it was as if a deafening thunderclap reverberated outside the defense room, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Wang Mingyao stood frozen in shock. Ha, ha, ha. Wang Mingyao, may I ask which eminent scholar your thesis was plagiarized from? It was Ma Xiaotian, who had been silently standing beside Lin Fei. The first to break the silence with laughter and a pointed question. I did not plagiarize. Wang Mingyao vehemently protested. Ren Fei, standing nearby, frowned even more tightly, her expression darkening as she realized that Wang Mingyao was still refusing to admit the truth. Lin Fei knew that the plagiarized work was Ren Fei's thesis and shook his head inwardly. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. He was fortunate to have distanced himself from such a woman. Otherwise, you did not plagiarize. Is it possible that the evaluators have made an error? Ma Xiaotian, seeing Ren Fei's darkening expression, intentionally provoked Wang Mingyao. Suddenly, she snapped to attention. I demand to see the evaluators. How dare you claim my thesis is plagiarized? I wrote it myself, Wang Mingyao declared, attempting to storm into the defense room. Enough! Ren Fei could no longer contain herself and admonished her sharply. Wang Mingyao halted abruptly, looking up at Ren Fei. Your thesis is a verbatim copy of my paper published in a core journal. The title and content are identical. Do you want me to bring the journal as proof? Ren Fei's words struck Wang Mingyao like a bucket of icy water in the dead of winter, causing her to shiver, standing there foolishly, her face reddening with shame. Clap, clap. Ma Xiaotian applauded mockingly. Wang Mingyao, you are truly impressive, plagiarizing to the point of implicating the instructor and still refusing to admit it in front of them. I'm in awe. His disdain for Wang Mingyao, the woman who betrayed his good friend, was palpable. Even if I fail, what of it? Wang Mengyao's heart shattered. This thesis had been ghostwritten for her by Zhang Qi. They had been so immersed in their romantic escapades that they had no time to write it themselves. Never anticipating such a monumental blunder, that moment, she felt utterly humiliated. Yet, recalling Zhang Qi's connections, his status, and his indulgence towards her, Wang Mingyao regained her confidence and retorted. What can happen? I'll defend again next year. And I will personally oversee the evaluation. Ren Fei was infuriated by Wang Mengyao's obstinacy and declared on the spot. Wang Mingyao fell silent. Wang Mingyao, congratulations, Ma Xiaotian greeted her with a fist bump. A grin plastered across his face. Wang Mengyao's heart crumbled completely. Lin Fei, 100 points. Outstanding defense. The instructor continued announcing results. now reaching Lin Fei's name. Huh. As Lin Fei's score was revealed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to ripples spreading across a placid lake. With all eyes turning towards him, Lin Fei, good gracious, I'm genuinely impressed, Ma Xiaotian exclaimed, delivering a hearty slap on Lin Fei's shoulder, his joy unabashed. Lin Fei remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. His calm demeanor was admired by Ren Feifei but incited anger and resentment in Zhu Yan, as if Lin Fei had usurped his brilliance. Once all results were announced, it was clear that Lin Fei was the only one to achieve full marks. Only Zhu Yan and Wang Mingyao had failed their defenses. Surprisingly, it was not Lin Fei who relished this result the most, but rather Ma Xiaotian, whose gaze flitted between Wang Mingyao and Zhu Yan, unspoken ridicule evident in his silence, amplifying their humiliation. Lin Fei, even if I fail this defense, I can still pursue my master's degree. What is your perfect score matter? Zhu Yan, recalling his family's wealth and influence, was determined not to be outdone by Lin Fei. His spirit revitalized. Of course, I have already agreed to allow you to pursue your master's degree under my supervision, Lin Fei. You may proceed to the school to complete your enrollment procedures. Before Lin Fei could respond to Zhu Yan's inquiry, Ren Feifei interjected. Zhu Yan's earlier bravado was extinguished by her words. He glared at Ren Feifei, his eyes blazing with rage and disbelief. He had sought assistance from various influential individuals, even Ren Feifei's family. Yet all had been in vain. Now, Ren Feifei publicly announced Lin Fei as her student. This was the greatest insult he could endure. Zhu Yan suddenly felt darkness closing in, his body swaying forward as he fainted from the frustration. The scene erupted into chaos as he was escorted away. Lin Fei watched as Zhu Yan disappeared, quietly lamenting. Individuals often find themselves at odds with their own circumstances. He and Zhu Yan had no real connection. It was Zhu Yan who had brought this turmoil upon himself. To establish oneself in this city, academic performance is of little consequence. In the crowd, Wang Mingyao, who understood Lin Fei best, perceived a glimmer of schadenfreude in his expression and couldn't help but mock him. Lin Fei's gaze fell upon Wang Mingyao, a woman who had undergone a complete transformation, rendering her unrecognizable to him. Nonetheless, before the onlookers, Lin Fei chose to disregard her. Though I may have failed, I am now a formal employee of the Misfortune Group. I can establish myself in Jiangnan City. And you? Are you unable to even pay your rent? Are you still pondering where to work to support yourself? In life, what truly matters is one's capability, specifically the ability to generate income. Do you possess that? Lin Fei's silence ignited Wang Mengyao's fury. The other students, who had previously harbored a hint of envy towards Lin Fei's perfect score, now looked upon her with scorn. Chapter 36. The mayor's speech. At this moment, had it been anyone else, Lin Fei would have made them regret their words. But she was Wang Mingyao, and Lin Fei chose to smile and remain silent. Had it been elsewhere, Lin Fei would have erupted, but with Ren Feifei present, he opted for discretion. No one knew his true thoughts. They merely perceived his silence as weakness and ineptitude, witnessing his usual reticence. Wang Mingyao drew confidence and dignity from Lin Fei's silence. Students, please proceed to the conference room. The mayor is here to address you graduates with words of encouragement. The instructor who had just announced the results returned to summon the students. Upon hearing that the mayor had arrived, Lin Fei was the first to turn and head towards the conference room, sensing intuitively what was to come. However, to Wang Mingyao and the others, it appeared as though Lin Fei was fleeing. Ma Xiaotian followed closely behind Lin Fei, reflecting silently that in this society, academic excellence alone would not guarantee success. Everything relied on connections and familial influence, which were the very things he and Lin Fei lacked. In the conference room, a man in his 40s stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed in tailored trousers, polished shoes, and a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of comfort, with a square face adorned by a broad smile. His hands hung naturally by his sides, his gaze directed towards the entrance, brimming with anticipation. Beside him stood Yu Juanjia, whose attire mirrored that of Mayor Chen Guaning, albeit with a youthful flair. He positioned himself slightly behind Chen Guaning. Equally fixated on the entrance, his own eyes filled with eagerness. Zhang Guodong stood on the opposite side of Chen Guaning, his expression one of astonishment. After Chen Guaning's arrival and his report mentioning Lin Fei's anonymous donation of 20 million, the mayor had shown no surprise, only praise. For the seasoned bureaucrat Zhang Guodong, the mayor's commendation hinted at a very favorable impression of Lin Fei, one that evoked a tinge of envy. Now, the actions and expressions of Chen Guaning and his secretary Yu Juanjia only reinforced Zhang Guodong's belief in his assessment. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei was the first to appear in their line of sight. Yu Juanjia, who had been standing behind Chen Guaning, suddenly stepped forward to greet him. Upon seeing Yu Juanjia, Lin Fei quickened his pace, and the two met at the entrance, shaking hands warmly. Lin Fei, this is Mayor Chen. Yu Juanjia remembered to introduce the main character, promptly releasing Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei quickly approached Chen Guaning, extending his hand. Hello, Mayor Chen. Good, good, good. Chen Guaning grasped Lin Fei's hand firmly, shaking it twice, then patted Lin Fei's shoulder before releasing him. This transpired quickly, and the students behind were oblivious to the exchange. Chen Guaning then turned to head towards the podium. Zhang Guodong observed everything clearly. He had initially found it odd that Yu Juanjia had stepped forward, but upon hearing Chen Guaning's 3 affirmations of good, he immediately understood the mayor's purpose for being there. Zhang Guodong's gaze towards Lin Fei softened, now tinged with respect. 3 minutes later, the conference room fell into silence. After a brief introduction by Zhang Guodong, Chen Guaning, seated on the podium, commenced his speech. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the distinguished graduates for successfully completing their studies. I wish you all the best in finding work that you love and hope that many of you will remain in Jiangnan City to contribute to its development. Chen Guaning, the mayor, eloquently continued. In conclusion, I have 3 hopes. I hope you will remain true to your original aspirations and become individuals who benefit society. I hope you will not squander your youth and strive to be self-reliant individuals. I hope you will always remember your hometown and become builders of your community. To the other students, Chen Guaning's words may have seemed like mere platitudes or even empty rhetoric, but to Lin Fei, they resonated deeply. Remain true to your original aspirations. Do not squander your youth. Never forget your hometown. Were these not reminders of something profound? Suddenly, the applause erupted, interrupting Lin Fei's contemplation. There's no need for applause. Chen Guaning smiled. Today, I am not just here to speak. I wish to hear your voices as well. This is an opportunity for exchange, so please feel free to share your thoughts. After calming the audience with a gesture, he continued, now, let us hear from you. One by one, the students stood to express their views, seizing this chance for self-expression. Even Ma Xiaotian and Wang Mingyao did not hold back. Only Lin Fei remained seated, silent amidst the fervor. Soon, all had spoken, leaving Lin Fei as the sole silent figure. Chen Guaning, though unspoken, gazed at him with expectation. Zhang Guodong, understanding the situation, turned to Lin Fei and said with a smile, Lin Fei, would you care to share your thoughts? Lin Fei lifted his head, offering a faint smile to both Chen Guaning and Zhang Guodong, just as the door to the conference room swung open. Hello, Mayor Chen. My name is Zhu Yan. My father, Zhu Budong, is the manager of the Jiangnan Ime Clothing Company. I am thrilled to have this opportunity to meet you. May I say a few words? Having received a call from a close friend while in the school infirmary, Zhu Yan hurriedly removed his four and rushed over. Meeting the mayor to promote his family's business was an opportunity too precious to miss. Although Chen Guaning was keen to hear Lin Fei's insights, he was interrupted by Zhu Yan, leaving him somewhat displeased, though his expression remained composed. The Ime Clothing Company is well known in Jiangnan City, contributing over $1 million in taxes each year. It is indeed commendable, Chen Guaning praised, fully aware of the city's businesses. Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Chen. Zhu Yan, initially apprehensive about interrupting, stood taller, pride illuminating his face. The other students cast envious glances toward Zhu Yan, admiration evident in their eyes. A company that makes millions in taxes also implies substantial profits, and many female classmates cast flirtatious glances his way. The disdain for Zhu Yan, stemming from his failure in the defense, dissipated, replaced by the realization that this society is indeed ruled by wealth. Zhu Yan, why don't you share your thoughts? Chen Guaning encouraged with a smile. Respected Mayor Chen, Principal Zhang, I believe our society is one of constant development and competition. Under these social conditions, we should allocate more outstanding resources to industries that can create greater value, prioritizing talented individuals who can bring more benefits to society. Zhu Yan's words resonated with many in the room, and nods of agreement began to circulate. Even Chen Guaning was seen nodding in approval. My core belief is to elevate the excellent, enabling them to better serve society and shoulder greater social responsibilities. Zhu Yan, handsome and charismatic, appeared to be a successful orator standing at the pinnacle of life. As he scanned the captivated audience, the pride and self-satisfaction on his face were unmistakable. No one seemed to care about his recent paper defense failure. In this moment, he was perceived as flawless. Applause erupted, growing from sparse claps to a thunderous ovation that filled the conference room. Zhu Yan cast a scornful glance at Lin Fei, hoping to see him wallow in inferiority. To his surprise, Lin Fei not only refrained from feeling diminished but also joined in the applause. As the clapping subsided, Chen Guaning turned to Zhang Guodong, remarking, Principal Zhang, your graduating class is indeed remarkable. Thank you, Mayor Chen. For your affirmation, we will continue to enhance the quality of our students, Zhang Guodong promptly responded. Could it be that the anonymous donor of 20 million is you, Zhu Yan? A friend of Zhu Yan's blurted out, causing the room to fall silent, all eyes turning toward him. Zhu Yan maintained his smile, yet his body stiffened, his mouth moving silently. What was he thinking to remain anonymous? Wasn't donating such a sum meant to flaunt wealth? If it were me, I would insist that the school make my name clear. As the students began murmuring among themselves, Chen Guaning took a sip of water, observing Zhu Yan to see if he would live up to his lofty claims. Zhang Guodong gripped his cup tightly, fearing Zhu Yan's admission could shatter the favorable image he had just established for Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Unbeknownst to the students, the wealthy donor was sitting among them. Ma Xiaotian chuckled. This rich kid is quite extravagant, casually donating 20 million. It must be delightful to be friends with someone like him. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it doesn't seem like Zhu Yan. He added. The first part of Ma Xiaotian's statement drew nods of agreement, but the latter half left Zhu Yan feeling embarrassed. He was desperate to redeem his image, especially after his earlier speech aimed at overcoming his recent failures and securing a place in the graduate program with Ren Feifei. But did the principal even know about the anonymous donation? Suddenly, Zhu Yan straightened his back, feigning a cough, glancing at his classmates before confidently declaring, Indeed, the 20 million was donated by me. Gasps filled the room, followed by a chorus of admiration and applause from his peers. Chen Guaning's expression darkened, while Zhang Guodong's grip on his cup tightened, wishing he could shatter it in frustration. How shameless! No words could adequately describe Zhang Guodong's feelings toward Zhu Yan. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes, but he chose to remain silent. After all, it was an anonymous donation. Turning to Ma Xiaotian, he quipped, Now that this rich kid has revealed himself, you can pursue a friendship with him. It should be quite enjoyable. Lin Fei's comment seemed to resonate with the other students, prompting a wave of flattery to wash over Zhu Yan, causing them to forget they were in a formal meeting. With the mayor and principal present, Zhu Xiao, please take care of us in the future. Exactly, Zhu Xiao, we will need your guidance for our future development in Jiangnan City. Zhu Xiao, you are a true talent, embodying social responsibility and benefiting society. Zhu Xiao, you have remained true to your aspirations, not wasted your youth, and I believe you will never forget your hometown. Some even echoed the mayor's previous 3 hopes to praise Zhu Yan. Initially apprehensive, Zhu Yan now basked in the flattery, feeling justified. Lin Fei, even if you are guaranteed a place in graduate school, what does it matter? It is individuals like me who are truly exceptional. Academic success does not equate to societal contribution, Zhu Yan remarked, disdain evident in his gaze as he noticed Lin Fei's calm demeanor. I simply don't believe Zhu Yan donated 20 million. Given the value of his father's company, it's questionable if they even have that much. If he truly had 20 million, he would have been flaunting his wealth around campus in a luxury car long ago. Ma Xiaotian interjected, voicing his skepticism before Lin Fei could respond. Ma Xiaotian, don't be envious, Zhu Yan retorted, his face turning pale with anger. Lin Fei, Ma Xiaotian, you are nothing but impoverished souls. The poor must recognize their status and accept their reality. Wang Mingyao seized the opportunity to deride the two. Silence. Zhang Guodong slammed the table, his voice booming. The once boisterous conference room fell into an immediate hush. Zhang Guodong's gaze swept over the attendees, finally landing on Zhu Yan's face. Zhu Yan smiled, preparing to speak. Zhu Yan, your thesis defense has not passed. Principal Zhang, I believe this is unjust. I should have been allowed to pass and granted direct admission to Professor Ren Feifei's graduate program. Zhu Yan interrupted Zhang Guodong's words, smiling as he made his demands. Excellent, truly splendid. Thank you, Principal Zhang. You are the most brazen student I have ever encountered, bringing shame upon Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Zhang Guodong suddenly shifted his tone, exclaiming furiously. A gasp of shock echoed in the conference room as everyone turned to Zhang Guodong, bewildered by his anger. Zhu Yan, you are expelled. A murmur of discussion erupted in the room. Principal Zhang, I donated 20 million. You, get out. Jiangnan University does not need dishonest students like you, devoid of moral integrity. Zhang Guodong's fury intensified towards Zhu Yan, who remained shameless even at this point. Ah? The classmates who had initially believed him now looked at Zhu Yan with confusion. After all, Zhu Yan was the wealthiest among the graduates, which led everyone to believe that he had made the donation. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? The students were thoroughly perplexed. Zhu Yan's face felt as though it had been struck hard, burning with humiliation. Zhu Yan, you are correct. Academic achievement does not solve everything. Just like you now, consistently excelling in your studies while considering yourself exceptional. Yet you have become increasingly shameless and devoid of any moral compass. Lin Fei's voice resonated slowly. Chapter 38. Underhanded Connections. Lin Fei, be quiet. Zhu Yan's face flushed with anger as he glared at Lin Fei. Outstanding talent, yet so brazen. Ma Xiaotian coldly chimed in from the side. Lin Fei, Ma Xiaotian, wait for it. You will regret this moment. Zhu Yan had lost all semblance of gentlemanly composure, glaring at the two with fury. Secretary Wang, have the security escort Zhu Yan out. He has been expelled. Zhang Guodong turned to his secretary, speaking loudly. You will regret this. Zhu Yan's words echoed in the building long after he exited the conference room. The room fell silent once more. After a long pause, Chen Guaning's brows relaxed as he glanced at Lin Fei. Though others failed to notice, a tacit understanding had formed between the two classmates. Do not forget your original intentions. At its core, integrity is paramount. If a person lacks morality, then what remains of their original intent? Cherishing time is essential. If one does not value it, are they not merely squandering it? Remembering one's hometown is a matter of responsibility. Without it, how can one fulfill their mission? The true anonymous donor of the 20 million is among you. They have many astonishing actions, and it is their excellence that has compelled me to come here today, to inspire you to learn from them. It is regrettable that Zhu Yan's incident has occurred. I hope you can learn a lesson and open your hearts, showing love and tolerance, contributing to the development of Jiangnan City, and truly learning from the student beside you. After finishing, Chen Guaning surveyed the remaining students once more before rising to leave. Zhang Guodong and others hurriedly followed, leaving only the students behind. The count dwindled from 250 to 249 as they exchanged glances, eager to uncover the identity of the donor. Unfortunately, aside from Lin Fei, everyone shook their heads. Lin Fei did not shake his head, yet his demeanor and 4 years of life led no one to believe that he could be the anonymous donor of 20 million. The crowd departed the conference room, filled with speculation and various fantasies. Before leaving, Wang Mingyao reminded everyone not to forget the evening's gathering. She seemed to have emerged from the pain of failing the thesis defense. Her eyes sparkling with ease and delight. Mei Xiaotian intended to invite Lin Fei to leave together, but Lin Fei declined, citing other matters. As Lin Fei stepped out of the conference room, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. The super money-making system had returned. System prompt. The third task is complete. The soft, endearing voice of a young girl buoyed Lin Fei's spirits. Earlier that morning, upon arriving at school, he had heard rumors from Jiang Yezhong that he might not pass the thesis defense, leaving him somewhat disheartened, especially considering the system's requirement for graduate studies. Failing the thesis defense meant no graduation, rendering the pursuit of further studies futile. However, after a series of maneuvers, he had managed a miraculous turnaround. Were the rewards for this task now available? Yes. What are they? Please tell me quickly. Lin Fei was eager to know. 0.2 million merit points awarded, a cash reward of 100 million. The soft girl voice chimed in again. I didn't invest. Why is there a cash reward? You donated 20 million, resolved the challenge, and successfully completed the task, which counts as an invisible investment, yielding returns. Oh, what a pity. I should have donated more. Lin Fei lamented. Are you doubting the system's intelligence? All right. Lin Fei felt somewhat speechless. Is there a new task? Yes, however, it is quite challenging. How challenging? Find an investment with a potential return of 100 times. Ah? Lin Fei exclaimed upon hearing the standard. Do you wish to give up? No. I accept. Lin Fei clenched his fists, declaring loudly. Keep it up. You have performed excellently on the first 3 tasks. I believe in you. The soft girl voice said before falling silent once more. Lin Fei returned to reality, gazing into the distance, filled with ambition. The prospect of investing in a project with 100-fold potential was exhilarating. He took out his phone, dialing Lin Kuer and Zhaoren to arrange for Lin Kuer to establish a stock trading team and to urge Zhaoren to expedite the dealings for a second-hand housing company. Once finished, he walked alone toward the school exit. Outside Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, at the Impression CAF, Jiang Yezhong, Zhang Qi, Wang Mingyao, and Zhu Yin sat together, each with a cup of coffee before them. Except for Zhang Qi and Zhu Yin, who took a few sips, the other two remained untouched. Zhang Xiao, today, I have utterly lost in the matter concerning Mingyao. Jiang Yezhong, shedding his identity as a teacher from Jiangnan University, now addressed Zhang Qi as Zhang Xiao. Zhang Qi, who wrote the paper for me? Oh, it was a plagiarized paper. Did you not even check the author's name? Wang Mingyao interjected, scolding Zhang Qi before he could respond. Zhang Qi lifted his coffee cup and took another sip. Teacher Jiang, your issue could be handled this way. Would that work? Jiang Yezhong's eyes brightened upon hearing this. However, he still looked to Zhang Qi for confirmation. Rest assured, this is precisely what they fear. Excellent. I shall go at once. Jiang Yezhong stood up, nodded at Zhang Qi, and walked out. Zhang Qi watched Jiang Yezhong's retreating figure, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Dog bites dog, and they all have fur. What about my problem? Wang Mingyao pouted, questioning. Mingyao, your problem is even easier to resolve. You are my Zhang Qi's woman, lacking nothing. Do you truly care about that diploma? But do not worry. Once Jiang Yezhong truly makes a fuss, your problem will be resolved. Zhang Qi waved his hand, smiling. Zhang Xiao's tactic of stirring trouble in murky waters is truly brilliant, Zhu Yin praised from the side. Zhu Yin, it seems you are quite relaxed, Zhang Qi chuckled. Why fret over what has already happened? Moreover, in this day and age, as long as there is money, what does a mere degree matter? Zhu Yin spoke nonchalantly. Wang Mingyao glanced at Zhu Yin, her fair hands clasping the coffee cup, then gazed affectionately at Zhang Qi, her eyes filled with admiration. As long as there is money. As long as one is willing to spend. How realistic. She felt a sense of joy in leaving Lin Fei for Zhang Qi. How about we? Zhang Qi whispered to Zhu Yin. Excellent, wonderful. Both Zhu Yin and Wang Mingyao praised in unison. Then, the three erupted into hearty laughter. Eagerly anticipating the graduation dinner that evening. Chapter 39. Who digged a pit for whom? Soon, it was evening, and the venue for the graduation dinner was set at the Xinyuan Hotel. Lin Fei was not unfamiliar with this place. He had just been there the day before, where he had experienced a moment of glory. Returning today, he felt at ease. Lin Fei had two purposes for coming here: to bid farewell to his classmates of 4 years and to seek out individuals with investment potential. As the thought of 100 times return was exhilarating, that of course, even if he found no one, he had something else to accomplish. As Lin Fei's taxi arrived at the Xinyuan Hotel's entrance. A BMW that had been parked suddenly roared to life, pulling up directly in front of the hotel, blocking Lin Fei's taxi. Thanks to the quick reflexes of the taxi driver, a potential collision was narrowly avoided. The driver was about to unleash a tirade when he caught sight of a man in a Versace suit stepping out of the BMW, prompting him to swallow his words. Lin Fei sat in the car, having just executed a sudden brake that nearly caused his head to strike the back of the seat. Had it not been for the formidable martial prowess granted to him by the system, he would have surely emerged with a swollen forehead. Initially incensed, Lin Fei's irritation dissipated upon recognizing the young man before him as Zhu Yin, and he merely smiled, uttering nothing. He paid, opened the car door, and exited with utmost nonchalance. That moment, a security guard approached Zhu Yin, who had exited the vehicle first. Park the car properly, Zhu Yin commanded, tossing the keys to the approaching guard. Lin Fei paid little attention. He was fully aware that Zhu Yin had deliberately awaited his arrival, intending to flaunt his vehicle in front of him. Yet, this was Zhu Yin's prerogative. Zhu Yin was taken aback by Lin Fei's calm demeanor, which made him feel somewhat unsettled. How does your hotel allow anyone to enter? Zhu Yin feigned surprise at seeing Lin Fei, stepping aside as if to distance himself, addressing the guard with disdain. The security guard, having received Zhu Yin's car, was momentarily distracted by its value, failing to notice Lin Fei. Upon hearing Zhu Yin's words, he glanced at Lin Fei, and with just a single look, his mind was overwhelmed. Instantly, he called into his walkie-talkie. Manager Li, a VIP has arrived. I will come to greet him personally. The response from the other end was immediate. Zhu Yin, hearing this, assumed the so-called VIP was himself, and a triumphant glint appeared in his eyes. Ah, isn't that Lin Fei? Is this how you choose to attend the graduation gathering? Don't you think it's an affront to the new garden hotel? Zhu Yin exclaimed with a display of revulsion. Security, hurry and escort him away. How could someone like him be allowed into your esteemed hotel? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a woman in her 30s. Heavily made up with blue eyeshadow, her hair elegantly styled, and clad in a black gown, rushing out from the lobby. Manager! The guard ignored Zhu Yan's outburst and directed his attention toward the lobby. You are the manager? Immediately have this beggar thrown out. His presence is not only an insult to your establishment, but also to us, the guests. Zhu Yan, already irked by the guard's attitude, pointed at Lin Fei. Raising his voice, the manager, however, disregarded Zhu Yan entirely, approaching Lin Fei with a smile and extending a hand. Mr. Lin, we welcome your esteemed presence. Every gesture of the manager was an overt display of flattery towards Lin Fei, leaving Zhu Yan momentarily dumbfounded. Manager Li then turned to Zhu Yan, still smiling but with a chilling tone. Sir, if you find it insulting, you are welcome to leave. Zhu Yan was left speechless. Mr. Lin, which private room did you reserve? Manager Li inquired after shaking Lin Fei's hand and gesturing for him to follow. We are having a gathering for the students of Jiangnan University of Technology, I understand. Please follow me, Manager Li replied, guiding Lin Fei toward the lobby. Sir, your car is already parked. You may either drive it yourself or park it yourself, said the guard, handing the keys back to Zhu Yin before returning to his post. Zhu Yin, holding the keys and watching Lin Fei's retreating figure, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His meticulously planned scheme to undermine Lin Fei had failed spectacularly, leaving him feeling humiliated. How disgusting, Zhu Yin huffed, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, reminding himself of the evening's festivities, he suppressed his anger, parked the car, and entered the hotel. How dare he come in? The guard glanced at Zhu Yin and muttered to a fellow guard. The world is vast. All sorts of people are present. Zhu Yin's face reddened, and he hastened his steps, leaving behind the laughter of the two guards. Mr. Lin, please enter the elevator, Manager Li said courteously. You go ahead. I'll make my own way, Lin Fei replied, feeling it more appropriate to proceed alone. Yet, as he glanced at the time, he realized he had arrived rather early and no matter, he thought, having just checked in with Ma Xiaotian, who seemed to be caught in traffic and would take a while longer to arrive. The arrival of others was inconsequential. What mattered most was Ma Xiaotian's presence. Upon entering room 9, Lin Fei found several familiar faces already gathered. At the forefront sat Su Hao, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of sophistication. The most conspicuous item was the key to a Range Rover laid on the table. Lin Fei recognized him instantly. Throughout their 4 years, Su Hao had always looked down upon him, and their mutual affection for Wang Mingyao had only strained their relationship further when she chose Lin Fei. Despite their history, they had maintained a facade of civility, but it was clear they would remain strangers. Su Hao and Zhu Yin were inseparable friends. The others present were equally well-dressed in designer attire. Resembling successful individuals fresh out of university, in stark contrast, Lin Fei appeared rather casual, donning a faded suit devoid of any label, which made him seem rather shabby. The group was gathered around Su Hao, sharing laughter. Coming from a well-off family, Su Hao's father was a contractor, and Lin Fei had heard through Ma Xiaotian that he was on the verge of establishing a construction team, intending to dive into the real estate sector in Huaxia. In the past, working on construction sites had seemed laughable, even pitiable. However, during his internship, Lin Fei realized that some jobs were even more arduous than manual labor, and as a contractor, one merely supervised, avoiding the toil. With this perspective, Lin Fei found some respect for Su Hao. However, when Lin Fei entered, he caught a glimpse of malice in Su Hao's eyes. Lin Fei's recent public embarrassment of Zhu Yin and Wang Mingyao had fueled Su Hao's desire to humiliate him in return. Today, he resolved to seize this rare opportunity to belittle Lin Fei. Feigning generosity, Su Hao remarked, Lin Fei, did you skip lunch, arriving so early because you're hungry? Lin Fei, why are you here so early? One of the heavier-set individuals, adjusting his glasses, inquired, though his tone was anything but warm. Rather, it was coolly indifferent. Lin Fei's perfect score on his thesis defense and his threats against Zhang Yezhong had irked many. To them, Lin Fei was merely a poor student from a county town, a recluse who had no business succeeding in life. They believed he had come with an empty stomach, deliberately saving room for the evening's feast. Zhu Yin entered, chuckling mockingly, having waited outside to ensure the manager had not followed him in. He would not dare step inside with the manager present, fully aware of the earlier awkwardness. Hey, fatty, you arrived quite early, Lin Fei greeted. Wang Kai, the fatty, had once maintained a decent relationship with Lin Fei at the start of their university journey, but ever since Lin Fei began dating Wang Mingyao, he had distanced himself. Upon seeing Wang Kai, Lin Fei contemplated a potential investment venture together, prompting him to initiate conversation. Lin Fei, what are you saying? You can't just call him fatty. He's now Manager Wang, Su Hao interjected, deliberately emphasizing the title, while Wang Kai remained silent, seemingly accepting the label with a hint of pride, as if he truly were a manager. My apologies, Lin Fei replied, unperturbed. Lin Fei, are you curious why Wang Kai became the manager? Su Hao probed, feeling increasingly irked by Lin Fei's indifference. His plan to elevate Wang Kai's status to diminish Lin Fei's worth had backfired, leaving him feeling frustrated, like a warm face pressed against a cold backside. Su Hao, you are the chairman of the engineering team, and Wang Kai is the manager. You both can look forward to counting your profits in bed. Zhu Yin interjected, smirking as he understood Su Hao's intention. Zhu Yin, that pales in comparison to your family's company, which pays millions in taxes annually, truly enviable. The mutual flattery continued, and Lin Fei listened in silence. Realizing that Wang Kai had partnered with Su Hao to start a business in that instant, he comprehended why Wang Kai had once been his friend but had grown increasingly distant. He was merely a pawn in Su Hao's game. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly, reflecting on his past naivety. Lin Fei, I heard from Wang Mingyao that you interned at Meizhuang, but couldn't secure a position. Have you decided where to go next? Wang Kai feigned concern, the salt in the wound evident. Su Hao and Zhu Yin exchanged knowing glances, both amused. Nowadays, ordinary university graduates in Jiangnan City earn only 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Barely enough for gas, Su Hao lamented, feigning a sigh of regret. Our classmate Lin Fei is so outstanding, achieving a perfect score on his thesis defense. Surely he can make enough money selling electronic devices in Technology City or managing a property company to cover his fuel expenses. Zhu Yin added mockingly, Lin Fei, if things don't work out for you, why not come work with me? Wang Kai chuckled, relishing the prospect of Lin Fei's potential failure. Manager Wang could always use a security guard. It would be better than being a senior citizen security guard. Su Hao, assuming an authoritative demeanor, remarked, I doubt it. Don't end up sulking at home, venting into the toilet every day. You might as well be a security guard like the elderly. Zhu Yin chuckled at this. Thank you, Lin Fei smiled. Come on, we're all classmates. If you encounter difficulties, just speak up. We'll certainly assist you, right? Su Hao laughed, deliberately intending to further embarrass Lin Fei. Indeed, Lin Fei? Look at Su Hao. His company has just been established, and he has already purchased a luxury Land Rover worth over $1 million. By the way, when do you plan to buy a car? Another girl interjected, I have no plans as of now. Lin Fei shrugged. Lily, that's a bit too much. He doesn't even have a stable job or a place to stay, and you're asking him about buying a car? Isn't that just rubbing salt in the wound? Apologize to him. Su Hao feigned concern, but inwardly he found it hilarious, thinking, let us see how you get out of this one. I'm sorry. Lin Fei. I tend to speak rather bluntly, the girl said, offering an apology that was clearly insincere, laced with mockery. Lily, why apologize to him? Look at him. He has been unable to pay rent for 3 months. He has probably been kicked out by now. Undoubtedly kicked out, otherwise, how could he have worn the same clothes for 3 days? It's quite unpleasant, came the response. You should sit by the door. Just as Lily finished her apology, Wang Mingyao's voice came from the entrance. She had arrived a while ago and listened for nearly a minute before entering to ascertain the situation. Mingyao, reminiscing about the past, I once searched for you in dreams 1,000 times, only to regret. Su Hao lamented dramatically. How's he? Are you trying to compete with Zhang Xiao for Mingyao? Zhu Yin jested, of course not. I merely feel it's a shame for Mingyao to have wasted her time in the past. Su Hao replied with a grin, if I could relive my life, I would never choose Lin Fei again. Wang Mingyao said, equally sentimental, ha ha. Lily burst into laughter. After Mingyao's entrance, several classmates trickled in, unable to contain their amusement. Lin Fei sat silently, a smile on his face, appearing remarkably composed. Tio Zhu Yin and the others. His expression only fueled their indignation at his perceived arrogance. Lily, weren't you planning to open a clothing store? Choose a few outfits for Lin Fei. Consider it as a gesture for your grand opening. Su Hao suggested that you're too kind. Su Hao, Lily exclaimed excitedly. Giving clothes to someone like him would be a waste, Wang Mingyao remarked, displeased. Mingyao, we're all classmates. We should help those in need. We can't let a beggar sit at the same table with us. Right? Su Hao chuckled. At the mention of beggar, Zhu Yin's expression shifted, but he quickly composed himself. All eyes were now on Lin Fei. Chapter 41. Vanity.no need. Thank you. Lin Fei declined once more. He realized it was time for a change of attire. Yet he had neither the time nor the inclination to dress up for today's defense and gathering, preferring to remain low-key. Otherwise, he would outshine them all well, since Lin Fei is so principled. We once he pressed the matter further, Su Hao decided to drop the subject, turning to joke with those nearby. Not just Su Hao, but everyone seemed to look down on Lin Fei, such as the nature of society and reality, wealth and power garner respect. While poverty invites disdain, even among classmates and friends, Lin Fei chose not to engage further, intending to find a seat, as he awaited Ma Xiaotian. Otherwise, he might have left early. Sorry, Lin Fei, this seat is taken. Su Hao blocked him. Lin Fei thought nothing of it, assuming someone had indeed reserved the spot, and attempted to shift to another side. Hey, Lin Fei, this side is also occupied. Su Hao obstructed him again. It dawned on Lin Fei that this was a deliberate snub due to their disdain for him. Lin Fei, all these spots are taken. There's one in the corner that's free. Why don't you sit there? Su Hao pointed to the most secluded seat. You should sit there. You smell too bad. Wang Mingyao chimed in. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow but remained silent, heading over to the corner. He initially thought today's defense and subsequent gathering would not entail such humiliation, but it only escalated. Even Lin Fei, despite his usual composure, felt a flicker of displeasure rise within him as he observed everything unfolding. Fine, if it has to be this way, I'll wait and see how you all end up, he thought, taking his seat in the corner. Silent at this moment, Su-hao produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them to everyone. Even the female classmates received one, yet Lin Fei was pointedly ignored at Su-hao. You forgot Lin Fei. He smokes too. Xiao Peng chimed in, eager to curry favor with Su-hao. My apologies for forgetting. Su-hao feigned regret before pulling out another pack. He had offered others premium cigarettes, but now he presented Lin Fei with a cheap brand. This was no longer mere mockery. It was outright humiliation. Thanks, but I don't smoke anymore. You don't smoke anymore? What a joke, Wang Mingyao exclaimed. Given their past, where she often complained about Lin Fei's smoking habit, his sudden change was surprising, especially after just 3 days. Ah, I see. Lin Fei must be too poor to afford cigarettes now. Xiao Peng laughed derisively. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow but did not retort. He had indeed quit smoking, partly influenced by Mu Xinchuan, who visibly disliked the smell. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably awkward, the door to the private room swung open, and Ma Xiaotian entered. Upon seeing Ma Xiaotian, Lin Fei felt a wave of gloom lift. He had come primarily for his dear friend, as Xiaotian noticed Lin Fei, offering a faint smile as he settled beside him. Perhaps in haste, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. He grabbed a chilled beer from the side, opened it, and drank it down in earnest. Birds of a feather flock together, Wang Mingyao remarked sarcastically, seeing Ma Xiaotian drinking alone. Emma Xiaotian, are you thirsty for alcohol? Today's drinks are on the house. Xiao Peng quickly added. Ma Xiaotian remained silent, opening 2 bottles, using his teeth to pop the caps, offering one to Lin Fei while raising the other in a toast. Lin Fei, from now on, we part ways. Take care of yourself. He drank deeply before Lin Fei could respond. Oh, Ma Xiaotian, such a dramatic farewell. You're not planning to leave Jiangnan City, are you? Su-hao observed Ma Xiaotian's solitary act of drinking. Finding it intolerable, Ma Xiaotian slammed the bottle onto the table. The clinking of cups and plates echoed. What are you doing? If you don't want to eat, just leave, Zhu Yin frowned. Zhu Yin, Su-hao, Wang Kai, and Wang Mingyao, don't be so arrogant, nor look down on Lin Fei and me. One day, we will succeed and surpass each of you, Ma Xiaotian declared, rising to leave. Ma Xiaotian, where are you going? Lin Fei called out. Lin Fei, my train departs in an hour. I must head to the station now. To the train? Yes, I've decided to return home to start a business. Ma Xiaotian's words bore a hint of melancholy. Leaving so soon? Lin Fei, you should go too. Our paths diverge. These people aren't on our side. I believe that through our efforts, we will one day stand alongside them. A sorrowful gleam flickered in Ma Xiaotian's eyes. Stand alongside us? On what grounds? You can't even measure up to me. What do you have to match Zhu Xiao and Su Xiao? Wang Kai scoffed. Wang Kai, don't waste your breath on these self-righteous fools. They wouldn't understand. Su-hao sneered at Ma Xiaotian. There's no need to rush out like this. Lin Fei pressed. My rent is due today. If I don't leave now, I'll have to pay another month, he explained. Suddenly, Wang Mingyao let out a laugh, and Lin Fei's heart sank. Earlier that day, Ma Xiaotian had given Lin Fei the only 1,000 yuan he had, worried that Jiang Yezhong wouldn't let him pass his thesis defense. What is friendship? This is true friendship. Lin Fei's resolve to gather with classmates tonight was for Ma Xiaotian's sake. It was worth it. Mingyao, where are you staying now? Lily asked, showing no sympathy for Ma Xiaotian. Instead directing her question at Wang Mingyao. I'm staying at Zhangqi's Agency Villa. Wow. Isn't that quite lavish? Lily exclaimed, feigning surprise at Wang Mingyao's nonchalant response. It's all right. Wang Mingyao downplayed it. Yet her inner delight and pride were evident. Humph. Shameless. Ma Xiaotian let out a cold snort, opened 2 bottles of wine again, and handed one to Lin Fei. Ma Xiaotian. Mind your words. Zhu Yin, Su-hao, and Wang Kai simultaneously exclaimed, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Chapter 42. Repeated surprises. Ma Xiaotian, you are a classic example of sour grapes. Unable to afford a house, you harbor envy and resentment. Wang Mingyao spoke with a beaming smile. Utterly devoid of shame, Ma Xiaotian remained silent, clinking glasses with Lin Fei before preparing to down the wine. Xiaotian, wait a moment before you drink. Lin Fei seized Ma Xiaotian's bottle. Ma Xiaotian looked at Lin Fei. His eyes filled with helpless bitterness. Good brother. Powerless. Here, take this. Lin Fei handed Ma Xiaotian a file he had brought with him. What is this? Open it and see. Lin Fei urged with a nod. Wang Mingyao cast a sidelong glance at the overhead light, completely indifferent to the filed eye in her view. What could a pauper possibly offer? Lin Fei, This isn't another train ticket, is it? Do you two share some abnormal relationship? Otherwise, why this mutual admiration? Wang Kai, Su Hao, and Zhu Yin focused intently on Ma Xiaoyan as he opened the file. Their mocking remarks continuing unabated. Property deed, suddenly exclaimed Lily. Wang Mingyao's gaze snapped back to Ma Xiaoyan's hands. He too was momentarily stunned. Xiaotian, this house is a gift for you. Open it and see, Lin Fei said with a calm smile. This time Xiaotian's expression was one of disbelief. Trembling, he opened the property deed and was astounded to see his name inscribed upon it. Lin Fei, how can this possibly be my name? Ma Xiaotian distinctly remembered he had not purchased a house. He had not personally gone through the process, nor had he provided any documents. How could a house be registered under his name? Yet, the ID number matched his, adding to his bewilderment. During the last transaction, I had your ID photo on my phone, so it was a straightforward process, Lin Fei assured him, Ma Xiaotian. Lin Fei was not lying. It was indeed quite simple to handle property registration with the connections he had, especially with Lin Karen and Zhaoren involved. You need not rush to leave Jiangnan City, Lin Fei smiled gently. Lin Fei, where did you get this money? You needn't concern yourself with that, just accept it. Lin Fei replied. Hesitant, Ma Xiaotian nodded. Turning to Wang Mingyao, he wiped his eyes and slammed the property deed onto the table, coldly stating, I am now a property owner. Wang Mengyao's face flushed with embarrassment, quickly shifting to a deep red. Relying on the wealthy second generation to live in a villa, how shameless. Ma Xiaotian continued indignantly, Xiaotian, you? Wang Mengyao's earlier superiority evaporated, her face fluctuating between white and red. Utterly awkward, it's just a shabby house. What gives you the right to compare it to Wang Mengyao's villa? Her villa is worth 5 million, Zhu Yin interjected, unable to contain himself at Wang Mengyao's discomfort. Each villa in AGNC is casually priced over 3 million. I can attest to that, Su Hao chimed in. How can a house worth barely 100,000 compare to Wang Mengyao's villa? Chubby Wang Kai added. Wang Mengyao, initially reeling from her setback, regained her composure, her confidence returning. Oh, what if I live in a villa? If you're envious, just say it. If you have the ability, go live in one yourself. What if you stay in Jiangnan City? You can't find a job, can't earn money. Are you just going to live in an empty house? If you manage to earn 5 million in your lifetime, I, Wang Mingyao, will strip and run naked. By the way, Ma Xiaotian, give me 1,000 yuan today. This is my gratitude to you, Lin Fei said, handing Ma Xiaotian a bank card. Lin Fei, you haven't taken any money? And you've given me a house already. I don't need this. Ma Xiaotian pushed the money back. Lin Fei felt a surge of emotion. Having come from a poor background where no one wanted to associate with him, he appreciated Ma Xiaotian's willingness to help him, having lent him money in times of need. Ma Xiaotian's lack of greed deeply touched him. I didn't misjudge you. Ma Xiaotian, thank you. But truly, I have money now. Here's 10 million for your entrepreneurial pursuits. Lin Fei thrust the bank card into Ma Xiaotian's hands. The revelation of 1 million stunned everyone present. 10 million, gasped other students in awe. This statement ignited a wave of greed among the onlookers. All eyes fixated on the bank card in Ma Xiaotian's grasp. Even Zhu Yin was no exception. Knowing his father's company was worth only 2 to 3 million, the thought that Lin Fei could casually give Ma Xiaotian 10 million, enough to buy a third of his father's company, was astounding. He had never seen such a sum in his life. As for Su Hao and Wang Kai, their so-called company had a registered capital of merely 5 million, most of which came from financing and bank loans. Initially stunned, Ma Xiaotian quickly grasped the bank card tightly, hurriedly stowing it away as if fearing it might be snatched. He then turned to Lin Fei, bewildered by his friend's sudden wealth. Ha, ha, ha. Wang Mingyao erupted into laughter. What a show. 10 million? Lin Fei, do you really have 10 million? Wang Mingyao, who believed she knew Lin Fei best, found it utterly unbelievable that he could possess such wealth. Even if someone wins 10 million in the lottery, I can guarantee it's not you. Wang Mingyao continued to deride him, seemingly unsatisfied. Zhu Yin and Su Hao exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Do you truly think Lin Fei has 10 million? Su Hao was the first to voice his skepticism. Look at Lin Fei's attire. Does he look like someone with 10 million? Zhu Yin pointed out. The crowd, previously awestruck, fell into silence, their expressions revealing doubt. Impossible, became the collective thought. Xiaotian, call to verify. The password is 6/8. Lin Fei casually leaned back in his chair, relaxed. Awakening from his earlier shock, Ma Xiaotian trusted Lin Fei, firmly believing in his friend. Scanning the faces of Zhu Yin and the others, he took out his phone, confidently dialing the bank's customer service. Your balance is 10 million. When the sweet voice of the customer service representative echoed through the speaker, even with the anticipation, Ma Xiaoyan dropped his phone in disbelief. The others in the room stood frozen, as if jolted by electricity. Chapter 43. We are good brothers Lin Fei. Ma Xiaotian was so overwhelmed that he could hardly articulate his excitement. Xiaotian, Haven T, you always dreamed of developing a classic game like XX Glory. This is your startup capital. If it's insufficient, I can provide more. Lin Fei spoke nonchalantly, but to Ma Xiaotian, it resonated like a distant echo. Ethereal and surreal. Earlier that very afternoon, he had been dismissed from his internship, utterly alone, with only 1,000 yuan remaining. Reluctantly, he had contemplated returning home. On his way to the new garden hotel, he hesitated about attending. But the thought of his only friend Lin Fei being there encouraged him to go. Knowing this might be one of their last meetings for years made him cherish this moment all the more, prompting him to consume 2 bottles of beer upon arrival. Faced with the crowd's jibes and mockery directed at him and Lin Fei, he had intended to drink a 3rd bottle before leaving. But Lin Fei, who hadn't he drunk, offered him 2 astounding surprises, one more incredible than the last: a house to resolve his housing dilemma and money to alleviate his entrepreneurial challenges. A friend akin to a second family. Lin Fei Ma Xiaotian suddenly stepped forward, embracing Lin Fei, no longer able to conceal his emotional surge as tears streamed down his face. Many other students observed this scene, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Profoundly moved by the depth of their friendship, Ma Xiaotian, don't be so overwhelmed, Lin Fei. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Then don't thank me. But we are brothers. Yes, we are brothers in this lifetime. Ma Xiaotian exclaimed, wiping his tears and declaring with boundless fervor, we are brothers in this lifetime. Lin Fei echoed, their hands clasped tightly. Applause erupted from the crowd as some students began to clap. Not all were wealthy. Many simply sought to ingratiate themselves with the affluent like Zhu Yin. The genuine camaraderie between Lin Fei and Ma Xiaoyan deeply resonated with them, igniting heartfelt applause. Zhu Yin, Su Hao, Wang Kai, Wang Mingyao, and Lily stood in unmistakable discomfort, feeling the weight of the moment. However, Ma Xiaoyan did not abandon the idea of dealing with the 5 individuals. After all, Su Hao, if I purchase a villa in Aegean Bay for 10 million, wouldn't there be some surplus? Su Hao's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Zhu Yin, among us, you are the wealthiest. Can you invest 10 million to start a business? Zhu Yin scoffed angrily, turning his head away. He could only use this method to mask his inner embarrassment and reclaim his sense of dignity. Wang Mingyao, wasn't it for money that you discarded Lin Fei? Look at Lin Fei now. He can gift me a house and 10 million. Can Zhangqi offer you such things? Wang Mengyao's face flushed like a ripe cherry. She could hardly believe that in just 3 days. Lin Fei had become so affluent, so generous in giving to others. This made her heart swell with regret. Wang Mingyao, weren't you planning to run naked? Hurry up and fulfill that, Wang Mingyao. Ma Xiaoyan's outburst rendered them all silent. Lin Fei realized that his purpose for coming had been achieved and decided not to cast another glance at these individuals. He stood up to leave. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside. Zhu Yin and Wang Mingyao exchanged glances and hurriedly shouted towards the door. Come in, today. They had originally devised a grand scheme to humiliate Lin Fei, only to find themselves continuously subjected to Lin Fei's counter-humiliation. Especially now, confronted with Lin Fei casually offering Ma Xiaotian $1 million for startup funds, they found themselves devoid of any means to suppress him. Their only remaining hope was, creak. As the door swung open, a wave of floral fragrance wafted in. Everyone turned their gaze to see a magnificent bouquet of red roses. Following that, Zhang Qi's handsome face emerged, dressed in a black suit and holding a bunch of red roses. He appeared dashing and charismatic, exuding an air of superiority. The moment Lin Fei's gaze met Zhang Qi's, a deep disdain flickered in Zhang Qi's eyes. Young Master Zhang, young Master Zhang, young Master Zhang. The room resonated with the chorus of voices. Goddess Mingyao, Lily led the chant from the side. Goddess Mingyao, Goddess Mingyao, Goddess Mingyao. In an instant, the echoes of young Master Zhang, from the male classmates and Goddess Mingyao, from the female classmates reverberated throughout the box. This had all been rehearsed in advance by Zhu Yin, Su Hao, and Lily. Unaware of what had transpired inside, Zhang Qi approached Wang Mingyao, clutching the flowers. Goddess Mingyao, will you marry me? Zhang Qi advanced slowly, gazing affectionately at Wang Mingyao as he posed the question. Marry him, marry him, marry him. The shouts of the male and female classmates, who had received benefits in advance and rehearsed for this moment, filled the room. Wang Mingyao shook off her earlier embarrassment, her face adorned with a radiant smile, her brows nearly soaring with joy, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth becoming even more enchanting. It must be said that the truly joyful smile of Wang Mingyao was extraordinarily beautiful, a reason Lin Fei adored her so deeply. Yet, at this moment, that beautiful smile was directed at Zhang Qi. "Goddess Mingyao, please marry me." Zhang Qi had already knelt on one knee, holding up the flowers. Wang Mengyao's gaze met Zhang Qi's, and they exchanged a blink. Although this was a deliberately staged act, neither of them anticipated its profound effect. Both feeling a genuine connection, almost wishing it were true. "I am willing." Wang Mingyao responded coyly, "Wow." Applause and cheers erupted in unison. Zhang Qi rose, retrieving a delicate white gift box from the bouquet and slowly opening it to reveal an exquisite diamond ring. Under the lights, the ring radiated dazzling brilliance, blinding to the eyes. This left Wang Mingyao even more astonished and the others filled with envy. Zhang Qi took the ring and gently placed it on Wang Mingyao's finger. Then, under the encouragement of the crowd, the two embraced and shared a passionate kiss. Zhu Yin and Su Hao purposefully applauded loudly, whistling and occasionally glancing at Lin Fei, trying to provoke him. What if Lin Fei had money? Compared to Zhang Qi's family assets worth over 100 million, it was trifling. Wang Mingyao still chose Zhang Qi, however, Lin Fei remained seated, as if nothing had transpired. Or perhaps, all of Wang Mengyao's actions seemed utterly irrelevant to him. After a long moment, Zhang Qi and Wang Mingyao reluctantly parted. "Mingyao, you are the first among our classmates to step into the realm of marriage. Mingyao, I truly envy you for finding someone as wealthy as young Master Zhang. You are my idol. In the past, Mengyao's association with certain individuals was a waste of time. You should make up for it with young Master Zhang from now on." Chapter 44. A heartbreaker is just a heartbreaker inside the box. The air was filled with the sounds of classmates' blessings and compliments. "Lin Fei, do you not wish to congratulate Mingyao?" Zhu Yin, like a serpent revived from hibernation, seemed to regain vitality, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Lin Fei. "Of course, I wish you a lifetime of happiness and unwavering unity," Lin Fei replied sincerely, raising his hands to applaud. "Lin Fei, fortunately, I left you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such happiness." Wang Mengyao's response to Lin Fei's blessing was not one of gratitude but rather a taunt. This left all the classmates present with varied expressions. Zhang Qi straightened his posture, trying to appear taller. "Wang Mingyao, Lin Fei and I will become very wealthy, wealthier than Zhang Qi." Mei Xiaotian, unable to tolerate it, retorted loudly from the side. "Mingyao, he is." Zhang Qi's gaze narrowed as he questioned. "His name is Ma Xiaotian. Just now, Lin Fei gifted him a house and 10 million for startup funds, preparing to develop an online gaming industry in Jiangnan City." Zhu Yin hurriedly explained. "Quite ambitious. The direction is indeed promising. But, just what?" Ma Xiaotian asked angrily. "I'll ensure you have no opportunities to develop in Jiangnan City." Zhang Qi laughed heartily after stating this. "Young Master Zhang's move must be spectacular." Su Hao hastily flattered him from the side. Xiaotian, furious, was about to retort when Lin Fei held him back. "Go Lin Fei." Zhang Qi's words were no more than a fart. Chao Ming was no less arrogant, yet what happened? He was overestimating his abilities, and Lin Fei could not be bothered to engage. In the past, he might have found Zhang Qi's connections terrifying, but now Lin Fei understood that even Mayor Chen Guoning was sending him friendly signals. Otherwise, how could he personally attend the graduation thesis defense at Jiangnan University of Technology? With him around, as long as Lin Fei made legal investments, it would be smooth sailing. Therefore, in Lin Fei's eyes, Zhang Qi was not even on the same level as him. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound outside once again eased the tension in the box. "Young Master Zhang, you wouldn't have another surprise for Goddess Mingyao? Would you?" Zhu Yin teased as he rushed to open the door himself. Zhang Qi's romantic proposal had already shocked everyone and left Zhu Yin and others feeling a significant blow to Lin Fei, providing them with a sense of accomplishment. Hence, he genuinely anticipated another solid proof. Although Zhang Qi knew he had no further arrangements, he refrained from denying it, calmly gazing at the door, hoping for another astonishing revelation. Lin Fei remained seated, leisurely sipping his tea, as if the previous events had long passed and were no longer of any concern to him, maintaining a facade of calm. This was the impression everyone had of Lin Fei at that moment. You are." Zhu Yan's stuttering voice came from the door, instantly arousing the curiosity of everyone inside. Following that was the shouts of other students. Jiu Lanyue, the supporting actress from the hit movie Dark Knight. "Wow, a goddess, so beautiful." The room erupted into a frenzied, "Jiu Lanyue, I am your fan. Could you please sign for me? I want to share it with Zhanging on my social media and make my friends envious." I feel as if I am dreaming. I had originally bought a ticket for the 10:30 p.m. show to see you, and I never expected to meet you here. Gu Lanyue remained silent. Taking a step forward, further intensifying the atmosphere, Lin Fei remained seated, unmoving. Ma Xiaotian sat beside him, eyes fixed on Gu Lanyue. Lin Fei, Gu Lanyue is truly stunning, far surpassing Wang Minjiao. Do you like her? If you do, I can arrange for her to be with you. Lin Fei, what kind of fortuitous events have you experienced? I didn't question you before, but now that you are wealthy, how come you are so confident? Do you genuinely like Gu Lanyue? Lin Fei faced Ma Xiaotian's bewildered and astonished expression, and Miss Xiaotian's gaze was drawn to Gu Lanyue at the door. With her long, glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders and a beautifully crafted face enhanced by makeup that made her skin appear even more radiant, she exuded an alluring charm. She wore a striking red gown, though the front was cut quite low, revealing a plunging neckline. Just a glance made Ma Xiaotian gulp. A goddess. In his eyes, she was a goddess. Don't stare, that's just a bus. If you want to play around, fine, but if you're looking for a wife for the long term, find someone reliable, or wait until you become a billionaire and then consider it. Lin Fei's voice echoed in Ma Xiaotian's ears. Ma Xiaotian felt as if he had been jolted awake, quickly averting his gaze and awkwardly stating, "She is truly beautiful." Inside the entire box, Wang Mingyao, initially the most beautiful woman, was instantly overshadowed by Gu Lanyue's arrival. Zhang Qi, who had been holding flowers, suddenly made a surprising move that left everyone astonished. He released Wang Mengyao's hand, strode confidently to Gu Lanyue, and unexpectedly knelt on one knee. Gu Lanyue, I have long dreamed of meeting you and expressing my feelings. I never anticipated that today would present such an opportunity. I simply wished to say 3 words. I love you. Zhang Qi's heartfelt declaration silenced the previously lively room. Even Lin Fei and Ma Xiaotian stared at Zhang Qi in shock, as if he were a monster, nearly fainting from disbelief. Zhang Qi, you. Was Wang Mengyao's stunned response. Silence. Zhang Qi turned and shot Wang Mingyao a glare, his voice cold. Gu Lanyue, I am Zhang Qi, the son of Zhang Biao, the vice chairman of the Mize Group, and I have admired you for a long time. Will you accept my confession? Wang Mingyao retorted angrily. Zhang Qi, you fickle heartthrob, as she angrily removed her diamond ring and hurled it at him. Her fury was palpable. Just moments ago, Zhang Qi had professed his love to her, eliciting envy and applause from many. Now, he knelt before another woman, rendering her feelings worthless. Lin Fei shook his head in disbelief. In the next moment, everyone was even more astonished when Zhang Qi picked up the diamond ring and presented it to Gu Lanyue. Ready to confess once more. To their further surprise, Gu Lanyue accepted both the ring and the flowers. Gu Lanyue, you truly accept me? Zhang Qi's excited voice echoed in the room. Wow, gasped the crowd. Wang Mingyao was in tears, unable to believe the reality before her. Even Ma Xiaotian felt a pang in his heart. It was astonishing that such a notorious womanizer would take an interest in someone like Gu Lanyue. Gu Lanyue, who had remained silent since entering, held the flowers in her left hand and the ring in her right, and without a word, she swiftly made her way to Lin Fei, completely ignoring Zhang Qi's question. The eyes of the onlookers were fixed on her. With each step she took in her elegant dress, she exuded a captivating charm that enchanted all the men in the room, including Ma Xiaotian. Though there was one exception, Mr. Lin, I love you. Gu Lanyue knelt before Lin Fei, her gaze locked onto his with an earnest tenderness. A collective gasp filled the room. Wang Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she wiped her tears. Captivated by the unfolding scene, Zhang Qi, dumbfounded, remained kneeling, rendered a mere backdrop to this extraordinary moment. Gu Lanyue professing her love to Lin Fei. What was happening? Was she truly Gu Lanyue? Whispers and gasps filled the room. As a seasoned actress, Gu Lanyue was unfazed by the murmurs around her. With a sincere smile, she knelt before Lin Fei, ready to offer her heart. Her declaration was genuine. She was willing to submit to Lin Fei's wishes, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity. Just yesterday, Lin Fei had been inconsequential in her eyes, despite being a wealthy landlord with over 200 properties. However, when the film Dark Knight broke 200 million at the box office within 24 hours, she realized Lin Fei, as the major shareholder, would soon be swimming in wealth. Thus, she discarded all her reservations, determined to win him over, even if it meant kneeling before him. Coincidentally, she was staying at the Xin Yuan Hotel and had spotted Lin Fei entering. After tidying herself up, she hurried over. Now, even facing Lin Fei's indifference and the murmurs behind her, she was resolute in her decision to make him accept her. Lin Fei was equally taken aback. Love? Nonsense, Gu Lanyue. What performance are you putting on, Mr. Lin? I know you think poorly of me, but after yesterday, I truly fell for you, ha. Haha, Mr. Lin. I understand you have your reservations and may even find me unworthy. Yet my feelings are sincere. If you wish, I am ready to comply with whatever you desire. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd and Lin Fei's sarcastic smile, Gu Lanyue blushed as she spoke. Despite not harboring any feelings for her, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Gu Lanyue was remarkably perceptive. She noticed his hesitation and raised the diamond ring, saying, "My dear, if you accept me, I will be yours for life, ready to obey your every command." To win Lin Fei's acceptance, Gu Lanyue had cast aside her last shred of pride. The other students, who had been astonished up until now, could no longer contain their disbelief. She was indeed Gu Lanyue. Her earnest proposal was beyond imagination. If Lin Fei were wise, he would accept. Gu Lanyue was stunning, with a perfect figure and immense fame. Winning her over would be a significant achievement. At this moment, Zhang Qi had risen from his kneeling position, turning to look at Gu Lanyue, who was still on the ground. He couldn't harbor any hatred toward her. All his resentment was directed toward Lin Fei. His eyes burning with envy. Zhu Yin and Su Hao were wide-eyed in shock. The tale of the prince and the Cinderella had taken an unexpected turn, transforming into a story of a princess and a pauper. The most humiliated and furious was Wang Mingyao, who had orchestrated Zhang Qi's proposal to deliver a blow to Lin Fei. Now, Zhang Qi had abandoned her in the face of beauty, discarding the ring and flowers meant for her. The greatest blow was that Gu Lanyue had proposed to the man she had rejected. It was too much for her to bear. In her eyes, Gu Lanyue was a goddess, an idol. Comparing herself to her was like contrasting fireflies with stars. She felt a wave of nausea. Lin Fei, accept her. Gu Lanyue is infinitely more beautiful and far more renowned than Wang Mingyao. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Seems Wang Mingyao's departure was a case of being blind to opportunity. She truly lacks the fortune to be with you. Ma Shaotian chimed in, though he, too, was shocked, yet felt a sense of vindication. From the moment they arrived, the two impoverished brothers had been targets of scorn and contempt. Even Lin Fei's generous gifts of a house and startup funds had failed to earn them respect. Gu Lanyue's heartfelt proposal was a testament to Lin Fei's worth and charm. They must cherish this moment and ensure Lin Fei did not miss out. As the best of friends, Ma Shaotian stood up enthusiastically. Accept her. Accept her. Accept her. His words ignited a fervor in the room, and despite their envy and jealousy, many classmates began to cheer loudly, all wanting to witness this miracle. Gu Lanyue's knees ached from kneeling, yet she retained her smile, holding the diamond ring before Lin Fei. The encouragement from the crowd fueled her determination as she gazed at Lin Fei, hoping he would accept her. Lin Fei remained calm, reflecting on many thoughts, but none inclining him to accept Gu Lanyue. He scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze upon her. Gu Lanyue welcomed him with a smile. Lin Fei spoke up. Gu Lanyue, please rise. This cannot happen. He rejected her without hesitation. Even if Gu Lanyue was an unparalleled beauty willing to offer herself to prove her sincerity, Lin Fei remained unyielding. Gu Lanyue's smile froze, her expression one of disbelief. The crowd was equally stunned. Zhang Qi was ignored as Gu Lanyue knelt before Lin Fei. Her earnest proposal met with rejection. The contrast was stark. The men in the room looked at Lin Fei. Shocked if they were in his shoes, how could they possibly refuse such an extraordinary chance? The women regarded Lin Fei with a newfound intrigue. Wang Mingyao, in particular, felt a sudden air of mystery envelop him. However, the most shocking reaction came from Gu Lanyue. Mr. Lin, I apologize. My actions today were impulsive. I sincerely regret it, and hope you can forgive me. Gu Lanyue, rejected, did not lash out. She instead offered an apology to Lin Fei. Lin Fei could not help but furrow his brow. Last night, when Gu Lanyue had her final confrontation with Chao Ming, she displayed not a trace of grace, embodying ruthlessness to an extreme, and today, money. The thought of money brought to mind Wang Mingyao, who had also departed from him for the sake of wealth. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. In contrast, Mu Xinchuan seemed much more innocent. He found himself increasingly drawn to Mu Xinchuan. Gu Lanyue, ever decisive, maintained her sweet smile as she rose from her seat. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the interruption. I shall take my leave now. Here is my business card. After placing her card on the table before Lin Fei, she cast him a lingering glance filled with emotion before slowly turning away. She turned to face Zhang Qi and the others behind her. Her expression transformed, losing its warmth and adopting an air of arrogance. With a sharp motion, Gu Lanyue hurled the flowers and diamond ring she held right at Zhang Qi's face, disdainfully declaring, "A toad wishes to eat swan meat without reflecting on its own worth. The son of the vice-chairman of Meizhuang Group, even if he were the chairman's son, could never catch my eye. How shameless to propose to me with flowers and rings meant for another woman." With that, she directed a scornful look at Wang Mingyao. "Foolish woman, clinging to a prince while pursuing a scoundrel. You deserve to be toyed with by men, without affording them a chance to retort." Gu Lanyue strode out, her earlier vulnerability replaced by her characteristic sharpness. The sound of the door slamming shut shook Zhang Qi from his stupor. He turned to the direction in which Gu Lanyue had vanished, angrily tossing the discarded flowers to the ground, cursing, "Bitch! Filthy whore!" His furious outburst echoed within the room, and no one dared to intervene. Lin Fei, with a bottle in hand, sipped slowly, lamenting only the absence of popcorn. Otherwise, this spectacle would have been even more delightful. Zhu Yin and Su Hao finally mustered the courage to approach Zhang Qi. "Zhang Xiao, calm down." Zhang Qi, having nearly exhausted his rage, was looking for a way to defuse the situation when he caught sight of the relaxed Lin Fei, which reignited his fury. Zhu Yin, observing Zhang Qi's every move, turned to Lin Fei with a mocking smirk. "Oh, Lin Fei, have you struck it rich? Or perhaps you have a wealthy parent or grandparent? I suspect you might be kept by a rich woman, especially since Gu Lanyue just offered herself to you." Su Hao chimed in with laughter. Lin Fei furrowed his brow in annoyance. "Zhu Yin, Su Hao, mind your language. How dare you talk back? Are you looking for trouble?" Zhu Yin slammed his hand on the table, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to strike Lin Fei in Zhu Yan's eyes. Lin Fei was merely a pushover who should submit to his whims. "If you dare to touch me today, I assure you, I will make you regret it." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, anger simmering within him. Zhu Yan's prior provocations had already irked Lin Fei, and now he was pushing his luck. In the past, Lin Fei would have hesitated to cross Zhu Yin, but now, with his current status and strength, dealing with Zhu Yin would be a mere trifle. If provoked, the consequences would be beyond Zhu Yan's capacity to bear. "Make me regret it? Just you?" Zhu Yin laughed derisively. "I look forward to seeing how a penniless wretch like you will make me regret it." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. Ma Xiaoyan quickly stepped in front of Lin Fei, sneering at Zhu Yin. "Zhu Yin, if you dare to touch Lin Fei, don't blame me for being rude." "What? You want to gang up on me? Step aside, or we will take you down too." Su Hao, furious, pushed Ma Xiaoyan aside. "Stop!" At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Lin Fei turned to see their class monitor, Han Bing. With her striking beauty, radiant skin, and long black hair cascading over her shoulders, she stood at about 1.65 meters tall in a flowing yellow dress, exuding an air of grace far surpassing that of Wang Mingyao. "Zhu Yin, this is the last gathering for our classmates. Are you truly going to ruin it?" Han Bing's intervention surprised Lin Fei. Although she was the class monitor, they had little interaction, and he hadn't expected her to stand up for him, which greatly improved his impression of her. "Han Bing, you are actually helping this loser. You should know that even if Gu Lanyue proposed to him, it doesn't mean he deserves your support," Zhu Yin retorted dismissively. Han Bing bit her lip, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fei's class monitor. "I treat all classmates equally. I don't wish to see anyone bullying anyone else." "Oh really? Well, I intend to bully him." "What will you do about it?" Zhu Yin sneered, showing no regard for Han Bing's presence. As he spoke, he swung a fist toward Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, watch out!" Ma Xiaoyan shouted in alarm. Han Bing's expression changed dramatically, worry filling her eyes, yet she was powerless to intervene. However, Lin Fei remained completely unperturbed, even revealing a hint of disdain for Zhu Yan's attack. The moment Zhu Yan's fist was about to connect with Lin Fei's face, Lin Fei sidestepped, seizing a pair of chopsticks from the table and thrusting them fiercely into Zhu Yan's shoulder. Thud! A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig filled the air. The room fell silent as everyone turned to see Zhu Yan's face contorted in pain, blood gushing from the wound where the chopsticks protruded grotesquely. The students' expressions shifted to shock. Zhang Qi and Su Hao appeared utterly astounded. My God, has Lin Fei lost his mind to strike out so ruthlessly? He dared to injure Zhu Yin. They could scarcely believe what they had witnessed. Lin Fei, once perceived as a weakling, now stood transformed in their eyes. Zhu Yin, weren't you so arrogant a moment ago? Come and see what Lin Fei is capable of. Lin Fei's courage surged within him. Lin Fei, I'll make you pay for this, Su Hao bellowed, rallying his friends to attack Lin Fei, promising to take responsibility for any fallout. Come on, who dares to face me? Lin Fei waved the chopsticks menacingly, his voice echoing with defiance. Su Hao and his friends hesitated, swallowing hard as they exchanged glances, their bravado faltering in the face of Lin Fei's fierce retaliation. "Zhu Yin, you've lost a lot of blood. You should hurry to the hospital," someone urged. "Indeed, your health is paramount," others chimed in, stepping forward to assist Zhu Yin as they prepared to leave. Though Zhu Yin was reluctant, the pain in his shoulder and the blood flowing freely from his wound instilled fear within him. "Lin Fei, just wait," he spat, vowing revenge as he was helped out by Su Hao and the others. Lin Fei watched their retreating figures, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The gazes of his classmates shifted toward him, a mix of admiration and pity. They admired his boldness in confronting Zhu Yin, feeling a sense of catharsis as Zhu Yin had long bullied them with his academic prowess and family background. Yet they pitted Lin Fei, knowing that incurring Zhu Yan's wrath would inevitably bring retaliation that a mere student like him could hardly withstand. "Lin Fei, that was incredible. You completely stunned him," Ma Shaotian exclaimed, though soon his expression turned to concern. "But Zhu Yin won't let this go easily. You must be prepared for what is to come." "Want to seek revenge? I welcome it any time," Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. In the past, he might have feared such threats, but now he stood resolute. A man must possess both courage and maturity, understanding the weight of his responsibilities. For now, Lin Fei felt empowered, ready to embrace his boldness without fear of the consequences, knowing that he could easily handle Zhu Yin if it came down to it, if he dares to retaliate. "I will stand with you through thick and thin," Ma Shaotian pledged. Despite his inner worries, Ma Shaotian faced the situation with commendable resolve, prepared to stand alongside Lin Fei through thick and thin. In the recent chaos and bickering, Zhang Qi had already left with Wang Mingyao and Zhu Yin. With their departure, the atmosphere in the private room became noticeably quieter. There was no more comparison among peers. And instead, there was a chorus of praise for Lin Fei. After all, he was the one who casually gifted Ma Shaotian a suite worth millions and provided him with tens of millions in startup capital. The gathering continued in a harmonious ambience. Within the hospital, Zhu Yin, still clutching his wound, expressed his indignation. "Zhang Xiao, we cannot let this matter rest. I must take revenge on Lin Fei. He must disappear from Jiangnan City." Su Hao chimed in. "Zhang Xiao, you know many people. Please lend us your assistance. We can contribute financially and with effort." Zhang Qi, who had come to the hospital with Zhu Yin, was waiting for this very moment. Today, Lin Fei had caused Jiang Yezhong's dismissal and Wang Mengyao's unsuccessful defense. He had also humiliated Zhu Yin in the private room alongside Gu Lanyue. Zhang Qi had longed to settle the score with someone who challenged his authority and dignity. Yet he understood that every action bore a cost and risk. He was reluctant to shoulder this burden alone and awaited Zhu Yin and Su Hao's involvement. "This is Ma Chao's number from the Qingfeng Society. You can contact him directly. The chairman at the company is meeting with the interns tomorrow, and I must make arrangements. Reach out if you need me," Zhang Qi said, handing Zhu Yin the contact information. Zhu Yin had initially intended to persuade Zhang Qi to join him but realized Zhang Qi was a seasoned player, skillfully deflecting the invitation. Though begrudgingly, he managed a forced smile, saying, "Zhang Xiao, I understand you are busy. Take care of your injury. I await good news from you." After patting Zhu Yin on the uninjured shoulder, Zhang Qi left with Wang Mingyao. The moment the door closed, Zhu Yin raised his middle finger toward it. "So damn cunning," Su Hao muttered with a chuckle. "It doesn't matter. Even without him, we will still seek revenge on Lin Fei," Zhu Yin declared, picking up his phone to make a call. "Are we returning to the company?" Wang Mingyao asked Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi's actions had betrayed her today, the prospect of remaining at the Mize Group and Zhang Qi's affluent background kept her from leaving. Thus, she remained closely by his side, fearful of losing him. "Back to the villa. Didn't you say the chairman will meet with us interns tomorrow? That doesn't require my arrangements. It has already been said," Zhang Qi replied, his expression revealing his satisfaction. Wrapping her arms around Zhang Qi's, she sweetly exclaimed, "Darling, you are the smartest." Zhang Qi laughed heartily, embracing Wang Mingyao as they left, eager to take the backdoor route after the invigorating discussions of the day. In the private room of the Xinyuan Grand Hotel, Ma Shaotian raised a glass and addressed his classmates. "Lin Fei has been my best friend for 4 years. I am lucky to have met him and am grateful for his help today. From now on, my life belongs to Lin Fei." With that, he lifted his glass, ready to down the drink. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. "Who called Lin Fei? Get the hell out here." 6 figures appeared at the entrance. Ma Shaotian set down his glass and approached them. "Are you Lin Fei?" one of the blonde-haired men inquired. "I am Lin Fei," he replied. "Enough. Come with us." The blonde man grabbed Ma Shaotian, attempting to pull him away. "Stop!" Lin Fei suddenly stood up and barked. "Kid, go back to where it's comfortable. Don't play the hero. Nobody will laugh at you for being a coward. The blond man warned. He is Ma Xiaotian. I am the Lin Fei you seek. Lin Fei asserted, stepping closer to the blond man, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although Ma Xiaotian had drunk quite a bit, he remained somewhat coherent, sensing the ill intent of the group and deducing that they might be sent by Zhu Yin for revenge against Lin Fei. Hence, he intended to defend Lin Fei, but he was taken aback that Lin Fei chose to step forward, which made him anxious. I am Lin Fei. P.S. just drunk, the blond man stammered, turning to the silent bald man leading the group. Seeking approval. Take them all. The bald man impatiently waved his hand. He's just drunk and talking nonsense. I am the real Lin Fei. With that, he stepped forward, reclaiming Ma Xiaotian from the group. Lin Fei? Han Bing suddenly stood up and called out to him. Her voice jolted the other stunned classmates from their shock, and they quickly surrounded the 6 individuals, exclaiming, Let go of Lin Fei. Call the police. Summon the hotel security. Since the moment the 6 had arrived, it was apparent they were not ordinary people, instilling a sense of unease among the classmates. However, having just consumed alcohol, they were emboldened by liquid courage. The bald man's expression darkened, simmering with anger. The blonde and his companions prepared to act. Continue enjoying your drinks. I will return shortly, Lin Fei interjected, halting their advance. Lin Fei, you can't go. They look like trouble, Ma Xiaotian urged, eager to defend his friend. Rest easy. Just keep drinking. I will return soon. Lin Fei's calm demeanor and smile astonished everyone. The bald man shot Lin Fei a glance, thinking to himself, what a fool. Nevertheless, he was pleased that Lin Fei was willing to leave willingly. If a conflict were to ensue, it could prove costly, and the police might get involved, complicating matters. Let us go, Lin Fei said, surprisingly initiating the departure and stepping outside. During the gathering, his intention had merely been to assist his good friend Ma Xiaotian and to potentially reap a 100-fold return on an investment. While he had achieved the former, he regrettably fell short on the latter. He had considered leaving but stayed because the group's spirits remained high. Now, with the prospect of being taken away, it presented a unique opportunity to discover whether the swift retaliation was orchestrated by Zhu Yin or Zhang Qi. Upon exiting the Xinyuan Grand Hotel, a white van pulled up. Get in, the bald man ordered, shoving Lin Fei into the vehicle as the door opened. Lin Fei complied without resistance, appearing obedient. As the vehicle departed the scene, he surveyed the occupants within. Who are you? He inquired calmly. Quite the composed one. No need to ask. It doesn't matter. Prepare yourself. You may be incapacitated or perhaps rendered a fool, the bald man replied, laughing, prompting the others to join in the mirth. Lin Fei's expression shifted. Clearly, their demands were severe. Was it Zhang Qi or Zhu Yin who sent you? Lin Fei inquired, maintaining his composure. Enough with the pointless chatter. Stop guessing, the bald man snapped, clearly on guard. Speak up, and I will offer double the payment. We uphold our professional ethics. We will not betray our employer, the bald man retorted. 5-fold, Lin Fei countered. How much? 5-fold, the blond man exclaimed. The others ceased their laughter, intrigued. Lin Fei inwardly delighted at their visible interest. 10-fold. I want all the information. 10. 10-fold? The blond man stuttered, nearly shouting. Shut up, the bald man barked, this time at the blonde. You really offer 10-fold? That's a million, Lin Fei nodded with a smile. No problem. Deal. The bald man ruffled his hair, realizing that it wasn't that they were unwilling to betray. They simply had not been offered a sufficient price for treachery. Transfer the funds. It'll be completed in 3 minutes. It was Zhu Yin, the bald man revealed before Lin Fei could ask. Zhu Yin? Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from within. Do you have evidence? Yes. The bald man pulled out his phone and played a recording. Hello. Am I speaking with Ma Chao from the Qingfeng Society? Zhu Yan's polite voice resonated from the recording. Who are you? Ma Chao's icy tone inquired. I am Zhu Yin, given the contact by Zhang Qi. What can I do for you? I would like to request your assistance in dealing with a person named Lin Fei. He is currently in room 9 at the Xinyuan Grand Hotel. After listening to the recording, a cold smile spread across Lin Fei's face. Send me that recording, understood. Ma Chao, who had previously maintained an air of superiority, quickly shifted his demeanor, eager to comply. The allure of money was undeniable. Once Lin Fei received the recording, the bald man and his cohorts honored their word and released him from the vehicle. As the black van drove away, Lin Fei's resolve hardened. Zhang Qi and Zhu Yin. It seems you are truly courting death. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Lin Fei's eyes. In truth, he could easily deal with these individuals, but he was reluctant to reveal his prowess. He believed that if money could resolve the matter, then there was no need for violence. After all, employing intellect is far more civilized than resorting to brute force, wouldn't you agree? Initially, Lin Fei had no intention of troubling Zhang Qi and Zhu Yan. In his view, they were insignificant. However, their actions had crossed his bottom line, and thus, he could not tolerate it. The prospect of handling both simultaneously suddenly sparked an idea in Lin Fei's mind. System, how do I use the stand-in card? Lin Fei called out within his consciousness. Master, upon activating the stand-in card, another version of you will appear before you. Once you infuse your consciousness into its mind, it will act according to your will, possessing all your abilities. Afterward, you simply need to merge your consciousness, and you will become one with the true you. Excellent, let's proceed, Lin Fei exclaimed, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Chapter 49. Two Lin Feis. As Lin Fei's consciousness delved into the system, he observed a golden card quietly resting within the confines of his storage space. He reached out and lightly tapped it, instantly conjuring an image of a deity showering riches. A beam of white light then enveloped him, followed by a red light penetrating his mind. As the white light faded, a duplicate of Lin Fei stood before him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel astonished at the sight of his doppelganger. The two appeared as if gazing into a mirror, with Lin Fei resembling the reflection within. I am Lin Fei, he declared to his counterpart. I am Lin Fei. The duplicate echoed, mirroring Lin Fei's expression, voice, and tone. Lin Fei couldn't resist the urge to wipe his face. The resemblance was uncanny. He refrained from further speech and directed his consciousness to seek the red light, subsequently beginning to infuse his awareness into it. After a brief moment, Lin Fei turned to his duplicate and inquired, "Do you know what we must do? Take the recording to the police station and report Zhu Yan and the others for hiring a kidnapper." "Very well. Let us set forth," Lin Fei encouraged his double. "Onward." The duplicate responded, turning towards the roadside to hail a vehicle. Lin Fei concealed himself in the shadows, observing his stand-in, who exhibited independent thought and action, alleviating his previous concerns. Once the duplicate departed, the real Lin Fei approached the roadside, hitching a ride toward the Aegean Bay Villa district. Villa number 7 in Aegean Bay belonged to Zhang Qi's family. At that moment, within the villa, Zhang Qi's family and bodyguards were present, their expressions rather awkward. Just an hour prior, Zhang Qi had returned with Wang Mingyao. After greeting their parents, the two hastily ascended the stairs. Zhang Qi's father, Zhang Tianze, and his stepmother, Hina, exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, particularly regarding Wang Mingyao, whose face was flushed crimson. Yet, being experienced adults, they seemed to have deduced the situation without uttering a word. Hina merely shot Zhang Tianze a knowing look, filled with unspoken implications. All seemed normal until half an hour ago when a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from within the house, startling everyone. Zhang Tianze and Hina sprang from their seats, rushing towards Zhang Qi and Wang Mengyao's room. Just as they were about to knock, they were met with a cacophony of unspeakable dialogue and sounds emanating from within. Their eyes widened in disbelief. And Hina, in a fit of shock, pinched Zhang Tianze, bolting downstairs. However, her gait was noticeably peculiar, her legs tightly pressed together. Zhang Tianze's eyes gleamed with a hint of surprise as he gazed at his wife, a strange light emanating from him. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, the backdoor Wang Mingyao had suggested while pursuing him would yield such reactions within the Zhang household. Upon arriving at the villa, he pressed the doorbell. The bodyguard inside, upon seeing Lin Fei, refrained from opening the door and instead inquired through the intercom, "I am here to deliver a gift to Zhang Qi," Lin Fei calmly responded. The bodyguard, observing Lin Fei's unassuming attire and slender physique, perceived him as an ordinary youth and thus did not take him seriously, relaying the information to Zhang Tianze. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze glanced upstairs, where the sounds had yet to cease, merely the sound of electric shocks. His mind was awash with various fantasies, his face reddened, and without paying heed, he assumed Zhang Qi had simply ordered a delivery, silently reprimanding the youth for being overly reckless. "Let him in." "Yes," the bodyguard replied. Turning to unlock the door, Lin Fei stepped forward, his gait measured as he entered. Upon entering the villa, Lin Fei naturally surveyed his surroundings. The living room was expansive, a statement of the obvious, but Lin Fei was deeply impressed by the hall's palace-like grandeur. The wall opposite the sofa bore shelves adorned with an array of bottles and jars, most of which were evidently collectibles. Behind the sofa hung a traditional Chinese landscape painting, symbolizing support and stability. The furnishings within the hall were impeccably arranged, clearly custom-made, featuring an opulent black leather sofa. The crystal chandelier above radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daylight. Merely standing in the living room instilled a profound sense of comfort and ease within Lin Fei. While interning, Zhang Qi and his father had not possessed the best reputation. Thus, Lin Fei was genuinely astonished by the lavishness displayed by the father-son duo, which only deepened his disdain for them. "Who are you?" Zhang Tianzi scrutinized Lin Fei, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind, yet he couldn't place where he had seen him before. Lin Fei's gaze swept over the familiar round face and then briefly glanced at his wife. Zhang Tianzi's former secretary. A smile crept onto Lin Fei's face. "Mr. Zhang, you truly are a lofty leader, looking down upon us mere workers." With that, Lin Fei seated himself without invitation. Zhang Tianzi's expression darkened instantly. "If you have business, speak. If not, leave at once," he barked coldly. Lin Fei picked up an apple from the coffee table and took a satisfying bite. With a resounding thud, Zhang Tianzi slammed his hands on the table. Rising abruptly, the bodyguard who had just admitted Lin Fei was already poised beside Zhang Tianzi, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Zhang Qi's stepmother sauntered in from a bedroom, her hips swaying as Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the ground, where he spotted an unusual sight. Zhang Tianzi followed Lin Fei's gaze and instantly erupted with rage. "Akuan, remove him at once," Zhang Tianzi commanded his bodyguard. "Kid, you can still walk out on your own, but if you don't..." Before Akuan could finish, Lin Fei abruptly struck, sending him sprawling. Zhang Tianzi turned to see Lin Fei forcefully shoving the bitten apple into Akuan's mouth, blood streaming from his lips as he crashed into the furniture. Collapsing to the floor, Zhang Qi's stepmother gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events, her scream reverberating throughout the villa. Chapter 50. The Zhang father and son on the upper floor. Zhang Qi heard the commotion and, clad only in his underwear, rushed down from the third floor, clutching an embarrassing item. Upon reaching the landing between the first and second floors, he locked eyes with Lin Fei. Disbelief flickering in his expression while Lin Fei's eyes flashed with anger. Even a fool could discern Zhang Qi's intentions. Recalling who the individual before him might be, Lin Fei felt a surge of primal fury despite having ostensibly let go of past grievances. "Lin Fei, what brings you to our home?" Zhang Qi hastily concealed the item behind him, straightening his posture as he questioned. Lin Fei's lips curled into a frosty smile, his gaze narrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. "You are Lin Fei?" Zhang Tianzi confirmed from the side. He was not unfamiliar with the name. Among the group of interns, Lin Fei had exhibited the most outstanding performance, achieving remarkable sales figures that even Chairman Xiao Mengshan took note of. Upon learning Lin Fei had not stayed with the company, she expressed her regret repeatedly. However, under the various pretexts offered by Zhang Tianzi and Zhang Qi, they managed to assuage her concerns. Yet today, with Xiao Mengshan announcing a meeting with the interns, the Zhang father and son were perplexed. Zhang Tianzi even harbored suspicions that her intentions might extend beyond mere interest. Now, Lin Fei's sudden appearance intensified that feeling. "I am Lin Fei," Lin Fei stated calmly. "Lin Fei, I demand you leave immediately," Zhang Qi commanded, pointing towards the door with a loud voice. "Silence!" Zhang Tianzi shouted upwards at Zhang Qi, his voice laced with fury. Zhang Qi stood momentarily stunned. "Lin Fei, it was all a misunderstanding." Zhang Tianzi turned to Lin Fei, swiftly adopting a different demeanor. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, sitting on the sofa and observing Zhang Tianzi. Puzzled by his sudden change of tune, "Lin Fei, your performance during the internship was commendable. Normally, someone of your caliber would be regarded as an asset to the company. I genuinely admire your abilities." As Zhang Tianzi spoke, his eyes darted with cunning intent. A sudden idea struck him. What if he could keep Lin Fei at my Zijuan group, embedding him within Xiao Mengshan's inner circle as an informant? As this strategic thought formed, Zhang Tianzi couldn't help but mentally commend himself for his ingenuity. "My ex-girlfriend is Wang Mingyao," Lin Fei stated flatly. "Zhang Tianzi." Zhang Qi's stepmother glanced up at Zhang Qi on the second floor, a hint of disdain glimmering in her eyes. "Lin Fei, you impoverished fool, what makes you think you can pursue a woman like Wang Mingyao? Can you grant her happiness? Can you provide her with the immense wealth that my family possesses?" Zhang Qi, feeling the disdain from his stepmother, instantly directed his anger towards Lin Fei. "Pray tell, is your wealth lying in the trash or within the machinery at your disposal?" Lin Fei retorted with a scoff. "Zhang Qi, Lin Fei, you are not welcome in our home. Leave immediately," Zhang Tianzi, having regained his composure, said with a cold expression. Zhang Tianzi understood the animosity of losing a girlfriend. He knew that reconciliation between Lin Fei and Zhang Qi was impossible. And thus, his previous thoughts were swiftly extinguished as he altered his attitude towards Lin Fei. You may not welcome me, but I have come to settle a score with you. Lin Fei reclined against the sofa, crossed his legs, and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Qi as he spoke. Settle a score? Zhang Qi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Lin Fei replied, opening his phone to reveal a recorded call between Zhu Yin and Ma Chao. Upon hearing his own name in the recording, Zhang Qi broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Tianzi shot Zhang Qi a furious glare. What a foolish teammate. Lin Fei, what do you want? If you wish to stay with the misfortune group, I can assist you. If you desire Wang Mingyao back, I can have Zhang Qi break up with her immediately and provide you with financial compensation. Zhang Tianzi, ever the shrewd businessman, quickly sought to resolve matters with money. Dad, don't listen to him. He is just a poor loser from a county town. What waves can he possibly make? Zhang Qi interjected as soon as he heard his father's proposal to buy off Lin Fei. Get lost, Zhang Tianzi reprimanded once more. Zhang Qi, your father is more astute than you think, Lin Fei said mockingly. Hemph. Infuriated, Zhang Qi stomped his foot and turned to ascend the stairs. I don't want anything you offer. Then what do you desire? Sell me your shares in misfortune. Zhang Tianzi. That the company is valued at 30 billion, and you possess 20% of the shares, roughly 6 billion, Lin Fei continued. Zhang Tianzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fei's calculation to be so precise. 0.3 billion. You're robbing me, Zhang Tianzi exclaimed at the half-price offer. That is one way to interpret it, Lin Fei replied. Shaking the phone on the table, Zhang Tianzi, recalling the recording, sat down, defeated. Darling, you absolutely cannot sell to him. Zhang Qi's stepmother, Hina, cried out in an attempt to intervene. 0.3 billion is not a trivial sum. Were it not for money, how could she possibly have married Zhang Tianzi, an old man over 20 years her senior? Zhang Tianzi's plump face quivered, his complexion shifting as he glanced nervously at the bodyguard, who remained motionless. This only deepened his dread. Knowing that this bodyguard cost him 5 million a year to maintain, and that no ordinary thug could come close, he realized the gravity of Lin Fei's power when he saw the bodyguard fall from a mere apple thrown by Lin Fei. With the recording in mind, Zhang Tianzi's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Fei, you better get the hell out of here right now, or I'll have someone take care of you. Zhang Qi, now dressed, came back downstairs. Zhang Qi, you're as foolish as your dead mother? Hina yelled at Zhang Qi, incensed by the half-price offer made by Lin Fei. Zhang Qi stood there, stunned. He could hardly believe it. The Zhang family is a single line of descent, and Zhang Qi is the jewel of the family. Since this woman entered their home, she had always treated him with utmost respect, even going so far as to wash his underwear, which could be seen as extreme flattery. Several times, when Zhang Tianzi was away, she donned a sheer silk nightgown after bathing and entered Zhang Qi's room, deliberately trying to seduce him. However, since Zhang Qi had not yet descended to the depths of depravity, nothing had happened. Otherwise, it would surely have become a scandalous affair. Today, this woman actually dared to yell at him, which Zhang Qi could not accept. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? He charged at his stepmother, Hina. Chapter 51. Half-price acquisition. Darling, he is going to hit me. Hina screamed in terror, rushing behind Zhang Tianzi. Unfilial son. Stop right there, Zhang Tianzi bellowed at the approaching Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi halted but soon shouted back, Dad. She is a shameless hussy who has repeatedly hidden my underwear in my clothes and deliberately donned sleepwear while you were away, trying to seduce me, even forgetting to bring a towel while bathing, forcing me to either fetch it for her or witness her emerge in the nude. If I hadn't looked down on her, she might have actually succeeded in cuckolding you. Really? Zhang Tianzi leapt up, glaring at Hina with fiery eyes. No, I didn't do anything. He tried to assault me, and I rejected him several times. Hina quickly deflected the blame onto Zhang Qi. Wretched woman, how dare you do something and not admit it? Zhang Qi shouted as he rushed forward. Darling, I truly didn't. You must believe me. Hina was terrified and clung to Zhang Tianzi. Zhang Tianzi, trembling with rage, felt his heart race, nearly collapsing from the strain. As Zhang Qi approached, he noticed Zhang Tianzi's pale complexion and hurried to support him. Zhang Tianzi sank into the sofa, gasping for breath for a long while. Dad, this wretched woman is lying. She? Enough. Zhang Tianzi raised his hand to silence him. Then, turning to Hina, he demanded, Hina, I know exactly who you are, so don't lie about this. Darling, however, I still choose to forgive you. Zhang Tianzi squeezed his eyes shut for a moment before speaking. Hina, fresh out of college, had secured a position at misfortune Group, leveraging her striking beauty to land a job in the office. As someone responsible for serving the leadership, she did everything to engage with Zhang Tianze, showering him with affection and even offering to satisfy his needs within the office. This gradual conquest led to Zhang Tianze abandoning his first wife to be with Hina. Zhang Tianze was well aware of Hina's intentions. Reflecting on their past experiences and her methods, he chose to believe Zhang Qi's words without a doubt. This realization made him think that perhaps his son was not yet beyond redemption. Zhang Tianze fixed his gaze on Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what would it take for you not to pursue responsibility from Zhang Qi, since Zhang Qi has not sunk to the depths of moral decay? Zhang Tianze could not allow his son to go to prison, so he sought to negotiate with Lin Fei. Lin Fei had been watching the unfolding drama, and Zhang Tianze's words signified that the acquisition was a possibility. His gaze drifted over Hina. It must be said, she was indeed attractive, with a delicate face, smooth white skin, and a figure that accentuated her curves. Most importantly, her short hair lent her a mature allure. At over 30, she was in the prime of womanhood, every movement and smile capable of captivating a man. Noticing Lin Fei's attention on Hina, Zhang Tianze remarked, "Lin Fei, if you like her, you may take her." "Chairman Zhang, you jest. I have no interest in leftovers, nor do I fancy second-hand goods like your son," Lin Fei replied with a nonchalant smile. Zhang Tianze rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhang Qi attempted to interject but was silenced by Zhang Tianze. Hina's expression fell with disappointment. After Zhang Tianze's comment, she had realized he was inclined to agree to Lin Fei's demands. She thought that if Lin Fei truly desired her, even without a title, wealth could suffice, only to be met with disdain. However, there was no hatred, merely disappointment. Half-price acquisition of shares. Lin Fei lifted his head. His tone resolute. "How about 4 billion? Just 3 billion. I doubt otherwise, I will call the police immediately," Lin Fei said, raising his phone as if to dial. "Lin Fei, you're robbing me?" Zhang Qi exclaimed, now understanding the situation. "That can be interpreted that way. I will sue you. Do as you wish." Silence. Zhang Tianze interrupted Zhang Qi's outburst. "Very well," Zhang Tianze replied, appearing to age significantly, the earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Zhang Tianze then called his secretary to transfer 20% of the shares to Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Lin Fei summoned Lin Ku-er to handle the transaction, with her managing the funds transfer. Lin Fei merely observed. Once the transaction was completed and Lin Ku-er and Zhang Tianze's secretary departed, Lin Fei stood up, looking at the Zhang father and son, and said with a smile, "Do not provoke me again, or the remaining 3 billion may very well vanish." After speaking, Lin Fei turned to leave. "Lin Fei." Wang Mingyao rushed down from upstairs, calling out loudly. Lin Fei turned to see her walking awkwardly, her brows furrowed, seemingly in pain. Recalling the items Zhang Qi had brought down earlier, Lin Fei's face twisted in contempt. "Wang Mingyao, you wretched girl, if it weren't for you, how could our family have lost 3 billion? Zhang Qi suddenly went mad, charging at Wang Mingyao, intending to strike her. Lin Fei swiftly moved, pulling Wang Mingyao behind him before Zhang Qi could reach her. Lin Fei, in a calm demeanor, responded to Zhang Qi's furious outburst about Wang Mingyao with indifference, stating that their affair was their concern. Wang Mingyao, in a desperate plea, professed her love for Lin Fei, seeking his forgiveness while tearfully embracing him. Lin Fei, however, reiterated that his act of rescuing her was purely out of camaraderie as classmates, emphasizing that it was not due to any lingering affection as she was his ex-girlfriend. He urged her to maintain her dignity and questioned her audacity to compare herself with Gu Lanyue. Reminding her of her own shortcomings, anger surged within him as he felt her shamelessness. With a gentle yet firm motion, he extricated himself from her grasp, stepping back to assert his boundaries. He lamented that once she was his sole love, but her betrayal had severed that bond irreparably. In a moment of reflection, he noted that a woman's self-respect is paramount, and if she could not cherish herself, how could she expect love from others? As he turned to leave, Zhang Qi's rage erupted towards Wang Mingyao, who stood in a daze, absorbing the harsh truths hurled at her. The weight of her choices settled heavily upon her, and she felt the sting of regret. Realizing she had forsaken Lin Fei for someone so unworthy, in a fit of despair, she mocked her situation, recognizing the materialistic motivations that led to her downfall. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as police sirens blared outside, prompting chaos within the room. The arrival of the police, led by Officer Jiang Yu, was swift and authoritative. She confronted Zhang Qi, citing a report from Lin Fei about a conspiracy to harm him. As the tension mounted, Zhang Qi's bravado faltered, and he attempted to deny his identity, but the evidence was insurmountable. In a twist of fate, As accusations and counter-accusations flew, Lin Fei found himself in a position of unexpected power. Having orchestrated a plan that would lead to Zhang Qi's downfall, the narrative of betrayal, love, and justice intertwined as Lin Fei realized that his clever maneuvering had placed him in a position of advantage, far from the shadows of his past. Even if they present the contract without evidence, what can they do? Lin Fei suddenly felt that the replacement cards provided by the system were too few. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity if he couldn't let a substitute woo women on his behalf? Two policemen fixed their gazes on Lin Fei, bewildered by the call Jiang Yu had just made, which had an almost mythical quality. If it weren't for the recordings, videos, and written statements, it would truly be difficult to ascertain the truth. 20 minutes later, the door to the interrogation room was flung open, and Jiang Yu stormed in. "Captain Jiang." The two interrogating officers immediately stood to greet her. Jiang Yu waved her hand dismissively, her intense gaze locking onto Lin Fei as she asked, "Have you left the police station?" Lin Fei felt her stare, cold and predatory, like a beast that had spotted its prey. However, he remained unfazed, leaning back against the chair and replied, "I've been here all along. How could I leave?" Jiang Yu rolled her eyes in frustration and looked at the two officers, who nodded, having already communicated via the intercom. Before coming here, Jiang Yu had watched the recordings and knew they were not lying. Yet this situation was too bizarre. "You two step outside. I will conduct the interrogation myself." As she spoke, she gestured for the officers to leave. Understanding Jiang Yu's fiery temperament, they nodded and exited the room. The interrogation room fell silent, with Lin Fei maintaining his posture. He was not handcuffed, for he was the victim. Jiang Yu chose not to speak immediately, but instead scrutinized Lin Fei, hoping he would inadvertently reveal something. A minute passed without change. 2 minutes. Still nothing. 10 minutes later, her patience waned. "Lin Fei, did you go to Zhang Tianzi's house to extort him today?" "Extort what? When?" Lin Fei frowned in response. Jiang Yu had deliberately refrained from mentioning a time, aiming to catch him off guard. But Lin Fei appeared more innocent than she anticipated. Jiang Yu's eyes darted as she decided not to press further, instead picking up the phone on the table and dialing out. 3 minutes later, the two officers who had just interrogated Lin Fei returned, escorting Zhang Tianzi, Zhang Qi, Hina, and Wang Mingyao into the room. Upon seeing them, Lin Fei immediately stood and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Qi, exclaiming, "Zhang Qi, you and Zhu Yin hired someone to kidnap me, and you will face legal consequences." He then turned to Jiang Yu, asserting loudly, "Officer, Zhang Qi is among those who participated in my kidnapping." Jiang Yu remained silent, observing Lin Fei's reaction to the four individuals. If he showed no reaction, it would be abnormal. If he reacted too strongly, that would also be peculiar. However, to her astonishment, Lin Fei only reacted intensely to Zhang Qi, which left her utterly bewildered. His response was so natural, a visceral reaction upon encountering an enemy. "Silence." Jiang Yu barked. "Lin Fei, do you know him?" She pointed at Zhang Tianzi. "I do." "How do you know him?" Lin Fei smirked coldly, thinking how this woman fancied herself a clever hunter. "He is the vice chairman of misfortune Group, where I interned. I've met him there." Jiang Yu felt disappointed but quickly pointed at Hina beside her, asking, "Do you know her?" Lin Fei decisively shook his head. "I don't know her." Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. She had already learned of a conflict involving the Zhang family, and Zhang Tianzi had even proposed sending Hina to Lin Fei, indicating Hina had a favorable impression of him. Yet Lin Fei insisted he did not know her. "Lin Fei, I want to beat around the bush," Jiang Yu said, finally direct. Lin Fei remained composed and silent. "After you reported the incident, another person claiming to be Lin Fei visited Zhang Tianzi's home, using Zhang Qi's kidnapping as leverage to purchase 20% of Zhang Tianzi's 600 million yuan shares in misfortune for 300 million. How do you explain that?" "What? Such a thing exists." Jiang Yu intended to intimidate Lin Fei with facts and witnesses, hoping to catch him off guard, but was met with disappointment. She had to lay the truth bare once more to gauge his reaction. However, Lin Fei remained unperturbed, questioning back. Jiang Yu, having been a criminal investigator for nearly 7 years, had never encountered someone like Lin Fei, whose inner strength was formidable. Lin Fei exclaimed in shock, then turned to Zhang Tianzi and Zhang Qi, his expression turning grim. "You wouldn't be trying to frame me with this, would you? How shameless. You want to kidnap me and simultaneously set me up? Oh, how pitiful I am." As he spoke, he feigned a look of grievance, almost on the brink of tears. Jiang Yu's keen eyes, capable of discerning truth, were once again met with disappointment. There was not a single flaw to uncover. "Lin Fei, you're merely acting. You've clearly taken advantage of our family. And now you pretend to be the victim. Is this your signature on the contract?" Zhang Qi angrily slammed the share transfer contract in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei feigned surprise as he opened the contract. And in the next instant, as if stung by a bee, he jumped aside, exclaiming, "Is there a ghost?" Lin Fei's reaction startled Zhang Qi and the others. Zhang Yu, previously puzzled, felt a fleeting moment of doubt. How could Lin Fei, who had been in the police station's interrogation room, possibly go to the Zhang family? Yet, the words on paper, if not Lin Fei's, whose could they be? As Zhang Yu pondered this, Wang Mingyao's voice suddenly broke the tension. Chapter 54. The arrival of the chief. The Lin Fei who went to Zhang Qi's house today is not the real Lin Fei. Wang Mingyao's words struck like a stone thrown into calm waters, creating immediate ripples of chaos. Zhang Qi and Zhang Tianze turned their gazes toward Wang Mingyao, with Zhang Qi's eyes blazing with fury. Lin Fei merely raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, yet his heart raced. He hadn't expected Wang Mingyao to testify at such a moment. However, it was a false testimony. "You shameless wretch. Are you trying to get back with Lin Fei because you see he is wealthy and thus deliberately giving false testimony?" Zhang Qi shouted in anger. Wang Mingyao, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, looked at Zhang Yu and declared, "Officer, I had a romantic relationship with Lin Fei for over 3 years. I am familiar with his scent. The Lin Fei before us is the real Lin Fei." Wang Mingyao's statement left Zhang Yu and the others speechless. Even Lin Fei was at a loss for words. Familiar with his scent. In the past, such a thought would have brought him joy, but now, he felt nothing. No happiness, not even a flicker of emotion. Wang Mingyao's gaze lingered on Lin Fei, hoping he would be moved. Yet he showed no reaction, leaving her feeling despondent. However, remembering Zhang Qi's insults and humiliation, she would rather choose to support Lin Fei, a man she no longer had feelings for, than help Zhang Qi or the Zhang family. Zhang Yu felt disheartened. It seemed this case had become increasingly convoluted. "Take them away," she ordered the 2 officers. "Lin Fei, you can deny it now, but remember, the contract exists, and whoever bought the shares will be known. You cannot escape this," Zhang Qi shouted as he left. "It has nothing to do with me. I believe you were fully willing in this matter." Lin Fei's voice echoed back. "I trust you were both acting voluntarily." Zhang Qi was on the verge of choking with rage. It was over. Completely over. He had lost money, and he would also be punished for this incident. The interrogation room was once again left with just Lin Fei and Zhang Yu, both staring at one another, hearing each other's breaths. "You owe me an explanation regarding this matter," Zhang Yu demanded. "I was kidnapped, and now someone is impersonating me. Shouldn't you investigate this thoroughly?" Lin Fei replied coolly. "Are you certain it is not you?" Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with anger. Lin Fei chuckled. "Do you think I have the ability to perform a technique of duplication? Miss, do you believe in the existence of deities in this world?" His words dripped with sarcasm, inciting Zhang Yu's ire. "Lin Fei, this is a police station. Save your theatrics for the film set. Beautiful officer, you don't mean to suggest that you want to collaborate with me in filming a suspenseful police drama, do you? I'm just a freshly graduated student, without a job to my name. Do I look like a criminal to you? And if I were a criminal, would Zhang Qi dare to steal my girlfriend? Officer, I am heartbroken. I've been cuckolded by my own woman. Do you know what that feels like? That kind of betrayal, rolling in bed with another man." As he spoke, he even raised his hand to wipe away imaginary tears. Zhang Yu. She had not anticipated Lin Fei's words to be so poignant, so heartfelt. "This is a police station. Please maintain seriousness." Zhang Yu remained unyielding, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Just then, a man suddenly walked into the interrogation room. "Captain Jiang, have we gathered his information?" "Yes, Captain Jiang. His information has been obtained. He is a student from Jiangnan University of Technology, just graduated. He had a conflict earlier at the Xinyuan Hotel with Zhu Yin and Zhang Qi. And Wang Mingyao is indeed his ex-girlfriend. Moreover, he is quite wealthy. He gifted a friend, Ma Xiaotian, a house and 10 million in startup funds." The man reported, puzzled. "That is of no importance. I want to know if he has a twin brother." "No." "What?" Zhang Yu was taken aback, while Lin Fei, seated calmly, wore a faint smile. It seemed that this system was indeed remarkable, seamlessly executing its tasks. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yu glared at Lin Fei, her irritation mounting upon noticing his amusement. The occurrence of such an absurd situation in what should have been a routine criminal case was utterly infuriating. "I merely find it amusing, by the way. I am the victim here, and it seems you have mistaken the target of your interrogation. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lin Fei stated, abruptly rising from his seat. This. The police in the interrogation room grew tense, and the atmosphere became palpably oppressive, filled with an air of impending confrontation. Jiang Yu drew her firearm, aiming it at Lin Fei's head. As a citizen of Huaxia, you are now a suspect in a blackmail case, no longer just a victim. You cannot leave until the investigation is concluded. You are under criminal detention. If you dare to resist, the consequences will be imprisonment. You should think this through, Jiang Yu declared coldly. Lin Fei chuckled, his gaze unwavering from Jiang Yu's striking eyes rather than the gun pointed at him. My dear, your approach is quite displeasing. I reserve the right to file a lawsuit against you. You are truly insufferable, shouted the officer who had just entered to report. Lin Fei's sardonic smile intensified as he focused on the officer. A terrifying aura emanating from him that pierced through the officer's resolve, causing him to involuntarily step back. Lin Fei was startled himself. It was his first time unleashing the lethal energy of a profound warrior, and its potency was astonishing. Jiang Yu observed the exchange with keen awareness. "Do you know martial arts?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "You lie. If you cannot fight, how were you so easily kidnapped?" Jiang Yu seized upon the inconsistency. Unwilling to relent, "I am a law-abiding citizen. Why resort to violence when money can resolve issues? Besides, if I desired to meet a beautiful woman, there are plenty around. I have no interest in someone as fierce as you." "You are courting death," Jiang Yu fumed, her anger boiling over at Lin Fei's words, raising her hand to strike him. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Jiang Yu, unaware of the newcomer's presence, barked, "Get out!" Frustrated and determined to teach Lin Fei a lesson, she spun around, only to be met with shock as she recognized the man before her. Director Zhang," stammered another officer nearby, a man in his 50s. With graying hair at the temples, clad in police uniform and bearing a serious expression, stood before them. "Jiang Yu, what do you think you are doing?" Director Zhang questioned. Jiang Yu struggled to find her words. "Director, it's great that you're here. You must intervene. This policewoman is coercing me to accept her advances. If she were beautiful, it might be bearable, but with her fierce demeanor, how can I possibly comply?" Lin Fei launched into a lengthy tirade, albeit filled with falsehoods. Jiang Yu. Director Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Lin Fei, a mix of astonishment and sympathy flickering across his features. He realized that Jiang Yu would soon erupt. Jiang Yu pursuing him? Impossible. The thought was ludicrous. Everyone knew Jiang Yu was a thorny flower in the police force, one whom no one dared to pursue. The mere thought of her connection sent shivers down Zhang Jun's spine. Yet here was Lin Fei, brazenly mocking her. Was he courting death? "You scoundrel! I shall not rest until I shatter your insolent mouth." Jiang Yu's complexion darkened, her fair hands clenched into fists as she prepared to lunge at Lin Fei. "Stop!" Zhang Jun interjected, positioning himself in front of Lin Fei. Jiang Yu's fist did not falter. It struck Zhang Jun squarely in the abdomen. He gasped, doubling over to attack this. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Lin Fei and the other officers stood dumbfounded. She had just struck the director. "Jiang Yu, you will write a 20,000-word self-reflection immediately." Zhang Jun, still clutching his stomach, finally managed to stand upright and pointed toward the door, his voice booming. "Jiang Yu. Even the director can be hit. 20,000 words is far too few. I think 50,000 is more appropriate." Lin Fei chimed in from the sidelines. "50,000. Go and write it right away." Zhang Jun hastily altered his demand. "Director Zhang, I was wrong earlier, but you? Out with you." Zhang Jun waved his hands dismissively. Jiang Yu's eyes brimmed with indignation, yet knowing she had struck the director left her feeling cornered. With a final stomp of her foot and a furious glare at Lin Fei, she stormed out. "You two, get out," Zhang Jun ordered the other officer. "Yes, director," he replied, hastily exiting the room. Now, only Zhang Jun and Lin Fei remained in the interrogation room. Zhang Jun straightened his posture, his expression devoid of pain. As a seasoned officer, he possessed the skills to protect himself. He needed to employ such tactics to send Jiang Yu away. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for today's events. It is my failure to manage things properly. We will expedite the resolution of your kidnapping case," Zhang Jun stated, adopting a courteous tone. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lin, do not be surprised. I was called here by Secretary Yu Junjia as an entrepreneur dedicated to the development of Jiangnan City. You deserve our utmost protection. I deeply regret today's incident and assure you a thorough investigation will be conducted." Realizing that Mayor Qingguaning must have been informed of his predicament, Lin Fei pondered how they had become aware. Setting aside his curiosity, he donned a humble smile, saying, "Director Zhang, you are too kind. I am merely an ordinary citizen, just like everyone else, and I wouldn't want to trouble you." Zhang Jun's initial pleasantries were met with Lin Fei's humility, greatly enhancing his impression of him and solidifying his resolve to protect him. "Mr. Lin, would you like to rest here a while longer? Or shall you leave now? A few of your friends are waiting outside for you." Zhang Jun inquired with a smile. "I will take my leave now. I trust you will handle the remaining matters." Lin Fei replied, "Of course, it is my duty. Here is my contact number," Zhang Jun said, handing Lin Fei a slip of paper with his phone number. Lin Fei graciously accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Director Zhang. I'm sure I will need your assistance in the future." Zhang Jun was pleased with Lin Fei's respectful acceptance, having initially expected arrogance from someone of his wealth and connections. Instead, he found a remarkably humble young man, further enhancing his favorable impression. "Mr. Lin, please." Zhang Jun personally opened the door for Lin Fei. Accompanied by Zhang Jun, Lin Fei exited the interrogation room and reached the lobby, where Feng Ku and Zhao Ren awaited him. Behind them stood a woman clad in a fitted blue dress, her face adorned with light makeup, exuding elegance and grace. Her long lashes framed dark, shimmering eyes, reminiscent of deep pools of water, a visage of ethereal beauty, a figure of divine allure. She was none other than Mu Xinchuan. As their gazes met, Mu Xinchuan averted her eyes dismissively, yet the concern hidden beneath was unmistakable, stirring a wave of gratitude within Lin Fei. "What brings you here?" he asked with a smile. "Lin Fei, I am relieved to see you safe." Feng Ku patted Lin Fei's shoulder, his tone warmed. "It's nothing serious. I merely experienced a minor financial setback," Lin Fei replied cheerfully. "Boss, upon hearing about your situation from Feng Ku, I immediately contacted Secretary Yu, who personally intervened to assist." Zhao Ren chimed in. "How did Feng Ku find out?" Lin Fei inquired, grinning. "It was Ruo Shui who informed Xinchuan. I'm not entirely sure of the details. However, Xinchuan was quite worried, so you should express your gratitude to her." Feng Ku nudged Lin Fei playfully. Zhao Ren stepped aside to shake hands with Zhang Jun, deliberately distancing himself. Lin Fei nodded and approached Mu Xinchuan. "Lin Fei, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave," Feng Ku said, making his exit before Lin Fei could respond. Zhao Ren also bid farewell after exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Jun. Now, only Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan remained. With an exasperated huff, Mu Xinchuan strode away in her high heels, ignoring Lin Fei completely. She understood the intentions of Feng Ku and the others, which only fueled her annoyance. Lin Fei waved goodbye to Zhang Jun and promptly followed her outside. As Mu Xinchuan entered her car, Lin Fei slid into the passenger seat beside her. She cast a fierce glare at him. Signaling for him to exit the vehicle, Lin Fei feigned ignorance, grinning as he said, "In marriage, the bonds of love grow stronger with each passing day. I, Lin Fei, wish to be your lifelong partner." Mu Xinchuan. "Darling, shall we go get our marriage license tomorrow?" Lin Fei continued. "Lin Fei, shut your mouth." Mu Xinchuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, managing to squeeze out those few words after a lengthy pause. Lin Fei turned to look at Mu Xinchuan, his eyes gleaming with joy, his smile radiating happiness. For the first time, Mu Xinchuan felt a flutter of anxiety. Chapter 56. Become the world's richest man and then marry me. Seated in the car, Lin Fei called Ma Xiaotian to assure him he was safe. On the other end, Ma Xiaotian, employing various methods to rescue Lin Fei, felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Lin Fei was out of danger. After hanging up, Lin Fei inhaled the fragrance of Mu Xinchuan that lingered in the car, falling into a contemplative silence as he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers racing past. Suddenly, a surge of ambition surged within him. A man must strive to leave an indelible mark on the world, achieving greatness to earn the admiration of others. Lin Fei's sudden transformation left Mu Xinchuan feeling somewhat unsettled. Suppressing her anxiety, she parted her lips to inquire, what exactly happened today? This was the first time she had shown concern for him, which stirred a gentle joy within Lin Fei in response to her question. He recounted the events of the evening, omitting the details about the substitute card, leaving Mu Xinchuan puzzled. How could there be two Lin Feis? "Now that you have graduated, what are your plans?" she asked. Unable to articulate why she was interested in Lin Fei's future. "To earn money and marry a wife," Lin Fei replied, his gaze fixed outside the window, his tone calm. Mu Xinchuan's face flushed crimson. "How long can you stay in Jiangnan City?" Lin Fei continued to ask. "I don't know. I have some film offers, but I haven't decided whether to accept them or not." "Don't accept them," he suggested. "Why? I will finance a film company for you. You can be the director and the actress, collaborating with Feng Ku. How about that? Are you trying to support me financially?" Mu Xinchuan's cheeks reddened further as she asked in a low voice. "I wish to marry you," Lin Fei declared. Mu Xinchuan was momentarily speechless. "But rest assured, I will not pressure you into marriage until you willingly agree." Lin Fei chuckled at his own self-deprecating thoughts. Mu Xinchuan exhaled slowly, Initially indifferent towards Lin Fei, the investment in Dark Knight and the way he had cradled her to sleep like a gentleman the night before left her perplexed about this man. "Wait until you become the world's richest man before you come to marry me," she said, raising her gaze forward, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. "The world's richest man?" Lin Fei's eyes glinted with a cold smirk. "Is this fate's arrangement? Just wait for me. I will undoubtedly become the world's richest man within a year, and I will definitely marry you." Suddenly, a screech of brakes pierced the air. Lin Fei lurched forward, nearly colliding with the windshield. "Lin Fei, I know you have money and ambition, but don't put too much pressure on yourself over this matter. Honestly, I am not worthy of your love. You should find someone more realistic." Lin Fei abruptly lifted her chin, his fierce gaze softening as he said, "Mu Xinchuan, you are destined to be my woman. No one can take you away from me." Mu Xinchuan's heart trembled as she quickly turned her face away. Speechless. "Remember, a year from now, I will be the world's richest man and announce to the world that I will marry you," Lin Fei reiterated with solemnity. Mu Xinchuan's once icy heart seemed to thaw, her eyes misting over with emotion. "I don't believe it," she exclaimed before starting the car and driving off wildly. Lin Fei chose not to say more. Actions speak louder than words. If his previous desire to become wealthy had been driven by external demands, now it stemmed from a genuine wish to achieve greatness and to possess Mu Xinchuan, to have love. Minutes later, the car came to a stop, and Lin Fei looked up to see that Mu Xinchuan had parked in front of a bar. The Emperor Bar was a renowned establishment in Jiangnan, known for its high standards. It was a 3-story venue. The first floor served as a lounge, while the second floor was more vibrant, adorned with women of various hues and styles, transforming the place into both a paradise and a den of indulgence. Even at 9 o'clock, the entrance was filled with luxury cars, resembling a grand auto show. If the princesses from the second floor were to emerge in their alluring attire beside these automobiles, they would undoubtedly be the most exquisite models at the finest car exhibition. However, Lin Fei was oblivious to all this, as it was his first visit to such a place. "I want a drink. Are you coming with me? I haven't been to a bar before." "It would be a good opportunity to learn," Lin Fei replied as he unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car first. Upon hearing that it was his first time, Mu Xinchuan felt a jolt of concern and hesitated. Is this truly his first time? She deliberately slowed her pace, curious to see if he was genuine. Her deliberate delay made Lin Fei, who had initially moved quickly, appear out of place, especially given his ordinary attire. As he approached the entrance of the Emperor Bar, he became the focus of the security staff's scrutiny. Unfazed by their gazes, Lin Fei stood still, waiting for Mu Xinchuan to catch up. She quickened her pace to join him. "Welcome." The presence of Mu Xinchuan transformed the receptionist's demeanor, and the 18 leggy beauties in uniforms bowed in greeting. Their professional smiles and respectful attitudes were captivating. Yet, Lin Fei paid no mind to the spectacle, walking straight into the main hall like a model of decorum. "Good evening, may I ask which floor you would like to visit?" A waitress approached, her heels clicking against the floor. Lin Fei remained silent, casting an inquiring glance at Mu Xinchuan. "The first floor," she replied casually. She had come to the bar to pass the time. If she returned to the hotel and faced Lin Fei, she doubted her ability to resist his advances. Entering a private room, under the influence of alcohol, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, she chose the first floor without hesitation. "Please follow me," the waitress said, gesturing for them to take a seat. Although the swaying waitress was alluring, Lin Fei's gaze remained fixed ahead, taking in the surroundings with the wide-eyed wonder of someone visiting a grand spectacle for the first time. Mu Xinchuan regretted her decision. She felt she shouldn't have brought Lin Fei to such a place, fearing he might become enamored with it. However, as soon as that thought surfaced, she dismissed it. Why should she worry about this man? Of course, Lin Fei remained unaware of her thoughts. Had he known, he would have felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, at the same time, Jiang Yu from the criminal police team received a phone call, a cold smile crossing her lips as she returned to her single dormitory to change clothes and prepare Chapter 57. "I am his Xianjia." Inside the bar, Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan quickly followed the waitress into the first-floor lounge. The music blared, the cacophony deafening, as the air was thick with the mingled scents of smoke, alcohol, and overpowering perfume, all stimulating the senses. Everywhere they looked, there were heavily made-up hostesses. Under the waitress's guidance, Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan settled into a relatively quiet corner table for two. Dressed plainly, Lin Fei did not attract attention from the surrounding women. Although Mu Xinchuan exuded an air of nobility, her hat and sunglasses obscured her true appearance, allowing her to remain incognito. Once seated, they found a moment of peace. "What would you like to drink?" the waitress asked with a professional smile. Lin Fei glanced at Mu Xinchuan, seeking her opinion. 1 bottle of vodka and a dozen beers. Mu Xinchuan replied with a glimmer in her eye. If Lin Fei had noticed, he would have realized her intention, but he remained oblivious. The drinks arrived promptly, and Mu Xinchuan slid the vodka toward Lin Fei. To become the world's richest man, one must possess the courage befitting such ambition. Show me if you can conquer this strong drink. Though Mu Xinchuan's tone was calm, Lin Fei detected a hint of pride. He said nothing, merely nodding as he opened the bottle and drank it down as if it were plain water. Mu Xinchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Drink the strongest liquor, entice the most beautiful women. I'll remember that, Lin Fei said, wiping his lips after finishing the bottle. Your affairs are none of my concern. Mu Xinchuan retorted, quickly taking a sip from her own bottle to mask her inner turmoil. Bring me another bottle, Lin Fei called out to the waitress as she passed by. She nodded and hurried to the bar. Mu Xinchuan remained silent, secretly hoping Lin Fei would drink more, ideally to the point of inebriation, ensuring her safety. After her experience of losing herself to drunkenness with Lin Fei, she had resolved to drink less in the future. However, Lin Fei, now possessing the strength of a profound martial artist, found that any alcohol consumed would be swiftly metabolized, leaving him entirely unaffected. If a breathalyzer were to be administered, he would undoubtedly pass without exceeding the limit. Less than 10 minutes after they had settled in, a familiar figure entered the lounge. Jiang Yu appeared, her gaze scanning the room, and quickly zeroed in on Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan, dressed in a black t-shirt and fitted black pants. Her youthful, athletic aura radiated as she shed her police uniform. Appearance, undoubtedly the most resplendent in the entire bar. Of course, this was primarily due to Mu Xinchuan donning a pair of sunglasses. The moment Jiang Yu made her entrance, she instantly captured the attention of numerous patrons. The men's gazes were direct and unabashed, imbued with a palpable desire to possess. The women's glances were envious, filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. As a police officer, Jiang Yu was bold and self-assured, choosing to disregard the stares as she followed the waiter while surveying the entire venue. A soft, cold chuckle escaped her lips. Do you know them? Mu Xinchuan inquired nonchalantly. I am simply being hounded by this madwoman, who insists I confess to extorting Zhang Tianzi. Lin Fei briefly recounted the events that transpired between the two. A mischievous smile crept across Mu Xinchuan's lips. You've stirred a hornet's nest, seemingly affirming Mu Xinchuan's statement. Jiang Yu strode directly towards the pair. What of the hornet's nest? I have committed no crime. She cannot. Before Lin Fei could finish, Jiang Yu had pulled a chair from a nearby table and seated herself at their table. Lin Fei set down his drink and glanced at Jiang Yu, urging her to leave. Jiang Yu ignored him, focusing instead on Mu Xinchuan, her silence laden with questions. Mu Xinchuan opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Jiang Yu. Do you know each other? Jiang Yu took a sip and asked Mu Xinchuan. She nodded calmly and replied, I am his sister, Xian. Oh? Though Jiang Yu's demeanor was somewhat coarse, her intuition as a woman told her that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared, prompting her to voice her curiosity. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Fei, who deliberately averted his eyes. In the dim light, her gaze was aggressive, as though she aimed to unravel all of Lin Fei's secrets. However, Lin Fei remained unperturbed, acting as if Jiang Yu's presence was non-existent, which irked her considerably. Her decision to follow Lin Fei here stemmed from being toyed with in the interrogation room at the criminal police department and subsequently punished by the director. Most importantly, she was determined to uncover the truth behind the existence of two Lin Feis. Stubborn by nature, Jiang Yu resolved to track Lin Fei to find clues, convinced he was privy to information about the incident. It was this purpose that led her to obtain Mu Xinchuan's vehicle location from the traffic management department. Additionally, Lin Fei's actions had also irritated her, prompting her desire to reclaim her dignity. Aware of Jiang Yu's animosity towards Lin Fei, Mu Xinchuan raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as she continued to sip her beer. Lin Fei, you know why I am here. Just tell me, and I will cease my pursuit. Jiang Yu took the initiative to speak. I don't understand what you mean. Shouldn't there be someone to seek justice when I am kidnapped? We will punish those who kidnapped you. I merely wish to understand why there are two Lin Feis. That is a question I too find perplexing. How about we investigate together and arrive at a conclusion? Lin Fei declared as he downed a generous gulp of vodka. Jiang Yu's face flushed with anger as her fingers tightened around the bottle. Xinchuan, how do you know Lin Fei? Jiang Yu turned to the side to ask Mu Xinchuan. He is the primary investor in the film Dark Knight. Mu Xinchuan replied succinctly. Oh. Jiang Yu's curiosity intensified. Where did Lin Fei acquire such wealth? She resolved to investigate Lin Fei's accounts the following day to ascertain whether he was engaged in illicit activities. After all, why did he pay $1 million to secure the release of his kidnappers? While the police sought to apprehend them, Yet he chose to forego prosecution. Criminal cases cannot be dismissed at will. The criminal police are still pursuing the matter, albeit without success. Squad leader? Lin Fei suddenly directed his gaze towards the stage, uttering a phrase before rising to his feet. Both Mu Xinchuan and Jiang Yu instinctively turned their attention to the stage, their brows furrowing in unison. Chapter 58. Matters resolved with money. Lin Fei set down his drink and walked towards the bar counter. Han Bing! He called out loudly upon spotting Han Bing, who had just finished her performance and was about to leave the stage. Han Bing was the squad leader who had stood up for him during the earlier gathering, only to leave abruptly due to urgent matters. He had not anticipated encountering her here singing. Previously, he had been so focused on Mu Xinchuan that he failed to notice Han Bing's presence. And Jiang Yu's arrival had distracted him. Seeing Han Bing reminded Lin Fei of the incident at Xinyuan Hotel, where she had intervened when Zhu Yin threatened him. What brings you here to sing? Lin Fei expressed his surprise. In his memory, Han Bing had always been an introverted and reserved girl, excelling academically and embodying a ladylike demeanor. Today, clad in revealing attire and wearing heavy makeup, she was a stark contrast to his previous impressions. Had it not been for their 4 years of acquaintance, he might not have recognized her at all. You sing remarkably well, Lin Fei remarked, impressed. He had only known her for her academic prowess and pleasant voice. Not realizing she possessed such vocal talent, as Lin Fei joined the throng of spectators. Many men were roaring in excitement, akin to a pack of lusty beasts showcasing their primal strength. However, overall, the atmosphere remained civilized. As no one dared to cross physical boundaries, Lin Fei's call startled Han Bing, who turned to him, her eyes wide with surprise. Today, Han Bing appeared even more beautiful up close, accentuated by her makeup. What a coincidence, squad leader. I never expected to run into you here, she managed to say, though her eyes initially reflected panic. I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me. My name is not Han Bing. She quickly averted her gaze and attempted to leave. Han Bing felt a wave of frustration. She had deliberately chosen a bar far from school, yet fate had brought her face to face with a classmate. And worse, Lin Fei, who had helped her earlier that day. Squad leader, do you have a twin sister? That wouldn't make sense. How could your voice be identical? Lin Fei smiled. Han Bing paused, caught off guard by his question. Squad leader, thank you for speaking up for me during the gathering. I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude. Allow me to treat you to a drink as thanks, Lin Fei offered. He intended to delve into why Han Bing was singing at such a venue, sensing that she must have her reasons. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not drink. If you truly wish to thank me, please keep this matter to yourself, Han Bing replied, eager to avoid drawing attention to herself, even after graduation. Rest assured, I know what to say and what to keep private. Besides, apart from Ma Xiaotian, who else among our classmates is not a friend? Lin Fei jested. However, I am curious about why you are here singing, he added. Han Bing remained silent for a moment before lifting her head. Because I enjoy it. Enjoy it? Those two words shattered Lin Fei's preconceptions. In his mind, Han Bing was a traditional girl. How could she possibly enjoy singing? If she liked it, she could join an art school or a studio. Why come to a place like this? Even the streets would be a safer option, given the chaos of such venues. You should know that a beautiful girl like you is not safe here, Lin Fei cautioned. Not at all. There are people here to protect us. And ordinary folks do not dare to cause trouble. Thank you for your concern, but I must take my leave now. Han Bing spotted a man in a suit approaching and hurriedly greeted him. Manager Zhou. She sidestepped Lin Fei to acknowledge the man. The suited figure nodded, casting a disinterested glance at Lin Fei. Han Bing, stop dawdling and prepare for the next song. Han Bing acquiesced and was about to follow the manager when Lin Fei stepped in front of him. Wait, what do you want? The manager snapped, irritation flashing in his eyes. She has prior commitments tonight and cannot perform. Who are you? The manager raised his voice. Calm down, he is my classmate. I will handle this matter now. Classmate? He isn't your boyfriend, is he? A man who cannot take care of his woman lets her sing here. How embarrassing. The manager's anger flared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fei, berating him. A man who cannot take care of his woman? Blame yourself for your inadequacies? The manager's words struck like daggers. Lin Fei chuckled coldly. With a swift motion, he pulled out a wad of cash and tossed it at the manager. No performance tonight. Is this enough? The manager was taken aback, astonished by the amount of money Lin Fei had produced. Now is it sufficient? Lin Fei pressed, tossing another stack at him. Is this enough now? The manager gulped. The cash amounted to several tens of thousands. He had never encountered such a customer before. Lin Fei brandished another handful of cash, this time throwing it directly at the manager's face. Demanding, is this sufficient now? Yes, it is. The manager stammered, nodding vigorously. He was not foolish. The first time Lin Fei had flashed money, he might have thought it was a show, but the subsequent displays made it clear that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. Then do not block the way, get lost, Lin Fei shouted, seizing Han Bing and making his exit. Han Bing remained dazed. Lin Fei, where did you acquire such a fortune? In Han Bing's impression, Lin Fei came from a humble background. During their recent gathering, upon hearing about the financial assistance provided to Ma Xiaoqian, Han Bing found it hard to fathom how things had changed so dramatically. Do you believe my money simply fell from the sky? Lin Fei remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye. Han Bing, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief. Then let's not dwell on it, Lin Fei said lightly. As the two conversed, they arrived at their seats. Han Bing spotted Mu Xinchuan and Jiang Yu. Although Mu Xinchuan's cap and glasses obscured her face, her air of elegance suggested she was undoubtedly beautiful. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, immediately struck Han Bing as stunning, deepening her curiosity about Lin Fei. Allow me to introduce my classmate Han Bing, who loves singing and is here to perform, Lin Fei stated casually. Han Bing shyly nodded in acknowledgement, while Jiang Yu merely responded with a glance. However, Mu Xinchuan set down the bottle, lifted her head, and, locking eyes with Han Bing, addressed her directly. You have a lovely singing voice. Do you have aspirations to become a professional singer? Before Han Bing could react, Lin Fei interjected. Jiang Yu shot a sidelong glance at Mu Xinchuan but remained silent. Han Bing's initial excitement quickly gave way to bashfulness as she forced a smile and replied, I fear I may not have that opportunity. At that moment, Han Bing's usual confidence as class monitor faltered, her words tinged with insecurity and complexity. Lin Fei was about to utter a supportive remark but felt the weight of Mu Xinchuan's piercing gaze, which silenced him. Sister Xin, do you genuinely believe Han Bing sings well? Lin Fei asked, fully aware of Mu Xinchuan's status as a star in the entertainment industry. If she approved, it would surely hold merit. I was listening intently just now. Her voice is rich and sweet, suitable for a pop style. With her youthful vigor, she has considerable potential, however. However what? Lin Fei pressed, his concern growing that a flicker of discontent crossed Mu Xinchuan's eyes, which Lin Fei, unable to see behind her sunglasses, missed entirely. Han Bing, unaware of Mu Xinchuan's identity, looked at Lin Fei with hope, eager for her to elaborate. But she needs professional training. It depends on whether she can accept that. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Han Bing's face, quickly followed by a bitter smile as she lowered her gaze in silence. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Han Bing, you must seize this incredible opportunity, he urged, sensing her hesitation. Han Bing looked up at Lin Fei, managing a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Fei. I understand. Lin Fei coughed lightly. Your emotional intelligence is quite low. Didn't you notice she was struggling to express herself? Jiang Yu remarked, feigning a cough. Lin Fei tapped his forehead, chuckling. I was simply too elated earlier and overlooked that. Han Bing, if you encounter difficulties, I can assist you. Han Bing gazed into Lin Fei's earnest eyes, filled with sincerity and purity, devoid of ulterior motives. She parted her lips, wanting to speak but held back. You could give it a try. Didn't Lin Fei say he could help you? Mu Xinchuan suggested with a slight smile. Han Bing bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. Thank you, Lin Fei, but I prefer to rely on my own efforts. That moment. Lin Fei comprehended the situation. Earlier, he had been overjoyed by Mu Xinchuan's high praise for Han Bing, neglecting Jiang Yu's blunt warning, which, although harsh, was clear. Han Bing, go ahead. I will assist you with life's various challenges, he declared. Han Bing stared at him, eyes wide with surprise. Did life's challenges equate to financial support? Was he implying? Lin Fei coughed again, feigning nonchalance. Han Bing, we're classmates. I consider it an investment. Once you succeed, you can work at my company. Lin Fei realized his words could be misinterpreted and quickly clarified. Your company? Both Mu Xinchuan and Jiang Yu turned to Lin Fei, amusement dancing in their eyes. That claim seems somewhat dubious. My partner Feng Ku and I are discussing the establishment of a film company, which will surely expand into various domains. Once you complete your training, you can join us, Lin Fei replied, steadying his emotions. Han Bing's eyes brightened. Are you referring to Feng Ku, the director and lead of Dark Knight? Indeed. We can formalize an agreement now, and the company will cover all your expenses, Lin Fei said, hoping to reassure her. Han Bing's face lit up with excitement, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, I'll think it over and get back to you as soon as possible. Absolutely. I'll await your response, Lin Fei confirmed. Han Bing stood, bowed to Mu Xinchuan, nodded at Jiang Yu, and hurried away. The three of them understood that Han Bing was intrigued. Money truly has its charms. It can not only be a lifesaver but also win hearts, Jiang Yu teased from the side. Lin Fei ignored her jest and turned to Mu Xinchuan. Sister Xian, could you assist me with this matter? Are you certain you wish to help her? Mu Xinchuan inquired, her tone seeking affirmation. We are classmates. If I can facilitate her success, I shall. Lin Fei spoke earnestly. Mu Xinchuan felt a surge of happiness, though the reason remained known only to her. Regarding Han Bing's singing, she acknowledged some talent but not exceptional skill. However, considering Lin Fei's concern for Han Bing, she deemed this the best course of action, an indirect way to help. She hoped that Han Bing would become a version of herself, thus liberating Lin Fei from his relentless pursuit. Though her interactions with Lin Fei had been limited, she discerned he was someone deeply devoted to his affections. Yet, she could not partake in this love, for she had her own destiny to fulfill. This thought brought a flicker of helplessness to her eyes as she surreptitiously glanced at Jiang Yu, who merely smiled back, saying nothing. Leave this matter to me. I will arrange everything. As for finances, just ensure Han Bing's living expenses and family support are covered. I will manage the school matters, Mu Xinchuan decisively stated. Lin Fei, thrilled, raised a fist in gratitude. Thank you. His heartfelt appreciation made Mu Xinchuan feel a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, all three fell into a contemplative silence. Not far from them, within a private booth, a young man gestured for a server to approach. Please take this bottle of royal salute to that lovely lady. Certainly, sir, the server acknowledged, then made his way toward Lin Fei's table. Hello, beautiful. This bottle of royal salute is from a gentleman in the booth. The server announced, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The arrival of the server with the royal salute disrupted the awkward tension within Mu Xinchuan. However, Jiang Yu frowned at the interruption. Tell the gentleman that I have no interest. She replied, not even glancing at the booth. Witnessing this, the man in the booth frowned, abandoning his attempts to woo Jiang Yu. Several others who had intended to approach her also chose to retreat, opting to observe from a distance. Server, send this bottle of vodka to that beautiful lady. Another man's voice rang out in the lively bar, drawing everyone's attention. The server was taken aback. Just moments ago, the royal salute had been rejected. Now, he was expected to deliver vodka. Was he not inviting another refusal? Yet, the man was affiliated with the Qingfeng Society, a powerful figure in the bar's hierarchy. The bar owner would never dare offend him, let alone a mere server. Without hesitation, the server swiftly returned the royal salute and accepted the vodka, making his way back to Lin Fei's table. However, he approached with a lack of confidence, holding the vodka before Jiang Yu. Miss, this bottle of vodka is from that gentleman. Lin Fei observed the scene, maintaining a calm demeanor as he awaited Jiang Yu's reaction, secretly hoping she would unleash her frustrations on the persistent suitor. Though the server silently cursed the man from the Qingfeng Society for his reckless proposition, she fervently wished Jiang Yu would accept the vodka. Otherwise, returning it could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps her silent prayers were answered. For Jiang Yu accepted the vodka with a nod and a smile directed at the sender. Lin Fei glanced at Mu Xinchuan, seeking clarity on Jiang Yu's intentions. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Jiang Yu took action. Lin Fei, this bottle is for you, she announced. What? Is my drink unpalatable? Lin Fei asked, puzzled by her gesture. Afraid to drink? Not at all. I'm afraid of you. Jiang Yu burst into laughter, while Lin Fei held back a smile, leaving the man from the Qingfeng Society utterly mesmerized. At that moment, a young man with dyed red hair stood up from his seat, swaying as he approached Jiang Yu's table. The act of offering a drink was a gesture of camaraderie. And once the sentiment was accepted, it was time for deeper exchanges to ensue. How about sharing a drink with me, beautiful? The red-haired man reached Jiang Yu, lifting his glass to eye level and giving it a gentle shake. However, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, akin to a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, with inappropriate thoughts flashing through his mind. Lin Fei, she is inviting you for a drink. You should join her. Jiang Yu said with a laugh, unable to contain herself. Lin Fei was taken aback. You accepted the drink, and don't you prefer men? This suits your taste perfectly. Jiang Yu's laughter continued. Lin Fei frowned, realizing the woman was teasing him. You received the drink. She is interested in you, so you should drink with her, he said, turning to the somewhat foolish-looking red-haired man beside him. Indeed, what he said is correct. Since you accepted the drink, you must drink with me, and just so you know, I only fancy ladies, not men. So how about you come over? The red-haired man boasted, leering as he raised his glass and leaned toward Jiang Yu, seemingly attempting to pull her into an embrace. Get away! Jiang Yu dodged, her face displaying anger, her forehead creased with annoyance. However, the next moment, the red-haired man's reaction nearly left everyone speechless. Instead of getting angry at the insult, he burst into laughter, proclaiming to the entire bar, "Can you hear what she just said?" This left those who had been watching in shock. "Take her. Right here. Fei Gu is going to show off." A few of the red-haired man's friends began to shout excitedly, leaving the men who had been observing the scene bewildered. They had no answers. Suddenly, amid their astonished expressions, Jiang Yu seized a bottle of beer from the table, raised it above the red-haired man's head, and brought it down with a thud. The sound echoed as the red-haired youth collapsed, his previously boisterous laughter freezing on his face. "Are you satisfied now? Handsome, I'll accompany you tonight." "All right." Jiang Yu's words drew the attention of the men who had initially intended to flirt with her. Their gazes shifted to Lin Fei, filled with mockery and derision, while others looked at him as if he were a fool. Among them, hatred brewed, including from the red-haired man's companions. Jiang Yu casually drank from the bottle, her eyes never leaving Lin Fei. He was utterly speechless. This woman was deftly shifting trouble onto others, and she did so repeatedly. It was infuriating. How could such a stunning beauty be enamored with such a bumpkin? As Jiang Yu clinked glasses with Lin Fei, those men who had planned to approach her were now filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Women nearby, including bar hostesses and patrons, couldn't help but cast glances at Lin Fei. Jiang Yu's sudden appearance had instantly made her the center of attention, leaving them in the shadows. What kind of man could conquer her? This was a question on everyone's mind. Under the dim lights, they caught sight of Lin Fei's chiseled face, youthful yet radiating a strong masculinity. He was an anomaly, dressed and styled in stark contrast to the bar's usual clientele, yet his aura was undeniably masculine, a stark contrast to the effeminate young men surrounding him. This woman was dominant. It seemed she preferred a powerful, domineering man. This was the conclusion they reached about Jiang Yu. Having spent enough time in the bar, they had learned to read both men and women accurately. Typically, they assessed based on financial wealth, the thickness of the cash, which dictated their effort. Lin Fei, however, was evidently different from the men they had encountered, and thus, he piqued their interest. As the crowd's imaginations ran wild, the red-haired man regained consciousness. Rubbing his head, his gaze first landed on Jiang Yu and then on Lin Fei's face, rage igniting within him. The smile vanishing as a cold smirk replaced it, an aura of menace radiating from him. For him, sending a drink to Jiang Yu was a gesture of interest. She could refuse, but handing the drink to Lin Fei and then mocking him while showing affection to another man was intolerable. As the manager of the King Fenghui Emperor Bar, he could not afford to lose face. If he were to be humiliated here, how would the bar staff perceive him? Who would respect him in the future? He was aware that many men would dream of the privileges he enjoyed. Women to sleep with at will, endless drinks, and money to spend freely. This was the reason he had established his position in King Fenghui. Earning the nickname Fei Gu from many, the red-haired man raised his glass. Chapter 61. Lin Fei's Furious Strike Bang. The red-haired man slammed his glass down on Lin Fei's table. "You filthy bitch. Today, I will make you submit, turning you into a woman from an island film." His rage erupted. However, as he threw the glass, it traced a graceful arc in the air. The trajectory was beautiful, but the outcome was disastrous. The entire contents of the glass splashed onto the unsuspecting Mu Xinxuan. Not a drop spared on Mu Xinxuan, already alluring, appeared even more captivating with her drenched attire, prompting Jiang Yu to secretly admire her. Reacting to the situation, Mu Xinxuan quickly wrapped her arms around herself, her face flushed, exclaiming loudly. Her voice, sweet as her singing, captured the attention of all the men in the bar, making them feel as if they had discovered a new treasure. In that moment, they recognized the presence of a stunning beauty. Yet, as their attention shifted, they suddenly saw Lin Fei's tattered suit draped over Mu Xinxuan's shoulders, shielding her from the soaked fabric. In the next instant, the table on the ground was lifted by Lin Fei and brought crashing down toward the red-haired man. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The red-haired man barely had time to react before the sound of the crash echoed through the bar, followed by screams and the shattering of the table. This sudden turn of events left not only Mu Xinxuan but even Jiang Yu, the police officer, momentarily stunned. The one taking action was Lin Fei. The table he had lifted weighed at least 100 pounds, and given Lin Fei's slender build, it defied belief that he possessed such strength. Yet, it was indeed the truth. The red-haired man lay sprawled on the ground, while Lin Fei seized him effortlessly. Smack! 2 crisp slaps echoed in the air. "Apologize to Sister Xian while kneeling," Lin Fei's icy voice, laced with menace, pierced the semi-conscious red-haired man's ears, jolting him awake. The red-haired man felt as though he were in a dream. Jiang Yue's scheming did not faze Lin Fei. He understood her intention to test him. He had thought that as long as the red-haired man did not overstep, he could remain low-key. However, the moment the drink splashed on Mu Xinchuan, it ignited his fury. A dragon's reverse scale is a fatal point. Touching it means death. Mu Xinchuan was Lin Fei's reverse scale, and through Wang Mingyao, he had learned to cherish women even more. Mu Xinchuan was a woman no one could touch. Anyone who dared to do so would face whatever challenges lay ahead, even if it meant traversing through fire and water. Let alone a petty thug. In the past, he lacked the means to protect her. Now, with wealth and capability, he could not allow any harm to come to her. Thus, he revealed his hidden martial prowess for the first time, driven by the desire to protect Mu Xinchuan. Sir, please remain calm. Suddenly, a stout man in a suit squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Lin Fei. He was the bar's owner, the same man who had permitted Han Bing to leave after Lin Fei generously paid him off. Bang! Lin Fei ignored him, throwing the red-haired man back to the ground and turning to Mu Xinchuan. Sister Xian, how would you like to vent your anger? Mu Xinchuan was astounded by Lin Fei's series of actions. His question brought her back to reality. Her expression remained somber, but she was concerned about the possibility of serious injury. Let's call an ambulance. Mu Xinchuan was kind-hearted. Save him? Lin Fei scoffed, then looked at Jiang Yu. He.S. yours. With that, he kicked the red-haired man toward Jiang Yu like a ball. Jiang Yu wore a peculiar smile. Refraining from grabbing him, Sir, please take this money. I want to charge you for your consumption. Could you please leave and spare him? The bar owner, seizing the moment when Jiang Yu had yet to respond, raised a stack of cash, pleading with Lin Fei. Bribing someone with money to extinguish anger? Absurd. Wasn't that akin to attempting to bribe the god of wealth? Lin Fei paid him no mind, moving beside Mu Xinchuan, gently wrapping his arm around her and gazing at her with warmth. Sister Xian, let us go home. Lin Fei refrained from further violence, allowing the bar owner to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, two young men stepped in front of Lin Fei, clearly the red-haired man's allies. Kid, you dare lay a hand on Fei Gu? You're as good as dead today. You're not just provoking Fei Gu. UVE provoked the entire King Fengui. You will leave here horizontally, today, prepare to be thoroughly beaten, while you witness two women kneeling before us in servitude. The prowess of these two young men remains uncertain. Yet their threats resound with bravado. Lin Fei did not even deign to raise an eyelid. Are they members of the Qingfeng Society? It appears a hornet's nest has been stirred. The Qingfeng Society is the underground sovereign of the southern city, reputed for its leader's unfathomable martial prowess. Anyone who offends him is unlikely to survive beyond 3 days. The Qingfeng Society is also known as the Cleansing Society, dedicated to eliminating all those who dare cross them. The patrons of the bar, upon hearing the names invoked by the two young men, began to murmur amongst themselves. Lin Fei initially contemplated a swift departure, but the words of these two compelled him to stay. Let the chaos unfold. The greater the uproar, the better. After all, Jiang Yu is here. Is she not the captain of the criminal police? A slight smirk graced Lin Fei's lips as he declared, You may seek assistance. I shall await you for 10 minutes. With that, he embraced Mu Xinchuan and settled into a nearby seat. The two young men moved forward to assist the red-haired individual, initiating his treatment. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Suayua Life Club on the same street, 6 men were each entwined with a woman, indulging in food and drink, their laughter punctuated by unsightly scenes and cries. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and a young man barged in. Are you seeking death? The man's coarse voice echoed through the private room. The other 5 men within the room had already risen, while the women shrieked, covering their vital areas. Chao Gu, something has happened. A grave matter. The newcomer wiped the sweat from his brow. His words tumbling out in a muddled rush. That moment, the occupants of the room recognized him. Xiao Lizi, for heaven's sake, speak clearly. A young man with yellow hair warned from the side. Chao Gu? Fei Gu was assaulted at the Emperor Bar, his fate uncertain. Go. Chao Gu interrupted before Xiao Lizi could finish, bellowing as he strode out, bare-chested and clad in shorts. Who dares to cause trouble on Chao Ji's turf will pay dearly. To strike Chao Gu is to strike his very essence. Today, let him regret his existence. He swiftly gathered several brothers, eager to let the assailant experience a new form of retribution. The remaining 5 men followed closely, their fury palpable as they marched towards the Emperor Bar. Inside the bar, Lin Fei maintained his embrace of Mu Xinchuan, who kept her head lowered, aware that escape was now futile. It was a necessity to conceal their identities. This day marked the premiere of Dark Knight, which had already achieved a staggering box office of $200 million on its opening day. The resounding success brought joy to both Mu Xinchuan and Ruo Shui, who had planned to celebrate together. However, Ruo Shui, staying at the Xinyuan Hotel, was intercepted by Gu Lanyue, who implored her to deliver a room card to Lin Fei. After being publicly rebuffed by Lin Fei, Gu Lanyue persisted, seeking Ruo Shui's assistance. Unaware of the relationship between Mu Xinchuan and Lin Fei, Ruo Shui relayed this incident, which caused Mu Xinchuan considerable distress in an effort to clear her mind. Mu Xinchuan proposed a stroll, but upon exiting, they encountered chaos at the entrance of the Xinyuan Hotel. Lin Fei's classmates were in a frenzy over his kidnapping. This urgency propelled Mu Xinchuan into action. She fabricated an excuse to part ways with Ruo Shui and directly contacted Feng Ku, who promptly reached out to Zhao Run, leading to their subsequent encounter at the police station. Just as Mu Xinchuan's thoughts swirled in turmoil, 6 individuals stormed into the bar. Unlike Lin Fei and Jiang Yu's entrance, these men were guided by a long-haired youth. Lin Fei recognized him as an associate of the red-haired man. However, the arrival of these 6 men nearly elicited a laugh from Lin Fei. This world truly is small. As they were indeed the very individuals who had attempted to kidnap him. "Chao Gu, they're still here," exclaimed Xiao Lizi, parting the crowd and pointing at Lin Fei. The burly Ma Chao, with his imposing stature and brutish visage, stepped into the throng, causing unease among the bar's patrons, who instinctively recoiled. "Who dares to lay a hand on my underling? Are they seeking to end their own existence?" Ma Chao's foul language permeated the air as he advanced. "You little brat! How dare you strike our comrade?" With Chao Gu here, prepare to be turned into a punching bag. The 2 lackeys who had previously obstructed Lin Fei now resumed their taunts while assisting the red-haired man. "Fei Gu, Chao Gu has arrived. He will annihilate." Xiao Lizi joined in the jeering, but the moment his words fell, he felt himself airborne. Indeed, he was lifted off the ground, having been kicked in the rear by a powerful foot. Soaring through the air, Xiao Lizi flailed his arms and legs in panic, hurtling towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei, effortlessly sidestepping with Mu Xinchuan in tow, raised a foot to kick him back towards Ma Chao. In a swift motion, Ma Chao retaliated, kicking Xiao Lizi in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a table and chairs before collapsing to the floor. The abruptness of the event left the bar's patrons bewildered. Even the bloodied and dazed red-haired man lay stunned at the spectacle. Chao Gu." The red-haired man stammered, "Mr. Lin, I was unaware it was you. My sincerest apologies." Before he could finish, his words were cut short by Ma Chao's actions. Ma Chao, grinning broadly as if he had encountered a deity, approached Lin Fei with a deep bow, extending his hand in greeting. The yellow-haired men behind him mirrored his demeanor, their faces adorned with smiles as they repeatedly called out, "Mr. Lin, are you here to deal with me?" Lin Fei inquired, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Lin, you jest. We would never dare to confront you." Ma Chao's hand hovered momentarily in the air, but upon sensing Lin Fei's refusal to shake, he awkwardly withdrew and addressed Lin Fei. "How could I possibly offend you? You were kidnapped and ransomed at 10 times the amount. You acted with such integrity by not involving the police. Such a benefactor is rare. I would never dream of crossing you. Are they your subordinates?" Lin Fei gestured towards the red-haired man and his companions. "Indeed." Ma Chao glared sternly at the 4 men. "Those 2 just now threatened to leave me crippled, forcing me to witness my woman kneeling before you in subjugation." Lin Fei's words dripped with implication as he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yu, who shot back a glare in return. "What do you mean, your woman? How dare you take advantage of me?" Mu Xinchuan pinched Lin Fei aside, disapproving of his words. "Mr. Lin, I will ensure they are rendered incapable of speech." Ma Chao asserted decisively, "No need for that. Such brutality is unnecessary. I am departing now. I have already avenged you. Mr. Lin's approach is correct. I shall ensure Mr. Lin's grievances are addressed," Ma Chao affirmed, his gaze shifting towards his companions, who promptly hoisted the red-haired men and began to escort them out. Ma Chao dared not offend Lin Fei, understanding that the relationship between him and his woman was merely a lover's quarrel. He would not be so foolish as to provoke them further. Bang! The bar's door was forcefully swung open once more. "Oldly, apprehend these ruffians. I will personally take care of Lin Fei." Jiang Yu stood tall, having just spotted her subordinates entering. While Lin Fei was engaged in a scuffle, she had sent a message to Oldly and his team, instructing them to seize the troublemakers. Jiang Yu's intent was clear: to find an opportunity to detain Lin Fei at the police station for further questioning. She was determined that Lin Fei must be involved in the kidnapping incident. Thus, she had orchestrated the conflict between the red-haired man and Lin Fei, which had unfolded flawlessly, until now. as Lin Fei had managed to turn the taunts of the two thugs against her. And at this moment, the lingering sensation of humiliation was intolerable for her. Lin Fei must be punished, and decisively so. Lin Fei feigned ignorance, continuing forward, wishing to distance himself from this deranged woman. Although his previous actions had been excessive, they were merely a retaliation to her provocations. They were truly at odds with one another. Yet, his hopes were dashed when Jiang Yu charged in front of him, arms outstretched to block his path. "Is there a problem?" Lin Fei suppressed his irritation as he inquired. "No. I simply wish to have a heart-to-heart." Jiang Yu's laughter, laced with fury, sent chills down one's spine, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. "Not interested. You will come whether you like it or not. What if I refuse? You will find out soon enough." Jiang Yu raised her right hand, gesturing for those around to drop to their knees. Old Li and his men, standing at the entrance, sprang into action, their weapons aimed at Lin Fei and his companions. Instantly, chaos erupted within the bar, men and women shrieking in panic. Even Ma Chao and his crew crouched in fright. In that moment, only Jiang Yu, Mu Xinchuan, and Lin Fei stood defiantly, creating an oddly stark contrast against the backdrop of fear. "Are you plotting against me? Think what you will. The fact remains that you are disturbing the peace, injuring others and insulting the police, all of which constitute a criminal offense." Jiang Yu's expression was one of triumph. "Jiang Yu, your actions are utterly excessive." Mu Xinchuan's icy voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere within the bar. "Xinchuan, what kind of sibling relationship do you have with him that makes you care so much?" Jiang Yu inquired, her expression revealing a relentless curiosity as she gazed at Mu Xianqian. "Why personal matters are none of your concern. You witnessed firsthand the reasons behind Lin Fei's actions today. You cannot take him away." Mu Xinchuan retorted firmly. "I acknowledge that he acted to protect you, but the fact remains that he severely injured that individual." Jiang Yu maintained a smug smile, embodying a victorious demeanor. "Do you truly believe you can take him away? Even if you manage to do so, do you think I will allow it?" Mu Xinchuan stood her ground. Lin Fei observed the exchange between the two women. Throughout the confrontation, they had not communicated aside from Mu Xinchuan pouring Jiang Yu a drink. Yet, their dialogue revealed a deep familiarity, as neither was willing to concede an inch. "I just got released from the police station. I have no recourse, as he is the victim. Although there are suspicions of extortion against Zhang Tianze, I lack evidence to investigate. However, I witnessed Lin Fei injuring someone, and there is video footage to confirm it. He cannot escape responsibility. Furthermore, he insulted me." Jiang Yu remained unyielding. Upon hearing the words video footage, Mu Xinchuan's brows furrowed, her countenance turning as cold as a winter's night. Yet, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, confident in her ability to take Lin Fei away. "Jiang Yu, you have gone too far." Mu Xinchuan broke free from Lin Fei's embrace, stepping in front of him and looking at Jiang Yu, her voice escalating. "Your relationship is quite close." Jiang Yu suddenly shifted her tone, and Mu Xinchuan's face registered shock. Even with glasses, she could not evade Jiang Yu's keen perception. "Lin Fei must accompany me to the police station, but you may arrange for his bail." Disappointment flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as she upheld her principles. "I will go," Lin Fei interjected, not wishing Mu Xinchuan to continue her dispute with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu personally retrieved the handcuffs from Lao Li and secured Lin Fei's hands behind his back. In the next moment, she transformed into a vengeful demon, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Fei's abdomen. Caught off guard as he adjusted to the cuffs, he doubled over in pain. Mu Xinchuan rushed to stand in front of him, blocking Jiang Yu's impending kick with her own body. Their gazes clashed fiercely. Igniting a spark of fury, void of sentiment, Jiang Yu turned and approached Ma Chao. "Officer, we are law-abiding citizens who have committed no offenses," Ma Chao hastily asserted, sensing Jiang Yu's piercing stare. Law-abiding citizens? Is kidnapping not a crime?" Jiang Yu coldly retorted. Ma Chao trembled, glancing at Lin Fei, who had begun to recover from the pain and wore a look of astonishment. "Zhu Yin and Su Hao have already reported you. You accepted a deposit of 500,000 from them, constituting kidnapping. I was pondering where to find you, and here you are, delivering yourselves to me. Let us go," Jiang Yu concluded with a triumphant smile. Grateful to Lin Fei for inadvertently assisting her in resolving the case without the need for an all-nighter. "Zhu Yin, you scoundrel! You revealed everything, showing no sense of decorum," Ma Chao shouted angrily. "Silence," Jiang Yu barked, swiftly restraining Ma Chao with handcuffs. "Mr. Lin, we are not acquainted and have no connection," Lin Fei interjected. Cutting off Ma Chao's words, Ma Chao was momentarily taken aback, then his face broke into a smile. "Mr. Lin, you are a true friend. I shall remember your loyalty regardless of the outcome. He stood tall, proclaiming loudly. The others on the ground were also cuffed, their gazes toward Lin Fei filled with gratitude. By reporting Zhu Yan's kidnapping, Lin Fei refrained from mentioning the 10 million he had paid Ma Chao and others, asserting that he had escaped and the recordings were from when the kidnappers inadvertently revealed themselves. Lin Fei's principles dictated that as a wealthy man, he should possess the magnanimity befitting his status. He would never resolve matters with force when they could be settled with money. History has repeatedly shown that many fail not due to others, but because of their own misplaced arrogance. Take them all back to the police station, Jiang Yu bellowed. After ordering, she approached the red-haired man and kicked him lightly, causing him to jump to his feet. Although he was bloodied from Lin Fei's earlier confrontation, the injuries were not life-threatening. You should take a good look at your own conduct. With behavior like yours, do you think you stand a chance with me? Today, I shall ensure you experience prison life. Jiang Yu declared, personally handcuffing the red-haired man, who felt as if he were on the brink of death, consumed by desire. The group was taken back to the police station, in the interrogation room. Jiang Yu and another officer sat before Lin Fei, the silence stretching for several minutes. Lin Fei reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed, appearing on the verge of slumber. Have you prepared for tonight? Lin Fei suddenly inquired, his eyes snapping open to fixate on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by tonight? Is there not a distinction between day and night? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the implication, her face turning a deep shade of anger as she stood abruptly, hurling her notebook at Lin Fei. He dodged, and as she aimed to strike again, he leaned in closer, seemingly welcoming the impending blow. Women have their moments each month, which can be understood, he quipped. Jiang Yu's palm swung towards Lin Fei's face, a fierce wind accompanying her strike, her expression contorted with rage. Daring him to insult her. The other officer jumped in alarm at the sight. Jiang Yu, the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, was a force to be reckoned with, unmatched by any male officer. Each confrontation with her ended in a flurry of bruises for her opponents. If she struck Lin Fei, it was likely to result in severe injury. Seeing that Jiang Yu was poised to make her move, the male officer rushed toward Lin Fei, intending to push him aside. However, Lin Fei had already stepped back, causing the officer to miss and inadvertently collide with Jiang Yu's descending hand. Crack! Echoed the sound of impact as he fell hard. Jiang Yu stood momentarily stunned. Lin Fei simply stuck out his tongue, genuinely startled. The male officer, ignoring his pain, seized Jiang Yu's arm. Captain Jiang, please calm down. This is illegal. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her bloodied subordinate, and her expression softened with remorse, though her anger towards Lin Fei remained unabated. Lin Fei, do not be too smug. I will ensure you regret this, Jiang Yu vowed, assisting her injured colleague as they exited. Officer Jiang, in comparison to your satisfaction over Mu Xinxuan, which of my triumphs is greater? Lin Fei called after her, but she shot him a glare, snorted, and slammed the door behind her. That moment. Lao Li had just ended a call with the bureau chief, who had previously instructed him to report immediately if Jiang Yu apprehended Lin Fei again. As Lao Li exited the office, he was met with the sight of Jiang Yu supporting her bloodied colleague, causing his heart to skip a beat. Captain Jiang, what happened? He inquired, rushing over. Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to explain. She hit me, the male officer grimaced, eliciting astonished looks from the entire Criminal Investigation Unit. What are you staring at? Hurry and get treated, Jiang Yu commanded, leading her colleague toward the medical room. Lao Li hurried back to his office, dialing Zhang Jun's number to report the incident. Zhang Jun, en route, understood Jiang Yu's zealous nature, fueled by a fierce sense of justice. He knew she would not let Lin Fei off the hook easily, which gave him a headache. Now that Lin Fei had been arrested again, the situation seemed dire. Just then, Lao Li's call came through. After hearing the details, Zhang Jun's face twitched in exasperation. For heaven's sake. Sound the sirens. Get to the Criminal Investigation Unit quickly, he ordered, his voice commanding. In the interrogation room, Lin Fei, with his eyes closed, softly called, System. Ding. What orders do you have for me, master? The soft, youthful voice chimed in his ear. Has my investment yielded 100-fold yet? Lin Fei had been preoccupied with this matter. Not yet. But do not lose heart. Progress is underway. It simply requires time. Very well. Lin Fei felt somewhat disheartened. Master, do you require a new task? The system, in a playful lowly tone, inquired. Can there be a new task if the previous one remains unfinished? Of course. At this rate, how can you possibly become a billionaire in a year? Lin Fei's eyes brightened with delight. Excellent. Please provide me with a new task immediately, Ding, congratulations, master. A new task has arrived. What is the new task? Within 3 days, find a female CEO to serve as your secretary and assist you in investments. I thought you were a money-making system. Why has the task changed to this? Master, investment is multifaceted. You already possess startup capital. What you lack is effective management for profit. I am aiding you in enhancing that. You do have a point, naturally, the system responded with a hint of pride. Humph. Lin Fei snorted coldly, choosing to ignore the system while pondering where to find a female CEO to serve as his secretary. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Tomorrow, Xiaoming Shan would be meeting with interns. Could this be an opportunity? Giggling to himself, Lin Fei erupted into laughter. Bang! The door to the interrogation room swung open forcefully. Zhang Yu and Mu Xinchuan entered together. Catching sight of Lin Fei laughing alone, prompting Mu Xinchuan to roll her eyes in exasperation. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, looked as if he wished to shoot him on the spot. Look, Mu Xinchuan. He seems to be enjoying himself, doesn't he? You can leave. I want to let him go. Zhang Yu, I've completed the payment and the bail procedures. I must take him away. I want to let him go. What can you do about it? Zhang Yu replied arrogantly. Do not force me to take action on him, Mu Xinchuan retorted defiantly. However, her words seemed to have no effect on Zhang Yu, who suddenly laughed and said, if you could take action, would Dark Knight still be delayed for so long? Mu Xinchuan's face flushed with anger. Zhang Yu, have you taken leave of your senses? Why are you harassing an ordinary citizen like Lin Fei? Mu Xinchuan questioned, her demeanor radiating arrogance. Lin Fei observed the two women, who were driven mad by his presence, initially taken aback before bursting into laughter once more. However, this elicited 2 icy glares directed at him. Xinchuan, you should leave first. I refuse to believe she can keep me here today. Lin Fei straightened his chest, confidently addressing Mu Xinchuan. Lin Fei, I will ensure you remain in the police station today. And if you can't, if you can keep me here, I shall reveal to you why there are 2 Lin Feis. And if you cannot, if I cannot, I shall do whatever you ask of me. Shall I demand that you kneel before me? Sure. Lin Fei was taken aback by Zhang Yu's unhesitating agreement to his sarcastic demand, which only provoked a more frigid glare from Mu Xinchuan. Zhang Yu, realizing she had overstepped, asserted, Lin Fei, you are merely relying on our chief. Even if the chief were here today, I would not let you go, unless what? Before Zhang Yu could finish, Zhang Jun's voice echoed from the doorway. Chief Zhang, Lin Fei caused a disturbance at the bar, injuring someone severely. He is now a criminal suspect. Zhang Yu quickly reacted, knowing she had spoken too freely, and began shifting all blame onto Lin Fei before Zhang Jun could say another word. Zhang Yu, what were you doing at the Imperial Bar? You were accepting drinks from thugs, escalating the conflict, leading to the subsequent events. Do you think this is how a police officer should behave? Lin Fei was acting in self-defense. He merely overreacted, and his actions stemmed from your provocations. You are now attempting to arrest him. What is your intent? This lady, Mu Xinchuan, has already completed Lin Fei's bail procedures. Why do you refuse to release him? Are you asserting that your authority surpasses the law? Zhang Jun had already grasped the situation thoroughly and had viewed the footage. Zhang Yu's words only served to incite his fury. Prompting him to question her aggressively, Zhang Yu was at a loss for words. She knew she should not have dressed provocatively at the bar. She also recognized her scheme to have Lin Fei arrested was misguided. Ignoring Mu Xinchuan's bail procedures was unforgivable. All this stemmed from the humiliation she suffered when Lin Fei had 2 thugs kneeling before him at the bar, a disgrace she could not tolerate. Chief Zhang, you are truly an upright leader, discerning and astute. I was acting in self-defense. Chief Zhang, you must understand, Zhang Yu was dressed provocatively. Otherwise, those thugs would not have dared to harass her. Just moments ago, she had boasted that even if the chief arrived, she wouldn't release Lin Fei. This was a clear case of her authority exceeding the law and warranted action. Zhang Yu fell silent. But Lin Fei spoke up. This infuriated Zhang Yu further. She raised her foot and kicked towards Lin Fei's midsection. Lin Fei could have dodged but deliberately chose not to, turning his body to present his backside to Zhang Yu's foot. Bang! The kick landed squarely, propelling Lin Fei 5 steps backward before he regained his footing. The sudden turn of events caught Zhang Jun off guard. Zhang Yu had not anticipated this. She merely sought to vent her frustration but was aware of Lin Fei's capabilities. Just moments ago, she had been so close that her slap had missed. How could she possibly land a kick from such a distance? Yet, it had happened. Ouch, that hurts. You are abusing a criminal suspect. I will sue you. No, I will report you. Lin Fei clutched his backside, feigning a pained expression. Zhang Yu, you just severely injured Xiao Wang, and now you are assaulting Lin Fei. What is your intention? Someone take Mr. Lin for an examination and release him afterward. He cannot be released. Jiang Yu, you? Unless I am removed from my position as the chief of the criminal police team, he is not to be released. Imph. You should temporarily step back from your duties as chief and reflect on your actions. Zhang Jun, finally incensed by Jiang Yu's antics, decided to suspend her. Chief Zhang, you should confine her for a few days. Look at her attitude, Lin Fei remarked, rubbing his backside while appearing aggrieved. Lin Fei, do not celebrate too soon. I will definitely deal with you. Lin Fei, let us go. Mu Xinchuan hurriedly stepped forward to pull Lin Fei away, worried he might further escalate the conflict with Jiang Yu. Lin Fei did not budge, instead approaching Zhang Jun. Chief Zhang, you are a paragon of justice. After saying this, he pretended to wipe away tears in a show of heartfelt gratitude, prompting Mu Xinchuan to roll her eyes. If he were to act in a film, he might outperform even Feng Ku. Jiang Yu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes wide in fury, wishing to rush forward and take a bite out of Lin Fei. Zhang Jun extended his hand to shake Lin Fei's, saying, Mr. Lin, please bear with us regarding today's events in the future. Maintain your composure. Thank you for the reminder. Chief Zhang, I have an idea. I wonder if you would consider it feasible? Please, shared. I've noticed that the criminal police team lacks adequate office equipment, vehicles, and interrogation room conditions. I would like to donate 20 million to help improve the environment and enhance your capabilities, allowing you to better protect the safety of the people. Would this be legal? Legal. Jiang Yu, who had been simmering with anger, interjected before Zhang Jun could respond. Lin Fei stared at her, wondering how it concerned her. Zhang Jun tightened his grip on Lin Fei's hand, his eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. The Jiangnan City Criminal Police Team had a fixed annual budget, but their tasks were demanding. Often, they had to traverse many cities, resulting in insufficient funding and outdated equipment. Jiang Yu had frequently requested additional resources from Zhang Jun, who had tried to accommodate her within feasible limits, but it was still inadequate. Upon hearing Lin Fei's offer to donate for improvements, Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. Well, you have been suspended. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Fei declared, straightening his chest as he addressed Jiang Yu. Seeing Jiang Yu unable to retort, Lin Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. Money truly is a powerful tool. He even entertained the thought of using his wealth to subdue Jiang Yu, compelling her to bow before him. However, recalling his genuine affection for Mu Xinchuan, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Mr. Lin, I sincerely appreciate your intent to donate. I will deliberate on this matter further, and I encourage you to consider as well, as a part of the state apparatus, we have our limitations. Most importantly, your donation will not afford you any special privileges. I hope you understand that in contrast to Jiang Yu, Zhang Jun maintained a level-headed demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he assured Lin Fei that there would be no misuse of public resources. Chief Zhang, I understand all of this, but I have one request. As for my request, it is quite simple. Lin Fei was interrupted mid-sentence, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu recalled Lin Fei's charitable donation, and her animosity towards him diminished slightly. Jiang Yu hoped she would not cling to him like a persistent plaster. Just as Lin Fei's words settled, numerous policemen fixated their eyes on Jiang Yu. Anticipating the eruption of her anger, Zhang Jun was taken aback by Lin Fei's statement. This demand was rather provocative. Humorous laughter escaped Mu Xinchuan's lips. Jiang Yu's mind momentarily went blank before she too broke into a smile. Director, if that is the requirement, I agree. A chorus of confusion arose from the crowd. Lin Fei suddenly felt an ominous sensation. Mr. Lin, since Jiang Yu has agreed, you can rest assured about this matter, Zhang Jun exhaled, hastily affirming. All right, I will take my leave for now. Contact me once you have results. After shaking hands with Zhang Jun in farewell, Lin Fei stepped into the courtyard, only to sense something amiss. Jiang Yu was tailing him. Did you not say you would stop following me? Indeed. But your donation has yet to arrive. Therefore, I have no obligation to cease, Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, let us go. I shall ensure your safety. After all, you are our benefactor. Moreover, I hope not to uncover evidence against you before your donation arrives. Otherwise, Jiang Yu mimicked the action of placing handcuffs on herself. Lin Fei nearly spat blood in frustration. After all this commotion, it was clear this woman had no intention of abandoning her pursuit. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fei deliberately raised his voice. Jiang Yu, you said earlier that if I could walk out of here, you would kneel before me. Are you prepared to honor your promise? Laughter erupted from the officers behind him. Lin Fei, as long as you dare, I shall too. Jiang Yu puffed her cheeks and fixed her unwavering gaze on him. A chill ran down Lin Fei's spine. Instinctively, he tightened his legs. Forget it. If I let her, I might as well become a eunuch of the 21st century. Lin Fei, let us depart. Mu Xinchuan shot him a glare as she walked toward her car. Jiang Yu turned to glare at her laughing subordinates before hastily catching up with the two, occupying the front passenger seat. Lin Fei could only shake his head helplessly, glancing at Mu Xinchuan, hoping she would voice her opposition, but she remained silent and drove away. Zhang Jun observed Lin Fei's departing figure and finally understood why the upright mayor of Chengguaning would intervene in Lin Fei's affairs. He was a young man with a sense of social responsibility. From now on, increase patrols wherever Lin Fei is present to prevent such incidents. Zhang Jun instructed oldly beside him, who nodded in agreement. Talents must be cherished and protected. After concluding, Zhang Jun departed. However, Jiang Yu's presence left him with lingering concerns about Lin Fei.in room 707 of the hotel. Jiang Yu entered, prompting Mu Xinchuan to voice her irritation. Are you staying here? Jiang Yu, surveying the room, retorted with a scoff. Is this your love nest? What does it matter to you? Lin Fei, irked, questioned. Have you taken leave of your senses? Your very presence is exasperating. So you find me bothersome? Then I shall remain here, making no move to leave, Jiang Yu declared, plopping down on the sofa, clearly intent on staying. You, Lin Fei, let us sleep, Mu Xinchuan interjected, taking hold of his arm. Lin Fei felt an unusual sensation but stifled his words, following her into the room. This made Jiang Yu uneasy. Mu Xinchuan, are you really going to sleep with him? She had believed their actions were merely a facade to provoke her. But it seemed they were serious, and if I am, you do not need to concern yourself with my affairs, Mu Xinchuan interrupted Jiang Yu sharply. Jiang Yu's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration. Lin Fei became increasingly certain that the two were acquainted, harboring secrets between them, which piqued his interest. Very well, you may sleep. I shall remain outside to protect you, Jiang Yu sulked, turning to sit on the sofa. Visibly fuming, disappointment flickered in Mu Xinchuan's eyes. Jiang Yu was indeed obstinate and clearly distrustful. What to do? As she pondered, Lin Fei wrapped his arm around her waist, leading her into the room, to demonstrate her displeasure. Lin Fei slammed the door shut. Jiang Yu glared at the door, pulling out her phone to draft a message. Your fiancé is in a hotel room with another man. After composing the message, she hesitated over the send button for a long moment before ultimately deciding to delete it. If sent, it could cause an uproar. She was uncertain of the potential fallout. Based on her understanding of Mu Xinchuan, she did not fit the mold of the kind of woman who would engage in such behavior. This left Jiang Yu feeling perplexed, ultimately deciding to investigate further before acting. Thus, she justified her decision to remain there. Inside, Mu Xinchuan sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. She had a fiancé, Jiang Yu's brother, whom she did not love. However, family obligations made it unavoidable to escape the confines of that marriage. She had worked tirelessly to establish a career in the entertainment industry, hoping to delay the wedding. Yet, she received notice that she must marry this year, compounding her feelings of frustration. The previous nights of excessive drinking were linked to setbacks in her film, Dark Knight, and her overall discontent. Now, she found herself in a muddled situation with Lin Fei, having lost her virginity. Deep down, she was quite traditional and struggled to confront this impending marriage. Seeing Jiang Yu today sparked a thought of using her as a means to dissuade her fiancé from the engagement. Yet, Jiang Yu clung to her like a leech, showing no signs of leaving, and Mu Xinchuan wondered if she would inform her brother. Moreover, she recalled Lin Fei's tendency to embrace her tightly while sleeping. Had he not intervened at the police station, she would have undoubtedly vacated this hotel. Now, she was filled with anxiety. Chapter 67. Directional sound device. Lin Fei remained oblivious to these underlying tensions. Noticing Mu Xinchuan sitting on the bed, he approached and gently embraced her, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Mu Xinchuan did not resist. Despite her lukewarm impression of him, she found warmth in his reaction when she was splashed with alcohol at the bar. Lin Fei, what would you do if I were to leave you one day? Wherever you are, I shall find you, be it in distant lands or at the ends of the earth. If you depart, I shall follow. Lin Fei tightened his embrace, speaking softly. Tears welled up in Mu Xinchuan's eyes, spilling over as she could no longer contain her sorrow. She clutched Lin Fei tightly, so touching. Give me a year, Xinchuan. I will become the wealthiest man in the world, and then I shall fulfill your wishes, ensuring that all gaze upon you, and that you become the happiest woman alive. Mu Xinchuan's tears flowed even more freely. She yearned to share the truth with Lin Fei, fearing it would prepare him for the inevitable, yet she worried that revealing it would instill fear and anxiety within him, causing him to react defensively. Mu Xinchuan felt lost. Finally, she looked at Lin Fei and managed a faint smile. saying, "Find a way to drive Jiang Yu away." Lin Fei's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he nodded. Lin Fei focused his mind on the system, asking, "Are there any methods to deal with Jiang Yu outside without her noticing?" "Ding, master. The system shop contains a variety of uniquely functional items. Seek out what suits your needs." With his psychic attributes heightened, Lin Fei could now perceive more of the system's space, including the shopping store. Within the store, he spotted items such as cloaks of invisibility, directional sound devices, and anesthetics, many of which were novel, some even unheard of. After surveying the options, Lin Fei determined that he could afford the directional sound device with his merit points, while the other items remained out of reach. Ultimately, he decided to purchase the directional sound device for 50,000 merit points. "Master, are you certain of your purchase?" "Indeed, however, I would like to know its functionalities." The directional sound device will automatically upload to your phone. When you wish to use it, you can manipulate it with your consciousness to emit sounds only the selected individual can hear. "Excellent, that is precisely what I need. However, there is one thing I must caution you about." "What is it?" "The person who hears the sound must be in a state of distress. Otherwise, you will face punishment." "What kind of punishment?" "Uncertain. It could range from live-streaming embarrassing acts to public indecency, or even uncontrollable urges. Essentially, anything could happen, and none of it is favorable." Lin Fei nearly choked in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. "Fine, I understand. Ding. Successfully loaded. Valid for 2 hours. Congratulations, master. You can now prank others." The soft, playful voice concluded with a mischievous chuckle. "Lin Fei, why are you silent?" Mu Xianxian observed Lin Fei sitting beside her. His silence in response to her suggestion of driving Jiang Yu away was puzzling. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Darling, I truly wish to find a way to expel Jiang Yu." Lin Fei, after speaking, silently invoked the roar of a tiger in Jiang Yu's ear. "How do you intend to drive her away?" Mu Xianxian questioned again, noticing Lin Fei's stillness and intense gaze. "Just wait." Within a minute, there was a resounding knock at the door. Mu Xianxian was taken aback. Lin Fei had done nothing, remaining steadfastly by her side. She glanced at Lin Fei, a wicked grin spreading across her face, filled with mischief. Lin Fei felt a surge of joy within. It seemed his plan was already taking effect. At that moment, Jiang Yu knocked on the door while covering her ears, frequently glancing back as if some immense peril lurked behind her. Just moments ago, while contemplating how to write a 50,000-word report, the sudden roar of a tiger had startled her into a standing position. Grabbing the lamp beside her, she swiftly turned to see nothing at all. As she exhaled, believing it to be a mere figment of her imagination, the roar echoed again, louder and more ferocious. Jiang Yu quickly surveyed the living room. All doors and windows were shut, and there was no danger outside. Where could the tiger have come from? After a moment's thought, she pinpointed the source to the bedroom. Cursing under her breath, she stormed to the door, intending to remind the two to lower their volume. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Lin Fei standing at the threshold and Mu Xianxian sitting on the sofa, both looking towards the door. "How old are you two? Watching animal documentaries? And for goodness sake, could you keep the noise down?" Jiang Yu glared at Lin Fei, her eyes wide with indignation. Lin Fei, reveling in the effectiveness of his scheme, noted Jiang Yu's pale complexion, indicating she had been thoroughly frightened. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "We are not watching television, let alone animal documentaries." Jiang Yu retorted, "Just because you're lacking in intelligence doesn't mean you should suspect others of the same." With a huff, she pushed Lin Fei aside and entered the room, her gaze locking onto the television, which stood silently against the wall, devoid of any signs of use. Her eyes then fell on the phone, lying quietly on the bedside table like an ornament. "This?" Jiang Yu was bewildered. She distinctly recalled hearing the sound of a tiger's roar. "Did either of you hear a tiger roar just now?" Upon entering, Mu Xianxian, equally perplexed, stood up and said, "Jiang Yu, your question is rather strange. There are no tigers here. Did I hear wrong?" Jiang Yu muttered to herself, confused. Both Mu Xianxian and Lin Fei shook their heads. Especially Mu Xianxian, who had known Jiang Yu for years and found her expression credible. Mu Xianxian genuinely had not heard any tiger roars. This was a hotel, not a zoo. She glanced at Lin Fei, who shrugged, his face a canvas of innocence. Jiang Yu, a detective, prided herself on her investigative skills, yet after a thorough search of the room, she found nothing. "Jiang Yu, do you have any business here? If not, please leave," Lin Fei said, his tone dismissive. "But, Xinchuan, I truly heard the roar of a tiger. Isn't that strange? Animals have their own sounds, and it seems you indeed possess the potential of a tigress. Otherwise, how could you hear such a roar?" Lin Fei, you're courting danger. Jiang Yu initially sought Mu Xuanxuan's assistance in analyzing the situation, but instead, Lin Fei mocked her with the tigress remark. Angrily, she lunged towards him. Jiang Yu, cease this nonsense. We are lawful citizens now. Not criminals. Daimyo Xianxian stepped in to shield Lin Fei as Jiang Yu glared at him fiercely. Eventually, she left, still filled with confusion. Tigress, Lin Fei muttered as he locked the door behind her. Jiang Yu seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration, her mind racing. Once the door was closed, Mu Xianxian pulled Lin Fei down onto the sofa, fixing her gaze on him. Did you orchestrate this? Lin Fei feigned confusion, shaking his head vigorously. This only deepened Mu Xuanxuan's bewilderment. 3 minutes later, he issued a new command to the device. Exciting sounds of a man and woman in bed. Upon sending the command, Lin Fei could hardly suppress his laughter. The sound would surely. After Jiang Yu exited, the silence enveloped her. Within 10 seconds of sitting down, the sounds returned, specifically, the unmistakable sounds of passion. Though she had no experience and had never watched such films, as the head of the criminal police, she had encountered such sounds in evidence and recordings before. Convinced she must be mistaken, she quickly covered her ears, yet the sounds persisted, undiminished. Jiang Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her face flushed with heat, and most alarmingly, she found herself instinctively clenching her thighs. Where was the sound coming from? Drawing from her previous experience, Jiang Yu refrained from knocking again, genuinely worried about witnessing an embarrassing scene. After all, Mu Xianxian was theoretically her sister-in-law. 1 minute passed as she sat, her legs firmly pressed together. 2 minutes later, she crossed her left leg over her right, squeezing tightly. 3 minutes, she felt as if she were about to burst. Unable to endure any longer, suddenly, she sprang up, her chair tipping over from the force of her movement. Jiang Yu dashed toward Lin Fei and Mu Xuanxuan's room, just as she raised her hand to knock. The door swung open. Mu Xianxian, fully dressed, appeared at the threshold, about to head to the living room. You didn't. Jiang Yu was taken aback, as if seeing a ghost. Jiang Yu, what's wrong? Mu Xianxian asked. Where's Lin Fei? Jiang Yu pushed past Mu Xianxian, peering into the room. Inside, she found Lin Fei leisurely reading a book. Jiang Yu felt as though she were truly seeing ghosts. Xinxuan, did you hear any sounds just now? I heard a loud crash in the living room and rushed out. Were there any other sounds? You didn't hear anything else? Jiang Yu questioned incredulously. Anything else? Just the sound of the chair falling. Nothing more? Jiang Yu felt a sense of urgency. Such matters could not be openly discussed. Mu Xuanxuan's eyes widened in surprise, her expression sincere as she shook her head, asserting she had heard nothing. Jiang Yu, why is your face so red? And your heart seems to be racing. Is something amiss? Mu Xianxian reached out to touch Jiang Yu. Startled, Jiang Yu instinctively stepped back. Let me see your phones. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Yu sidestepped Mu Xianxian and rushed into the room. Lin Fei nonchalantly tossed his phone to Jiang Yu. Without hesitation, she opened the video and internet applications, finding nothing. Boom! Jiang Yu felt as though struck by lightning. Where was that sound coming from? The phone had not transmitted it, yet she could still hear it. Jiang Yu, you wouldn't happen to be hearing things again, would you? Lin Fei remarked, glancing at the phone Jiang Yu had set down. His voice laced with irritation. Be quiet. Jiang Yu was on the verge of tears. You keep barging into our room, spouting nonsense. Are you sure you're not losing your mind? Lin Fei, do you wish to die? Jiang Yu's forehead was slick with sweat, the heat overwhelming her, her body feeling as though ants were crawling all over her. I must leave now. Fearing further embarrassment, Jiang Yu hurriedly declared, turning to flee the room. Her departure was decisive, almost frantic, as she dashed away. Mu Xianxian, her gaze returning from the door, turned to Lin Fei, who remained composed on the sofa, her eyes filled with confusion. She truly could not comprehend what had transpired. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully used the system product. The product is excellent and highly satisfactory. Ding! Rewards have been issued. Oh, there are rewards for this too. Of course. What kind of rewards? 200,000 merit points. Wow, that's splendid. Lin Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter as he sat on the sofa. Lin Fei, how on earth did you manage to drive her away? Mu Xianxian inquired, now seated beside him, playfully nudging his arm. Returning to reality, Lin Fei halted his laughter, stood up, and locked the door before returning to her side. Dio, tell me, won't you? Mu Xianxian, not being foolish, understood Lin Fei had orchestrated this entire situation, but how he had accomplished it was beyond her comprehension. The first time Jiang Yu had heard the tiger's roar, though startled, she had not left. The second time, she had not mentioned hearing anything, yet her expression had been peculiar, particularly her gait, which only fueled Mu Xuanxuan's curiosity. Are you truly eager to know? Yes, indeed. Lin Fei gazed at the adorable figure of Mu Xinxuan, gently brushing her hair with his hand, preparing her mentally for what was to come. Mu Xinxuan nodded. Attempting to compose herself, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. She shrieked, her entire body landing on Lin Fei's lap, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Fei, is there a tiger behind me? Laughter erupted from Lin Fei, filling the room. Exhaling deeply, Mu Xinxuan recalled Jiang Yu's earlier antics, realizing there was no tiger at all. With her cheeks flushed, she jumped to the floor and playfully glared at Lin Fei, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Bad boys are irresistible to women, and there are even worse ones." Chapter 69. Returning to the Misfortune group, no wonder Jiang Yu was frightened. It was indeed terrifying. How did you manage that? Mu Xinxuan asked, her calmness returning, a smile gracing her lips. That's a secret. He replied teasingly, "Humph. Not telling, huh? Fine. I'm not even interested." Mu Xinxuan feigned indifference, yet secretly hoped Lin Fei would divulge his secret. Noticing his reluctance, she decided to play the damsel, shaking his arm and pleading, "Please tell me, one to you? I really can't reveal it." "All right then," Mu Xinxuan said, a hint of grievance in her voice. "Do you want to know what the second sound was?" "Not really, then forget it." Lin Fei stood up, heading for the shower. Mu Xinxuan watched the bathroom door, her heart racing. Although she claimed disinterest, her curiosity was undeniably piqued. If one roar was so frightening, what could the other sound possibly be? The more she pondered, the more she anticipated Lin Fei's swift return. Half an hour later, upon his emergence clad only in his briefs, Mu Xinxuan ignored his appearance and seized his arm, demanding, "Quick, tell me the second sound." "Really want to know?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. "Cut the nonsense, just don't regret it," he replied with a broad smile. "Bring it on." Mu Xinxuan took a deep breath. Steadying her nerves, she could scarcely believe there could be a sound more terrifying than a tiger's roar. The sound came. Just as Lin Fei signaled, a single echo filled Mu Xinxuan's ears, and she felt herself melting. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her previously composed demeanor shattered. She quickly covered her ears and shouted, "Stop! Please stop, you rogue!" For someone with her experience, the sound was all too familiar. Suddenly, Lin Fei sealed her lips with his, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. The sound continued to reverberate in her ears, igniting a fiery desire within her, leaving her weak and pliable, like an octopus in Lin Fei's arms, despite her earlier vow to refrain from intimacy with him. In that moment, her resolve crumbled. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Fei, ready to surrender to her desires. Just as she thought there was no turning back, Lin Fei paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "I love you." Mu Xinxuan, entranced, looked up, her face flushed with emotion. "I want to take advantage of you until you formally accept me." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, infused with tenderness. His words, simple yet profound, struck a chord within her, and tears streamed down her face as she clung to him, silent, save for her tears. In that moment, the sounds around her faded away. She chose not to press him for the reason behind his secrecy. Every man possesses his share of mysteries, and if it was a secret, it was best left unspoken. After a long while, Mu Xinxuan released Lin Fei, her cheeks still flushed and tears in her eyes, and retreated to the bathroom. That night remained tranquil, with him resembling a man devoid of power or desire, while she felt like a carefree, blissful woman. They fell asleep entwined, dreams resonating in the depths of slumber. The following day, Lin Fei arose early, preparing to attend a meeting organized by the Misfortune group for the chairman and interns. A notification received during yesterday's graduation gathering. Initially reluctant to participate, he had no interest in becoming an employee of Misfortune, as his aspirations lay in becoming a businessman. However, a new system task required him to find a chairman to act as his secretary for investment management. A daunting challenge, with only Xiaoming Shan in his memory as a potential chairman he had encountered. He set his sights on her. As he departed, Mu Xinxuan remained lost in slumber, and Lin Fei placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before slipping away. Just as he closed the door, Mu Xinxuan fluttered her long lashes, awakening with a face full of happiness. Stretching her body leisurely, she sat up and pondered for a moment before dialing a number. 2 hours later, she vanished from Jiangnan City. In the conference room of the Misfortune group, staff were busy preparing for the meeting, with a young man in his 30s meticulously overseeing the arrangements. He was Xiao Tian, the director of human resources and cousin to Xiao Mingshan. The misfortune group had not strayed from the family business model, favoring kinship, which resulted in situations like the director of human resources being the chairman's cousin and the vice chairman's son holding a deputy position. With these two titans controlling personnel matters, employees enjoyed high salaries but lived in constant trepidation. Originally, the meeting's setup should have been the responsibility of Zhang Qi, but he sought Xiao Tian's help to impress Wang Mingyao, offering a handsome bribe of 100,000 yuan and promising future favors. Xiao Tian had expected Zhang Qi to arrive early for the setup, but upon arrival, he found Zhang Qi absent, causing his irritation to swell. Just as he contemplated expressing his displeasure, Zhang Tianza entered. "Chairman, you have arrived," Xiao Tian greeted, having a decent rapport with Zhang Tianza, who had effectively become his superior. Zhang Tianza led Xiao Tian to a quiet room, closing the door behind them. "Zhang Qi cannot make it? Why?" Xiao Tian asked, taken aback. With a sigh, Zhang Tianza recounted the events of the previous day, omitting any mention of selling shares to Lin Fei at half price. "What an insolent little intern! Today, I shall ensure he doesn't even get the chance to enter the misfortune group." Xiao Tian's anger surged as he pulled out his phone to call security, making 2 calls to ensure everything was in order. Zhang Tianza offered no resistance. "Go ahead." Xiao Tian understood that in the eyes of others, he represented the Xiao family, and since the misfortune group belonged to them, he would let chaos ensue. Since last night, he had barely slept, consumed by the need to secure his position as vice chairman. As Lin Fei arrived at the misfortune group's entrance, he reflected on the embarrassment he had felt upon leaving last time. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, his attire was the same as that day, yet circumstances had shifted dramatically. He was now a billionaire, the most formidable landlord, and the most successful debater. History is crafted by individuals. And recalling his 20% stake in misfortune, a confident smile graced Lin Fei's lips. "Hey, what are you doing?" a voice barked, blocking his path. Chapter 70. Setting up barriers. Lin Fei looked up to see a hefty security guard approaching, flanked by 2 others who swiftly intercepted him at the entrance. "I'm here for the intern meeting organized by the chairman." "Are you an intern? I don't recall you," the portly guard said, squinting suspiciously. "My name is Lin Fei. Even if you claim to be Lin Chong, it won't matter. If I haven't heard of you, you can't enter," the guard retorted dismissively. "Someone from your HR department notified me." "Why don't you check with them?" Lin Fei, undeterred, circumvented the guards and swaggered into the security office, taking a seat on a sofa. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Who the hell let you in?" The hefty guard began but was silenced when a stack of red bills appeared on the coffee table. The other 2 guards exchanged nervous glances, ensuring no one was watching before quickly closing the door. "Do you recognize me?" Lin Fei asked with a smirk. "Of course. Wasn't Wang Mingyao your girlfriend? That jerk Zhang Qi stole her away." The guard's demeanor shifted as he eyed the money greedily, his hand twitching between reaching for it and holding back. "Then why not let me in?" Today, Lin Fei was no longer the naive individual he once was. He understood the dynamics at play. The guards were merely following orders. "Who?" The hefty guard glanced behind him, confirming the coast was clear, then lowered his voice. "Director of Human Resources Xiao Tian." Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had always thought it was Deputy Director Zhang Qi who was obstructing him, not realizing that Xiao Tian was also involved. "There's no animosity between us. Just take the money. Pretend you didn't stop me." "Yes, of course." The portly security guard hastily stuffed the money into his pocket, feeling quite pleased with himself. This amount exceeded his monthly salary. Even if divided among 3 people, each would still receive several thousand. He opened the door to the security room, bowing slightly as he gestured for Lin Fei to exit. Lin Fei strode out of the security room with an air of confidence, heading towards the misfortune office building. As he neared the entrance, the security guard shouted to his subordinate, "Stop him." He then pretended to block Lin Fei's path, albeit with sluggish movements that appeared quite comical. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had already entered the lobby of the office building. "May I assist you?" a sweet-faced receptionist inquired imperiously as Lin Fei entered. Another receptionist merely glanced at him before turning her gaze away. She recognized Lin Fei, who had interned there for 3 months, a mere country bumpkin with no wealth to speak of. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's phone call instructing them not to let him in today, she would have ignored him entirely. A rustic fellow like him was hardly worth her breath. "I'm here to attend the chairman's meeting with the interns. Could you kindly direct me to the appropriate conference room?" Lin Fei guessed this would be their reaction but remained composed, smiling amiably. "Attending a meeting?" The silent receptionist regarded Lin Fei with disdain, sizing him up. After 3 months of interning, He was still clad in the same attire, which was rather peculiar. Unlike the other employees, who wore fresh clothing to make a dignified exit from misfortune, Lin Fei remained steadfast in his shabby outfit. Such a rustic individual was truly unparalleled. She mockingly pointed to the golden letters above. "Though you think this is a beggar's den? Take a good look. This is misfortune Group, a place where not just anyone can enter." She waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Go on, leave, and stop causing a ruckus here." With the personnel director's orders in hand, the receptionists felt emboldened to dismiss Lin Fei. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. "Miss, I have been coming in and out of here for 3 months. I greet you every time we meet. How could you not recognize me? I am here for a significant matter regarding the meeting, and I suggest you clarify the situation. Who knows you? You think you can intimidate me?" The receptionist scoffed. "With your shabby appearance, how could you possibly have the opportunity to intern here? Very well, if that is the case. You shall regret this. Who are you threatening?" Both receptionists scoffed in unison. At that moment, the portly security guard had reached the entrance, feigning heavy breathing. Seeing Lin Fei still in the lobby, he felt troubled. He had assumed Lin Fei would have entered the conference room by now. To his surprise, the receptionists were obstructing him at the second checkpoint. "Security, get him out of here," the receptionist commanded the guard. The guard's face reflected his discomfort. "Wait, I will call Zhang Tianza right now." "Who is Zhang Tianza? What is he to us?" The other receptionist interjected, but her words were swiftly hushed as the first one whispered. "Zhang Tianza is the vice chairman." The once arrogant receptionist paled, glancing fearfully at Lin Fei. In the meantime, Lin Fei had dialed the number he had noted down when signing the contract yesterday. "Who is it?" Zhang Tianza's authoritative voice resonated from the other end.its Lin Fei. Zhang Tianza was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fei would call him. "What is it?" "I'm in the lobby. And the receptionists want let me attend the meeting organized by the chairman. When I mentioned you, they dismissed you as insignificant." Zhang Tianza felt a surge of anger towards Lin Fei. Yet he could not afford to offend him at this moment, especially since Lin Fei's input was crucial regarding his son's case. Moreover, as vice chairman, he currently held no shares. The thought of this made him break out in a cold sweat. He internally chastised Xiao Tian for his incompetence in failing to prevent Lin Fei from entering the lobby. "Wait for me. I will call the receptionist immediately. Come down to greet me personally," Lin Fei insisted. Zhang Tianza hesitated for 2 seconds. "Very well." After hanging up, his frustration boiled over, and he smashed a water cup on the floor. "Damn it," he scowled as he rushed out of the room. The receptionist who had just dismissed Zhang Tianza was now in a panic, her legs trembling as she shakily dialed Xiao Tian for assistance. Xiao Tian, a notorious playboy known for his flirtations with attractive women in the company, was more than willing to help. Lin Fei? What storm could he possibly stir? "I'll go down and drive him away." Chapter 71. Who was more arrogant? Xiao Tian's words acted as a reassurance to the receptionist. After hanging up, she felt her anxiety dissipate, regaining her previous bravado. "Just wait. Someone will be down to deal with you soon, and you'll be dragged out like a dead dog, just like last time." Dragged out like a dead dog? Lin Fei suddenly recalled the incident when he had fainted, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. It seemed the time had come to settle the score. "I'll be waiting." The receptionist nearly burst into laughter. "You're not afraid of bursting your own bubble, are you? Do you know who Xiao Tian is? He is the chairman's nephew and a powerful figure in the group. Even if you know Zhang Tianza, what difference does it make? Don't forget, this is the misfortune Group, and they are the true royalty here." The other receptionist furrowed her brow and added, "If you leave now, you might still have a chance. Otherwise, you might find yourself dragged out like a dead dog for the second time." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei chuckled. Can one step into the same river twice? He glanced at the clock in the lobby. "If Zhang Tianza does not come down to receive me within 1 minute, I assure you I will leave." Lin Fei fell silent after making his declaration. 1 minute? The misfortune building boasted 21 floors, and waiting for the elevator often took 2 to 3 minutes. To claim he would arrive in 1 minute was sheer bravado. "Fine. I shall time you. If you do not arrive in 1 minute, remember to leave." The receptionist, her expression icy, took out her phone to start the timer. Lin Fei scoffed and ignored her in less than 30 seconds. The elevator doors opened, and the receptionist gasped, nearly dropping her phone. However, she quickly regained her composure, for it was not Zhang Tianza who emerged but Xiao Tian, her savior. "Who is causing a disturbance here? Are you all incompetent?" Xiao Tian shouted at the security and receptionists without even glancing at Lin Fei. The portly security guard felt a pang of anxiety as Xiao Tian's gaze fell upon him. Filled with warning, Ding Chong, can you still do your job as head of security? If not, get out. You can't even guard the front door and let a poor wretch slip in. Xiao Tian spared no mercy in his words. And the security guard felt like a subordinate under his authority. The portly guard bowed his head in silence, wishing he could hide his face in his trousers. Ha! Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Xiao Tian's target was Lin Fei, and his previous bluster was merely a fade. Now that Lin Fei was laughing, Xiao Tian's focus shifted entirely. Where did this beggar come from? Get out immediately, or I will call the police. Lin Fei remained unperturbed, directly ignoring Xiao Tian's insults. You are mistaken. It is the chairman who invited me today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. You think our chairman invited you? Are you still dreaming? Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Zhang Tianza. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Just as Xiao Tian was speaking, Zhang Tianza's voice came from the elevator. Though he was the vice chairman, he personally came out to greet Lin Fei. The receptionists were flabbergasted, especially as Zhang Tianza rushed to Lin Fei with a beaming smile, completely disregarding the sweat on his forehead. They nearly cried out of disbelief at the respect this country bumpkin was receiving from Zhang Tianza. Lin Fei did not extend his hand but lazily remarked, I must ask, Chairman Zhang, why is this meeting being organized with such insincerity when I am being obstructed at every turn? Zhang Tianza's face turned awkward as he glared at the two receptionists with fury. What is going on here? Why was Mr. Lin not allowed to attend the meeting? Who was the fool that dared to block him? Chairman, what do you mean what? If you can do your job, do it. If not, get lost. The receptionist who had been so sharp-tongued earlier felt on the verge of tears, realizing that the vice chairman was furious. Chairman, you are mistaken. He is Lin Fei. Xiao Tian, who had long held disdain for Lin Fei, seized the opportunity to speak up. Ding! The timer rang precisely at that moment. Did Zhang Tianza arrive within 1 minute? Lin Fei cast a scornful glance at the receptionist. Her face turned ashen, and she fell silent. Do you know what your role is? You are the gatekeepers. You are meant to foster goodwill and enhance the image of the company and group. Yet you have acted like dogs, with your lowly eyes judging others. In my presence, Zhang Tianza is nothing but a trivial matter. Who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? Zhang Tianza, I find these two individuals quite displeasing. You shall be responsible for addressing this matter. Lin Fei, facing the two front desk attendants who bowed their heads in silence, ignited like a roaring flame. The two attendants, frightened, dared not utter a word, for Zhang Tianza had just instructed them to leave. They furtively glanced at Zhang Tianza and Xiao Tian. Zhang Tianza's countenance grew increasingly awkward. The entire organization was aware of Zhang Qi's transgressions involving Lin Fei's girlfriend, Wang Mingyao. Now, summoned by a call from Lin Fei to personally greet him, it was only a matter of time before this incident became widely known. Even more disheartening was the fact that Lin Fei's ire was directed at the front desk staff, yet the insult fell squarely upon Zhang Tianza, who was now tasked with handling the two attendants. Was Lin Fei's mind clouded? This was the Meizhuang group, and he was merely an intern who had not been retained. What audacity did he possess to act so arrogantly here? Leave! Get out immediately! Security, throw him out! Treat him like the last time. Drag him out like a dead dog. Xiao Xiao, you must stand up for us. The fury of Xiao Tian emboldened the two attendants, who immediately began to weep and plead. Although Xiao Tian's expression was dark, his eyes brimmed with arrogance, his gaze nearly soaring to the heavens. Lin Fei, an intern who couldn't even secure a position, had no right to act so haughtily. Even if Zhang Qi were to falter, what then? He was Xiao Tian, the head of the Human Resources Department at the Meizhuang Group. This realm belonged to the Xiao family. The burly security guard's gaze shifted between Xiao Tian and Lin Fei, hesitating to intervene. Did you hear me? I ordered you to drag him out. Xiao Tian barked, his eyes filled with warning. Xiao Tian, I bear no conflict with you. Why must you oppose me? Because I find you insufferable. Very well. How forthright. Truth be told, I find you equally intolerable. Hence today I shall present you with a monumental gift that you will savor for a lifetime. Chapter 72. The initial trial. What grand gift awaits? I am most eager. Xiao Tian recognized the sarcasm in Lin Fei's tone. You shall be expelled from the Meizhuang group. Ha, ha, ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian erupted into laughter. Not only he, but even the two attendants joined in the raucous laughter. Insanity. This could only be madness. How could one utter such foolishness? After all, Xiao Tian belonged to the Xiao family, and the Meizhuang group was also under their dominion. You may choose not to believe, but I shall ensure that reality bears witness. If you kneel before me and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing you. Lin Fei, your head must have been kicked by a donkey. Xiao Tian laughed until tears streamed down his face. This was the most ludicrous threat he had ever encountered. It was akin to a child shaking their fist at an adult, declaring their intent to strike. Zhang Tianze, I wish to see neither you nor Xiao Tian. You handle it. Lin Fei turned to Zhang Tianze, adopting a demeanor of superiority. Xiao Tian glared at Zhang Tianze. Although they were collaborators and had been bribed by him, they were not wholly subservient, for this was the Xiao family's territory. Xiao Tian was warning Zhang Tianze. You two, pack your belongings and leave at once. Zhang Tianze pointed at the two attendants, his voice icy as he commanded. Zhang Tianze, have you lost your mind? Xiao Tian was the first to exclaim. Xiao Tian, I shall propose a change regarding you to the chairman. Zhang Tianze, you are courting death. Mr. Lin, please, inside. Zhang Tianze disregarded Xiao Tian. Gesturing for Lin Fei to proceed to the elevator, I am dissatisfied with this arrangement. Lin Fei's voice resonated throughout the hall once more. Dissatisfied? Zhang Tianze was indeed in a predicament. He had to endure Lin Fei's demands due to unfinished matters. Now, Lin Fei's incessant directives filled him with pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was equally infuriated by Zhang Tianze's defense of Lin Fei. Zhang Tianze, have you lost your senses, assisting an outsider? Are you even aware of who I am? Although Zhang Tianze merely suggested to the chairman regarding Xiao Tian, the normally domineering and arrogant Xiao Tian felt insulted, an affront he could not tolerate. Lin Fei was displeased. Xiao Tian was even more discontented. Zhang Tianze found himself caught in the middle, beset by difficulties. What is happening? Suddenly, a woman's furious voice pierced the crowd, causing the previously gathered assembly in the hall to part like the Red Sea. A stunning woman, clad in a white chiffon blouse and a black miniskirt, her legs adorned with black stockings, emerged into view. The employees in the hall, save for Xiao Tian and Zhang Tianze, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the woman who entered. Lin Fei raised his eyes to regard the newcomer, her long, flowing chestnut hair cascading naturally, exuding an air of casual elegance. Her standard Eastern oval face was adorned with perfectly groomed, slender brows, accentuated with dark eyeshadow, her long lashes fluttering, and her eyes radiated a chilling aura that repelled others. She was confident. She was proud. She was Xiao Mengshan, the chairwoman of the Meizhuang Group. This aura about her was the product of her long tenure as chairwoman, cultivating a noble demeanor. Lin Fei had seen her before, but this was the first time he regarded her directly. Her beauty was distinct from that of Mu Xinxuan. The latter possessed a noble charm, whereas Xiao Mengshan embodied the beauty of a powerful woman, exuding a formidable presence, one that made men feel as though conquering a vast mountain was the only path to victory. However, in this moment, Lin Fei was no longer the person he once was, and thus viewed Xiao Mengshan with indifference, almost casually. His unwavering gaze did not sit well with Xiao Mengshan. Yet, as a beautiful woman, she appeared to have developed immunity to such reactions. Chairman Zhang, what is the situation here? Xiao Mengshan furrowed her brows, ignoring Lin Fei and directing her cold inquiry at Zhang Tianze. Chairwoman Xiao, this gentleman, Lin Fei, is here for today's intern meeting. Due to a misunderstanding, he was obstructed by security and the front desk, resulting in some confusion, which I am currently addressing. Zhang Tianze maintained a relatively respectful demeanor in front of Xiao Mengshan. Lin Fei? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Mengshan's gaze shifted directly to Lin Fei. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, he had a slender build, clad in a set of faded clothing that appeared exceedingly ordinary, indistinguishable from a laborer on a construction site. The only striking feature was his handsome countenance, radiating charisma and exuding a robust confidence. This earned Lin Fei a passing grade from Xiao Mengshan. And recalling the achievements he had accomplished during his 3-month internship, she raised her assessment by 10 points. Since he is here for the meeting, why not let him in? Xiao Mengshan inquired of the security and front desk staff. The burly security guard and the front desk attendants remained silent, their eyes cast downwards, too afraid to lift their gazes. Xiao Tian instructed them not to allow me entry, Lin Fei interjected. Nonsense, Xiao Tian exclaimed immediately. Some matters can be dealt with privately but should not be brought into the open. This is Xiao Tian's way. How dare you act without taking responsibility? Lin Fei mocked. Please, I have nothing to confess. Xiao Tian understood Xiao Mengshan's character. If she discovered his interference, she would undoubtedly impose penalties. Even with the leverage he possessed, he would still have to face her formal reprimands. For someone as proud as Xiao Tian, this was a matter of face, an affront he could not accept. Xiao Tian, did you or did you not do it? Xiao Mengshan raised her voice deliberately to verify I did not. Xiao Tian continued to shake his head in denial. Chairwoman Xiao, your questioning is futile. He is not foolish enough to confess, Lin Fei remarked cheerfully. Xiao Mingshan's brows knitted together. Lin Fei's score plummeted from 70 to 50, signaling his lack of discernment. You ought to question the front desk and the security. Threaten them with termination, and they will reveal the truth. Lin Fei's disregard for Xiao Mingshan's reaction further irked her, causing her score to drop to a flat 0. Initially, she had hoped to retain Lin Fei through this meeting, aiming to bolster the company's development, but upon seeing him in person, she felt an overwhelming disappointment, even regretting hosting the meeting altogether. The internal dynamics of the Meizhuang group were intricate. As chairwoman, Xiao Mingshan found it challenging to employ someone from within, leading her to resort to this strategy, targeting Lin Fei, only to find herself thwarted. Conversely, Lin Fei's aim mirrored Xiao Mingshan's, as he assessed her to determine whether she was a competent secretary for a female president, whether she was indeed his objective. This was their mutual, initial trial. Chapter 73. The major shareholder, you now have one final opportunity. Otherwise, do not blame me for directly terminating your employment. Although Lin Fei's words displeased Xiao Mingshan, she nevertheless exerted her authority as chairwoman, glaring at the front desk and security with a stern voice. Though it was summer, her tone struck their ears like the chill of winter, making them shiver involuntarily as beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Despite feeling anxious, Xiao Tian maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Chairwoman Xiao has already stated that this is your last chance. Failing to seize it would mean missing out. Lin Fei chuckled. Silence. The silence persisted. Very well, burly security guard, speak up. Given your competence, I assure you that regardless of the outcome, your position remains secure. Lin Fei directed his gaze at the security guard who had accepted his bribe and had proven to be somewhat astute. Xiao Mingshan shot a cold glance at Lin Fei, her expression frigid. This in turn is utterly incompetent, assuming a position as if he were the chairwoman himself. Meanwhile, the burly security guard began to sweat profusely, realizing that speaking out could jeopardize his job. Without uttering a word, Lin Fei silently acknowledged that admitting to receiving money would be akin to sabotaging his own career. Rather than this, he preferred to seize an opportunity. Chairman, Lin Fei did not lie. I only intercepted him at the entrance after receiving a call from Director Xiao. This was all orchestrated by Director Xiao. The hefty security guard's words detonated in the room like a bomb, leaving Xiao Tian in utter disbelief. Did he really dare to betray his own? Wang Peng, are you looking to lose your job? Xiao Tian queried with a chilling tone. The portly guard offered a bitter smile, retrieving the money Lin Fei had just given him from his pocket. He approached Lin Fei earnestly, saying, Mr. Lin, this money is for you. It's not easy for you. You're reluctant to buy clothes, yet you had to bribe us to maintain your dignity. Lin Fei was taken aback. Xiao Mingshan and the others initially froze, but soon comprehended that Lin Fei had secured his position in the Misfortune group through monetary means. Xiao Tian was infuriated, his teeth grinding in irritation at the absurdity of this impoverished individual resorting to bribery while simultaneously allowing his own people to betray him. It was a slap in the face. Apart from Zhang Tianze, no one knew how wealthy Lin Fei truly was. To them, he appeared to be a mere bumpkin. This notion was shared even by Xiao Mingshan, hot ear Wang Peng. Right? Lin Fei patted the security guard on the shoulder and inquired. Yes. All right. Though you are somewhat shrewd, you possess a good nature. Understanding the importance of doing business, I will grant you another chance to continue your position as a security guard. Lin Fei's statement left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Mingshan instinctively glanced at the golden characters in the hall that read Misfortune Group. How is it that Lin Fei seemed to be acting as if he were the chairman? I cannot believe this. You think that bribing a security guard gives you the authority to dictate company personnel? Xiao Tian scoffed. Lin Fei ignored him and turned to Xiao Mingshan, saying, Chairman Xiao, I would like to request that you convene the board of directors immediately. What? Xiao Mingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Call a board meeting? Ha. You must be joking. Do you really think you have the power to decide such matters? Xiao Tian could no longer contain himself, cursing and laughing maniacally. Although Xiao Mingshan remained silent, she began shaking her head, entirely dismissing Lin Fei's presence. Zhang Tianze, do you believe my proposal is prudent? Lin Fei inquired with a smile, directing his gaze toward Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze briefly closed his eyes. Regardless of whether the individual entering the villa was the real Lin Fei, it was evident that the shareholding lay with him, or he would not have made such a request. Mr. Lin has the qualifications to propose this, and indeed, it should be convened immediately. The room fell silent as even Xiao Mingshan gasped in astonishment. Chairman Xiao, I neglected to mention that I currently hold 20% of the company as shares. Making me a significant shareholder, I wish to initiate a re-election of the board. Lin Fei dropped yet another bombshell, A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. How could this be possible? Xiao Mingshan was particularly taken aback. She had reviewed Lin Fei's file and knew he hailed from humble beginnings. Where could he have possibly acquired the funds to purchase 20% of her company as shares? Yet, his assertion, coupled with Zhang Tianza's agreement, indicated that he indeed possessed them, utterly shattering her preconceived notions. Zhang Dong, do you agree with Lin Fei's suggestion? Zhang Tianza reluctantly nodded in consent, acknowledging Lin Fei's proposition. Since Zhang Dong concurs, let us convene the board members for the meeting. Xiao Mingshan, regaining her composure, decisively stated, Chairman, let us postpone the meeting with the interns until after the board meeting. How does that sound? Certainly. Xiao Mingshan had originally intended to meet Lin Fei, but now that they were face to face, she felt a sense of closure, rendering the meeting with the interns less significant. Lin Fei's suggestion was naturally agreeable. Shall we proceed to the conference room? After Xiao Mingshan spoke, she made her way toward the elevator. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the front desk. Xiao Mingshan halted in her tracks and turned back. 2 bundles of red bills lay on the counter, and the 2 receptionists' eyes sparkled with greed. They wished to prostrate themselves before Lin Fei immediately. The group's major shareholder, a low-key millionaire. Wang Peng, this money is for you, Lin Fei suddenly directed at the nearby security guard. The receptionists' faces fell in disappointment. They had been so close, yet they failed to appreciate the opportunity. Lin Fei turned and walked toward the elevator, leaving a trail of shattered expectations in his wake. The 2 receptionists were filled with regret, their animosity toward Xiao Tian intensifying. Xiao Tian, you played with me in bed, and now you've caused me to lose my job. Chairman, you must fire him. Xiao Tian was the company's lecher, and they were unaware of how many colleagues had fallen victim to his manipulation. As long as Xiao Tian remains, misfortune Group will never find peace. The receptionists, spurred on by Lin Fei's monetary enticement, began to expose Xiao Tian's misdeeds in anger. Xiao Tian's countenance darkened to an indescribable degree, while Xiao Mingshan's demeanor radiated an icy chill. Only Lin Fei appeared at ease. Lin Fei, even if you possess 20% of the shares, you cannot become the chairman, nor even the vice chairman. What can you do to me? Xiao Tian, incensed by Lin Fei's expression, bellowed angrily. Your vision is too narrow. You are overly presumptuous. Just wait for the surprise I have in store for you. Lin Fei smirked, a hint of mischief in his smile. Lin Fei, prepare to see your dreams shattered. Xiao Tian shouted defiantly from behind. Chapter 74, Convening the Board Meeting. Silence! Xiao Mingshan barked furiously. The elevator remained noisy, filled with bickering, which only added to her exasperation. Zhang Tianza had remained quiet throughout, leaving Lin Fei guessing what his agenda might be. Xiao Tian eventually quieted down. Lin Fei chose not to speak further but directed his gaze toward Xiao Mingshan, admiring her poise and the aura of a capable executive. If only she were to become his secretary, he could rest easy every night. Xiao Mingshan's thoughts were consumed with the impending board meeting. Where had Lin Fei acquired his 20% of shares? Zhang Tianza's demeanor was markedly different today. He had previously been quite assertive, even ambitious enough to seek her position as chairman, yet today, he appeared entirely different. 20 minutes later, in the conference room of misfortune Group, shareholders began to trickle in. The board members were well acquainted, exchanging warm greetings upon entering. However, they regarded the figure seated beside Xiao Mingshan with surprise, particularly noting his attire that resembled that of a beggar. Yet, standing behind him was a stunning woman. Approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, donned in a white blouse, black skirt, and nude stockings, exuding an enchanting beauty that rivaled even Xiao Mingshan's. This woman was Lin Kurer. Lin Fei had contacted her to bring her shares to misfortune. Xiao Mingshan, having seen Lin Fei's shares, recognized them as Zhang Tianza's, which piqued her curiosity, but she refrained from inquiring. Furthermore, she was astonished by the presence of such an attractive woman beside Lin Fei, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she sensed her own radiance being overshadowed. Half an hour later, the conference room was packed with attendees. Aside from Xiao Mingshan, Lin Fei, and Zhang Tianza, over 20 shareholders were present. Miss Mingshan, Mr. Li has yet to arrive. May I take this opportunity to discuss matters with the shareholders? Inquired a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a slick hairstyle and glasses, exuding an air of refinement. He was Xiao Tian's father, Xiao Mingzhi. Second uncle, the others will be here shortly. There's no need to rush, Xiao Mingshan replied, sensing his intentions and feeling somewhat displeased. Since Miss Mingshan has taken charge, she has ruthlessly ousted all of us from our positions in the company, which has been quite disconcerting. Now, another individual, this Lin Fei, seeks to join the board. Is this not excessive? Xiao Mingzhi had received a call for help from his son and had resolved to support him. Though Xiao Mingshan had not explicitly stated her stance, he perceived their familial ties as a united front against external threats, thus seeking to seize the initiative. For a moment, Xiao Mingshan felt overwhelmed. She despised board meetings precisely to avoid such accusations. Lin Fei's call for the meeting had already drawn fire before it had even commenced, which left her feeling frustrated. As a returnee, she had always been dissatisfied with the familial management model at Misfortune, and upon assuming the chairmanship, she had implemented sweeping reforms that disrupted the status quo, causing discontent among many. To her dismay, instead of uniting against Lin Fei, the shareholders were turning inward, leading to a situation she found intolerable. Zhang Tianzi, who had remained silent, felt a surge of satisfaction and discreetly texted Xiao Mingzhi, just as Xiao Mingshan found herself in a bind. Lin Fei interjected, "Director, if you have something to say, please do so freely. It would be best to address any historical issues faced by your esteemed Misfortune group." Xiao Mingshan shot Lin Fei a furious glare. Lin Fei chose to ignore the situation. If only she and her father had absolute control over the Meizhuang group, thought Xiao Mingshan, furrowing her brow. Originally, the Xiao family held the absolute controlling stake in Meizhuang. But due to her grandfather's unexpected accident, 15% of the shares were transferred to her uncle, Xiao Mingzhi. This left Xiao Mingshan and her father with only 21%, barely maintaining their position as the largest shareholders. Consequently, while they held the most shares in Meizhuang, they lacked absolute control, which compelled them to adopt a more accommodating policy towards other shareholders, aiming to prevent any potential alliances against them, thereby ensuring that the company was not entirely under their sway. Now, her greatest concern was the possibility of her uncle Xiao Mingzhi forming an alliance with others. This was why Xiao Tian dared to act so recklessly within Meizhuang. Now, with Lin Fei's emergence, if he were to truly join forces with someone, her position as chairwoman. While she did not cling to the title, it represented her grandfather's lifetime of effort and thinking of her grandfather's current plight. Xiao Mingshan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if she allied with Lin Fei? Uncle, since that is the case, why don't you discuss it with everyone? I need to step out for a moment. After speaking, Xiao Mingshan smiled and stood up. As she passed by Lin Fei, she discreetly patted him on the back, an action unnoticed by others, though Lin Fei felt it. After Xiao Mingshan closed the door, Lin Fei stood up and naturally walked outside. If Xiao Mingshan were to leave, some would certainly pay attention, both due to her status and to admire her stunning beauty. However, regarding Lin Fei's exit, many paid him little mind. Just as Lin Fei stepped outside, Xiao Mingshan's female secretary approached him. "Mr. Lin, Director Xiao is waiting for you in her office." Lin Fei nodded and followed her toward the office. As he walked, he pondered why Xiao Mingshan had summoned him. His focus on this matter caused him to overlook the path ahead. The secretary had already opened the door and stood at the entrance. Inviting Lin Fei in, he entered with ease. Inside, upon seeing the door open, Xiao Mingshan knew Lin Fei had arrived and stepped forward to greet him for the sake of collaboration. The result? Lin Fei accidentally collided with Xiao Mingshan. With his head lowered, his forehead inadvertently met her lips just as she was about to speak. The sound of a crisp kiss echoed in the air, causing Xiao Mingshan to feel a mix of embarrassment and fear as she stumbled backward. Lin Fei rushed forward, instinctively wrapping one arm around her waist while the other reached out to steady her. A sudden, tearing sound followed, leading to a series of Chapter 75, Brazen Audacity, a Cool Breeze. However, it was not Lin Fei who felt it, but Xiao Mingshan. Her top had torn, and her undergarment was ripped apart, revealing, a loud scream erupted. "Which brand is this? The quality is appalling. I should lodge a complaint," Lin Fei remarked as he turned to face away from Xiao Mingshan. After regaining her composure, she glanced at Lin Fei, feeling utterly frustrated. Fortunately, the secretary had been attentive. The door was closed, or else that outcry could have led to unforeseen consequences. As for Lin Fei, despite his worsening impression, she secretly admired his quick reflexes and gentlemanly demeanor as he promptly turned away instead of taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Mingshan dared not linger and hurried into the adjoining office suite, grateful for the spare clothes inside. After quickly changing, she emerged. When she faced Lin Fei again, her expression had returned to its usual icy demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. Encountering chaos with composure, Lin Fei silently praised her. "Director Xiao, what brings you to summon me, Mr. Lin? I hope you can assist me with a matter." "What kind of matter?" Lin Fei inquired, his curiosity piqued by Xiao Mingshan's serious expression. "You hold 20% of the shares. Second only to my father and me. I hope you can remain neutral." "Why?" "Meizhuang is the culmination of my grandfather's life's work. I do not wish for this company to encounter turmoil. Understood that I am very grateful. Xiao Mingshan did not anticipate Lin Fei's prompt acquiescence. A rare smile broke through her typically cold facade. I also have a condition. Lin Fei raised his hand, signaling her to remain calm. Please, go on. Although curious, Xiao Mingshan politely extended the courtesy of listening. You will be my secretary. What? The usually composed Xiao Mingshan exclaimed, standing abruptly at Mr. Lin. I believe you've misunderstood. She struggled to contain her astonishment, looking at Lin Fei with skepticism in her eyes. I am to serve as the chairman of Meizhuang, and you will be the secretary. Impossible! Before Lin Fei could finish his sentence, her expression turned as frigid as ice. Lin Fei could almost hear the sound of ice cracking in her demeanor. You are angry, Director Xiao. I hope you will consider my proposal seriously. After speaking, Lin Fei stood, nodded, and exited. Xiao Mingshan sat at her desk, her complexion tinged with fury. Since taking office, Zhang Tianze and her uncle Xiao Mingzhi had conspired for the chairmanship. Now, Amir in turn, who had only just arrived, was suddenly a major shareholder and aspired to become the chairman, demanding that she, the esteemed chairwoman, serve as his secretary. Was this not an affront? Brazen audacity. 3 minutes later, Lin Fei returned to the conference room. 10 minutes later, Xiao Mingshan re-entered. Upon entering, she noticed her uncle Xiao Mingzhi, beaming with a smile directed at her, his already narrow eyes now squinting into slits with joy. The other shareholders sat calmly, leisurely sipping tea, appearing to be spectators. As for Lin Fei, he sat in his original position, his eyes closed, exuding an air of detachment. Mingshan, I have just learned that Chairman Zhang Tianze's shares were purchased by Lin Fei. According to stock trading regulations, share transfers must first be offered to internal shareholders. Thus, I believe the transaction regarding Zhang Tianze's shares is illegal. Director Xiao, should you wish to acquire my shares? I would prefer to sell them to you rather than outsiders, Zhang Tianze interjected, immediately supporting the claim with his willingness to sell to internal shareholders. A back and forth ensued. Lin Fei, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes, his dark gaze piercing with intensity. He finally understood why Zhang Tianze had been so courteous to him. It was a ploy to distract him, a stratagem of arrogance. Xiao Mingshan, already unimpressed with Lin Fei, felt a surge of delight upon hearing the suspicion. Mr. Lin, regarding the share transfer of Zhang Tianze, I too hold the view that internal purchases should take priority. Therefore, I believe your method of acquisition is inappropriate and suggest that you cancel the transaction. Zhang Tianze's countenance brightened at her words, his satisfaction palpable. To facilitate this aim, he had contacted Xiao Mingzhi the previous night, promising him 5% of the shares for support. Thus, even if Lin Fei did not propose a board meeting today, Zhang Tianze and his cohorts would convene one. Zhang Tianze, your actions are somewhat unscrupulous, bordering on audacious, Lin Fei remarked, displeased. Mr. Lin, do you consider it honorable to purchase my shares at half price? Zhang Tianze retorted, his earlier deference evaporating, replaced by disdainful defiance. We all have been educated. We know that one must face consequences for their mistakes, correct? Lin Fei surveyed the room, seeking affirmation. Silence ensued. Have you all not noticed that Zhang Qi is absent today? He has been taken into police custody, and for a serious criminal case. Many of you may not be aware of this, Lin Fei declared, eliciting gasps of surprise from the attendees. Even Xiao Mingshan turned her gaze toward Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as cold glints shot toward Lin Fei, as if he wished to pierce him with daggers. You are all undoubtedly curious about the reason, so let me clarify. Kidnapping. Conspiring to kidnap me. A collective gasp echoed through the room, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Lin Fei, even if you seek to punish Zhang Qi and avenge yourself, Zhang Tianze's voluntary offer to prioritize selling shares to shareholders does not legitimize your transaction. Xiao Mingzhi interjected, having grasped the situation and recalling the promised 5% stake, promptly stepping forward to defend Zhang Tianze. Shareholders? Are these people truly shareholders? Lin Fei pointed at the individuals in the conference room. Xiao Mingshan, still contemplating the reasons behind Lin Fei's actions, could not help but raise her hand to her forehead at his question. What do they even understand? Lin Fei, you are nothing but a poor wretch. Utterly clueless. How can one be a shareholder without shares? How can one participate in the board without being a shareholder? Oh, so they all possess significant shares? Lin Fei inquired nonchalantly. At least 1%? Came the reply. The other shareholders straightened their backs, their faces alight with smugness. They all have the right to purchase. Of course, Lin Fei, everyone here has the right to purchase, except for you. What can you do if you scheme against me? You still must comply. Zhang Tianze regarded Lin Fei, standing tall with an air of superiority. Then what do you think this is? Lin Fei said, gesturing behind him as Lin Kurer placed a document folder before Xiao Mingshan, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 76. Incitement. Xiao Mingshan had maintained a spectator's mindset, but with the folder now before her, she had no choice but to look. As the file bag was opened, a look of astonishment immediately appeared in Xiao Mingshan's eyes, followed by a display of concern directed at Lin Fei for the first time. What are you looking at, Mingshan's niece? Lin Fei held shares of Misfortune. And so what? He possesses 24% of the shares. That still doesn't change the fact that we can unite. What did you say? Xiao Mingzhi, realizing the gravity of the situation, inquired hastily. Apart from Zhang Tian's shares, Lin Fei also held 4% of the shares, and moreover what? Zhang Tianzi, drenched in sweat, asked anxiously. He felt a surge of unease at Lin Fei's calm demeanor for the first time. Moreover, the 4% was acquired at the opening of the stock market yesterday. Then, Xiao Mingzhi glanced at Zhang Tianzi, who clutched his chest, his lips turning pale. Initially, he had hoped to reclaim the shares, but now, Lin Fei had acquired the 4% before making any purchases, effectively sealing off the only loophole. A true mastermind. Lin Fei surveyed the others, directing a mocking gaze at Zhang Tianzi and Xiao Mingzhi, as if to say they were simply not cunning enough to play this game with him. During the defense yesterday, Wang Mengyao's arrogance prompted Lin Fei to inform Lin Kurer to purchase shares of Misfortune Group. His intention was to ensure Wang Mengyao could not be employed by Misfortune. Lin Kurer executed the plan flawlessly, but due to limited transaction volume, she only managed to buy 4% after hitting the upper limit. Lin Fei had originally planned to purchase more today, but unforeseen events led him to seize the opportunity against Zhang Tianzi. What began as an unintentional act now bore significant consequences. Xiao Mingzhi looked as if he had swallowed something bitter, his mouth agape in disbelief. Zhang Tianzi, who had previously stood tall, now slumped like a deflated balloon. Zhang Tianzi, I apologize, but I have the right to make purchases. I would also like to state that if any shareholder wishes to transfer their shares, the only person without the right to purchase is you. Zhang Tianzi, the shares are here. Can you take them back? Do you have the ability to reclaim them? Do not assume that you are the only intelligent individual in this world. Even fools can accumulate experience from being deceived. If you wish to be angry, direct it at your son. Zhang Tianzi's eyes rolled back in frustration, pressing heavily on his heart. His heart was evidently in poor condition. Yet Lin Fei showed no mercy, intensifying his assault. Mingshan's niece, I oppose Lin Fei joining the board and have reservations about his shareholding. Xiao Mingzhi recalled the conflict between Xiao Tian and Lin Fei. He felt compelled to suppress Lin Fei, even going so far as to expel him from the company. Otherwise, his 24% stake would surpass Xiao Mingshan's, theoretically allowing him to assume the role of chairman. Xiao Mingshan furrowed her brows. Under such circumstances, she dared not offend Lin Fei, especially since he had already expressed his desire to become chairman. If this escalated, it could lead to dire consequences. Mingshan, your bold reforms have alienated all the board members, placing every shareholder against you. The Xiao family has not secured ultimate control of the company. Offending the board will inevitably come back to haunt you. Now that I have caught you in a compromising position, I shall see if you remain as resolute as ever. Xiao Mingzhi, with a smirk, observed Xiao Mingshan, knowing that if she conceded, the other board members would see hope, and the power of Misfortune Group would gradually revert to their hands. This matter requires further investigation. I suggest we clarify the situation before taking action. Xiao Mingzhi's statement made Xiao Mingshan acutely aware of the pressure from the board. Yet, she understood the necessity of not giving the board members any glimmer of hope. If she retreated now, it would become increasingly difficult to suppress these shareholders in the future. To Mingshan's niece, do you truly wish for someone like Lin Fei to join the board? Xiao Mingzhi said with a cold smirk. Refusing to back down, we need to clarify the situation, address it, and then we can deliberate. Xiao Mingshan insisted. Hemph, Mingshan's niece, you are leaving no room for us board members. What if he attempts to forcefully acquire additional shares from other shareholders? If you support him today, we will have no choice but to consider our own interests. Though you and your father hold the majority of shares in Misfortune Group, you do not possess absolute control. Think carefully, Mingshan's niece. Do you truly wish to stand against us shareholders? The threatening tone of Xiao Mingzhi echoed ominously as he and Xiao Mingshan's relationship reached a breaking point. His insinuation was clear. If Xiao Mingshan did not prevent Lin Fei, the board would unite to oust her from the chairman's position. You? Xiao Mingshan trembled with anger, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. If you insist on this course of action, then it may come down to a mutually destructive struggle. Remember, my father and I possess the largest stake in Misfortune Group. Even if we cannot become chairman, Do you believe you can negotiate with us? Xiao Mingshan's expression turned cold again, her face revealing a flicker of determination as she gazed at the board members. Upon hearing her words, many members' expressions shifted. The Xiao family held 36% of Misfortune Group, but Xiao Mingshan and her father only held 21%, with the remainder controlled by Xiao Mingzhi.in, Xiao Mingshan's perspective. Every action she took would have far-reaching implications for Misfortune Group. More importantly, she was a key figure in the development of Misfortune. If she truly decided to step down, who could sustain Misfortune? Board members, you have witnessed Mingshan's actions. She is leaving us no option. If this continues, even if Misfortune thrives, it is uncertain whether we, the board members, will benefit, let alone enjoy the fruits of our labor. Xiao Mingzhi lamented with a pained expression. Though I may lack shares, my primary concern is your interests. If Mingshan persists in her obstinacy, and Lin Fei becomes chairman or vice chairman, do you believe he can bring hope to the company? I understand your concerns. Mingshan possesses capability, yet if Lin Fei intervenes, the future of Misfortune remains uncertain. You shareholders must consider carefully. We now stand opposed to Mingshan. If we do not unite today, she will undoubtedly seek retribution later. Zhang Tianzi, regaining some strength, quickly followed Xiao Mingzhi's lead and spoke up. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the two successfully stirred the emotions of the others. Xiao Mingshan felt a surge of urgency. While Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 77. The Alliance for Power Seizure. Zhang Tianzi had no retreat left. He had become an enemy of Lin Fei. Reflecting on his past as the second-largest shareholder, he recognized that he and Xiao Mingshan were already adversaries. Should he fail to cooperate with Xiao Mingzhi and compel Xiao Mingshan to compromise, she would undoubtedly retaliate against him thereafter. Zhang Tianzi's remarks reinvigorated the previously hesitant board members, who had been stirred by Xiao Mingzhi's encouragement. One by one, they nodded in agreement with Xiao Mingzhi and Zhang Tianzi. The board's decision stemmed from their grievances against Xiao Mingshan and her father since her rise to power had shown them no mercy. Additionally, Lin Fei's disheveled appearance projected an image of insecurity. Uncle, you should consider carefully. You can unite. But does that mean I cannot unite as well? Xiao Mingshan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Fei before attempting to assert herself. Heh, Xiaodong, you just went out with Lin Fei. Surely, there must be something going on. Today, the meeting with the interns was organized for the purpose of seeing Lin Fei. Could it be that you two have a prior connection? The seasoned Zhang Tianzi maliciously inquired, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Everyone seems to enjoy gossiping, however. I am thick-skinned. Even if Zhang Qi puts a green hat on me, I remain unperturbed. My only concern is to figure out how to send him to prison. As for shares and the chairmanship, that is even simpler. I shall ally with Xiaodong. Lin Fei's nonchalant voice cut through the tension. Lin Fei, just wait. I will not let you off easily. Zhang Tianzi, enraged by Lin Fei's mention of Zhang Qi, shifted his focus onto him, his teeth gnashing in fury as he nearly lunged at Lin Fei. How do you plan to deal with me? With money? Do you possess more than I do? With age? You will surely perish before me, Lin Fei replied with a smile, gazing at Zhang Tianzi. Ha! Truly youthful arrogance. Fine, since you and Xiao Mingshan have allied. Your combined shares amount to only 45%, while the remaining 55% is still outside. As long as we hold even a fraction more than you, we will unanimously prevent you from entering the board. Xiao Mingzhi quickly stood up to support Zhang Tianzi. Xiaodong, how do you wish to resolve this predicament? Lin Fei turned to Xiao Mingshan, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. How about we eliminate them all and seize their shares? Lin Fei wore a playful smile on his face as he spoke lightly, causing laughter to echo throughout the room. Xiao Mingshan shot him a glance, exasperated that he would still joke at such a time. Although their collaboration was a last-minute proposal, she held on to hope, for it was her only glimmer of possibility. If it was not meant to be, then they might as well buy everything. Lin Fei shrugged and chuckled. Fool! Idiot! Dream on! Hearing the insults from the crowd, Xiao Mingshan helplessly wiped her forehead, at a loss for words. Directors, you all see it. With Lin Fei and Xiao Mingshan at the helm of Misfortune, do you still have confidence? He continued, if you would kindly support me, I assure you I will lead Misfortune to new heights. Furthermore, I guarantee that by the end of this year, each of you will receive dividends of no less than 5 yuan per share. Lin Fei's words had the opposite effect, giving Xiao Mingzhi a chance to shine as he eagerly began to showcase himself. I support you as chairman. So do I. Count me in. The room erupted with voices of support. Xiao Mingshan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She was acutely aware of how many shares these shareholders held. If they rallied behind him, then, thank you all for your support. If I am not mistaken, our combined shares should amount to 46%, correct? Xiao Mingzhi looked triumphantly at Xiao Mingshan, his eyes filled with provocation. He had coveted the chairman's position since Xiao Mingshan's father held it and had longed for it for years. Now, he felt inclined to thank Lin Fei. Without him, such backing would have been unattainable. Uncle, if you must proceed this way, I concede, Xiao Mingshan said, her icy demeanor betraying a hint of resolve. Upon hearing her words, Lin Fei paused, recognizing her formidable spirit. She could accept defeat as easily as she could claim victory. Xiaodong, do not blame your uncle. This is the consequence of your opposition to our board. Xiaodong, we warned you to be cautious during your reforms. Opposing our board brings no benefits. Xiaodong, while it is regrettable to lose the chairmanship, it is indeed the collective wish of the majority. As Xiao Mingshan made her decision, the conference room buzzed with excitement, each director casting haughty glances in her direction. To them, it seemed Xiao Mingshan had ultimately succumbed to their will, and they regarded Lin Fei with derision, labeling him a jester who harmed both himself and others, the instigator of chaos. Xiaodong, your actions display remarkable courage. I admire your tenacity, Lin Fei remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Xiao Mingshan shot him a glare. Remaining silent, her mind already envisioning her departure from the chairman's office, leaving in disgrace. Lin Fei, although you hold the largest personal shares, your youth and inexperience render you unfit for the board. You should merely await your dividends. Xiao Mingzhi mused, plotting how to usurp Lin Fei's shares. Who does that vacant seat belong to? Why is someone still absent? The outcome remains uncertain. Lin Fei pointed to the empty chair across from Xiao Mingzhi. Xiao Mingshan initially felt a flicker of hope, only for her spirits to dim once more. The vacant seat belonged to Lianqi, who held 5% of the shares and had a strong rapport with Xiao Mingzhi. His presence would undoubtedly bolster Xiao Mingzhi's position. Haha, Lin Fei, you should rejoice. If brotherly were to arrive, your defeat would be even more pronounced. Xiao Mingzhi glanced at Lianqi's seat as though envisioning him seated there. Hand raised in support, Dado? I believe everything is possible. Mr. Li will be arriving shortly, and you shall regret your complacency. Xiao Mingzhi sneered, casting a mocking glance at Xiao Mingshan and Lin Fei. Suddenly, the conference room doors swung open, and Xiao Tian entered, accompanied by the rotund Lianqi.mr.li has arrived, they exclaimed. With your presence, we have a strong ally. With you on board, our collective shares will total 51%, and with the 4% in circulation, we will achieve a resounding victory. What excuse will Lin Fei have then? Lianqi, clad in his ample physique and adorned with a beaming smile, ambled toward his seat, greeting the attendees warmly. The response from the crowd was fervent. No one noticed his subtle smile directed at Lin Kuerd. Mr. Li, we plan to nominate Mr. Xiao Mingzhi as chairman. Currently, our combined shares amount to 46%, while Xiao Mingshan and Lin Fei hold 45%. With your 5%, you hold significant sway. Zhang Tianze was the first to introduce the situation. Lianqi's arrival stirred the atmosphere, with directors rising to flatter him with exaggerated gestures. Though his stake in misfortune was modest, his wealth and numerous investments marked him as a shrewd businessman, a prime example being his unwavering support for the film Dark Knight. Thus, everyone welcomed him with smiles and flattery. Well said, well said. Lianqi replied, basking in the praise, his countenance radiating satisfaction, his slanted eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Xiao Mingshan, the attendees are all present. Shall we proceed to re-elect the chairman? Zhang Tianze inquired, despite not having the right to remain. Xiao Tian lingered, eager to see his father ascend to the chairmanship. If his father succeeded, he would become the heir apparent of the group, preparing to assume control once his father stepped down. The thought of dominating over thousands of female employees, akin to possessing a harem of beauties, filled him with uncontainable glee. His gaze occasionally wandered to Xiao Mingshan, tinged with a forbidden desire. Lin Fei? The assembly is complete. Xiao Mingshan, I wonder if the chairmanship will slip through your fingers this time. Xiao Mingzhi's face was alight with arrogance, and as he surveyed Lin Fei and Xiao Mingshan, a fleeting look of disdain crossed his features, as if he had already determined their fates. Director Lianqi, please take your seat. Your support is crucial for the selection of the chairman of misfortune. Xiao Mingzhi said, bowing in obsequiousness after mocking Lin Fei and the others. Lin Fei, however, treated Lianqi with indifference, barely acknowledging his presence as though he were of no consequence. Well said, Lianqi replied. His gaze fixated on Xiao Mingshan as he leisurely settled into his chair. His repeated affirmations were a balm for Xiao Mingzhi's nerves. As he looked at Xiao Mingshan, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes before he turned his attention to Lin Kuerd. A smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of pride and lechery. Now that everyone is here, it is time to proceed with the vote. Xiao Tian, kindly leave the room at once. Lin Fei's voice shattered the silence. Who are you to order me out? Xiao Tian retorted, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Lin Fei. I said, leave. Lin Fei snapped, his tone icy. And what gives you the right to command me? I hold shares, unlike you. My father is Xiao Mingzhi. Your father is Li Gang, yet he too must exit. Lin Fei slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold and commanding. You, Xiao Tian, leave at once. Both Xiao Mingshan and Xiao Mingzhi ordered in unison. Hemph, Lin Fei, mark my words. After today, my Zishuang will be under my father's chairmanship, and I'll ensure your shares rot in your hands. Do as you wish. Even if my Zishuang's stock price plummets, I will still break even. Lin Fei concluded, casting a triumphant glance at the other shareholders, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze, incensed, turned away with a huff. Xiao Tian, get out. Xiao Mingzhi bellowed once more, Dad, I dot out. Xiao Mingzhi longed to slap Xiao Tian for his insolence. This fool was sabotaging his efforts to win over the other shareholders by promising a minimum dividend of 5 yuan by year-end. And here he was, jeopardizing it all. As Xiao Tian stormed out, he stomped his foot in frustration. Lin Fei, do not be too smug. Beware of the reckoning that awaits. With a deep sigh, Lin Fei lamented. Ah, the sins of the father fall upon the son. Hemph. Both Xiao Mingzhi and Zhang Tianze snorted in unison. The room fell silent again, and Xiao Mingshan finally spoke up. Lianqi, now that we are evenly matched, may I ask whom you wish to support for the chairmanship? Despite her disdain for Lianqi's earlier lascivious gaze, she forced a smile and inquired anxiously. Xiao Mingshan was deeply concerned about the chairmanship. She feared losing it to Xiao Mingzhi, who lacked the capability to lead. If he had the ability, he would not have waited until now to assume control. Moreover, there was another reason, a family secret that tormented her soul. Mr. Li, as Mr. Xiao Mingzhi mentioned earlier, dividends of at least 5 yuan per share will be distributed by year-end, resulting in a profit of at least 550. Zhang Tianze immediately smiled at Lianqi. Assisting Xiao Mingzhi in garnering votes. 5 million a year is quite substantial indeed. Lianqi nodded in agreement, seemingly intrigued as she spoke. I hope it meets Mr. Li's satisfaction, Xiao Mingzhi said with an ingratiating smile. Lianqi turned her gaze towards Xiao Mingshan, remarking, Chairman Xiao, it seems your maximum annual dividend has only been $2.50, which is merely half. I wonder if it can reach $5 this year? Impossible, Xiao Mingshan replied bluntly. Although the Meizhuang Group is profitable, she is acutely aware of the reality. The company must balance profit with development, hence dividends are consistently controlled and cannot be excessively dispersed. Mr. Li, I trust you can discern the merits and demerits here, Xiao Mingzhi signaled to Zhang Tianze. Zhang Tianze promptly responded, it is indeed preferable to rely on Mr. Zhao's promises. What, may I ask, is your dividend target for next year? Mr. Xiao? Lianqi inquired, her tone oscillating between anticipation and skepticism. Xiao Mingzhi was at a loss, as he was utterly ignorant of the company's financials and management. He glanced at Zhang Tianze for help. Knowing that the commitments regarding dividends were all relayed by him, they had privately reached a consensus. Xiao Mingzhi would assume the role of chairman, while Zhang Tianze would continue to manage the Meizhuang Group, thereby facilitating mutual benefits. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Tianze was so devoted to aiding Xiao Mingzhi. However, Zhang Tianze felt a wave of awkwardness. Achieving $5 in dividends would require drawing from the company's previous profits, which would equate to excessive consumption. Next year, it certainly would not exceed $5. Thus, he found himself unable to respond further. This promise was akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Lin Fei's derisive voice cut in from the side. The phrase killing the goose that lays the golden eggs resonated like thunder within the room, causing the shareholders who had initially supported Xiao Mingzhi to waver. Xiao Mingzhi's expression shifted dramatically, his mood darkening instantly. Please do not worry. I, Xiao Mingzhi, have every confidence in elevating the Meizhuang Group to new heights. At that time, will you still fret over not having profits to gain? Mr. Xiao, if you can guarantee that I will receive 5 million annually in dividends over the next decade, I shall support you, Lianqi said, casting a scornful glance at Xiao Mingzhi. This prompted Lianqi to look towards Zhang Tianze, who quickly shook his head. He was well aware of the true situation regarding both himself and Xiao Mingzhi. They were not so naive as to believe they could achieve such dividends. Even if the Meizhuang Group were sold up, Mr. Li, I can at least ensure greater profits for everyone this year, but Xiao Mingshan cannot. Do you not see the disparity? Xiao Mingzhi's eyes darted as he sought to shift the focus and find a balance. Sigh. I wonder how others perceive this. I currently hold a very bleak outlook on the Meizhuang Group. Should anyone wish to sell their shares, I am ready to do so, Lianqi remarked, disregarding Xiao Mingzhi. Xiao Mingzhi frowned. Mr. Li, if you wish to sell, I shall purchase at market value. Market value? Indeed. Although it surged yesterday, I will still acquire at that price, Xiao Mingzhi asserted confidently. That price is quite reasonable. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Li Anqi inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Mingshan. The room was filled with unspoken anger as the attendees silently cursed Li Anqi for her cunning move, raising the price in a blatant act of robbery. Yet both parties were consenting participants. After a lengthy contemplation, Xiao Mingshan sighed, recognizing her financial limitations. Behind the glamorous facade of the Meizhuang Group, her wealth was far from abundant. Mr. Li, you see no one is willing to sell to me at a higher price. If you wish to sell, I am prepared to buy now, Xiao Mingzhi declared triumphantly. I will buy. Lin Fei's voice rang out suddenly. Everyone turned to Lin Fei, astonished. I will purchase at 10% above market value, he declared, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Mingzhi. What? The other shareholders gasped in surprise. Xiao Mingshan was momentarily stunned, questioning Lin Fei's wealth. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Li Anqi asked, turning to Xiao Mingzhi. Xiao Mingzhi rolled his eyes in frustration. We shall raise our offer by 10%. Zhang Tianze interjected on behalf of Xiao Mingzhi. I will raise it by 20%. I will raise it by 30%. Xiao Mingzhi, feeling invigorated by Zhang Tianze's lead, boldly proclaimed, 40%. 50%. You may buy, Lin Fei chuckled, addressing Xiao Mingzhi. Mr. Xiao, this price would yield me nearly 100 million, equivalent to nearly 20 years' worth of dividends. Should I sell? I expect an immediate transfer. Lin Fei stated with a grin. Li Anqi's face lit up with delight. What? Xiao Mingzhi, now realizing the weight of the situation, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. How much is it? He inquired of Zhang Tianze. Approximately 230 million. Get lost. Where would I find such funds? Xiao Mingzhi exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration. Zhang Tianze remained silent, his head bowed. Mr. Xiao, are you playing me for a fool? Li Anqi asked, displeased. Xiao Mingzhi stammered. Relying solely on annual dividends for their livelihood, he and his son lived extravagantly, lacking sufficient funds. Were it not for their underhanded tactics to extract more from Xiao Mingshan and her daughter, they likely would not maintain their current lifestyle. Expecting him to produce over 200 million was akin to asking him to urinate upwards. It was utterly implausible. You cannot be serious, Lin Fei remarked. His tone skeptical. Xiao Mingzhi's face turned crimson, his silence betraying his embarrassment. Do you truly trust such a person? Do you support such a person? Do you depend on such a person? You are all fools. Lin Fei scoffed, surveying the other bewildered shareholders. Lin Fei, if you have the capital, go ahead and buy. Zhang Tianze retorted angrily. Of course, I will buy, but I will only offer 10% above market value. You may sell or not. It is entirely up to you. I will sell. Li Anqi stepped forward eagerly. Excellent. With your 5%, I will become the majority shareholder, securing my position as chairman. Lin Fei laughed heartily. The room collectively inhaled sharply. Xiao Mingshan's brows furrowed deeper. Yet, with the common enemy being Xiao Mingzhi, she restrained her words. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, a recent graduate of Jiangnan University of Technology, hailing from an impoverished rural background. Having unexpectedly acquired some funds, I am here to vie for the chairmanship, devoid of experience and with limited funds. I hope you will indulge me in this endeavor. Lin Fei concluded, his laughter crescendoing. The shareholders couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief, questioning whether he was boasting or intimidating them. Mr. Lin, are you interested in acquiring shares? I possess 1% and wish to sell. A balding man in his 50s tentatively asked. I will only buy from Mr. Li. You may retain your shares. If I manage to drive the company to bankruptcy, you can help shoulder the risk. The remaining shareholders felt a wave of despair wash over them. Mr. Lin, I will sell at the current price. Me too. Mr. Lin, please acquire my shares as well. Lin Fei's demeanor exuded an unwavering determination to bring the company to its knees, instantly instilling fear among the other shareholders, who clamored to sell. Xiao Mingshan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy at Xiao Mingzhi's impending failure to secure the chairmanship and anxiety regarding Lin Fei's candidacy. Xiao Mingzhi and Zhang Tianze were overwhelmed with frustration, their recently united coalition crumbling before their eyes in sheer panic. Do you genuinely wish to sell? Lin Fei inquired, his brow arched in impatience. Yes, the other shareholders replied in unison. Kuer, do we have enough funds left? Lin Fei turned to Lin Kuer, who was visibly sweating from the workload. Not much. Then let us commence with some acquisitions at yesterday's closing price. Lin Fei stated decisively. Mr. Lin, please start with mine. I was the first to propose selling. The room descended into chaos as shareholders clamored to be the first to sell, excitement buzzing in the air. Lin Fei and Li Anqi exchanged knowing smiles, their alliance solidified amidst the turmoil. Mr. Lin, we have acquired an additional 31% of the shares. bringing our total to 55%. Excellent. This time I shall assume the role of chairman. I yearn to experience the thrill of driving a company to bankruptcy. Lin Fei proclaimed, his expression one of self-indulgence. Fool. Imbecile. Idiot. The shareholders who had just sold their stocks silently cursed in their hearts. Sitting in the CEO's seat, Xiao Mingshan felt her heart wrench, for although she did not hold affection for this position, she was undeniably attached to Misfortune, akin to a mother's love for her child. Over the years, she had poured all her energy and affection into Misfortune. Zhang Tianzi's eyes dimmed. He had succumbed to despair, realizing the inevitable fate that awaited him in Misfortune's downfall. Xiao Mingzhi harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Fei. Yet reason prevailed. Mr. Lin, I still possess 15% of the shares. Would you consider acquiring them as well? Well, Mr. Lin, we only have 300 million left, Lin Kuer interjected from behind. Alas, I truly apologize. Funds are insufficient. I suggest you refrain from selling. Those shares are substantial. Once I bring Misfortune to its knees, you will be able to shoulder a considerable amount of debt for me, Lin Fei chuckled, reiterating his earlier sentiments. Xiao Mingzhi, countless curses raced through his mind. Mr. Lin, 300 million is acceptable. I too shall sell. Xiao Mingzhi, contemplating the possibility of total loss, acquiesced. As for my earlier disrespect, I sincerely apologize and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Xiao Mingzhi rose and bowed deeply to Lin Fei. I bear no ill will towards you, but there is someone I have consistently found displeasing. None of you wish to have a verdant pasture hovering over your heads. Do you? Lin Fei concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Tianzi. Lin Fei, you? Shut your mouth, Zhang Tianzi. If it weren't for your instigation, would this have transpired? Mr. Lin, I possess evidence of Zhang Tianzi exploiting his authority for personal gain within the company, which I offer as a gift to you. I implore you to purchase my shares. Xiao Mingzhi interrupted before Zhang Tianzi could finish, even groveling before Lin Fei. Xiao Mingzhi, you are hardly innocent. Should you dare to act unjustly towards me, I shall be equally ruthless. Go to hell. Xiao Mingzhi blatantly disregarded Zhang Tianzi as threats, cursing loudly. A dog-eat-dog scenario? Truly riveting. Lin Fei sat back, smiling at Xiao Mingshan, whose expression had darkened. Complete loss of control. Yet, despite Lin Fei's triumph, she could only roll her eyes in disdain. It's truly vexing. Kuer, expedite the paperwork for him. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and turned to Lin Kuer, winking at her, though her expression remained composed. Her heart raced with excitement. Lin Fei's maneuvers today had been masterful. The previous day, Lin Fei had instructed her to acquire stocks, managing only 4%, leaving her feeling guilty, but Lin Fei had assured her not to worry. Claiming he had a plan to at the time, she had merely thought he was comforting her. The result. Kuer, write this 15% of shares in your name, Lin Fei declared as she turned away. Lin Kuer felt as if she had been electrified. Standing frozen in disbelief, I have far too many shares under my name. This 15% is for you, Lin Fei replied with a slight smile. The room fell silent. Even Xiao Mingshan's gaze turned towards Lin Kuer. Clad in a white shirt, a black skirt, nude stockings, and black high-heeled shoes, her attire, though ordinary, radiated an undeniable charisma, placing her on par with anyone present. Could it be Xiao Mingshan, having encountered Wang Mingyao before, seemed to comprehend why Lin Fei spoke of betrayal with such nonchalance? It appeared he had found someone superior. As for the others, envy simmered within them. Casually gifting 300 million to a subordinate hardly suggested financial scarcity. Yet, it was no longer their concern. Perhaps the surprises Lin Fei bestowed upon Lin Kuer were too numerous. She quickly regained her composure and proceeded to finalize the transfer paperwork with Xiao Mingzhi. 10 minutes later, Mr. Lin, aside from you, me, Chairman Xiao, and Mr. Li, only a few retail investors still hold stocks in Misfortune. Lin Kuer reported as she approached Lin Fei. He nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he turned his gaze to Lianqi. Lianqi smiled and addressed the group. I've been particularly fortunate lately. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Several voices chimed in to flatter him. That recent film, Dark Knight, raked in over 700 million within 3 days. I invested 10 million, which is 1/14 of the total investment, and I've profited at least 50 million in just 3 days. Wow, Mr. Li truly has an eye for investment and luck. Even Xiao Mingzhi offered his congratulations. Xiao Mingshan similarly expressed admiration in her gaze. High returns on investments are a rarity. Not everyone possesses such foresight. In truth, at the Dark Knight film premiere, many investors had initially been present, but they withdrew due to threats from Chao Ming-I in the final moments. A young prodigy emerged, purchasing all the shares. Within 3 days, he had earned over 600 million, a true testament to keen insight and fortune. What? The other shareholders, upon hearing this, began to murmur with curiosity, some claiming to be well-informed, eager to boast their knowledge. Is that so? I believe I've heard of that individual, often referred to as the most formidable landlord in history. What was his name? I think it was Lin Fei Lin. Suddenly, the room fell silent. All eyes turned towards Lin Fei at Mr. Lin. I never anticipated such good fortune. I can now invest alongside you in misfortune Group, Li Anqi exclaimed, rising and briskly making her way to Lin Fei, extending her hand in greeting. Someone in the audience nearly choked in disbelief. Chapter 81. Truly a fool. Were there any fools present? None. Moreover, even the dimmest among them recognized their folly. They understood they had been duped. The first to clamor to sell shares, Li Anqi, had yet to complete the transfer paperwork, while they rushed to do so. Xiao Mingzhi was among those who felt deceived, having sold at a third of the price, hastily exposing Zhang Tianze, only to fall into a trap. Xiao Mingshan regarded Lin Fei, for the first time sensing a certain charm in this man, even feeling a degree of respect. He could conjure clouds and summon rain with a mere flick of his hand. Among them, Lin Kuer remained the most composed. Having witnessed numerous miracles over 3 days, she was deeply enchanted by Lin Fei Anqi. Did you just play us for fools? Li Anqi, you ought to be wary for your life. Li Anqi, I will ensure you face dire consequences. The other shareholders, having regained their senses, turned their ire towards Li Anqi. Yet, she bore no remorse. In this era, wealth equates to power, and partnering with Lin Fei promised profits akin to a rain of gold from the heavens. Why concern herself with their potential revenge? Besides, what else did they possess apart from the funds from selling their shares? What justified their arrogance? Mr. Li, I found myself in the police station twice last night. Lin Fei remarked casually, as if discussing the weather. Oh, what transpired? Li Anqi inquired, a look of concern crossing her face. The specifics are trivial. What matters is, Lin Fei paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Confusion flickered in their eyes as they awaited his revelation. The police chief personally visited twice, demanding my release. His voice was low, yet the weight of his words resonated differently with each listener, instilling a profound shock. The pretense was executed flawlessly. Even Zhang Tianze felt a tremor of apprehension. Li Anqi's eyes widened in astonishment before she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Lin, you truly have friends everywhere. Haha, thank you for the compliment. What I wish to convey is that Embark Li is my friend. Should anyone dare to retaliate against you, I shall ensure they regret their actions. Zhang Qi serves as a stark reminder. Lin Fei's voice crescendoed, exuding a palpable menace. A sharp intake of breath echoed through those who had threatened Li Anqi. They shrank back, subdued. Li Anqi felt a jolt of gratitude, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Mr. Lin, I shall henceforth follow your lead, provided you do not disdain my company. With that, she bowed deeply once more to Lin Fei. If the first was an act, this bow stemmed from genuine appreciation. Do not underestimate the youth. Lin Fei was not impoverished. He was young and promising. By comparison, Li Anqi felt inconsequential. Faced with such a reality, her choice was clear. Submission. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. In the future, should any profitable opportunities arise, I shall not forget my old friends, Lin Fei assured her in return. Thank you. I am immensely grateful, Li Anqi expressed fervently. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Lin Kuer, equally enthusiastic, and she smiled. Mr. Lin, this young lady, Lin Kuer, is fiercely loyal to you. She approached me yesterday, requesting my assistance in staging this charade. I must admit, I initially had other intentions, but this girl is quite formidable, and it seems no other man could capture her interest besides you. Li Anqi, displaying her cleverness, deftly apologized for her previous misstep. Lin Kuer shot her a glare but remained silent. Lin Fei nodded, allowing the matter to pass. The other shareholders were suddenly engulfed in a sense of foolishness, realizing they had been played collaboratively by Lin Fei and Li Anqi. Yet, they dared not voice their anger, most resigned to their fate. Some individuals remain unconvinced and dismissive of Lin Fei's displayed might, even going so far as to retaliate against Li Anqi. However, their fates are grim, but that is a tale for another time. Chairman Xiao, we are left with the 4 major shareholders. Regarding the chairman's position, I propose we proceed according to my suggestion. No, Xiao Mingshan flatly rejected. There is no way I would serve as Lin Fei's secretary. Lin Fei replied, very well. Turning his gaze towards Xiao Tianze, he continued, I possess evidence against Zhang Tianze, yet I offer you an opportunity. Accompany me to the intern meeting and maintain silence throughout. If you perform well, I shall overlook past transgressions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze immediately donned a sycophantic smile and said to Lin Fei, Mr. Lin, I am willing. He then turned to Xiao Mingzhi, his expression morphing into one of deep contempt. You had better cooperate. If I face legal repercussions, you will not fare any better. Xiao Mingzhi wiped the blood from his lips, his earlier confidence completely evaporated, and he nodded despondently. Lin Fei then addressed Xiao Mingshan, Chairman Xiao, I hope you will see to the meeting with the interns. Xiao Mingshan's piercing gaze scrutinized Lin Fei, as if attempting to unravel his true intentions. However, the depths of Lin Fei's eyes revealed no emotion, rendering her efforts futile. Very well, let us proceed. Contemplating the impending competition with Lin Fei for the chairmanship of Misfortune Group, she momentarily held her tongue at the entrance to the Misfortune Group conference room. As the door swung open, Xiao Tianze and Xiao Mingshan emerged side by side, followed closely by Zhang Tianze and Lianqi. With other shareholders trailing behind, Lin Fei and Lin Karen walked at the rear, having arranged the sequence to ensure compliance. Waiting at the entrance, Xiao Tian immediately brightened upon seeing his father. Dad, have you become the chairman? Xiao Mingzhi remained silent, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Tian. Noticing Xiao Mingshan beside him, Xiao Tian assumed his father found the situation inappropriate and, sticking out his tongue, stepped aside to allow them to pass. As Lin Fei walked by, Xiao Tian glanced at him and scoffed. Some people are simply foolish with money, even if they have a bit. What of it? Lin Fei ignored him and continued on his way. Lin Fei, I'm talking about you, you idiot. Xiao Tian's fury escalated as Lin Fei's indifference ignited his anger. Lin Fei, do not engage in banter with fools. Xiao Tian's face turned crimson with rage. Lin Fei, my father is now the chairman. Your shares will eventually belong to my family. Your father is the chairman, Lin Fei echoed with a mischievous grin. Xiao Mingzhi, walking ahead, twitched his lips in irritation. Lin Karen shot Lin Fei a glance, nearly bursting into laughter. It was only a matter of time before Lin Fei became the chairman, Xiao Tian's father. Lin Fei was quite the rogue, however. There was indeed a fool. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, who believed Lin Fei was intimidated, he strutted along in high spirits. The intern meeting room had now transformed into a lecture hall. Chapter 82. Frenzied steps. I must tell you, in any corporation, it is essential to cultivate relationships, particularly with the Human Resources Department, as they wield the power over your fate. Do not mistakenly believe that mere capability will secure your position. In the face of ability and human connections, the former is of little consequence. Take Lin Fei among our interns. He exemplifies this, arriving early and leaving late, solely focused on business pursuits without the ability to navigate interpersonal relations, resulting in his ineffectiveness. Never vie for women with your superiors. Whether she is your girlfriend or even your wife, if a leader takes an interest, you will either be dismissed or forced to relinquish her. Else you will find yourself in a precarious situation. A young man clad in a white Versace suit, adorned with a Rolex watch, exuding an air of arrogance, was sharing his insights with the other seated interns in the conference room. His name was Bai Chong, hailing from a working-class family. With both parents employed within the system and possessing a knack for social maneuvering, he managed to secure an outstanding internship rating through connections with Xiao Tian. Smoothly entering the Misfortune Group, riding high on his success, he seized the opportunity to speak at length. Opposite him sat Wang Mengyao, her head bowed low, remaining silent. Bai Chong's words were a source of discomfort for her. There was a time when she shared similar sentiments. Yet, after witnessing Lin Fei's prowess yesterday, she was profoundly shaken, genuinely wishing to reconcile with him, even going so far as to provide false testimony at the police station, claiming that Lin Fei was not the one who signed the share transfer contract with Zhang Tianze. However, her efforts were in vain, and she had not given up hope. Today, she came not only to preserve her job, but also to see Lin Fei once more, hoping for another chance. After all, they shared over 3 years of affection. She could not believe he would be so heartless. Creak. The conference room door swung open, and Xiao Mingzhi and Xiao Mingshan entered simultaneously. Xiao Mingzhi felt exceedingly awkward, utterly humiliated. Yet he had no choice but to comply with Lin Fei's authority. Upon entering the conference room, he fretted over where to sit, only to discover that the nameplate at the center bore his name. With Zhang Tianze on his left and Xiao Mingshan on his right, a surge of heat rushed to his face, and he opened his mouth to speak. Dad, you should be seated here now that you are the chairman. He then personally pulled out a chair for Xiao Mingzhi. Though he wished to refuse, the nod from Lin Fei compelled him to take a seat. Xiao Mingshan sat beside him, her expression reflecting her displeasure. The other shareholders had already departed. Lin Fei casually chose a seat at the edge, surrounded by interns who had not remained. Next to him was Wang Gang, a slender, bespectacled youth, seemingly earnest and hardworking, known for his introverted nature and minimal interaction with others. Wang Gang, however, had formed a closer rapport with Lin Fei. Through their conversations, Lin Fei learned that Wang Gang harbored an interest in women, particularly mature ones, often sharing creative ideas regarding lingerie design that astonished Lin Fei with his imagination. Wang Gang was indeed well suited for design and research at Misfortune, yet, like Lin Fei, he lacked financial resources and sales acumen, making it difficult for either to secure a position. Seeing Wang Gang seated beside him, Lin Fei recognized a kindred spirit. Lin Fei, Bai Chong just delivered a speech aimed at belittling you, Wang Gang whispered. Did you remain silent? Lin Fei did not respond regarding Bai Chong, but turned to Wang Gang for confirmation. Wang Gang's gaunt face bore a bitter smile as he shook his head. Lin Fei nodded, acknowledging his understanding. At that moment, Bai Chong had already risen, bowing slightly towards Xiao Mingzhi from a distance, offering congratulations. Chairman Xiao, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your promotion. Xiao Mingzhi, resembling a mute, merely nodded as Bai Chong withdrew his gaze. He noticed Xiao Mingshan and shamelessly scrutinized her, reminiscing about how he once gazed up at her with admiration, a view now rendered mundane by her loss of stature. Congratulations on your promotion, Chairman. Other remaining interns chimed in, rising to offer their felicitations. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Mingzhi was as uncomfortable as if he were being roasted over an open flame, yet Xiao Tian reveled in the moment, beaming with pride. From this point onward, he would be the son of the chairman, and soon he would find himself in a position of great influence within Misfortune Group, second only to the chairman. He envisioned the numerous beautiful women within the company, including hired actresses and models, and imagined the possibilities of his newfound power. With wealth and influence at his disposal, he felt invigorated, as if his previously depleted spirit had been replenished. Bai Chong, having completed his congratulatory remarks, surveyed the room, noticing Lin Fei and Wang Gang engaged in hushed conversation, failing to offer their congratulations. A smug smile crept onto his face. Lin Fei, you didn't congratulate him, did you? Lin Fei shook his head. Even if you chose not to, you should at least display some basic courtesy. Do you not realize that Chairman Xiao has just assumed office? With your lack of awareness and decorum, you are unfit for Misfortune, let alone any ordinary job, as you simply do not measure up. A man should possess a gentleman's demeanor, exhibit magnanimity, remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat, rather than displaying such pettiness. You are utterly lacking. Bai Chong, witnessing Lin Fei's silence, grew even more incensed and contemptuous, launching into a tirade of belittlement. The once quiet conference room became a stage for Bai Chong's performance once again. Enough, Bai Chong. Does Lin Fei's character warrant your judgment? Wang Gang, unable to endure any longer, bravely stood up for the first time, rebuking Bai Chong. Lin Fei, surprised and then delighted by Wang Gang's sudden defense, felt as if he was seeing a new side of him for the first time in 3 months. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Look at you two pathetic beings, both failures incapable of securing a position. And you still have the audacity to attend today's meeting with the chairman and interns? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't even show up. Moreover, what qualifications do you possess to speak on Lin Fei's behalf? You are not even comparable to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, if you were a man, you would stand up and admit how unmanly you are, discuss how it feels to have your girlfriend stolen and wear the green hat of infidelity. Wang Gang provoked Bai Chong, leading him to become even more reckless. Enough. Suddenly, a woman's furious voice rang out. In Chapter 83, The Final Redemption, Wang Mingyao could no longer remain calm. She stood up and shouted angrily at Bai Chong. The moisture in her eyes vividly showcased her internal anguish and turmoil. If life granted her a chance to start anew, she would undoubtedly devote herself to Lin Fei, never forsaking loyalty for profit or drifting towards another. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity. Today, Bai Chong's words were all directed at Lin Fei, but they implicated her. Wang Mingyao felt embarrassed in that moment. Although she understood that offending Bai Chong meant offending Xiao Tian, she recalled Lin Fei's strength and seemed to return to the past, believing in him once more. Wang Mingyao, are you going to speak up for Lin Fei? Bai Chong questioned, a hint of incredulity in his tone. Aware that Wang Mingyao was Zhang Qi's girlfriend, he dared not go too far. Wang Mingyao cast a deeply affectionate glance at Lin Fei, forcing a smile, yet 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. This scene did not escape Lin Fei's notice, but he remained unmoved. Others, especially Xiao Tian, also witnessed this. A flash of resentment crossed Xiao Tian's eyes, recalling Zhang Qi's promise of a brawl involving 3 people. He had fantasized about Wang Mingyao many times. Now that Zhang Qi was captured, and Wang Mingyao was exchanging glances with Lin Fei. It felt as if Lin Fei had taken something that belonged to him. Anger, hatred. Wang Mingyao, you are Zhang Qi's woman. Do you still intend to speak for Lin Fei? Xiao Tian asked darkly. I am no one's woman. I am not married. Wang Mingyao coldly replied. Ha, you've rolled in bed countless times with Director Zhang. And now after putting a green hat on Lin Fei, you dare to say this? Do you think anyone will believe you? Bai Chong was furious at Wang Mengyao's defiance towards Xiao Tian and immediately retorted. Not forgetting to flash a sycophantic grin at Xiao Tian, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Mengyao's face as she glanced at the indifferent Lin Fei, ultimately turning her gaze to Bai Chong. Bai Chong. I admit I was bewitched by Zhang Qi, and I also acknowledge that I sold myself to stay in the Mizasong group, but my conscience remains intact. What about you? Besides relying on your parents and connections, what strength do you possess, Bai Chong? I doubt the products you sold were either bought by relatives or forced upon the buyers through your parents' connections. Even so, your sales ability is merely average. In contrast, Lin Fei, without any connections, relying solely on his own efforts, has become the sales champion among us all. Why, what right do you compare yourself to someone like him? Bai Chong's face turned as red as a beet, unable to utter a word. When you stand here boasting and belittling Lin Fei, have you considered that if you were in his place, could you measure up to him? Could you even assist him? And regarding your girlfriend's situation with Xiao Tian, do you think no one knows? The entire assembly stared in shock at Bai Chong and Xiao Tian. Wang Mingyao, do not speak recklessly, or I will have to throw you out. Xiao Tian was the first to shout, humiliated in public. Wang Mingyao, cease your deceit. Do you think anyone will believe you? I, Bai Chong, would never allow my woman to do such things. Bai Chong's face instantly showed panic, then turned sullen as he spoke with a threatening tone. Ha! Wang Mingyao suddenly burst into laughter. In that case, let everyone take a look at our internship group, she said, pulling out her phone and operating it. Heavens! This woman is indeed Bai Chong's girlfriend, and that is Director Xiao Tian. Bai Chong, why are you still here watching the spectacle? TSK, what a heavy flavor. It is indeed a brawl. Instantly, the conference room erupted. Bai Chong and Xiao Tian turned pale, drenched in sweat, speechless. Xiao Mingzhi, who had been sitting in the main seat like a needle on a hot pan, struggled to console himself, trying to treat it as if an elder was present. Hearing his son's disgraceful nature, he clutched his heart in anger, his face ashen. Wang Mingyao, where did you get this? Xiao Tian asked coldly, regaining some composure. Zhang Qi shared it with me. Do not mistake me for a fool. I am fully aware of your little schemes with Zhang Qi, but I am not a worthless woman like Bai Chong's girlfriend. Wang Mingyao sneered. You get out of here immediately. Mizasong will not hire you. Xiao Tian shouted, pointing at Wang Mingyao. Xiao Tian, you need not expel me. I will leave on my own accord, Wang Mingyao said, turning to Lin Fei, tears streaming down her face, and spoke earnestly. Lin Fei, I must apologize to you. Today, this is the only thing I can do for you. If heaven grants me a second chance, I will love you wholeheartedly. Wang Mingyao finished speaking, gazing at Lin Fei, her heart yearning for him to utter a word to retain her, hoping that. Suddenly, all eyes in the conference room turned to Lin Fei. He sat quietly, looking at Wang Mingyao, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard her, utterly unmoved. Lin Fei, Wang Mingyao has had a change of heart. You should consider it. Wang Gang nudged Lin Fei gently. Lin Kuer stood behind Lin Fei, anxiously gripping her clothes. Fearing Lin Fei, Xiao Mingshan's gaze also turned towards him. Her secretary had mentioned this matter, and she was fully aware. Since Lin Fei's arrival, he had impressed her greatly, and she was keen to see what choice this man would make. Lin Fei sighed. What is past is past. I have now found my own love. You pursue your happiness, and we shall part fairly. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Wang Mingyao was, arguably, the most beautiful woman in the conference room after Xiao Mingshan and Lin Kuer. Even Bai Chong was enamored. Yet, Lin Fei's, oh, what if Wang Mingyao had been with someone else? How many women have shared beds with numerous men before and even after marriage? This is not unusual. It was unexpected that Lin Fei, a seemingly impoverished fellow, would actually reject her. Wang Mingyao raised her hand to wipe her tears, looking at Lin Fei, forcing out another bitter smile. Lin Fei, I'm sorry. With that, she dashed out of the conference room. Bang! The heavy sound of the door closing jolted everyone from their reverie. Lin Fei, you better get out of here on your own accord, Xiao Tian, thoroughly enraged by Wang Mengyao's display, turned his ire on Lin Fei. Lin Fei paid no heed. Lin Fei, you would do well to leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to drag you out like a dead dog. Just as I did last time, Bai Chong arrogantly added. Lin Fei's expression remained unchanged, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was looking for those who had dragged him out that day. Now, Chapter 84. One must look after oneself or face dire consequences. Bai Chong, was it you who dragged me out last time when I fainted? Lin Fei asked, suppressing his agitation, attempting to keep his tone calm. Indeed, it was I, along with Li Tai, Zhao Dong. Bai Chong pointed to the 5 individuals beside him. Lin Fei's gaze swept over the 6 of them. It was quite coincidental that they had all remained, prompting a cold smile to form in Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei, you cannot blame us. If anyone is to be blamed, it is you for contending with Zhang Xiao for a woman, Li Tai interjected. Yes, life requires a practical approach. Women are like clothing, merely exterior. Why ruin your future for a woman? Zhao Dong added meaningfully. Be why your logic. Bai Chong offering his woman to Xiao Tian is not shameful, but rather honorable, Lin Fei asked with a mocking smile. Lin Fei, that is my personal affair. I have the right to decide. Bai Chong retorted furiously. Bai Chong, let me ask you, if faced with the choice between company interests and personal interests, which would you choose? Bai Chong fell silent. And what would you choose? Li Tai and Zhao Dong also found themselves at a loss for words. Of course, personal interests, to them, their women are as disposable as clothing. What does the company matter? Wang Zhigua, who had been holding back his frustration, exclaimed loudly. Lin Fei, Wang Zhigua, you are simply attempting to dig a pit for us to fall into, wanting to make us look foolish in front of Director Xiao. Bai Chong was the first to react, glaring at Lin Fei with eyes ablaze. Bai Chong, we are merely discussing matters or reasoning. Do you understand? Wang Zhigua said, deliberately laughing at Bai Chong's predicament. Wang Zhigua, say whatever you like. History is written by the victors, and reality is that we remain while you must leave. Bai Chong adjusted his mindset, regaining composure, and said smugly to Wang Zhigua. Wang Zhigua looked at Lin Fei, disappointment evident in his eyes. He had hoped to provoke Bai Chong, yet Bai Chong managed to rein himself in just as he was about to be ensnared. Today, it remains uncertain who will be leaving. Lin Fei patted Wang Zhigua's shoulder in comfort. Director Xiao, this trash should be cleared out, Bai Chong suggested, looking at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, too, was incensed by Lin Fei's arrogance. It could be said that from the moment Lin Fei appeared, he was at odds with Xiao Tian, causing him great displeasure. Father, now that you are the chairman, you should promptly issue orders to expel Lin Fei and the others, Xiao Dan suggested to the silent Xiao Tianjia. Xiao Tianjia remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Fei. Dad, what are you looking at him for? You are. Lin Fei directly interrupted Xiao Tian, addressing the equally watchful Xiao Mingshan with a serious tone. Chairman Xiao, now that the interlude is over, it is your turn to preside over the meeting, is it not? The deliberate emphasis on Chairman Xiao caused a momentary pause among the attendees. Xiao Tian glanced at Xiao Mingjie, seeking clarification. Xiao Mingshan's cold expression softened slightly as she replied, Mr. Lin, you are the largest shareholder and the future chairman. I believe it would be best if you address the matter. Her emphasis on chairman was clear to everyone present. Suddenly, the entire conference room erupted in commotion. Xiao Tian stood there, stunned, while Bai Chong and others turned pale, exchanging incredulous glances with Li Tai and Zhao Dong, questioning if they had misheard. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Since Chairman Xiao had entrusted him with the handling of the situation, he would not hold back. He spoke slowly, but with a chilling tone that sent shivers down the spines of Bai Chong and the others, who felt as though they were being hunted. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave. Bai Chong stood up, eager to escape. Bai Chong, you cannot leave. This is my freedom, he protested. You are currently an employee of Miza Square. How can you leave at will? Lin Fei replied with a smile that sent a wave of unease through Bai Chong, who sensed a conspiratorial air and felt a surge of fear. Bai Chong stammered, unable to utter the words of resignation. The Bai family had exerted every effort to secure this position, leveraging all possible connections, and just yesterday had celebrated with friends and family. In their eyes, joining Miza Square represented high pay, status, and a prestigious platform for finding a partner, filling his parents with pride. Thus, Bai Chong hesitated, unable to voice his resignation. Bai Chong, I am offering you an opportunity to remain at Miza Square. Lin Fei, no, Mr. Lin, please speak. Faced with the allure of self-preservation, Bai Chong quickly changed his tone, addressing Lin Fei respectfully. Tell me about the incident involving your girlfriend and bribing Xiao Tian, and put it in writing. Lin Fei said cheerfully. Lin Fei, do not become too complacent, Bai Chong retorted. There is no such transaction between us, Xiao Tian shouted nervously from the side. Ignoring Xiao Tian, Bai Chong turned to Lin Fei and asked, Mr. Lin, can I trust your word? Certainly. As the future chairman, how could I deceive an employee? Lin Fei assured him. All right, I will tell you. To secure my position at Miza Square, I took my girlfriend out to dinner with Xiao Tian half a month ago under the pretext of gratitude for his help. During the meal, Xiao Tian subtly suggested his interest in my girlfriend, so I encouraged her. Afterward, the three of us went to a hotel, and that was when Wang Mingyao showed everyone the photos. Bai Chong recounted the events as he spoke. Many interns exchanged furious glances, even though none were as outstanding as Lin Fei. Many had performed commendably but had not secured positions. They were disgusted not only by Bai Chong's methods, but even more by Xiao Tian's actions. Lin Fei looked at Xiao Tian with a smile, while Xiao Tian glared back, breathing heavily with obvious rage. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to Xiao Mingshan. Chairman Xiao, this matter falls under your jurisdiction. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to address it. Xiao Mingshan was seething, having long known about Xiao Tian and Zhang Qi's misconduct, yet never expecting it to reach such a level, an utter disgrace to the company's reputation. If news of this leaked, the name of Miza Square would be irreparably tarnished. Xiao Tian, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? I did nothing. They are slandering me, Xiao Tian retorted defiantly, fully aware that admitting guilt would spell his downfall. Very well. Then you may address the relevant parties. After saying this, Xiao Mingshan picked up her phone to make a call. Xiao Mingshan, do not act so ruthlessly. He is your cousin. Xiao Mingzhi, who had been silent, realized she was about to call the police and stepped in to halt her. And so what? If we do not address this, who will trust the fairness of Miza Square in the future? Shall we allow our reputation to be utterly ruined? Xiao Mingshan, having worked diligently to bring the company to order, was furious at the thought of it being undermined from behind. Regardless of whether Lin Fei would become chairman in the future, she wanted to clear her name during this tumultuous period. Humph! Xiao Mingzhi scoffed. Xiao Mingshan, do not let your arrogance blind you. Have you forgotten? At this, Xiao Mingshan appeared startled, hastily lowering her phone. Her expression turned pale as she glanced at Lin Fei, shaking her head in disappointment. Lin Fei had been observing the dynamics between Xiao Mingshan and Xiao Mingzhi, feeling increasingly that there was more to the story. However, he could not discern the nature of it. Nevertheless, in his eyes, this Xiao Mingshan was the most competent secretary for the task within the super money system. Thus, he resolved to aid her, discreetly sending a message on his phone. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense due to Xiao Mingshan's silence. Lin Fei, are you not arrogant? Come on, deal with me. Did you not say you would fire me? Go ahead. You are just a poor loser. What does becoming chairman change? Can you manage people? Can you utilize talent? Xiao Tian, seeing Lin Fei's silence, regained his former arrogance, taunting loudly. Xiao Mingshan bit her lip, her face displaying helplessness and a heart-wrenching pain. Bai Chong and Li Tai exhaled deeply, initially expecting surprises from Lin Fei's firm stance as the largest shareholder. Ding ding! Lin Fei's phone on the table rang twice. He quickly opened it, revealing a message that brought an enigmatic smile to his lips. Kuer, please open the door. Lin Fei instructed Lin Kuer, who was standing near the door with Xiao Mingshan's secretary. Lin Kuer obediently approached and opened the door. Lin Fei's words caught the attention of everyone in the room, directing their gazes towards the entrance. The moment the door swung open, they were met with the sight of a stunningly attractive female police officer. The male attendees' eyes widened as they beheld Jiang Yu in her police uniform, their throats dry with anticipation. Jiang Yu's figure was captivating, and although the uniform was somewhat oversized, it could not conceal her alluring silhouette, particularly her long legs and slender waist, evoking excitement in all onlookers. Lin Fei's heart raced. He realized that without the presence of an angelic beauty like Mu Xinchuan, he might have succumbed to the allure of Jiang Yu's uniform. As Jiang Yu surveyed the room, her gaze settled on Lin Fei, and she stepped forward. Zhang Tianze, who had been silently observing, felt a pang of anger and heartache at the sight of Jiang Yu. Recalling his son's arrest the previous night. Lin Fei, who did you report? Jiang Yu confronted Lin Fei, her voice icy. Lin Fei, momentarily entranced by her presence, found himself at a loss for words, forgetting to respond to her inquiry. Jiang Yu, irritated, mentally chastised him for his shamelessness. Having been suspended, she awoke that morning to the echoes of the previous night's commotion, filled with confusion and indignation, particularly at the thought of the woman's voice, which she found deeply insulting. Frustrated, she went to the hotel but found Lin Fei and Mu Xinchuan absent. After a thorough search yielded nothing, her annoyance grew. As a determined officer, she was not one to overlook any wrongdoing and was eager to confront Lin Fei. With the help of footage and phone tracking, she quickly tracked him to Miza Square. Initially waiting outside for him to emerge, she was taken aback when Lin Fei sent her a message requesting assistance in apprehending a few individuals. As a principled officer, She was reluctant to become a mere tool for others, yet she could not let any wrongdoers escape justice. Thus, she entered the building. However, upon arriving, she found Lin Fei staring at her blankly, his expression revealing a lack of focus, which only fueled her anger. "Lin Fei," Jiang Yu exclaimed, giving him a sharp jab on the shoulder. Lin Fei was startled, and after a brief, awkward smile, he quickly regained his composure and turned to Captain Jiang Yu, saying, "Captain Jiang, Bai Chong just provided some information. Please see if it constitutes a crime." Lin Fei presented the recording of Bai Chong's account regarding Xiao Tian's coercive behavior towards him and his girlfriend, along with handwritten notes to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu seized the materials with a fierce grip, her expression far from amiable. She merely glanced at the documents, and her countenance immediately changed dramatically. Upon listening to the recording, she had just finished reading the notes, and her gaze fell upon Xiao Tian, inciting a fierce ire within her. Manipulating women, engaging in brawls. Such acts not only transgress moral boundaries but also constitute a profound insult to women. Representing the most despicable behavior, Jiang Yu set down the evidence and promptly pulled out her phone to make a call. Xiao Tian, now aware of the impending danger, attempted to flee. "Stop, you have become a suspect. If you leave this conference room, I will treat it as resisting arrest," Jiang Yu stated sternly, fixing her gaze on Xiao Tian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place, unsure of how to react. "Xiao Mingshan, have you truly allowed Lin Fei to do as he pleases?" Seeing his son in peril, Xiao Mingzhi grew anxious and turned to Xiao Mingshan, speaking in a tone laced with menace. Xiao Mingshan looked pained but remained silent. "If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. Officer Jiang, please take a look at this." Lin Fei then handed Jiang Yu the evidence of Zhang Tianzi's criminal activities provided by Xiao Mingzhi. At this sight, Zhang Tianzi felt his heart shatter. "Lin Fei, how ruthless you are. You're mistaken. It is Xiao Mingzhi who is truly ruthless," Lin Fei replied with a calm smile. Zhang Tianzi, jolted by Lin Fei's words, turned to Xiao Mingzhi, his fists clenched and teeth gritted, his anger boiling over. "Xiao Mingzhi, if you dare to betray me, I will ensure we both face ruin." "Zhang Tianzi, are you foolish?" Lin Fei was deliberately sowing discord. "I don't care. I will make sure you accompany me to prison. Fool! Scoundrel! Enough. Take your issues to the police station." Lin Fei slammed the table, interrupting the two who were at each other's throats. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Chapter 86. Lin Fei's resolve. Bang. The conference room door was forcefully pushed open, revealing 4 policemen, with the foremost being Officer Lao Li. His gaze immediately fell on Lin Fei, who was seated calmly, which eased his tension. Since last night when Director Zhang Jun had alerted him, Lao Li's greatest concern had been whether Jiang Yu would cause trouble for Lin Fei. Upon receiving Jiang Yu's notification to bring people from the Meizishuang group, he had contacted relevant personnel and departments en route, learning that Lin Fei was present, which made his heart race. Now, seeing Jiang Yu standing behind Lin Fei, her gaze fixed on the flushed Zhang Tianzi and Xiao Mingzhi, Lao Li felt his worries dissipate. Jiang Yu was the epitome of a righteous female detective. Lin Fei had undoubtedly provoked her, and he was bound to face her wrathful retribution. However, such retribution would not involve slander. It was contingent upon whether one chose to abide by the law. "Captain Jiang, we have arrived," Lao Li said, approaching Jiang Yu and quickly regaining his composure. "Lao Li, take all 4 of them to the police station for interrogation. This is part of the evidence," Jiang Yu instructed, gesturing towards Xiao Mingzhi and the others. Before handing the evidence Lin Fei provided to Lao Li merely glanced at it, his anger flaring at the sheer audacity of their actions. However, he was further dismayed, realizing that this case seemed beyond the jurisdiction of criminal police. Nonetheless, he dared not oppose Captain Jiang's orders. "Captain Jiang, will you be returning with us?" "No, I have other matters to attend to." "Understood." After Lao Li saluted Jiang Yu, he gestured for the 4 individuals to follow him, directing his attention towards Xiao Mingzhi. Upon seeing Lao Li approach, Xiao Mingzhi's expression shifted, but he turned to Xiao Mingshan. "Xiao Mingshan, if I am taken away by Lao Li, you will regret it." Even at this moment, Xiao Mingzhi continued to intimidate Xiao Mingshan, astonishing everyone, including Lin Fei. What shocked them even more was Xiao Mingshan's response. "Officer, may I arrange bail for Xiao Mingzhi?" To their surprise, Xiao Mingshan stood up and turned to Jiang Yu for a discussion. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Fei, both of them taken aback. Lin Fei had heard many tales about Xiao Mingshan during his 3-month internship here. Whether it was her bold reforms or her resilience in driving product competition and innovation, she was indeed a formidable woman, a cool-headed CEO. However, Everything that transpired today was utterly unexpected. It seemed that Xiao Mingshan held some leverage over Xiao Mingzhi and Xiao Tian. Otherwise, they would not behave so arrogantly, and she would not appear so troubled, even pleading for them in such circumstances. Lao Li, too, looked to Jiang Yu, awaiting her directive. Take them all back. We will discuss it further after the investigation, Jiang Yu said, furrowing her brow as she waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Mingzhi's expression darkened, but he quickly raised his head to look at Xiao Mingshan. Mingshan, we are all from the Xiao family. If your father finds out I was arrested, he will be heartbroken, so I hope to return home safely before tonight. His words, though seemingly innocuous, carried an underlying threat that was unmistakable to Jiang Yu, who had a background in criminal investigation. Xiao Mingzhi was subtly communicating a deadline to Xiao Mingshan. Her face turned icy, her teeth biting her lip, and after a lengthy pause, she finally nodded in agreement. I understand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingzhi exhaled, nodding at Xiao Tian. Initially, Xiao Tian had been on the verge of panic at the thought of being taken away by the police. But now, with his father's approval, he felt rejuvenated. Haha, Lin Fei. What can happen to me if I enter the police station? I have committed no serious crime. I will be out soon. Just wait, and you will see who the true clever one and the real powerful one is. Xiao Tian's arrogant laughter echoed in the conference room, reverberating in the minds of all present. Xiao Mingshan remained silent, her face a mask of anguish and helplessness. Take them away. Jiang Yu, feeling frustrated, issued another loud command. Lao Li and his team swiftly escorted each individual out of the conference room. Jiang Yu cast a glance at Lin Fei, shaking her phone to indicate she would call him later. Before exiting, Lin Fei had been troubled by the arrogance of Xiao Mingzhi and his son, and he had glanced towards Xiao Mingshan several times. She had kept her head down in silence, but it was evident she was deep in thought, seemingly preparing to make a difficult decision. It was rare for such a strong-willed woman to be so conflicted, unless family ties. Lin Fei pieced it all together. And suddenly it made sense. Miss Xiao, this matter pertains to the recruitment of these interns. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled as he addressed Xiao Mingshan. Xiao Mingshan was jolted from her reverie by Lin Fei's words. Quickly regaining her composure and adjusting her disheveled hair, her expression returning to normal as she focused on Li Tai and the others. At that moment, Li Tai and Zhao Dong were perched precariously on the edge of their seats. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, gripping the armrests tightly, their palms damp with perspiration, feeling a profound sense of unease. Regarding our recruitment, Xiao Mingshan paused momentarily. The faces of Li Tai and Zhao Dong turned ashen, their eyes pleadingly fixed on Xiao Mingshan. I respect the previous decision made. As Xiao Mingshan uttered this phrase, it seemed as though her spirit had been drained, and she lost all color. Lin Fei remained silent, but his gaze narrowed slightly at Xiao Mingshan. This choice was anticipated. He was increasingly convinced that Xiao Mingzhi and his son had a firm grip on Xiao Mingshan's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, she would not have capitulated. Li Tai and Zhao Dong sighed in relief, their bodies relaxing as they leaned back in their chairs. Thank you, Ms. Xiao. We will certainly work hard and contribute our utmost to the development of the misfortune group. Li Tai and Zhao Dong beamed with sycophantic smiles, as did the others. Xiao Mingshan nodded in acknowledgement. The two of them, feeling reassured, looked at Lin Fei, their eyes betraying both fear and a sense of triumph. In contrast, those who had not been hired, such as Wang Zhigua, wore expressions of disdain and arrogance. Wang Zhigua, seated beside Lin Fei, felt utterly deflated. He had initially thought that with these developments, Lin Fei, as a major shareholder, would offer suggestions or even help him stage a comeback. Instead, he respected Xiao Mingshan's decision, which left him feeling disappointed as he stood up to leave. Wang Zhigua, take care. I wish you great success in your new company and hope you learn your lesson and make genuine friends. Li Tai said, mixing excitement with scorn. The flash of anger crossed Wang Zhigua's face as he scoffed and prepared to walk away. However, before he could take a step, a strong hand grasped his arm. Sit down. If you cannot endure this minor setback, how can you bear the responsibilities at misfortune group? Lin Fei's voice brimmed with reproach. What? Wang Zhigua exclaimed in surprise. Ms. Xiao, I respect your decision, but I would also like to express my thoughts regarding personnel recruitment. Lin Fei disregarded Wang Zhigua's reaction and turned to Xiao Mingshan. Seeing that Xiao Mingshan was unwilling to change her mind, Lin Fei had no intention of pressuring her. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. Wang Zhigua. Zhang Zhizhong, Li Na. These 8 individuals have all demonstrated exceptional performance during their internships, and I wish to have them hired by the company. Simultaneously, Wang Zhigua was appointed as the chief designer of the misfortune group. As for Li Tai, Zhao Dong, and their 3 colleagues. Chapter 87. The game is you. Wang Zhigua, a mere newcomer, being named the chief designer of the misfortune group, left Zai Mingxian astounded, and even Wang Zhigua himself was taken aback. Lin Fei, you can't be serious, can you? Wang Zhigua questioned, disbelief etched on his face. Zai Mingxian echoed his surprise. Is this really your decision, Lin Fei? Xiaodong, you must be aware that since the shareholders' meeting commenced, I have been the chairman of this company. Is what I say not a decision? Lin Fei replied, cleverly addressing both Wang Zhigua and Zai Mingxian in one fell swoop. Zai Mingxian, feeling a pang of disappointment, nodded silently. At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous. The matter concerning Xiao Mingzhi needed resolution, and the misfortune group, which she had tirelessly fought to preserve, was effectively under someone else's control, rendering her little more than a mere shareholder. Li Tai and Zhao Dong, who had been elated, suddenly returned to a state of tension, adopting the same anxious posture as before. Lin Fei, noticing their unease, addressed them directly. Li Tai, Zhao Dong, you five have shown great enthusiasm in assisting the company with staff reductions. Your skills are well suited for security roles. So, he paused deliberately. The room fell silent, all ears straining to hear Lin Fei's next words. You are fortunate to be among the first highly educated security personnel of the misfortune group. Come, let us all applaud. With a genuine smile, Lin Fei initiated the applause. Wang Zhigua, sitting beside him, first registered shock, then a sense of vindication, and finally joy as he clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming congratulations. Li Tai, Zhao Dong, and their companions were rendered speechless, their faces resembling that of a donkey, as if they had tasted the bitterest herbs. The delight Zai Mingxian had felt moments ago evaporated. Even she, who had been weighed down by melancholy, was stunned by Lin Fei's decision. Her gaze fixed on him, increasingly convinced of his remarkable abilities to manipulate the situation with such finesse. Lin Fei, are you taking revenge on us? Li Tai sprang to his feet, shouting in anger. Indeed, this is nothing short of shameless. Zhao Dong and the others joined in the outcry. The meeting room erupted in chaos as all eyes turned once more to Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei smiled nonchalantly, seemingly impervious to their glares. You may interpret it as such, he stated with an air of self-assurance. Li Tai and the others pointed at Lin Fei, almost spitting blood in their fury, having never encountered such blatant audacity. Li Tai, you are my employees, and I am entitled to assign roles as I see fit. Is there a problem? Lin Fei countered with a grin. He was not incorrect. Having been hired by the misfortune group without a defined position, the company could assign them as it pleased. Wang Zhigua, sitting beside Lin Fei, felt a rush of excitement, his face flushed and fists clenched. This was cathartic. Since his internship began, he had endured much from Bai Chong and others. Now, with Bai Chong in police custody and these five relegated to security duties, justice was served. Zai Mingxian's gaze turned to the impetuous Lin Fei, shaking her head internally, feeling that the misfortune group was doomed. Lin Fei, are you toying with us? I am indeed playing with you, Lin Fei retorted. You wish to force us to resign. We shall not resign, and we shall not grant you your wish. Li Tai and Zhao Dong exchanged glances, resolutely expressing their determination. That's the spirit. A man must withstand adversity and strive diligently. I have high hopes for you. Li Tai and the others fell into a stunned silence, just as everyone thought the matter had settled. Lin Fei suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the atmosphere in the meeting room to tense once more. Li Tai, Zhao Dong, your blatant defiance against me and your insubordination warrants a deduction of 1 month's salary for each of you. Ah? Li Tai and Zhao Dong gasped in unison, staring at Lin Fei, their mouths agape, struggling to find words. They would earn not a penny, but instead owe the company money. What a cruel twist, hiss, the other interns. Whether remaining or not, now regarded Lin Fei with awe. Lin Fei stood, surveying the room. Remember this. Anyone who stands with me, Lin Fei, will find their lives enriched with wealth. Conversely, those who oppose me will be plagued by nightmares. Do not dwell on the past with me. I am a creator of history. Zhang Qi, incarcerated. Xiao Tian, dismissed, ended up in jail. Bai Chong, who looked down on me, also ended up behind bars. Li Tai and Zhao Dong, who scorned me, now find themselves in security. You choose your own destinies. I indulge in my wealth, Lin Fei concluded, casting a final glance at each face before striding out. Today, the air of resolution had been cleared at the misfortune group, and the remaining matters were paramount. There was no need to squander time further with these individuals. The others in the meeting room gazed at Lin Fei's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a sense of awe. Those who once belittled Lin Fei now found themselves engulfed in a surreal realization. Even Zai Mingxian felt as if she were in a dream, utterly bewildered. this Lin Fei, with his vindictive precision when exacting revenge, yet deep camaraderie when aiding Wang Zhigua, and his generous gift of shares to Lin Karen, left one utterly impressed. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, his actions today would soon circulate among the employees of Misfortune. Solidifying his authority, at Jiangnan Airport, Mu Xinchuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the waiting hall, gazing at the planes racing down the runway and the bustling vehicles, her heart in turmoil. She looked up at the vast, clear sky, where only a wisp of cloud could be discerned. She let out a deep sigh, reflecting on how pure her heart once was, focused solely on acting, pursuing life as a performance. Yet, unexpectedly, a character named Lin Fei had emerged in her play. This man had taken her first love and sparked the success of her most renowned film, leaving her caught in a web of emotions, neither love nor hate. Just chaos, especially when she considered the unavoidable marriage tied to her family and the questioning gaze of Jiang Yu. Mu Xinchuan's heart became increasingly distressed. Jiangnan City, a farewell. Lin Fei, a farewell. From now on, she would seek solace in a quiet corner, reassembling her life. A tear rolled down her cheek as she gradually relaxed her grip on her phone, illuminated the screen, located the not-so-familiar WeChat number, and began to type. "What are you doing in my office?" Zai Mingxin's voice echoed at the office door. Chapter 88. The Pain of Farewell. Lin Fei sat on the sofa, a steaming cup of water belonging to Zai Mingxin before him. Half full. "Xiao Dong, I'm thirsty that I came to your office for a sip of water. I hope you don't mind," he said cheerfully. Zai Mingxin's surprised expression darkened into a stormy visage in an instant, but within 3 seconds, it transformed into a radiant smile. "If Mr. Lin likes it, the cup is yours. However, I need a favor." "Oh, please, go ahead." Lin Fei feigned surprise, a smile gracing his lips. "Please help bail out the Xiao Mingzhi father and son. By the way, I recall you mentioning your close ties with the police chief. This should be easy for you." Zai Mingxin, fearing Lin Fei's refusal, swiftly cornered him with her words. "Xiao Dong, the Xiao Mingzhi father and son have not treated you well. Why assist them?" Lin Fei asked, taking a sip of water and placing the cup down. "This is a matter for the Xiao family." Zai Mingxin's expression darkened, panic creeping in. "I'm sorry, I won't help." "Why not? The Xiao Mingzhi father and son have displeased me. This is my family's affair." Zai Mingxin rolled her eyes in frustration. "Mr. Lin, this is my office. Please leave. I am the largest shareholder and the future chairman. Rest assured, tomorrow, I will vacate the office for you, and I will also leave the Misfortune group." Although Zai Mingxin's tone was resolute, it carried a hint of sadness. "Xiao Dong, I suggest you reconsider my offer for you to be my secretary. I'm sincere in this, and no need. Please leave, Xiao Dong." Just then, Lin Fei's phone rang. Interrupting him, he opened it to find an unread WeChat message. Upon clicking, a sun icon appeared, labeled Wandering Cloud. It was a message from Mu Xinchuan, and Lin Fei hurriedly opened it. "Lin Fei, by the time you read this message, I will have boarded a plane, leaving Jiangnan City. Our encounter bears no right or wrong, only karmic ties. As fate concludes, we part ways. I wish you all the best." "Why?" Lin Fei jumped to his feet, gripping his phone tightly, yelling out the window in despair. Zai Mingxin was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Lin Fei dashed out of the office like a madman. Zai Mingxin was taken aback, rushing to the door, only to see Lin Fei's back as he hurried down the stairs, the entrance of the Misfortune group. Lin Feifeng rushed out with great urgency, heading straight for the entrance. Suddenly, a car horn blared behind him. He turned to see Jiang Yu driving closely behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei opened the car door and climbed in. "Hurry to the airport. The faster, the better," he urged. "No." Jiang Yu replied, "Mu Xinchuan is about to board a flight. You must take me there." Aware of the connection between Jiang Yu and Mu Xinchuan, Lin Fei spoke candidly. Jiang Yu's expression flickered with surprise, yet she seemed to grasp the situation immediately. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped away. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, broken only by Lin Fei's incessant attempts to reach Mu Xinchuan, only to be met with the automated message. "The number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Lin Fei's face darkened, his teeth clenched upon his lip, fists tightening in frustration. Each time he hung up, he would strike the seat in a display of pent-up anger and anxiety. Jiang Yu drove rapidly, even running several non-threatening red lights. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the airport. Lin Fei leaped out before the car had fully stopped, racing into the departure hall and scanning the area for any sign of her. But to no avail. Unwilling to concede defeat, he traversed the 3 levels of the terminal multiple times, yet Mu Xinchuan remained elusive. Finally, exhaustion overcame him, and he slumped in a corner, disappointment and anguish etched across his face. She left on a flight 20 minutes ago, headed for M country, Jiang Yu stated as she approached him. Lin Fei sprang to his feet, seizing Jiang Yu's arm. How do you know? He demanded. That I found out. She replied, waving her police badge. Defeated, Lin Fei sank back to the ground, hands covering his head, echoes of Mu Xinchuan's words ringing in his ears. Come marry me when you become the world's richest man. Is it truly because I am poor? He lamented. I could have substantial wealth, he muttered, striking his head in frustration. Lin Fei, you are mistaken. In Mu Xinchuan's eyes, money is the least significant thing, Jiang Yu remarked, squatting beside him. Then why does she want me to become the world's richest man before marrying her? He questioned. Because you do not understand her at all. You are unaware of the burden she carries, of the struggle she would face being with you, Jiang Yu replied. You know her. Please tell me, why won't she accept me? Lin Fei implored, shaking Jiang Yu's arm vigorously. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, her instinct to retaliate suppressed by Lin Fei's evident distress. I won't tell you, she stated firmly. You tell me, and I will reveal why there are two Lin Feis. I won't tell you either. Why not? Lin Fei pressed, tightening his grip. Jiang Yu winced at the pain. Let go, she exclaimed. Realizing his intensity, Lin Fei quickly released her. There are many things you would be better off not knowing. Many people cannot be conquered simply by wealth. You are still too weak. You lack the necessary depth. Not wanting Lin Fei to continue in his suffering, Jiang Yu advised. What do you mean by that? Think for yourself. Unless you create a miracle and truly become the world's richest man, perhaps then Mu Xinchuan might consider being with you. After saying this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of inner conflict, perplexed as to why she had disclosed this to Lin Fei. Seemed to awaken something within him. Instantly transformed, Lin Fei turned to the window, tears rolling down his cheeks. He murmured, Mu Xinchuan, you must be mine in this lifetime. With that, he strode purposefully out of the departure hall, not looking back. Jiang Yu shook her head and glanced toward the ticketing area, where a woman in sunglasses was staring intently at them. It was Mu Xinchuan. Earlier, while Lin Fei had been frantically searching, Jiang Yu had already located Mu Xinchuan in the VIP room. Some of the words exchanged between them were what Mu Xinchuan had asked Jiang Yu to relay to Lin Fei, while others were Jiang Yu's own sentiments. Jiang Yu waved at Mu Xinchuan before turning to follow Lin Fei. Tears streamed down Mu Xinchuan's fair cheeks behind her glasses, as she had not anticipated Lin Fei's genuine affection for her. If only life could always be as it was at first sight, she thought, wishing to remain in this dream forever, never to awaken, always together. Lin Fei, I helped you twice today. Can you now reveal the truth about the two Lin Feis? Jiang Yu asked while driving. Do you truly wish to know? I do? Very well. Tell me Mu Xinchuan's background and all her secrets. Impossible. Then I shall not divulge anything either. Humph. If you refuse to speak, I will follow you for 24 hours. As you wish. Lin Fei closed his eyes, appearing as if he had drifted into slumber. His consciousness had entered the system. System, master. How may I assist you? I wish to know if Mu Xinchuan can return to my side. Well, that I cannot say for certain. Aren't you the all-powerful system? I apologize. Some secrets cannot be revealed. Get lost, master. Must you be so rude to such a charming little girl? Lin Fei, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain his anger at the system's teasing. Master, you are free to do as you please. After all, you have only one day left. If you fail to complete the task of having the female CEO serve as your secretary, prepare for dire consequences. The system's mischievous laughter echoed. Silence. Lin Fei fumed, nearly losing his mind. Where to now? Jiang Yu's voice cut through Lin Fei's thoughts. Find me a bar, he replied, returning to reality. I'm hungry. The bar it is. Jiang Yu shot him an irritated glance. It was still early afternoon, and many bars had yet to open. After driving through the bar street, they finally stopped at a place called True Love Bar, the only establishment open for business. Upon entering, they found the staff busily preparing, with no one greeting them. Lin Fei marched straight to the counter. I want 6 bottles of vodka. The server, caught off guard, paused in surprise. What on earth is today? First a woman orders 2 bottles, and now you want 6. My goodness, sir, please wait. The waitress, eager to earn her keep, quickly fetched the drinks. Order what you want. It's on me, Lin Fei said, grabbing the bottles and heading to a corner. Such a lack of decorum, Jiang Yu scoffed. Though the bar was illuminated, the lighting cast a hazy ambience, perhaps intentionally designed to create a sense of mystery. Lin Fei sought out a secluded corner, but found one occupied by a woman, so he settled in another. Opening a bottle of vodka, he drank straight from it, gulping down the contents. When Jiang Yu returned with her cocktail, Lin Fei had already downed 2 bottles, which made her frown deepen in concern. It was reckless to consume vodka as if it were water. "Do you truly love Mu Xinchuan?" Jiang Yu inquired. Taking a small sip, Lin Fei remained silent, merely nodding. "What if pursuing her puts your life at risk? Are you not afraid?" "Life at risk?" He hesitated, recalling Mu Xinchuan's similar warning from the previous day about formidable challenges. "No matter if he is a king or a president, if I, Lin Fei, desire a woman, she shall be mine in this lifetime. Whoever stands in my way shall perish," Lin Fei declared, downing a 3rd bottle in one go. Jiang Yu felt a shiver run through her. Something about his words struck a chord within her, and she found herself feeling a strange sense of happiness for Mu Xinchuan, even experiencing a flutter in her heart. If only she had such a man pursuing her. "Server, bring me 2 more bottles of vodka," a voice suddenly called from another corner. Lin Fei and Jiang Yu simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. "Xiaoming Shan?" Lin Fei stood up, ready to approach her. "Men are truly shallow. They can't resist the allure of women," Jiang Yu remarked with slight annoyance. "Did you not find Xiaoming Shan's behavior in the conference room peculiar? Did you not notice how arrogant Xiao Mingzhi and the others were?" Lin Fei replied, sitting back down. "So what?" Jiang Yu feigned indifference. "There is undoubtedly something amiss. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so preoccupied and come here to drink." "Then let us wait and see," Jiang Yu suggested, her analytical skills as a detective sharper than Lin Fei's. She had spotted Xiaoming Shan upon entering and discerned something was off, yet she chose to remain still and observe. Lin Fei's eyes brightened as he nodded, continuing to drink while casting glances at the solitary Xiaoming Shan. Moments later, a young man in a white suit entered the bar, standing around 6 feet tall. Sporting gold-rimmed glasses and short hair, after surveying the room, his gaze landed on Xiaoming Shan, and he approached her with evident excitement. "Here comes the drama," Jiang Yu murmured. Despite having consumed 4 bottles of vodka, Lin Fei remained clear-headed. He activated his heightened senses, focusing on the interaction between Xiaoming Shan and the newcomer, eager to uncover the reason behind Xiaoming Shan's unusual demeanor. "Ming Shan, why have you suddenly come here to drink? You've consumed far too much. You must not continue. Allow me to assist you in leaving." The man approached and directly intervened. "Hijie, I refuse to go." Xiaoming Shan seemed to express her annoyance, pushing Hijie's hand away as she spoke. "Ming Shan, do not be willful. Please behave." Hijie insisted once more. "Hijie, is there any way to secure the release of Xiao Mingzhi and Xiao Tian?" Xiaoming Shan again pushed Hijie away. Hijie halted, a glint of triumph flickering in his eyes. "Ming Shan, this matter might prove somewhat challenging. Primarily, I need to solicit assistance, and I must have a valid reason. If I claim they are friends, they may not extend their full support." Hijie deliberately framed the situation as rather difficult. "Hijie, spare me your endless prattle. Just ensure the release of Xiao Mingzhi and Xiao Tian, and I shall accept your proposal." Xiaoming Shan appeared genuinely inebriated, her voice rising considerably as Lin Fei and Jiang Yu listened intently. They exchanged glances, clearly astonished. Lin Fei did not recognize Hijie, but Jiang Yu was aware he was a notorious playboy. The son of the president of Changtian Real Estate Company in Jiangnan City, now the general manager and future president. However, his reputation was as infamous as his company. Jiang Yu could not help but furrow her brow. "Ming Shan, are you speaking the truth?" Hijie asked, somewhat agitated. "Indeed. I, Xiaoming Shan, always keep my word." "Very well, wait a moment. I shall contact them immediately." Hijie responded with a broad smile as he made his way toward the bar entrance. Lin Fei's brow furrowed even tighter. He turned to Jiang Yu and spoke in a hushed voice. "We must find a way to thwart Hijie's success. Regardless, if you can achieve this, I shall reveal 2 secrets about Lin Fei. No, you must also tell me about the sounds from last night." Jiang Yu replied, a flush crossing her face. Lin Fei readily agreed with a nod. Jiang Yu took out her phone and walked toward the restroom. A few minutes later, Hijie returned, his expression beaming with delight. Jiang Yu emerged from the restroom and flashed an okay gesture at Lin Fei. A slight smile curved Lin Fei's lips. Who would ultimately prevail? Chapter 90. Wife. "Come here for a moment, Ming Shan. They have agreed. Your uncle and cousin will be released shortly. Now let us depart." Hijie returned to his seat, once again attempting to assist Xiaoming Shan in leaving. "Hijie, I will not leave until I have confirmed their release via phone." "Ming Shan, do you not trust my abilities?" "Rest assured, if I can accomplish this, I shall take you to a hotel today." Xiaoming Shan spoke decisively. Hijie's face lit up with joy. Lin Fei and Jiang Yu exchanged incredulous glances. It was well known that Xiaoming Shan had countless suitors, each employing various means to court her, all from diverse family backgrounds. Yet, she had always regarded them with disdain. How could this be in the bar? The four of them, each with their own thoughts, began to drink. 20 minutes later, He-Jia's phone rang. Upon seeing the number, he was elated and dashed outside. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu, his expression questioning. Jiang Yu shook her head, indicating for him to remain calm. 5 minutes later, He-Jia returned, his countenance noticeably darkened. Approaching Xiao Mingshan's table, he donned a smile. Mingshan, they say the paperwork is being processed. They will be out soon, rest assured. I shall keep you company for a drink, He-Jia declared, picking up a bottle of liquor and clinking glasses with Xiao Mingshan before downing it in one go. Xiao Mingshan remained silent, merely drinking. Upon hearing that the release was imminent, Lin Fei glanced at Jiang Yu, seeking confirmation. Jiang Yu pulled out her phone, about to dial, when she received a message. After reading it, she handed it to Lin Fei. Captain Jiang, bail is denied. This has been approved by the chief. Lin Fei looked up at He-Jia, his gaze narrowing, having already sentenced this man to failure. Moments later, Xiao Mingshan had clearly indulged too much. Mingshan, let us step outside. I will take you to see your uncle. With that, he attempted to assist Xiao Mingshan in departing. She wished to protest, but twice she was unable to push He-Jia away. Seizing the opportunity, He-Jia took advantage of Xiao Mingshan's inebriation. Lin Fei sprang to his feet, striding toward the table occupied by Xiao Mingshan and He-Jia. At this moment, Xiao Mingshan, still clad in her professional attire, appeared disheveled, her face flushed, clearly having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Xiao Dong. Upon witnessing Xiao Mingshan's hazy state, Lin Fei felt a pang of heartache. Was this how Mu Xinchuan felt that day, leading her to mistakenly enter the wrong room, resulting in a night of passion with him? Xiao Mingshan, in a daze, finally recognized Lin Fei. Lin, Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Come, drink with me, she exclaimed, seizing the inverted glass from the table and placing it before Lin Fei, then effortlessly pouring him a glass of vodka. Lin Fei said nothing further, raising the glass and clinking it with Xiao Mingshan's before downing it in one gulp. He-Jia, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of displeasure, particularly as he saw Xiao Mingshan willingly serve Lin Fei. His anger intensified. Xiao Mingshan had always looked down on men, even when He-Jia had been endeavoring to assist her. She had not poured him a drink, yet this Lin Fei received such treatment, striking a blow to He-Jia's inflated ego. Sir, do you know Mingshan? He-Jia inquired with an unfriendly tone. I am her colleague. Mingshan has drunk too much. She cannot continue. Let us save it for another day, He-Jia concluded, glaring at Lin Fei with a warning glare. Lin Fei smiled slightly. Xiao Dong is quite sober. Is she not? Right, Xiao Dong. Mr. Lin, let us continue drinking. Xiao Mingshan seemed eager to demonstrate her sobriety through her actions. Please leave immediately or step aside. He-Jia barked fiercely. Who are you? Lin Fei retorted coldly. I am her fiancé, He-Jia replied with pride. Her fiancé? Lin Fei was taken aback. Indeed. He-Jia smirked arrogantly. Lin Fei stared at He-Jia for what felt like an eternity. He could not believe that this wolf in human skin could be Xiao Mingshan's fiancé. He-Jia, let me be clear. If Xiao Mingzhi and the others are not released, I will maintain my previous stance and will not acquiesce. Xiao Mingshan slurred from the sidelines. Mingshan, did I not tell you? They are processing the bail paperwork, and I will take you to see them now. He-Jia glared at Lin Fei with displeasure, attempting once more to assist Xiao Mingshan in departing. Whom did you hear was processing the bail paperwork? Lin Fei asked with a cold smile. Its none of your concern. Xiao Dong, my friend informed me that Xiao Mingzhi and the others cannot be bailed out. What? Xiao Mingshan gasped, her intoxication seemingly evaporating as she anxiously glanced at her watch. Kid, who are you to spout such nonsense? Get out of my way, He-Jia threatened angrily, his deception exposed. My girlfriend is the team leader of the criminal police. She informed me of this. Lin Fei stood tall. Addressing He-Jia, He-Jia was stunned. Xiao Mingshan looked at Lin Fei, her eyes filled with complexity. She opened her mouth twice, wanting to seek help, but ultimately remained silent. I could claim that a high-ranking official is my relative. Your words must be believed by someone. He-Jia quickly regained his composure, sneering, Wife, come over here and verify this for him. Lin Fei beckoned Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was seething with fury, and although Lin Fei stepped in to prevent her from intervening, claiming it was not her concern, she was now being called wife, which infuriated her further. Lin Fei, you are courting disaster. Jiang Yu stood up, radiating hostility as she approached Lin Fei. Wife, once we return today, I will answer all your questions. Lin Fei sensed Jiang Yu's wrath and, realizing he must complete the task of having Xiao Mingshan work as his secretary, had to make sacrifices. Jiang Yu had been prepared to unleash her fury on Lin Fei, but his words instantly quelled her anger. I am the team leader of the criminal police. I can attest that Xiao Mingzhi cannot be bailed out. Jiang Yu glared at Lin Fei before turning to He Jie, producing her badge to He Jie. At this moment, Xiao Mingshan grasped everything, glaring at He Jie with fury. He Jie, you were deceiving me all along. Mingshan, let me explain. This matter is still silence, He Jie, for a man like you. I have long stated that unless I am dead, you shall never have me, Mingshan. Did you not say today, huh? Did you truly believe that? I am prepared to have Xiao Mingzhi released. I am ready to die immediately. My happiness shall not be sacrificed at your hands. Xiao Mingshan, are you toying with me? Have you and Xiao Mingzhi been conspiring against me all along? Do you think I am unaware? Then why still? Why? Ha ha, why? Tears streamed down Xiao Mingshan's face. Chapter 91. Xiao Mingshan's plight. 3 years ago, my grandfather mysteriously vanished. A year ago, my father suddenly fell ill. Are these events mere coincidences? After 2 years of disguise, Xiao Mingzhi has now audaciously leveraged my grandfather's life as a means of blackmail. Shortly after my father fell ill, you conspired with Xiao Mingzhi, intending for me to become your fiancé, using the company, which my grandfather cherished as his lifeblood and my father regarded as his lifelong aspiration, as leverage. Enough. I have had enough. The Misfortune Group is no longer our greatest shareholder, and its fate is now of no concern to me. My only hope now is to secure the release of Xiao Mingzhi. If he still possesses a shred of conscience, he will free my grandfather. If he has lost all sense of morality, then this shall be my final effort for my grandfather. Therefore, after today, I shall no longer roam this earth. Tears streamed down Xiao Mingshan's face, as though she sought to release all the grievances she had endured over the past 3 years. Lin Fei and Jiang Yu, having witnessed Xiao Mingshan's hesitance today, suddenly comprehended the profound anguish she bore within her. Ha! Xiao Mingshan, you deceive me. Do you not care about your father's life? You wish to end it all. Do you truly believe it would be that simple? He Jie spoke with a chilling tone. He Jie, I have investigated my father's situation. He is not ill. He has been poisoned with a curse. I once sought help to lift it, but my efforts were in vain in this world. If someone wishes to harm him, who else could it be but Xiao Mingzhi? Now that the Misfortune Group is gone, the only threat Xiao Mingzhi poses to me is his desire to marry you. A scoundrel. Do you think that is possible? Give up. Even if it means my death, I will not marry you. Nor will I allow Xiao Mingzhi another opportunity to threaten me. Faced with He Jie's mocking threats, Xiao Mingshan became hysterical. Nevertheless, the loneliness, pain, and helplessness etched on her face filled Lin Fei and Jiang Yu with profound disdain for He Jie. Director Xiao, given the circumstances, why not choose to report this to the authorities? Jiang Yu, unable to contain her fury, stepped forward. Captain Jiang, I would very much like to report this, but if I do, I cannot rescue my grandfather in time. And he will perish, and my father, too, could succumb to the curse at any moment. This double-edged threat leaves me powerless. Were it not for my resilience, the Misfortune Group would have collapsed long ago. As for the shareholders claiming my reforms have infringed upon their interests, that is simply laughable. If I had truly violated their interests, Xiao Mingzhi could have easily ousted me as chairperson by merging his shares with Zhang Tianzi's, yet he did not, because they understand their own limitations and require me. Their golden goose. After speaking, Xiao Mingshan collapsed onto the sofa in despair. Inside the bar, the staff maintained a solemn silence, their eyes occasionally darting towards the scene. Jiang Yu remained speechless, while Lin Fei appeared as though he had been petrified. For his consciousness, system, is there a way to lift the curse afflicting Xiao Mingshan's father, master? The key to lifting the curse lies in identifying the one who inflicted it. You currently lack the knowledge of curses. Any rash attempt may yield adverse effects. Then what should I do? In the marketplace, there are life and death pills. The life pill grants life, while the death pill brings death. You could attempt to administer the death pill to Xiao Mingshan's father, allowing the curse to perish alongside him. Then, you could use the life pill to bring him back to life. But what if the one who cast the curse removes it first? Master, I am merely providing a strategy. I cannot predict the outcomes of such a scenario. Besides, Xiao Mingshan's father is akin to a living corpse. We may as well try to revive a dead horse as if it were alive. The system's youthful voice conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. Why can't this wretched system be a bit more formidable? Lin Fei couldn't help but scold. Ha ha, congratulations, master. Congratulations for what? Your intelligence has dropped to 0. You? Lin Fei realized he had been tricked. Haha, serves you right for scolding me last time. Get lost? Lin Fei understood he had fallen for the ruse. Since the system had revealed a method, it must be feasible. He had been too concerned and therefore had been deceived. Lin Fei immediately entered the system marketplace, only to find a significant increase in the variety of purchasable items, including cloaks of invisibility, pharmaceuticals, and books. Upon seeing these items, Lin Fei was invigorated, for his previous prank on Jiang Yu had earned him a reward of 200,000 merit points, allowing him to purchase many items. He hurriedly searched for the life and death pills, dismayed to find that each required 500,000 merit points, causing him to wince in pain. However, with only one day left to complete the task for the female CEO's secretary, Lin Fei pressed on. After purchasing the life and death pills, Lin Fei exited his trance. Just then, he just spoke up. Xiaomingshan, I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. This matter does not concern me. Since you have deceived me, I shall take my leave. Although He Jie was furious, he did not dare to act brazenly in the presence of Jiang Yu, the police officer, and instead sought to exit quickly. Lin Fei had long been incensed by He Jie. Were it not for Jiang Yu, he would have relished the opportunity to strike out on Xiaomingshan's behalf. Though his heart yearned for Mu Xinchuan, the instinct to be the gallant hero for Xiaomingshan, the future secretary to the CEO, was undeniable. Moreover, if He Jie were to leave and truly conspired to harm Xiaomingshan's father, it would spell danger. Lin Fei quickly nudged Jiang Yu and subtly signaled her to apprehend him. He Jie, you are currently suspected of conspiring to kidnap and poison someone. Please accompany me to the police station for questioning. Although Jiang Yu was unsure of the charges against He Jie, she had no qualms about placing a hefty accusation to restrain him. On what grounds? You are slandering me. Do you have an arrest warrant? He Jie immediately bristled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If there are issues, you may address them at the police station. I will have someone deliver the arrest warrant immediately. Jiang Yu spoke with unwavering resolve, promptly dialing a number to take action. Seeing Jiang Yu succeed, Lin Fei seized Xiaomingshan's hand and dashed outside. Xiaomingshan, do not leave. He Jie, alarmed by Xiaomingshan's attempt to flee, hurried after her but was blocked by Jiang Yu. Sir, please settle your bill. The waiter, noticing Lin Fei and Xiaomingshan leaving, rushed towards them. No need to search. Lin Fei tossed a bundle of cash at the server. Outside, a gust of wind swept past, causing Xiaomingshan to begin retching, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Lin Fei, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yu detained He Jie, preventing him from making any outside contact. We are heading to the hospital to find a way to save your father. Do you have a solution? I will do my utmost. Xiaomingshan's heart soared with hope, and she promptly inquired. Why help me? Because I need you as the female CEO's secretary. Xiaomingshan was taken aback, her thoughts racing with this absurd notion. Chapter 92. Between Life and Death in the Advanced Ward 606 of Jiangnan City's first hospital. Xiaomingshan's father, Xiao Mingyi, lay quietly in his hospital gown, his face ashen and devoid of color, his frame emaciated and skeletal. Various medical instruments surrounded him, and in 4 drip fed into his arm, as though he might take his last breath at any moment. This was the extent of care the wealthy could afford. Otherwise, he would simply die. A middle-aged woman sat beside him, continually wiping her tears. At this moment, Xiaomingshan and Lin Fei had arrived at the entrance of the ward, where she abruptly halted. Turning, she cast a grave look at Lin Fei. What is your level of confidence? Not even 1%, but if we do not attempt it, he is doomed. Xiaomingshan rolled her eyes, recognizing the harsh reality. What do you propose for treatment? Lin Fei produced 2 porcelain vials. This black vial contains the death pill. Give it to your father, allowing him to die and take the curse with him. Then use this white vial containing the life pill to revive him. The mention of life and death pills sounded like a fable to Xiaomingshan, illuminating her curiosity. Where did you acquire this? A secret. You may choose not to believe me, but this is indeed the only method. You should understand the nature of the curse. It is linked to its master. Xiaomingshan bowed her head, hesitating, torn with indecision. Director Xiao, if I cannot cure him, you may choose to hold me accountable or demand that I transfer all my shares in Mizasong to you as compensation. Lin Fei regarded Xiaomingshan and spoke calmly. Xiaomingshan first expressed surprise, followed by gratitude, realizing Lin Fei was genuinely assisting her. You truly only want me to be your secretary? Indeed. Many could fulfill that role, including your courier. Why choose me? I admire your capabilities, particularly in management and investment. I need you to help me generate wealth, significant wealth. Why pursue such wealth? To marry. Lin Fei spoke plainly. In that moment, his thoughts were consumed by Mu Xinchuan, instilling him with ambition and resolve. Yet, His words led Xiao Mingshan to misinterpret, believing that his desire to marry referred to her. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly regained her composure, a chairperson accustomed to the cutthroat business world. She had momentarily lost her essence amidst familial ties. Lin Fei, I trust you. I hope for success as well, Lin Fei affirmed with a firm nod. Xiao Mingshan took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and boldly pushed open the door. Mingshan, you have come. Upon hearing the door open, the middle-aged woman hastily wiped her tears and turned to face Xiao Mingshan, forcing a smile. Xiao Mingshan's heart ached, as if pricked by a needle. Mother, you should rest for a while. Have you been drinking? Xiao Mother inquired, catching a whiff of alcohol. Xiao Mingshan nodded. With a sigh, Xiao Mother refrained from reprimanding her daughter, fully aware of the burdens Xiao Mingshan had borne. Who is he? This is a friend of mine, a medical student, here to assist in treating my father. Ah, that's wonderful. Thank you for your efforts. Young man. Zhao's mother immediately displayed a joyful expression, her gaze towards Lin Fei brimming with anticipation. Auntie, I've already heard from Mingshan about uncle's condition. Would it be convenient for you to step outside for a moment? Lin Fei nodded with a slight smile. All right. Although Zhao's mother hesitated, she eventually stepped out, casting a reluctant glance back at the doorway. Xiao Mingshan smiled and nodded reassuringly at her mother. Inside the room, only Xiao Mingshan and Lin Fei remained. Let us begin, Xiao Mingshan softly uttered. Turning her gaze toward Lin Fei, he nodded without a trace of hesitation. Approaching Xiao Ming-yi, he poured out a black pill, the foul odor instantly permeating the air. The unconscious Xiao Ming-yi furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Fei gently pried open his mouth and placed the pill inside. The black pill melted upon contact, and Xiao Ming-yi's previously sallow face turned a ghastly shade of blue, devoid of any struggle. His neck slumped, and he ceased to breathe. Xiao Mingshan's eyes remained fixed on the entire process. Despite being mentally prepared, witnessing this scene compelled her to rush forward in a frenzy. Beep! The connected medical equipment emitted an alarm. Patient in room 606 is in critical condition. Shouts from nurses echoed from outside. Within half a minute, the door burst open, and a group of doctors clad in white coats rushed in. Patient's heartbeat has stopped. Quickly, get the respirator ready. They prepared to transfer the patient to the emergency room for urgent resuscitation. Notify the family and issue a critical condition notice. As the doctors rushed in, they began to organize themselves before even reaching Xiao Ming-yi. There's no need, Lin Fei suddenly obstructed them. Who are you? The leading doctor, Yu Shuai, a man in his 30s with black-rimmed glasses, looked at Lin Fei with confusion. Mingshan, what has happened to your father? Zhao's mother returned from the restroom, witnessing the doctors frantically rushing into the ward. Her face drained of color, and she began to sweat profusely as her heart raced, a dreadful premonition overtaking her. She quickly entered, only to see Lin Fei blocking the doctors while Xiao Mingshan knelt beside her father, silent and weeping. Madam, the patient has already passed away. We wish to provide resuscitation, but this man is preventing it. The male doctor informed Zhao's mother with an unhappy expression. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother felt as though her very essence had been siphoned away, her body crumpling to the ground. Fortunately, a nurse was nearby and rushed to support her. After a brief pause, Zhao's mother burst into tears. Mingshan, isn't your friend a doctor? How could your father have died under his care? Her words ignited a firestorm in the ward. Who are you? How dare you treat a patient in our hospital without permission? Yu Shuai demanded angrily. Do you not call the police? Xiao Mingshan, having momentarily succumbed to her emotions upon witnessing death, now regained her composure. While helping her mother, she continued, Mom, there are things you do not understand. I will explain everything shortly. I do not understand. Your father was killed by the person you brought here. How can I not understand? After speaking, Zhao's mother forcefully pushed Xiao Mingshan aside and lunged towards the lifeless Xiao Ming-yi, wailing in despair. Call the police immediately, the male doctor shouted towards the doorway. At that moment, Xiao Mingshan felt utterly awkward, standing still as she realized Lin Fei's good intentions. Yet, the grim reality was that her father was dead, and she harbored no certainty regarding his revival. The entire ward had descended into chaos. Silence! Lin Fei's voice thundered, instantly quieting the room. If I can cause death, I can also bring life back. What are you all doing? A collective gasp echoed throughout the ward. Ha! What a boast! Do you think you are a deity capable of both causing death and restoring life? Have you read too many online novels, believing yourself to be a divine healer? Let me tell you. Once a person is dead and their organs cease functioning for a certain period, not even a celestial being can intervene. Why? Yu Shuai stepped up to Lin Fei, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You are now a murderer. Get lost. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Lin Fei's fury was ignited by Yu Shui's arrogance. Fine. Just wait. I will report this at once, Yu Shui retorted before striding out. In the office of Deputy Director Bao Ji at Jiangnan City First Hospital, he sat opposite a man dressed in vibrant ethnic attire, his pale face betraying a hint of malice. As they prepared to savor freshly brewed gongfu tea. The man suddenly spat blood, coating Deputy Director Bao Ji in the process. Bao Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Rather than anger, he rushed to assist the man.Mard. Altai. What is happening to you? Altai pressed his right hand to his chest and leaned on the table, expelling 2 more mouthfuls of black blood, followed by a fit of coughing. After a moment, Altai ceased coughing, his face contorted in pain as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Someone has tampered with the poison inside Xiaoming Yi. What? Bao Ji exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? He understood that the poison within Xiaoming Yi was Altai's lifework and was closely connected to him. If there was a problem with the poison in Xiaoming Yi, Altai would be in danger as well. The man had been specially invited to assist Bao Ji with medical issues, representing his greatest asset in his career. Thus, his concern was genuine. I do not know. Altai shook his head. The poison's vitality is waning, but it seems not to have left Xiaoming Yi's body. Otherwise, he would have already perished. I will make an inquiry now. Just as Bao Ji reached for his phone, it rang, displaying the number of Director Yang. Director, hello. This is Bao Ji. Bao Ji did not dare delay and answered immediately. Director Bao, Dr. Yu Shui just called me, saying that Xiaoming Yi has been killed by someone invited by the Xiao family. You must hurry to investigate. We cannot allow a huge scandal to unfold. I will return as soon as I finish this meeting, Yang urged, his tone frantic. Bao Ji was momentarily stunned. Director, are you listening to me? Not receiving a response, Yang pressed further. Director, I will handle it immediately. Good, call me anytime if there are issues. Yang concluded, abruptly hanging up. A sense of unease began to rise within him as his thoughts returned to Jiangnan City First Hospital. What has transpired? Altai inquired, clutching his chest. Xiaoming Yi is dead. Impossible. I will not allow him to die. How could he possibly die? Altai's expression morphed into one of anger and confusion. The specifics are unclear. I heard it was someone from the family who caused his death. Bastard. I will kill the one who has thwarted my plans. Altai's rage surged, causing him to clutch his chest again and cough violently. This situation has become troublesome, Bao Ji muttered while dialing Xiaoming's number. At the police station, Zhang Yu returned with He Jia after briefing Chief Zhang Jun on the situation regarding the Xiao family. Initially informed by Oldly about Xiaoming Ji and Zhang Tianzhe's involvement in commercial fraud and embezzlement, Zhang Jun, upon learning about the current developments, ordered Zhang Yu to establish a task force for investigation. Having just concluded a briefing meeting, Zhang Yu was personally interrogating Xiaoming Ji. The phone belonging to Xiaoming Jia, a crucial piece of evidence, lay on the interrogation table. When Bao Ji's call came through, displaying his name, Zhang Yu's spirits lifted. Conversely, Xiaoming Jia felt a tightening in his chest. He pressed the speakerphone button. Mr. Xiao, your brother has been killed by someone your family invited for treatment. Are you aware of this? Bao Ji's anxious voice resonated from the other end. I am aware, Xiaoming Jia replied, echoing the words Zhang Yu had written on the paper. Altai, who poisoned Xiaoming Yi, has also been injured. What do you propose we do? Unaware that Xiaoming Jia was imprisoned, Bao Ji did not doubt his claim of knowledge. Where are you? At Jiangnan City First Hospital in my office. Hold on, I will be there shortly. As soon as Xiaoming Jia finished speaking, Zhang Yu pressed the hang-up button. Xiaoming Jia's shirt was already soaked through as he realized his true intentions had been exposed. We are going to the hospital, Zhang Yu declared, rising from his seat and heading towards the hospital. The hospital. Bao Ji sensed something was amiss as he listened to the phone conversation. Let us go. We are heading to the scene, Altai said, standing up and moving toward the door. Bao Ji's contemplation was interrupted as he followed closely behind, heading towards Xiaoming Yi's ward. Inside room 606, Lin Fei and the others remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, waiting for the poison within Xiaoming Yi to dissipate. He had no certainty regarding the duration, but sensed the poison had not yet completely perished, thanks to his abilities as a profound martial artist. Meanwhile, Yu Shui had already placed a call. If you do not allow us to provide treatment, that is acceptable, but you will need to sign a hospital waiver, stating that the patient's death is not the hospital's responsibility. Yu Shui directed his disdainful gaze at Xiaoming Shan. In his view, Xiaoming Shan had conspired with Lin Fei to bring about her father's demise. Such a woman was truly venomous, especially considering her mother had repeatedly requested the doctors to intervene, only to be thwarted by Xiaoming Shan. Zhao's mother suddenly stood up and struck Xiao Mingshan across the face. "Are you conspiring with this man to bring harm to your father?" She exclaimed angrily. "Mom, how could I ever wish harm upon my father?" Xiao Mingshan cried, feeling wronged. For nearly 3 years, she had lived in a state of grievance and suppression, sacrificing her own happiness for the sake of her grandfather and father. As a dignified chairperson, she found herself relying on credit cards to survive. It was a joke that could hardly be uttered aloud. Yet, what choice did she have? Half of her earnings were seized by Xiao Mingzhi and his son, and refusing to give them would endanger her grandfather's life. The remaining half, after covering her father's medical and care expenses, left her with nothing. The transaction she had made with He Jie before Lin Fei stepped in was, in essence, a transaction for death. She had released all her burdens and did not wish to continue being a mere tool for others to profit from. Now, facing the reproach of her mother and the accusations from her ex-husband, she felt even more unjustly treated, more pained, and profoundly heartbroken. Chapter 94. The struggle over the corpse. Lin Fei recognized Xiao Mingshan's suffering as a testament to a woman's kindness and strength. He wrapped his arms around her, surveying the crowd as he declared, "I am the one responsible for the death. I will bear all the consequences. From this moment forward, no one is permitted to touch the patient." "Do you have no shame? Killing someone and still acting so self-righteous?" someone shouted. "Call the police and have him arrested. He is a murderer." Lin Fei's intervention was perceived by the onlookers as shamelessness. The audacity to act indignant even after taking a life. "Xiao Mingshan, give me a choice. Will you choose me or this man?" Zhao's mother was incensed by Lin Fei's words in that moment. As Xiao Mingshan leaned against Lin Fei, she felt warmth for the first time, albeit fleeting. She broke free from his embrace and turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, I am your daughter and Dad's." "Humph. You still remember you are your father's daughter. Yet you stand by and watch him die." "Mom, rest assured, if Dad dies, I will follow him." Xiao Mingshan bit her lip and spoke resolutely, conveying her message not only to her mother but to everyone present. Lin Fei silently commended her, feeling increasingly certain that he had chosen the right person in this female executive secretary. "I will sign the hospital's waiver," Xiao Mingshan said, wiping her tears as she looked at Yu Shui. Without hesitation, Yu Shui instructed someone to bring a pen and paper. To him, the patient's life or death was merely a matter of profit. What truly mattered was his medical credentials. As long as he held those, he would not worry about earning money. Thus, he was indifferent to Xiao Mingyi's demise. Xiao Mingshan quickly filled out and signed the waiver. Yu Shui took it and sighed with relief. "Now get out immediately." Lin Fei, seeing Yu Shui's smug expression, shouted angrily, "Step aside, step aside." Before Yu Shui could respond, Bao Zhi's voice echoed at the entrance. The doctors and nurses hurriedly cleared the way. Yu Shui quickly approached, bowing slightly as he held the waiver, saying, "Director Bao, the patient was killed by a family member, and they have already signed the waiver." Yu Shui's face gleamed with excitement and pride, as he perceived the situation to have been handled perfectly. Just as he anticipated, Bao Zhi took the waiver, glanced at it briefly, and smiled broadly, saying, "Well done, Dr. Yu. I will commend you to the hospital director." "Thank you, Director Bao." Yu Shui straightened up, his posture more defiant, casting a haughty glance at the crowd. Altai followed Bao Zhi closely, completely disregarding everyone as he moved towards the corpse of Xiao Mingyi lying in the hospital bed. From the moment Bao Zhi and Altai entered the ward, Lin Fei's gaze remained fixed on Altai. When he approached, Lin Fei immediately stepped forward to intercept him. "Step aside." Bao Zhi glanced at Lin Fei, dismissing him as an ordinary young man. "Get out?" Lin Fei coldly replied. "Who do you think you are?" Altai, whose temper flared at being blocked, was furious. "He is the one who killed the patient." Yu Shui chimed in eagerly from the side, hoping Altai would take the opportunity to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Upon hearing this, Altai's face darkened. A failure, a life in jeopardy, a great humiliation. Someone, restrain him and have the police take him away shortly. Bao Zhi, familiar with Altai, understood his gaze and immediately issued the order. "I am a family member of the patient. This does not concern you. Get out." Bao Zhi was enraged at being driven away by Lin Fei. "We have already signed the hospital waiver. It has nothing to do with you. You are currently in our hospital. We have paid." Bao Zhi was rendered speechless by Lin Fei's retort. "I need to examine the patient." "There may still be hope." Altai interrupted their quarrel, attempting to push forward. "Get lost." Lin Fei sensed that the vitality of the poison in Xiao Mingyi's body was waning and could not allow Altai to approach. "Madam Xiao, Altai is a specially appointed doctor at our hospital, specializing in treating difficult diseases. He has even brought the dead back to life. You should let him try." there might still be a chance. Bao Ji, realizing the urgency of the situation for Altai, shifted his persuasion towards Zhao's mother. Step aside. Hurry, let me through. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and rushed forward to push Lin Fei aside. Mingshan, quiet your mother, Lin Fei said, his attention focused on Altai, his displeasure evident. Xiao Mingshan, do you truly intend to listen to him? Don't you want to save your father? Zhao's mother shouted in anger as she saw her daughter blocking the way. Xiao Mingshan remained silent, merely obstructing Altai's advance. I give you one last chance. Otherwise, Altai, growing enraged at Lin Fei's refusal to yield, knew time equated to money. If he delayed any longer, the poison within Xiao Mingyi would inevitably claim his life. And even if he survived, he would suffer greatly. Now was his final opportunity to extract the parasite, the very essence of his being. A year ago, Baoji had contacted him, indicating that a wealthy individual could host the parasite, prompting him to rush from Yaojiang, intending to use Xiao Mingyi's body to nurture the creature. Everything had been going smoothly. In a few months, he would have succeeded. However, with Xiao Mingyi's sudden demise today, all his efforts were about to go to waste. This was all Lin Fei's doing, and with Lin Fei blocking his path, he felt murderous intent rising within him. Though Lin Fei was unaware of the details, he understood that the parasite was unique to the Miao people and deemed Altai's appearance as a harbinger of death. Xiao Mingshan felt an unsettling sensation upon seeing Altai, and following Lin Fei's lead, she instinctively cooperated. This man deserves to die, Altai declared, swiftly making a gesture with his hand as if to dismiss Lin Fei and Xiao Mingshan. The motion was subtle, almost imperceptible, drawing no attention from others. However, Lin Fei, possessing the keen awareness of a martial artist, observed white powder drifting toward the three of them. Though he did not know its nature, he was certain it was no good. With Xiao Mingyi's corpse behind him, he could not afford to retreat. He gathered his energy, and as the white powder approached, he released a force from his palm, forming a kind of net that enveloped the powder and struck Baoji. Unaware of the impending danger, Baoji merely felt his clothes tremble slightly. Even Altai remained oblivious. A strange smile played on Lin Fei's lips as he anticipated a dramatic turn of events. Chapter 95. The perpetrator becomes the victim. Lin Fei smiled, and Altai mirrored his expression. To Altai, Lin Fei was merely a dead man walking, and he remained confident that the parasite inside Xiao Mingyi would sustain until Lin Fei perished. You are denying Altai the chance to help, effectively relinquishing your last opportunity, he asserted. Altai is a rare talent that many would pay dearly to consult. You are squandering precious life. On this earth, no one but Altai can revive Xiao Mingyi. Baoji, oblivious to the fact that he had been poisoned, continued to advocate for Altai. Director Bao is correct. I can vouch for this. Altai's medical skills are extraordinary. I can also attest that he miraculously revived someone previously declared dead. You are wasting time, which equates to murder, especially against your own kin. The other doctors and nurses, spurred by Baoji's enthusiasm, began to express their support as well. Altai beamed with satisfaction, his arrogance apparent. They were not mistaken. Altai had grown fond of this hospital, where money flowed freely and women were easily won over. Especially the female nurses and doctors who flocked to him upon witnessing his medical prowess. Under his exceptional skills, many had indeed been saved, thanks to the unique capabilities of the parasite, all concealed by his use of traditional medicine. Zhao's mother desperately wished for Altai to revive her husband, but Xiao Mingshan's obstruction left her helpless, and she could only weep continuously in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Fei stood unharmed, leaving Altai momentarily stunned. Behind him, Baoji felt dizzy, experiencing unsettling visions. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, and Jiang Yu entered with a team of police officers. Officer, quickly arrest this man who killed my husband. Zhao's mother finally saw her savior, pointing at Lin Fei and crying out in desperation. Officer, I can testify that this man is responsible for the death. Baoji shook his head, regaining a semblance of clarity as he spoke. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Fei, noticing his calm demeanor, which eased her worries. She was unsure how Lin Fei would save the person, but she believed he would never joke with a life. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind letting him rot in prison for eternity. Altai felt relieved. Although the poison did not affect Lin Fei, the police taking him away still gave him time to retrieve his life-saving talisman. Who is Altai? Jiang Yu asked sternly. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned toward Altai, who was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu's eyes fixed on Altai's face. You are suspected of poisoning Mr. Xiao Mingyi. Please return to the police station for questioning. Altai, dressed in eccentric attire, recognized her intent to verify his identity. Are you discriminating against me? Just because I am from Yaojiang, you assume the deceased was poisoned by me? Altai retorted with a cold smile. I didn't say that. Baoji protested, infuriated by Altai's implication. Altai was even more bewildered. It was impossible for Baoji to have said that, as they were allies in this scheme. Lies. Altai scoffed. I do not practice poison. I have done nothing. You may investigate if you wish. Altai maintained an air of calm, confident in his abilities to conceal his actions, even from forensic experts. Just as Jiang Yu was about to speak again, Lin Fei interjected. Baoji, are you feeling anxious, dizzy, and fantasizing about rebirth? Baoji froze, realizing Lin Fei had accurately described his condition. You have been afflicted by his brain-eating worm. If left untreated, you may soon meet your demise. Lin Fei pointed at Altai. In truth, Lin Fei was uncertain about the white powder's nature. He merely spoke off the cuff. The name of the worm stemming from his extensive reading of novels, Altai was taken aback. It should have been Lin Fei who was poisoned, so why was he unharmed and able to name the poison? What? Baoji shouted. The brain-eating worm is a deadly poison. It drains the victim's brain matter and transforms into a corpse worm, escaping through the 7 orifices. The body may appear intact, but the inside becomes hollow. Baoji was no stranger to such poison, having witnessed Altai use it to nurture worms from the recently deceased. He never expected it would be used against him. Terrified, Baoji collapsed to the ground. Altai, I have placed my complete trust in you. How could you betray me with poison? Altai was furious, nearly cursing. He had just claimed he would not use poison, and now Baoji had unwittingly confirmed it. Silence! Do not listen to his nonsense. Altai snapped at him. Altai, please, can you remove this poison? Facing death, Baoji was terrified for his life. Altai glared at him, his anger palpable. Realizing the time for his life-saving talisman was short, he resolved to forcibly reclaim it. Suddenly, Altai lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Baoji's head. If it connected, Baoji would surely die. Altai's sudden aggression caught even Jiang Yu and the others off guard. Baoji was paralyzed with fear. Lin Fei, while hoping for Baoji's demise, recognized his importance. As Altai struck, Lin Fei acted swiftly. Thud, crack, splash. With 3 resonant sounds, Altai's body was sent crashing into the 3 medical staff members. Tumbling out the door, Lin Fei's movements were as swift as lightning. He arrived outside just as Altai attempted to rise. He kicked Altai down and proceeded to break his ankle and wrist. Even dislocating his jaw, Altai lay on the ground like a defeated creature, unable to move, staring wide-eyed in shock. Lin Fei's actions were so rapid that even Jiang Yu and the other officers were stunned by their decisiveness and severity. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves, Lin Fei stated coldly. A collective gasp filled the room. Altai, hurry and give me the antidote. Baoji, slightly dazed, rushed toward the incapacitated Altai. Get away! Lin Fei pushed Baoji aside, deeming him a doctor devoid of conscience and ethics, deserving of punishment. Lin Fei began searching Altai's body, extracting a porcelain vial, a whistle, and a bag. Most alarmingly, he retrieved a snake adorned with a golden crown. The snake, gleaming in gold, could easily be mistaken for a golden chain from a distance, unless one observed its scales closely. Golden crown snake, an exceptionally venomous creature. Lin Fei stepped back. The 3 medical staff, previously writhing in pain on the ground, saw the snake and hastily scrambled away. Baoji, focusing intently on Lin Fei, shouted, "Kill it! Quickly kill it! That is Altai's life-sustaining venomous snake." His voice amplified the already tense atmosphere. Lin Fei instinctively recoiled at the sight of the snake, tossing it to the ground. Hearing Baoji's urgent plea, he rushed over, attempting to stamp it out. However, the golden crown snake was swift, darting into the room. Do not let it enter Xiao Mingyi's body. There is a female snake inside him. If they meet, we are all doomed, Baoji exclaimed in panic. Altai, lying on the ground, though unable to speak or move, was alert enough to see the snake seeking a mate and smirked with cold satisfaction. Life and death together. The golden crown snake, having been nourished by Altai's blood, was instinctively aware of the danger. Determined to fight back, as it sought companionship, its combined strength would pose a significant threat. The golden crown snake slithered into the room, and no one dared to obstruct it. Those inside, terrified, fled in all directions. Lin Fei attempted to enter but was repeatedly blocked by panicked individuals rushing out. Frustrated, he stomped his feet. Xiao Mingshan and her mother, cornered in the ward, were paralyzed with fear. The golden-crowned snake lunged toward the bed. Xiao Mingshan, fueled by an unknown courage, dashed forward, grabbing it around the waist and slamming it against the wall. The snake writhed on the ground, attempting to climb onto the bed but noticeably slowed. The blanket covering Xiao Mingyi suddenly quivered, and a flash of yellow light surged toward Xiao Mingshan. Overcome by fear after her impulsive act, she stood trembling, unable to move. Mingshan, get away. Just then, Lin Fei burst in, scooping her up and leaping aside to avoid the golden-crowned snake's attack as it emerged from Xiao Mingyi's body. Xiao Mingshan instinctively clung to Lin Fei, her body pressing against his in terror. Lin Fei, without time to dwell on the situation, quickly set her aside, thrusting a life-saving pill into her hands. Save him immediately. He then charged toward the two snakes, which had entwined themselves. The snakes, now tightly coiled together, darted toward Altai, who lay on the ground. Kill him, quickly, kill him. Baoji's face contorted in fear as he screamed. Lin Fei sprinted forward but still arrived a moment too late. As he reached Altai, the two snakes slithered into his mouth. Lin Fei's fist aimed at the snakes but halted just before striking Altai. He could not take a life. Altai's eyes gleamed with a mix of hatred and smug satisfaction. Mocking Lin Fei's hesitation, Lin Fei chastised himself internally. Despite possessing the skills of a martial artist, he lacked combat experience and only knew 3 techniques from the Tianlong Fist manual, which had prevented him from capturing the snakes. Turning away from Altai, he resolved to let Jiang Yu and the others manage the situation. After taking 3 steps, a sudden gust of wind caught his attention, followed by Jiang Yu's cautious shout. Lin Fei swiftly sidestepped, raising his right hand to unleash a punch, channeling the Tianlong Fist manual technique, creating a gust of wind that sent Altai crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Lin Fei turned to look at Altai, who lay on the floor, struggling to rise. Yet, instead of standing, he crawled, contorting his body at odd angles, resembling a snake in motion. Destroy that whistle at once. It has already merged with the essence of the curse, and if it falls into the wrong hands, it will lead to indiscriminate slaughter. Baoji's face flushed crimson as he pressed his hands tightly against his head. Speaking in a dazed manner, upon hearing the intention to destroy the whistle, Altai, who lay on the ground, suddenly sprang up, intent on attacking Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei clearly observed that Altai's disabled limbs hung limply. Still incapacitated, yet his mouth moved in a most peculiar manner, resembling a snake with its jaws wide open. Lin Fei gasped in astonishment, as this was a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. He had often heard tales of the unique practices and poisons of the Miao people, but had never encountered such wonders in person. He could not afford to be careless. He promptly retrieved the whistle from his pocket and examined it closely. It resembled an oval-shaped egg adorned with intertwining red, blue, black, and white stripes. One end featured a circular hole, while the oval body bore 7 small holes aligned in a row. Though he was uncertain how to utilize it, he was resolute in his intent to destroy it. Seeing Lin Fei take out the whistle, Altai's body contracted, his head lifting sharply as if he were a highly alert serpent ready to strike. Lin Fei disregarded this and gripped the whistle with one hand. Resolute and unhesitant, he crushed it with a decisive snap. Whether it was the sound that provoked Altai or Lin Fei's action, Altai lunged forward once more in a frenzied attack. This time, as he struck, he emitted hissing sounds, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow a man's fist. Lin Fei flung the powdered remains of the whistle toward Altai, then swiftly shifted his body to the left, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Altai's abdomen. He believed that if this blow connected, it would surely puncture Altai's body. His intention was not to take a life. But Altai had become a madman, devoid of reason, and if left unchecked, he posed a danger to others. Stop, Lin Fei! Came a sharp reprimand from Jiang Yu, causing him to pause. Altai, mid-air, twisted his head in a rotation exceeding 90 degrees. Lunging at Lin Fei's chest, Lin Fei attempted to evade, but it was too late. Just as he raised his hand to intercept, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Chapter 97, The Truth Thud. Altai's body crashed heavily at Lin Fei's feet, blood beginning to seep from his head. Lin Fei looked up to see Jiang Yu's gun still emitting wisps of smoke. Confused, he watched as Jiang Yu rushed over, pushing him aside and kicking Altai to confirm he was utterly lifeless, exhaling a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lin Fei, shooting him a fierce glare. From her expression, Lin Fei discerned a profound sincerity. He understood she was helping him. Had he delivered that punch, it would have resulted in a fatality, embroiling him in legal troubles. Her intervention was indeed the best choice. Antidote? Quickly, the antidote. Baoji was now sprawled on the ground. Babbling incoherently, Lin Fei retrieved items from Altai's person and tossed them before Baoji, commanding him to find it himself. Baoji, like a parched traveler in a desert spotting water, exerted all his strength to rise. Trembling hands opening a porcelain vial and swallowing a pill. Within a minute, the fog before his eyes lifted, the world ceased to spin, and the throbbing in his head subsided. At that moment, Xiao Mingyi, previously declared dead and lying on a hospital bed, emitted a low groan and slowly opened his eyes. "Dad!" Mingyi, wailed Xiao Mingshan and her mother simultaneously. The already stunned medical staff gasped at the sound. Realizing that a man who had been declared dead for over an hour was somehow alive, a notion almost beyond belief. "Where am I?" Xiao Mingyi asked weakly. "I in the hospital. You have been in a coma for a full 10 months. His wife replied tenderly. "He felt like a dream. I kept seeing a golden snake with a golden crown slithering before me, instilling both fear and helplessness." Xiao Mingyi recounted feebly. "Dad, it's all over now." "It's all in the past," Xiao Mingshan reassured him, grasping his hand. "Baoji, you are back to normal now. Please explain what happened," Lin Fei inquired, turning to Baoji, who stood to the side. All eyes shifted toward Baoji, who sighed deeply, knowing his secrets were laid bare. With regret-laden tones, he confessed, "A year ago, Xiao Mingzhi approached me, offering 1,000,000 yuan to ensure that the mildly ill Xiao Mingyi remained hospitalized long-term. Tempted by the money, I agreed. However, Xiao Mingyi's condition was merely a trivial ailment, unable to fulfill Xiao Mingzhi's demands. I then thought of Altai, who had previously cured many of my ailments. He readily agreed, but demanded 5,000,000. Xiao Mingzhi consented, and thus we conspired together, with Altai implanting his cursed essence within Xiao Mingyi. Before Baoji could finish, he felt a multitude of icy glares directed at him, filled with deep-seated hatred. "I am sorry, truly sorry. It was my greed for money and fame." Baoji's voice broke as tears streamed down his face, kneeling and slapping his own cheeks in remorse, having just experienced the terror and agony of the curse. He gained a newfound respect for life, coupled with overwhelming fear. "Xiao Mingzhi, it's all about Xiao Mingzhi." Xiao Mingyi seethed. "Dad, Xiao Mingzhi has been apprehended. He threatened me to secure his bail by tonight, or grandfather would." Xiao Mingshan was unable to finish as her tears choked her words. "Grandfather? Silly girl, if your grandfather were alive, he would never have acted against me," Xiao Mingyi said, his eyes moistening. "What exactly transpired?" 3 years ago, your grandfather stepped down from Meizishuang Group, handing the company over to me. Xiao Mingzhi was deeply dissatisfied and, during a family gathering, poisoned your grandfather, keeping the antidote as leverage to extort half of the annual profits from me. "Why not report it?" Zhang Yu interjected. "I wanted to, but your grandfather forbade it. He didn't want to tarnish the Xiao family's reputation and couldn't bear to see Xiao Mingzhi face prison." "And then?" Xiao Mingshan pressed anxiously. 2 years ago, your grandfather, due to his age and prolonged depression, could not take the antidote in time and passed away. With your grandfather gone, Xiao Mingzhi plotted against me. I was torn about whether to report him when one day He Zhiping invited me out for dinner. I drank too much, felt unwell, and ended up in the hospital. After that, I lost track of what happened." Everyone gasped in shock. The depth of this scheme was unfathomable. It connected Baoji, Xiao Mingzhi, and Altai in a web of curses. Zhao's mother, weeping, wiped her tears as she said, "Mingyi, you may have been in the hospital, but Mingshan suffered immensely. She believed her grandfather was alive and gave half her income to Xiao Mingzhi and his son each year, spending the other half on your medical care. Most infuriatingly, Xiao Mingzhi forced Mingshan into an engagement with He Jie, son of He Zhiping." "What? I will make them pay for everything," Xiao Mingyi exclaimed, his agitation causing him to cough violently. "Dad, please calm down. This matter has already drawn police attention, and they will investigate. Xiao Mingzhi is in prison, and He Jie is under investigation. With Baoji's testimony, the case should be resolved swiftly," Xiao Mingshan comforted. Patting her father's back, Xiao Mingyi nodded, striving to regulate his breath. The medical staff, police, and Lin Fei stood as if engrossed in a gripping tale or a dramatic series. This was pure greed devoid of humanity. "Mingshan, how did you manage all this?" Xiao Mingyi eventually calmed down, reflecting on the intricate relationships, and turned to Xiao Mingshan. Xiao Mingshan blushed, then glanced at Lin Fei, who remained calm and smiling. She nodded appreciatively at him before recounting the day's events. "Lin Fei, I apologize for everything. I owe you an apology." Zhao's mother stood, ready to bow in contrition. Lin Fei rushed forward to support her. "Auntie, your reaction is entirely natural. It shows the deep bond you share with Mr. Xiao, and I admire that." Lin Fei was genuinely moved by the Xiao family's unwavering loyalty, their familial ties surpassing even life itself. He pondered whether, in his old age, his children and Mu Xinchuan would care for him similarly. However, he quickly shook his head with a wry smile. When will we meet again? Mr. Lin, thank you for saving me, for saving our family, and granting my daughter her freedom. You are now a major shareholder in Misfortune Group. We shall withdraw, and I hope you can lead the company to greater heights, Xiao Mingyi said earnestly. Well, what has happened? A deep voice from outside interrupted Lin Fei's response. All the medical staff blocking the doorway instinctively parted to the sides as a man in his 50s, with a side-part hairstyle and a square face adorned with thick eyebrows and large eyes, entered. Behind him followed a young man, approximately 30 years of age, clad in black trousers and a white shirt, holding a briefcase, exhibiting the demeanor of a secretary. Good day, Dean. Upon seeing the man enter, the medical staff began to greet him in unison. Ouyang Ming nodded at everyone, his gaze landing squarely on Xiao Mingyi's face. Upon realizing he was still alive, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dean Ouyang, there is no need for astonishment. My father has not passed away. Old Xiao, what on earth is going on? Ouyang Ming, who had been classmates with Xiao Mingyi since childhood and was an old friend, inquired directly. It's a long story, Xiao Mingyi responded, shaking hands with Ouyang Ming and sighing heavily. Dio share. Ouyang Ming promptly seated himself beside Xiao Mingyi's bed, eager to hear the tale from his awakening old friend, his heart swelling with genuine joy and excitement. Xiao Mingshan then recounted the events once more. Initially, Ouyang Ming was overjoyed, but as the story unfolded, his expression darkened, becoming as somber as water. The medical staff in the room were left petrified. Afraid to make a sound, Captain Jiang, take Baoji away for now. I will report this matter to my superiors immediately and will handle it expeditiously. Ouyang Ming cast a glance at Baoji, whose face had turned ashen, before finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Yu. Understood, Jiang Yu replied with alacrity. Ouyang Ming's eyes returned to the faces of the other medical staff. After so many examinations, did none of you notice that there was a snake within Mr. Xiao's abdomen? Did you not detect any anomalies in his blood? A hush fell over the room as all heads bowed in silence. You may all return and await further examinations. Ouyang Ming felt a deep sense of disappointment towards these doctors. Let it be, they have done their best, Xiao Mingyi remarked from the side. Ouyang Ming offered a bitter smile, shaking his head. This incident primarily fell on the shoulders of Jiangnan City's first hospital, especially concerning the one who poisoned the patient. Should the Xiao family pursue this, the repercussions could be dire. Old Xiao, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility in this matter. As for your medical expenses, I will ensure a full reimbursement, followed by compensation as per regulations, and no need. Xiao Mingyi did not wish for his old friend to feel burdened. Old Xiao, please refrain from speaking further. You lie there on the sickbed, unaware that for over a year, Mingshan has relied entirely on credit cards to cover your medical costs. She is a dignified chairwoman, yet has fallen to such depths. Who would believe it? Ouyang Ming's words stunned everyone present. Both Xiao Mingyi and his wife turned their gaze toward Xiao Mingshan. Tears streamed down her face, yet a smile adorned her lips. Uncle Ouyang, let us not dwell on this. It is enough that my father is safe. Xiao Mingshan's light-hearted remark struck a heavy chord in everyone's hearts. Particularly for Lin Fei, the realization dawned upon him as to why some shareholders proposed selling their shares during today's meeting. While Xiao Mingshan refrained from buying, her funds had been halved due to Xiao Mingzhi, with one half dedicated to her father's treatment. What remained for her? Reflecting on her concealed suffering beneath her glamorous facade pained Lin Fei. Deepening his admiration for Xiao Mingshan, the secretary of the chairwoman. You need only await the outcome of this matter. I shall attend to it right away, Ouyang Ming declared, rising to approach Lin Fei. Extending his hand at Mr. Lin, you are a remarkable individual. Might we sit down together sometime? Ouyang Ming was unaware of the nature of Lin Fei's miraculous elixir, yet the prospect of such a phenomenon astounded him. As a dean and a doctor, he understood the intrinsic value of medicine and was eager to cultivate a relationship with Lin Fei. Certainly. I shall reach out to you. Lin Fei intuited Ouyang Ming's intentions, eager to capitalize on any opportunity for profit. Everyone, please take your leave. Ouyang Ming instructed the remaining medical personnel. Yu Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to make a hasty exit, but Lin Fei had long kept a watchful eye on him. Doctor, have you forgotten how to leave? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei, who had been smiling at Ouyang Ming, now glared at Yu Shui, his expression darkening. Yu Shui shuddered. All eyes turned to Lin Fei. I have stated before that wherever I encounter you, you are to leave immediately. Now that the patient has survived, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. I shall take my leave now. Yu Shui stammered, I said to get out. Lin Fei raised his voice sharply. Dean, he is disrespecting our hospital. I was only trying to save a life. You must advocate for me. Yu Shui turned to Ouyang Ming, a look of feigned innocence upon his face. Why, Yu Shui? You may either leave this place immediately or vacate the hospital entirely. The choice is yours, Ouyang Ming asserted decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yu Shui. Ouyang Ming's gaze was already filled with ire. As Xiao Mingyi's attending physician, he had allowed the Xiao family to expend over $1 billion in medical fees within the year. Having utilized various imported medications, yet failed to ascertain the root cause, what purpose does such a doctor serve? Were it not for the substantial medical expenses that required compensation, Ouyang Ming would have dismissed him long ago. Now, with Lin Fei publicly shaming Yu Shui, he had no qualms about adding fuel to the fire. Get out! Lin Fei's patience had worn thin. What? Yu Shui gasped, and under the watchful eyes of all. He lay on the ground, rolling himself towards the exit. Why, Yu Shui, a postdoctoral scholar, had always held a lofty pride. Being ordered to leave was a blow to his dignity, filling him with resentment and immense embarrassment. His movements sluggish, Lin Fei was not inclined to exhibit patience. He stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. Accelerate your departure. Yu Shui's anguished cries echoed through the sixth-floor corridor. Quack, only concerned with profit. How many common people have perished due to your kind of incompetence? How many have had their lives shattered by the greed of charlatans like you? You are the executioners of modern society, collecting fees but neglecting the grave consequences. Lin Fei's anger intensified as he pursued Yu Shui, delivering 2 more kicks. Why, Yu Shui's cries grew even more pitiful, reminiscent of a dying pig, chilling the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, they felt their faces burn with embarrassment, for Lin Fei's scathing remarks were a resounding slap in the face, leaving even Ouyang Ming feeling utterly humiliated. Zhang Yu, a police officer, astonishingly refrained from intervening, even harboring admiration for Lin Fei's actions. This was the mark of a true man. Xiao Mingshan gazed at Lin Fei, her eyes reflecting a newfound admiration for this towering figure. As the crowd dispersed, only the Xiao family and Lin Fei remained in the room. Mr. Lin, allow me to escort you, Xiao Mingshan declared, moving towards the door. The glances exchanged between Xiao Mingyi and his wife held a profound significance. Chapter 99. If you can't earn money, compensate me, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Xiao Mingshan regarded the man before her, who was younger than herself, recalling that just a day prior, he had been an intern in her company, an employee she had hoped to take under her wing. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had become a major shareholder. Life is indeed unpredictable. Nevertheless, she felt sincere gratitude for his assistance in resolving the Xiao family's predicament. Chairwoman Xiao, there is no need for formality. You may simply call me Lin Fei, he replied with a smile. That's simply one to-do. Moreover, the Mize Group now belongs to you. You are the chairwoman? Haha, I am aware of my own capabilities, and I lack the time to manage the company. Thus, the title of chairwoman is merely nominal. All matters will still rely on you, my esteemed secretary, Lin Fei said earnestly. Upon hearing herself referred to as the esteemed secretary once more, Xiao Mingshan felt her initial aversion dissipate. She smiled, then inquired, but why must you choose me? Because you are the only female chairwoman I know. Lin Fei replied with utmost sincerity, momentarily leaving Xiao Mingshan speechless. After a brief pause, she laughed and said, Thank you for your confidence. I will strive to meet your expectations. However, I remain perplexed as to why you would choose me. To find a woman capable of making money to help me earn a living and marry. Xiao Mingshan felt her cheeks flush, an inexplicable fluttering in her heart. Could it be, however? She quickly composed herself. Lin Fei had made it clear that he sought a woman to assist him in making money for his future wife, thus excluding her from consideration. Yet, what kind of woman did Lin Fei wish to marry? Curiosity mingled with discomfort within her. It was not that she harbored feelings for Lin Fei, but rather a natural competitive spirit among beautiful women. Mr. Lin, what if I were to cause you financial loss? Then you shall compensate me with a wife, Xiao Mingshan. She shook her head with a rueful smile. Of course. If profits are elusive, then you shall be my compensation. Xiao Mingshan's face flushed. She had been flirted with. Lin Fei, too, felt he had spoken inappropriately. Chairwoman Xiao, I will work swiftly to secure 100 billion for you, steering the company towards diversified and comprehensive development. Are you planning to invest alone? Indeed, Xiao Mingshan was even more baffled. Chairwoman Xiao, I shall take my leave now. We will communicate via phone. Wait a moment. Xiao Mingshan called out to Lin Fei at Mr. Lin. Since you wish to earn money and accumulate a fortune for your future, I recommend you pay attention to your appearance, as many partnerships place great emphasis on one's demeanor. After saying this, she glanced over Lin Fei's attire. Lin Fei lowered his gaze to examine his clothing, nodded, and smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Chairwoman Xiao. With that, he waved goodbye and departed with a flourish. Xiao Mingshan watched Lin Fei's retreating figure, filled with confusion. She could not even understand why she felt compelled to remind him. System notification. Completion of the female CEO's secretary task. Rewards have been credited. The soft and endearing voice of a young girl made Lin Fei exhale in relief, having finally completed the task at the last moment. What do I receive? Please tell me, Lin Fei eagerly inquired. Reward. 1 billion in cash. Reward. 20 million merit points. Reward. 1 invisibility cloak. The soft, endearing voice chimed once more. What is the function of the invisibility cloak? Lin Fei, recalling the wondrous effects of the substitute card, asked anxiously. The invisibility cloak allows you to go anywhere without being detected. A mischievous thought flickered in Lin Fei's mind. This was not a reflection of his character, but rather a natural human instinct. Wow, that's fantastic. Now, please upgrade all my attributes to 70. With the prospect of possessing such a cloak, coupled with his continually improving qualities, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming joy bordering on madness. Spending 100,000 merit points. Agility increases by 1 point. Spending 100,000 merit points, physique increases by 1 point. Spending 100,000 merit points, voice increases by 1 point. Lin Fei swiftly elevated all attributes to 70. The agility and mental attributes, initially the lowest, now reached parity. Lin Fei felt his body becoming lighter, as if he could leap several meters with a single step. The enhancement of his mental attribute revealed more system functions within the virtual interface. With every movement, Lin Fei's demeanor became increasingly suave and confident. Congratulations, Master, you have completed the upgrades. What is my next task? Master, are you truly prepared? Absolutely. The completion of a billion-dollar task fortified Lin Fei's confidence. His sole focus was now on acquiring wealth and realizing his ambition to become the richest. Ding! A new task has arrived. Monopolize the lingerie market in Jiangnan City within a week. Isn't monopolization prohibited now? Besides, I'm not familiar with the Meizhuang Group or the lingerie market in Jiangnan City. Do you not have the female CEO's secretary? Oh, fine. Lin Fei reluctantly acquiesced. Master, do your best. After the system's encouragement, it fell silent once more. Shaking his head, Lin Fei walked towards the hospital entrance. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted a familiar figure. Attempting to retreat, he found himself locked in place. With a wry smile, he approached. Captain Jiang, what a coincidence. Not a coincidence. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Have you forgotten your promise? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. Realizing what Jiang Yu was referring to, Lin Fei quickly responded, Captain Jiang, you saw for yourself that Zhang Tianze and Xiao Mingzhi from the Meizhuang Group are of questionable character. A slight reprimand from me is hardly an offense, is it? He still refrained from revealing the existence of 2 Lin Feis. I simply want to know if it was you who signed the share transfer contract at Zhang Tianze's villa that day. It was I. Jiang Yu's astonishment was palpable as her eyes widened. Then who reported to the police? That was also me. What? Jiang Yu exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. This is impossible. Am I seeing ghosts? With a swift motion, Jiang Yu produced handcuffs, embodying the resolute spirit of a dedicated police officer. Captain Jiang, you must consider this carefully. Even if you arrest me, you will eventually release me. Lin Fei maintained his composure. Why is that? Because you have no evidence to prove there are 2 of me. You just admitted it. Did I sign anything? Lin Fei retorted with a mischievous grin. You? Forget it. I haven't done anything wrong. And I purchased those shares for 3 billion. Why the fuss? With that, Lin Fei waved dismissively at Jiang Yu and turned to leave. Yet, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of Jiang Yu. Captain Jiang, do you intend to arrest me? Jiang Yu smiled slightly, raising her hands. I won't arrest you, but I will follow you. Why? I need to uncover the truth behind the existence of 2 Lin Feis. Lin Fei's expression soured. This was a relentless specter. Jiang Yu flashed a triumphant smile, reveling in her perceived victory. You plan to sleep, and I will accompany you? Of course, you aren't afraid that I might. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu, his expression lewd. Instead of recoiling, Jiang Yu stood her ground. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. Lin Fei felt a twinge of frustration, quickening his pace to exit. However, Jiang Yu was quicker, seizing his arm and pulling him into her car. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride, Jiang Yu replied with a smug grin. Lin Fei scoffed. You are relentless. Mind your words, or I won't hesitate to report you for insulting a police officer. You, handsome, just tell me what you want. Jiang Yu teased, her demeanor exuding confidence. Lin Fei vehemently shook off her hand, anger flashing across his face. You have quite the temper. Jiang Yu laughed. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Fei, uninterested in further banter, regarded Jiang Yu as a madwoman, a female lunatic. Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't eaten either. Today, Mr. Lin, the affluent Lin, treats me to a meal. I'm quite looking forward to it. You won't mind, will you? Jiang Yu jested. Lin Fei glared at her, but Jiang Yu responded with a triumphant smile, as if she had him cornered. Intrigued, Lin Fei smirked. No problem. Upon hearing Lin Fei offer to treat her, Jiang Yu felt a sense of vindication. Since last night, he had been a source of irritation. She was determined to make the meal memorable. You choose the place. It's on me, Lin Fei generously declared. All right, get in the car. Jiang Yu winked at him, her expression brimming with mischief. Curiosity about Jiang Yu's background and her connection to Mu Xinchuan consumed Lin Fei. Yet, she remained tight-lipped, offering no insights. Jiang Yu, perhaps accustomed to driving police cars, maneuvered with skill but at an alarming speed, the vehicle darting like a shark through the streets. Where to eat? Lin Fei pondered. Reflecting on his busy work life that left little time for dining out, he had grown accustomed to takeout and boxed meals. Jiang Yu, meanwhile, passed several fine restaurants without stopping, determined to find a high-end venue to treat Lin Fei. Realizing her intention, Lin Fei felt a wave of dread. He had merely wanted to treat her to noodles or street food, not an extravagant meal. Captain Jiang, we need to rein it in. I have other commitments tonight. Oh, there's a great place ahead. Let us take a look. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, This is it. Lin Fei's heart sank. The restaurant was indeed impressive. Haitian Isa, a renowned establishment in Jiangnan City's Chaoyang district. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Fei, her smile radiating triumph. Not bad, right? My taste is impeccable. Indeed, Lin Fei replied, somewhat begrudgingly. The parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, and Jiang Yu's modest car seemed the cheapest in the lot. After parking, they entered, greeted by attentive staff, and settled in a secluded area. Soon, a server approached, smiling at Jiang Yu. Experienced in his role, he anticipated that the woman would order while the man would pay. Jiang Yu had changed out of her uniform into casual attire, appearing quite charming and poised. What would you like to order? Jiang Yu smiled lightly, gesturing towards Lin Fei, prompting the server's attention. Let us start with a large plate of stir-fried cabbage. Lin Fei declared extravagantly, exuding confidence and ease. The server paused, and Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Initially, Lin Fei intended to confront the waiter, but to his surprise, the fellow inquired about stir-fried cabbage. I'm sorry. We don't have that. The smile on the waiter's face gradually faded, replaced by a barely contained disdain as he remarked, You operate such a large establishment, yet you lack even a simple stir-fried cabbage? Why not purchase a cabbage and fry it directly? Lin Fei was deeply dissatisfied and retorted, Let me think again. Sir, take your time. I must attend to other guests over there. The waiter replied with a fleeting smirk that Lin Fei noticed, silently mocking the waiter for his pretentiousness. What is the price of your most expensive dish? Lin Fei inquired. The most expensive dish, that would be sea and sky in harmony, along with golden splendor and abundance of wealth. These are our signature dishes and are quite reasonable at just $8.88. Would you like a portion of each? Lin Fei was taken aback. Such a price felt akin to robbery. Despite having ample funds, the exorbitance struck him profoundly. He glanced at Jiang Yu, a triumphant expression adorning his face. To gouge oneself? Lin Fei smirked coldly. This price was not extravagant enough that I asked there nothing more costly? None. But if you desire, we can customize a dish for you, ensuring your satisfaction. Additionally, we can provide you with 2 VIP cards for a 10% discount on future visits. Oh, that sounds splendid, Jiang Yu exclaimed with excitement. Lin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Not good. Lin Fei shot a glare at Jiang Yu. Waiter, your establishment is of such low caliber that you lack even stir-fried cabbage. How can you customize anything? Just bring me 2 set meals, but let them not be too cheap. Let's say 30 yuan each. The waiteress' expression turned sour, as if she had bitten into something unpleasant, and she muttered the words through clenched teeth before turning to leave. It was his first encounter with such an arrogant man, someone who couldn't afford a meal yet criticized the restaurant's standards. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Double portions for the lady. I can't let her think I'm stingy. Lin Fei called out loudly, nearly causing the waiter to stumble. Jiang Yu, mortified, wished to disappear into the ground. Lin Fei, what do you mean? Is this how you treat me to a meal? She asked coldly, her eyes narrowing. Cough, Officer Jiang. I invested all my money into Misfortune shares today, so I am currently short on funds. I can only treat you to this. Cut the nonsense. Where did the 50 billion from your bank account come from? And what about those recent inexplicable large deposits? Jiang Yu pressed, her gaze icy. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned, then met her gaze with suspicion. Ignoring his wary demeanor, Jiang Yu continued to stare, awaiting his response. You're investigating me? Think what you will. Regardless, you are a suspect in my eyes. And I want to let you go free, she declared. Ha, fine. Lin Fei scoffed, falling silent. How he acquired the money? He had inquired with the system on his first day if there were any issues with the funds. Receiving a clear assurance that there were none. What could Jiang Yu's investigation accomplish? Her expectation that he would fabricate excuses was clearly misguided. At that moment, the food arrived, and Lin Fei began to eat with gusto. Jiang Yu, filled with frustration, mirrored his actions, each bite feeling like a small victory against him. In no time, she finished her meal, sipping water with satisfaction. Lin Fei, having barely consumed a third of his meal, wore a smile. Waiter, I would like to place an order. Lin Fei's voice echoed through the hall. The waiter rushed out, recognizing him immediately and turning to leave. You? I called you to take my order. Lin Fei maintained his smile, stopping her in her tracks. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her irritation before turning back, forcing a smile. Sir, what would you like to order? Lin Fei, with a cheerful demeanor, replied. I'll have one of each of the sea and sky in harmony, golden splendor, and abundance of wealth set meals. He was aware of the waiter's disdainful glances, but compared to Jiang Yu, she was insignificant. You've eaten enough. Now I'll order the grand feast. It will surely infuriate you, sir. Are you certain? The waiter queried, eyeing Lin Fei's worn clothing with skepticism, thinking he might be attempting to dine and dash. Yes, Lin Fei affirmed. Then let us proceed with one of each. The waitress hesitated, torn between protocol and her judgment of Lin Fei's appearance, which suggested he could not afford the extravagant meal. Did you not hear my request? Lin Fei's tone sharpened. Sir, are you sure? She asked again, nervously seeking confirmation. What do you mean, are you sure? Lin Fei replied, growing irritated. Observing the surrounding patrons, all impeccably dressed, he felt the sting of their disdain. They ordered, did they not? He pointed to the neighboring table, where diners had ordered numerous dishes costing at least a couple thousand. Young man, what gives you the right to compare with us? You're only ordering a 30 yuan meal, while we indulge in fine dining, one patron scoffed. Exactly. Can't you see? You're poor, so they don't believe you. Another chimed in. Lin Fei faced ridicule from the onlookers, and the waiter exhaled in relief, knowing the crowd was astute. Suppressing his anger, Lin Fei had initially aimed to frustrate Jiang Yu, but the waiter's attitude only deepened his dissatisfaction. He tossed his bank card onto the table, declaring, I'll have one of each of the sea and sky in harmony, golden splendor, and abundance of wealth set meals, with the password being 680. So it's a wealthy gentleman. A patron remarked, cautioning the waitress not to be fooled. The password 68 seemed reminiscent of characters from novels and films who flaunted wealth. Lin Fei remained unperturbed by the mockery, while the waitress, filled with disdain, took the card to process the payment, her desire to expose him clashing with the instinct to seize an opportunity. Lin Fei lifted his water glass, ignoring the derisive stares from the neighboring table, his mind racing with strategies to tackle the 3 lavish meals ahead of him. At that moment, the waitress returned with the card, her previous arrogance replaced by a radiant smile, bowing slightly as she presented it to Lin Fei. Sir, here is your card. Would you like a private room? Not necessary. I'll dine here, Lin Fei responded without a flicker of emotion. Please hold on, the waitress said before hurrying back to the kitchen. The neighboring diners, recovering from their shock, turned their disdainful eyes back to Lin Fei. What a pretentious show-off, they muttered. Lin Fei, now a target of ridicule, remained silent, while Jiang Yu, seated across from him, observed the entire spectacle without uttering a word. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Lin Fei merely glanced at her and instantly comprehended her thoughts. Sharing a sense of satisfaction. 10 minutes later, the dishes began to arrive in succession. Sir, your 3 set meals are too abundant. They cannot all fit on one table. What do you suggest? The waitress said with a cheerful demeanor, looking at Lin Fei. This table can only accommodate the seascape set. The other 2 can be placed on the 2 adjacent tables. Lin Fei replied, gesturing toward the outside of his table and the neighboring one. His table was positioned by the window. while the neighboring table was situated at the back of the hotel. With the outer two tables resembling doors, no problem, the waitress responded promptly and began to arrange the dishes. Lin Fei picked up his chopsticks and started to indulge in the food. The quality was undeniably superior to the 31-set meal he had previously tasted, which he had barely touched. Now, the tantalizing aroma invigorated his appetite. This could be said to be the most lavish banquet he had ever experienced, offering the most delectable flavors. However, to his surprise, Jiang Yu, seated opposite him, also picked up her chopsticks and began to eat with equal fervor. Lin Fei was taken aback. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Yu and inquired, "Weren't you full earlier?" "Nope," she replied. Lin Fei felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He had initially assumed that Jiang Yu had eaten her fill and had ordered the grand meal to entice her. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. "Ahem, miss, please mind your image. Eating too much can lead to weight gain," Lin Fei remarked somewhat dejectedly. "Not a problem. If I do gain weight, it will be your fault. I'll hold you responsible. If I become undesirable, I'll just stick with you for meals. Never worry about food or drink," Jiang Yu stated, her chopsticks never slowing. Lin Fei nearly choked on his food. Was this woman unwell? "Oh, I forgot to mention, we have a rigorous training regimen, and we are compelled to consume substantial amounts of meat and food daily, so rest assured, this amount is trivial for me," Jiang Yu continued. Seemingly intent on further demoralizing Lin Fei, at this point, he lost all appetite. "Damn it," Lin Fei thought, feeling frustrated with Jiang Yu, and reluctantly accepting the annoyance from the staff and the neighboring table. But Jiang Yu's behavior was simply intolerable. She resembled a famished ghost. "You eat. I'm stepping out for a moment," Lin Fei said and left. This time, Jiang Yu did not follow him. After all, Lin Fei had already settled the bill, and with so many delicious dishes, it would be a shame not to indulge. The people at the neighboring table, who had initially looked down upon Lin Fei's 31-set meal, were now enveloped in a wave of discontented silence, having experienced a complete reversal of fortune. However, the enticing aroma of Lin Fei's meal continued to waft into their nostrils, driving them to distraction. Just then, Lin Fei returned, accompanied by a throng of people. Indeed, a large group numbering over 20. The security at the entrance attempted to intervene, but quickly relented. "Wow, this is the most upscale restaurant I've ever entered. Look at the waitstaff. They are so alluring. It smells incredible. So enticing," the newcomers exclaimed as they entered, causing a stir in the hall. "Waitstaff, hurry and escort them out. Call security. How did they even get in here?" A flurry of staff rushed forward. The newcomers were a group of beggars, some limping, others blind, dressed in tattered clothing and emanating a foul odor. "They are my guests," Lin Fei said to the staff, his voice laced with anger. The waitress was taken aback. She had witnessed Lin Fei ordering 3 lavish set meals and had come to assist, previously muttering under her breath about Lin Fei's ostentation and wastefulness. Now, she realized he had invited beggars to dine. "Mr. Lin, where's the food?" "We're all hungry," inquired a beggar, dressed like a blind man, in his 50s. "Uncle Tao, those 3 tables are all set meals I ordered and have already paid for. Feel free to eat as you please," Lin Fei replied. "All right," Uncle Tao responded, striding toward Jiang Yu's table, and at that moment, he appeared far from blind. His eyes sparkled more brightly than those of any young man, as if the food was projected within his gaze. The other beggars surged forward, and the staff, witnessing the beggars approach, hastily stepped aside, fearing contact with them. Though Jiang Yu was a police officer, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the beggars. She quickly stood aside. Uncle Tao approached the table, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, reveling in the aroma. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Fei. With a rustle, the other beggars lined up neatly beside him. "Thank you for the feast, benefactor. Thank you for the feast," they exclaimed in unison. Bowing toward Lin Fei was momentarily stunned, then clasped his hands in response. "You're too kind. Please, eat as you wish, and let me know if you need anything." "Let us eat," Uncle Tao commanded, and the hall erupted with the sounds of chairs scraping, plates clattering, and cries for food. The people at the neighboring table were left dumbfounded. Their positions had been encircled by Lin Fei's 3 set meal tables, and now they were surrounded by beggars. To leave, they would have to pass through the midst of the beggars, risking physical contact. If they chose to remain, the unpleasant stench from the beggars filled their nostrils, making them feel nauseous. Lin Fei stood nearby, a triumphant smile on his face. Once a naive student, various experiences with the Maisie Shuang group had opened Lin Fei's eyes to the realities of society. If a dog bit him, he would not respond in kind. Instead, he would employ his wits. Jiang Yu spoke up. Chapter 103. The head sister Jiang Yu stood beside Lin Fei, observing the myriad expressions on his face and quickly deducing that he was enacting a subtle form of revenge against the neighboring table and the hotel. Little rascal, Jiang Yu muttered under her breath. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Wait, staff, if you don't remove them, we will never return. I will leave you a scathing review, the worst rating possible. Bring your manager here. At that moment, not only were the guests at the neighboring table unable to tolerate the situation, but others also began to express their discontent. It was evident that the beggars, with their lack of decorum and overwhelming stench, were unbearable to anyone. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the hotel, manager Huang Yashin, elegantly sipping coffee and perusing a magazine, was the epitome of a cultured woman. The Seascape Hotel was an asset of the Qingfeng Society, and Huang Yashin was the younger sister of Li Qingfeng, the society's leader. However, she was not the kind of younger sister involved in intimate affairs. Li Qingfeng seemed to have a particular fondness for her, yet they maintained a respectful distance. Despite not having attended university, Huang Yashin was diligent and self-taught, managing the Seascape Hotel with remarkable efficiency, which earned her respect from Li Qingfeng. As time passed, she approached her 30s, single and without a romantic relationship, dedicating her life to the hotel. This routine had cultivated her habit of enjoying coffee and reading magazines. If one were unaware of her past, they would perceive her as a refined beauty capable of captivating countless men. Suddenly, an urgent knock echoed from the door. Huang Yashin looked up, her expression revealing annoyance as she spoke in a low voice. Come in. No sooner had she finished speaking than the door swung open hurriedly. The waitress responsible for Lin Fei's table rushed in. Manager Huang, a group of beggars has descended upon the hotel lobby and are feasting. The other guests are furious. You must find a way to remove them. Huang Yashin sprang to her feet, her initial reaction being that someone was deliberately causing trouble. The Seascape Hotel's reputation was well known along the streets of Jiangnan City, and thus, no one dared to create a disturbance here. If they did, it meant. Anger washed over Huang Yashin's face as she reached for her phone. She input the number twice, but ultimately refrained from dialing. She felt a sense of bitterness within. I'll go take a look, she declared, striding out in her high heels, the sound of her footsteps resonating. The waitress closely followed. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Fei had already joined the beggars, reveling in the feast without a hint of repulsion. His seamless integration won the beggars' favor. The initial wariness dissipated, with Uncle Tao even embracing Lin Fei as they became fast friends, while Lin Fei and the beggars enjoyed their meal. The people at the neighboring table were left aghast, some on the verge of vomiting, while others in the hall either stormed out in indignation or erupted in shouts. Jiang Yu stood with her arms crossed, a smirk on her face. She did not look down upon the beggars but rather disapproved of Lin Fei's actions. As a police officer, particularly as the captain of the criminal investigation team, she was well informed about the backgrounds of every restaurant and organization in Jiangnan City, and she understood the Seascape Hotel's standing. In her view, Lin Fei's approach was an invitation to disaster. A reckless pursuit of trouble. It's still lively down here? Huang Yashin inquired as she descended, her gaze sweeping over the scene of Lin Fei and the beggars indulging in their feast, her brows initially furrowing before relaxing. Huang Yashin's voice, much like her presence, was enchanting, sultry, and resonant, instantly silencing the previously bustling hall. The security guard at the entrance tightened his grip on his baton, awaiting her command. The Qingfeng Society, a powerful organization in Jiangnan City, reigned supreme in Chaoyang District, akin to an underground monarch. Lin Fei's actions had already constituted a provocation, akin to defiling the entrance of the Qingfeng Society. Moments ago, they had refrained from action out of respect for the reputation of Haitian Isa and in the absence of directives from manager Huang Yashin. Now, considering Huang Yashin's esteemed position in the eyes of Li Qingfeng, the leader of the Qingfeng Society, the urgency to act became palpable. Manager Huang, we came here due to the esteemed name of Height and Easy. Is this how your establishment treats its guests? If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, we shall refrain from dining here in the future. To have individuals of our stature dine alongside beggars is an affront to our dignity. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, spoke up from the table surrounded by beggars. He was overweight, with a round face and gold-rimmed glasses, his expression replete with dissatisfaction and arrogance. He had been the first to belittle himself earlier, and now, confined to that table, he was among the most incensed. Huang Yashin offered a serene smile and gestured for calm with her hands. Whether it was her graceful demeanor or the audience's trepidation regarding the Qingfeng Society's influence, the atmosphere quieted instantly. All eyes fixated on Lin Fei and the beggars. Lin Fei stood, turning to face Huang Yaxin. As his gaze fell upon her, he felt a stirring within. He had encountered many beautiful women before, but few possessed the mature allure that she exuded. Her striking features, flawless complexion, delicate brows, wide almond-shaped eyes, and poised lips, all adorned in a sleeveless black gown, amplified her already potent aura of maturity, captivating the hearts of men and igniting a sense of longing and impulsiveness within them. Huang Yaxin assessed Lin Fei, noting his somewhat faded suit, an ensemble worth perhaps a few hundred yuan, reminiscent of a laborer's attire. Yet, standing at around 1.8 meters tall, with a chiseled face and bright, penetrating eyes, he exuded an undeniable charm. She was certain there was no one of his caliber on the streets of Jiangnan City, yet his actions constituted a challenge to the Qingfeng Society and to her personally. As Lin Fei met her gaze, his heart raced. There was an air of maturity about her that was both exhilarating and intimidating, compelling him to suppress any extravagant thoughts. "Hello, young man. May I inquire your name?" Huang Yaxin, having grasped the situation upon her arrival, regarded Lin Fei with a serious demeanor despite his unchanged attire. "My name is Lin Fei." "Lin Fei?" Huang Yaxin pondered, confirming that no one of such repute existed. "Indeed," Lin Fei replied with a smile. Huang Yaxin's gaze scrutinized Lin Fei anew. It was known that at Haitan Isa, prominent figures from the underworld and affluent young heirs typically dined discreetly, making Lin Fei's presence rather unusual. Yet, his calm and confident demeanor left no room for criticism. "Is there an issue with me dining here?" Lin Fei responded, mirroring her earlier curiosity with a disarming smile. Huang Yaxin felt a flush of warmth, an unexpected sense of vulnerability. She chastised herself internally. How could she lose composure before a young man, given her experience and capabilities? Clearing her throat, she straightened her posture and addressed him earnestly. "There is no problem as long as you are dining normally. However," she hesitated before continuing, "it seems rather crowded. Perhaps you would prefer to move to a private room?" This straightforward suggestion left not only Lin Fei but also the other patrons in the hall astonished. They had anticipated a confrontation but were instead met with a diplomatic approach. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing, understanding the underlying message and choosing to remain silent. "This space is spacious, and we are enjoying our meal," Lin Fei remarked lightly, secretly admiring Huang Yaxin's diplomatic finesse. Huang Yaxin shot him a playful glance. "You seem quite content, yet have you not noticed that the other guests are on the verge of eruption? Xinjia, if you continue to coddle them, we shall leave this instant." The middle-aged man interjected once more, his displeasure evident. Huang Yaxin's expression soured slightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Chun, the general manager of Tianli Real Estate Group, and a silver card member of your establishment. I frequent here at least once a week," he declared, a hint of arrogance gracing his features, embodying the epitome of affluence. "Indeed, we stand with Manager Zhao. If they do not vacate, we shall depart immediately. One must recognize their status. We are members here, not to be mingled with any riffraff." With Zhao Chun leading the charge, the atmosphere in the room grew tense as patrons began to rise, preparing to leave. Huang Yaxin frowned, surveying the crowd, her unease palpable. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Her gaze turned once more to Lin Fei, softening as she proposed, "Mr. Lin, might we consider relocating to a private room?" "Xinjia, it seems you are keen on safeguarding the interests of these members," Lin Fei replied, addressing her more familiarly with a smile. Zhao Chen's self-introduction had only deepened Lin Fei's irritation. Tianli Real Estate Group was none other than Jia's father's company. The recollection of past grievances with Xiao Tianjia and their shared malice towards Xiao Mingshan ignited a simmering anger within him, solidifying his resolve to remain. "Young man, you are quite courteous. Alas, I find myself in a predicament. These members have deposited no less than 500,000 with me to attain their membership. Without them, my establishment would struggle to thrive, so I hope you might show some consideration for me." Huang Yaxin smiled, her charm undeniable. "You see, we have spent 500,000 to acquire our membership cards. You are merely here for a meal, not a member. Xinjia, it is imperative that we remove them." Under Zhao Chen's influence, the other diners echoed their dissent, brandishing their membership cards and raising their voices in protest. The beggars, led by Tao Xu, stood behind Lin Fei, their displeasure evident, though Tao Xu remained silent, engrossed in his drink, observing the unfolding drama. "You claim to have spent 500,000 on membership cards, correct?" Lin Fei queried. "Indeed," Zhao Chen boasted, brimming with pride. Waitstaff, please count how many patrons are present and arrange for each to obtain a 1 million membership card. Lin Fei commanded, tossing his bank card towards the attendant with a flourish. Gasps filled the room as Huang Yashin's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration. Such audacity! Tao Shu, though motionless, trembled slightly as he regarded Lin Fei with astonishment. Had he recognized him? Zhao Chun, however, felt as though he had bitten into something distasteful, his frustration mounting. A young man attempting to show off in front of him? Preposterous. An unrefined country bumpkin masquerading as a wealthy elite. Where do you reside? Has your home been seized, rendering you a displaced tenant? I assure you, compensation only lasts so long. You must escort these revolting beggars out immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure you find it impossible to survive in Jiangnan City. Zhao Chen's fury erupted, directing his ire towards Lin Fei and the beggars. They were already confined, unable to leave amidst the crowd, and Huang Yashin's lack of forceful action to expel them incensed him further. Yet, aware of Huang Yashin's backing, he refrained from unleashing his full wrath. Lin Fei remained unperturbed. Tao Shu merely cast a sidelong glance, while the other beggars moved closer, tightening their circle around Zhao Chen and his companions. The atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly awkward, with onlookers expressing a mix of indignation and anticipation for the moment when Qing Feng would intervene. Yet, he remained silent. Chapter 105. The eviction order. Moments later. A waitress rushed back, her face flushed, lips trembling, and eyes sparkling with delight. Carrying a stack of membership cards and a bundle of bank statements, in her haste, she nearly stumbled several times upon noticing her approach. Zhao Chen scoffed, "Humph, a 1 million yuan membership card for each of them. What an outrageous boast. Let's see how you blow it up." With over 20 million at stake, it was implausible for someone like Lin Fei, regardless of his attire, to conjure such a sum. Even the general manager of Tianli Real Estate wouldn't he possess that kind of liquidity. Lin Fei? Impossible. Lin Fei remained silent. Uncle Tao frowned, his displeasure evident. The other beggars tensed up, their expressions turning serious. Huang Yashin, too, refrained from speaking, curious to see if Lin Fei truly had such financial prowess, eager to gauge his capabilities. "Sir, here are your membership and bank cards," the waitress said, her curiosity piqued as she wondered just how much was in Lin Fei's bank account. After all, 2 million was a staggering amount to consider. Are each of these worth 1 million? Indeed. Tell that incessantly barking manager Zhao that my funds are sufficient, Lin Fei replied, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he cast a contemptuous glance at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, initially reveling in the spectacle, was struck dumb by the news. "Manager Zhao, Mr. Lin has procured 22 membership cards, totaling 22 million. He has applied for the prestigious gold card at Haitian Ise," the waitress announced, now viewing Lin Fei as a veritable deity of wealth, and she felt compelled to emphasize the significance of the gold card. Zhao Chun, recovering from his shock, appeared utterly mortified, his expression one of utter disarray. Unable to utter a single word. "Distribute these membership cards to my brethren," Lin Fei instructed, gesturing towards Uncle Tao and the others, of course. The waitress, now motivated by the prospect of a substantial commission, looked at Uncle Tao and the others with newfound warmth. Her earlier disdain vanished. It was as though she were dreaming. The night's earnings sufficient to sustain her for a decade. The beggars stood in stunned silence. Glancing at Uncle Tao, hesitant to accept the membership cards, 1 million per card was no trifling matter. They were in awe of Lin Fei's generosity. "Mr. Lin, your gift is rather extravagant," Uncle Tao remarked, setting down his drink with an air of calmness. "Uncle Tao, I initially invited you here to vent my frustrations regarding the restaurant. However, our shared drinks have brought me joy. Now that we are friends, consider this a token of my appreciation," Lin Fei replied, his gaze sincere, his tone gentle, and a smile illuminating his face. Even the seasoned Uncle Tao was taken aback, his earlier doubts dissipating entirely. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. "Very well. I shall accept you as a friend." With a wave of his hand, a beggar stepped forward to accept all the membership cards. Uncle Tao straightened his posture, transforming from a hunched figure into a commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority. The 21 beggars around him mirrored his stature, radiating an impressive energy. The patrons within Haitian Ise were momentarily stunned by the stark transformation. Uncle Tao turned his gaze towards Huang Yashin. Offering a slight smile, Haitian Ise offers 3 types of membership cards: gold, silver, and diamond, correct? Huang Yashin was taken aback but quickly nodded. "Indeed, those cards are silver, while Mr. Lin's is a gold card." "Yes? Then may I inquire about this card?" Uncle Tao asked, slamming a purple card onto the table. Huang Yashin gasped, shocked and bewildered at a diamond card from Haitian Issei. Indeed, it was the rare purple diamond card. Since the establishment of Haitian Issei, no more than 5 diamond cards had been issued. Even the highest officials had not received one. Huang Yashin had seen a diamond card once, created at the request of Li Qingfeng, but it had never been used. Now, this beggar, Uncle Tao, produced a purple diamond card, leaving her utterly astonished. Xinjia, what's so special about that old card? Did he find it in a trash bin? Zhao Qin sneered, unable to contain his disdain. Are we to treat a beggar with such courtesy? Are we beneath him? Zhao Qin had shaken off his shock from the gold card and was now seething with indignation. He could not allow a beggar to humiliate him in front of others. Those who dine at Haitian Issei are not ordinary folk. As the general manager of Tianli Real Estate, I deserve respect. I cannot accept being disregarded by a beggar and a hotel manager, Zhao Qin raged. Everyone, Uncle Tao is a valued guest at Haitian Issei. If you wish to leave, you may do so now. If you want to return your cards, you may do so immediately, Huang Yashin stated, her voice steady yet cold, her demeanor unyielding. Zhao Qin's face flushed with anger as Huang Yashin ignored him. Do you truly believe that card belongs to this beggar? It might be stolen or salvaged from a dumpster. Your judgment is disgraceful. As the tension mounted, Uncle Tao's calm voice broke through. I do not wish to see them here. At that moment, the 21 beggars shifted, their energy palpable, clearly intent on clearing the area. Zhao Qin, now fully enraged, roared, Are you all so brazen as to act violently in public? Will you not alert the authorities? Silence! Leave at once! Huang Yashin issued another merciless eviction order. Manager Huang, this is rather excessive. We are your patrons. Some patrons, unable to hold back, rallied behind Zhao Qin. Uncle Tao chuckled, You should not be so smug. With your character, I assure you, you will find it impossible to secure a meal in Jiangnan City. You will starve on the streets. Zhao Qin's fury erupted. You think you intimidate me? Do you dare to threaten me? The gazes of the 21 beggars bore down on him, their collective intensity almost palpable. Zhao Qin, recognizing the critical juncture of his pride and position, stood tall. Do you intend to act violently in public? You cannot afford to lose face further. Uncle Tao waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the others to disregard Zhao Qin. The beggars returned to their previous demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Live in this world. One must possess vision and an expansive heart. Some individuals fail to achieve success throughout their lives simply due to a lack of these 2 essential qualities. Mr. Lin, for instance, not only possesses keen insight but, more importantly, embodies a generous spirit. Even if you had 20 million, would you bestow upon us a membership card? Today, Mr. Lin has undergone a profound transformation in his life, which in turn has catalyzed a transformation in my own existence. After Uncle Tao spoke, he raised his hand and slowly peeled away a human skin mask from his face, revealing his true identity. As soon as Uncle Tao's true visage was unveiled, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The familiar name of Uncle Tao lingered in the air, yet the gazes directed at him were irrevocably altered. Huang Yashin trembled, while the previously arrogant Zhao Qin collapsed to his knees, his lips quivering. Speechless, his body shaking uncontrollably, Lin Fei was perplexed, curiosity swirling in his eyes, while Zhang Yu, who had been observing with keen interest, suddenly brightened with surprise. Uncle Tao, what performance are you putting on? Someone inquired, as others began to retreat. Preparing to flee, Uncle Tao was, after all, the undisputed underground ruler of this city, a true leader who had now washed his hands of his past life, leading an existence akin to that of a celestial being. His daily routine consisted of attending meetings and charity events, or simply relishing life's pleasures at home. There is a saying in Jiangnan City, it is possible to enter the east and west courtyards, but impossible to enter Uncle Tao's domain. This implies that Uncle Tao never meets outsiders at home, and apart from on-site interactions, he is rarely seen. His enigmatic presence has rendered him a figure of immense importance in Jiangnan City, primarily for ensuring its stability. The more mysterious a person is, the more they pique curiosity, and thus Uncle Tao has become the stuff of legend, the object of everyone's desire to befriend. Yet, no one could have fathomed that this encounter would unfold in such a dramatic manner. Huang Yashin silently thanked Lin Fei. Had he not facilitated the membership card, Uncle Tao might have been driven away, and perhaps the establishment would have closed its doors tonight. Does anyone still doubt the authenticity of my membership card? Uncle Tao's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice resonating with authority, instantly instilling a shiver in many. I apologize, Uncle Tao, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me, Uncle Tao, Spare my life, by the end. Some had already begun to kneel and weep in supplication. Oh, Uncle Tao, I will blind myself. Will you grant me mercy? Zhao Chen pitifully pleaded, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of fear. In Jiangnan City, Uncle Tao is a living legend. With many claiming he has taken countless lives, rising amidst the corpses of his enemies. Today, having provoked Uncle Tao directly, they feared that if they did not escape Chaoyang district, the winds of fate would exact Uncle Tao's revenge upon them. What are you all doing? I am not a tiger, Uncle Tao chuckled. Moreover, I have already stated that Mr. Lin has taught me the essence of having a generous heart. I am indeed a person of great forbearance and will not hold this against you. He cast a knowing glance at Jiang Yu and laughed heartily. At his age and stature, he had long since lost interest in violence. Otherwise, 10 Zhao Chens would have already been fed to the turtles. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Thank you, Uncle Tao. Thank you, Uncle Tao. Zhao Chen repeatedly bowed in gratitude. There is no need to thank me. If anyone deserves your gratitude, it is Mr. Lin. He is the true man of great heart. Uncle Tao did not even glance at Zhao Chen as he spoke casually. Zhao Chen hurriedly extricated himself from the crowd of beggars and knelt before Lin Fei. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. Zhao Chen, why are you thanking me? Zhao Chen retorted. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have offended Uncle Tao, would you? Zhao Chen felt the blood rush to his face. Nearly fainting from embarrassment, laughter erupted from Jiang Yu and the others, unable to contain themselves. Uncle Tao remarked, life requires transformation. Consider yourself fortunate today. Let it be forgotten. A sly smile crept across Lin Fei's face as he replied. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Though Zhao Chen harbored deep resentment, he maintained a facade of flattery. Lin Fei discerned Zhao Chen's true feelings, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. Chapter 107. Uncle Tao's life. Who is Uncle Tao? Lin Fei was unaware, yet the fear he instilled in others indicated his extraordinary nature. Thus, Lin Fei was untroubled by Zhao Chen's potential for retaliation. Mr. Lin has already forgiven you, so be gone, and you all. Leave me be. I wish to drink with Mr. Lin without further disturbances. Uncle Tao waved his hand, visibly annoyed. The crowd's gazes toward Lin Fei were now filled with respect and intrigue. Few had the privilege to drink alongside Uncle Tao. Aside from high-ranking officials, and even fewer could do so in such a relaxed manner. Uncle Tao disregarded the crowd's reactions, stepping forward to pat Lin Fei on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, it is a fortuitous encounter. We must indulge in a grand feast. Although Lin Fei was unaware of Uncle Tao's reputation, he recognized from the crowd's response that Uncle Tao was no ordinary man. Nevertheless, he remained composed, smiling as he replied, I shall certainly enjoy a drink with Uncle Tao. Ha ha, splendid. Uncle Tao embraced Lin Fei's shoulders and sat down, resuming their revelry. Others wished to linger, but those disguised as beggars approached, compelling the crowd to depart. Filled with curiosity and regret, many remained in their cars, eager to discern the nature of the relationship between Uncle Tao and Lin Fei. Lin Fei refrained from inquiring about Uncle Tao's peculiar attire. And Uncle Tao, likewise, chose not to elaborate. After all, who among us is without secrets? Wine shared with a kindred spirit is never too much. The two reveled in their drinks, laughter echoing through the hall. While the waitstaff and other beggars stood silently by, too intimidated to breathe. Huang Yaxin attempted several times to engage in conversation, but was met with disapproving glares from Uncle Tao's companions, as the evening progressed. Uncle Tao was eventually assisted away, while Lin Fei was escorted by Jiang Yu. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, his serendipitous actions that night would lead him to once again encounter a benefactor. At Uncle Tao's villa. A white-haired butler in his 50s asked, Uncle Tao, should we investigate who Lin Fei truly is? Uncle Tao remained silent, reflecting on the details of Lin Fei's approach after leaving the hotel, eager to treat him to a meal. It was evident that Lin Fei had no ulterior motives and did not recognize his identity in Onid. This young man possesses a certain charm. I am quite eager to see what surprises he may bring. Understood, Akuan. I shall refrain from participating in the annual begging experience henceforth, yet others must continue. Our traditions must not be lost. Uncle Tao addressed the butler with a serene demeanor. Akuan was initially taken aback, then elated. Uncle Tao's burdens had finally been lifted. Life is a tapestry of myriad experiences. In his youth, Uncle Tao had been a laborer from a rural background. Arriving in Jiangnan City, he relied on sheer strength to carve out his existence. Seeking to earn his first fortune through hard work, however, fate proved unpredictable. After years of relentless toil, he found himself empty-handed, having even lost the woman he cherished most. Despairing, Uncle Tao succumbed to alcohol, descending into a life of begging on the streets. 40 years ago, he fell ill from hunger and cold, until a passerby discovered him, providing medicine, food, and water that revived him, leaving him with a small sum. Once recovered, Uncle Tao reflected on his days of begging with profound regret, vowing to reclaim his place in the city. Lacking skills or trade, he sought shortcuts during a time of reform and opportunity, beginning with a video haul and gradually amassing wealth as his fortune grew. So did conflicts of interest. To survive, he recruited henchmen and expanded his influence in Jiangnan's underground world. After decades, he ultimately ascended as its ruler. Recognizing this path led to ruin, he withdrew, pursuing a brighter future as a philanthropist and community leader. As the saying goes, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. His immense influence, though he no longer engaged in underground activities, ensured order within that realm, compelling other factions to yield to him, thereby maintaining the city's stability. Though Uncle Tao became wealthy and celebrated, he never forgot his past. Thus, each year on this day, he dons the guise of a beggar to traverse the streets, a tradition that serves both as a reminder of humble beginnings and a warning to his subordinates that life is fraught with challenges and one must not forget their roots. Little did he know that today, he would encounter Lin Fei. When Lin Fei initially appeared before him, the first impression was that of an ordinary student, a destitute young man. He even contemplated extending his assistance to Lin Fei. However, unexpectedly, Lin Fei generously invited him to dinner, evoking memories of a night 40 years ago when he had fallen ill. Thus, Uncle Tao was moved and revealed his true self in front of everyone. For years, Uncle Tao had persistently begged on the streets, hoping to find that benefactor from the past, yet it remained a beautiful aspiration. Tonight, Lin Fei made Uncle Tao realize that the past was behind him, finally freeing him from his emotional turmoil. Although somewhat melancholic, he felt a sense of relief. Consequently, he resolved not to beg on that day each year anymore. As for urging others to persist, it was a warning for his subordinates to understand life and cherish existence. Uncle Tao's intentions were heartfelt. It is precisely this dedication that has rendered him legendary. As for that diamond VIP card, similar items abound in his household. In a private room at the Jiangnan Spring Hotel, Mr. Hao was presented with a check for 500,000. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly overweight, adorned in designer attire. His hands rested on the check, 3 golden rings gleaming, a testament to his wealth. His name was Zhu Budong, the father of Zhu Yin. Mr. Hao was a woman in her 30s, wearing a semi-transparent short-sleeve blouse, hinting at the black lingerie beneath, her eyes fixed on Zhu Budong. A flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Mr. Zhu, your task seems somewhat challenging for me to accomplish. Gao Wan lightly brushed her fingers over Zhu Budong's hand, giggling, I trust you. Zhu Budong suddenly flipped his hand, grasping Gao Wan's firmly, gently caressing her wrist. Gao Wan returned a sultry gaze, prompting Zhu Budong to tighten his grip further. Chapter 108. Passing by best friends. Ren Feifei was the backbone of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Even if I were to criticize her, it might not yield any effect. Feeling the intensity of Zhu Budong's grip, Gao Wan did not flinch. Instead, she extended her other hand to clasp his. Zhu Budong's heart raced. You will find a way. I must go bail Zhu Yin out now. So, Zhu Budong attempted to withdraw his hand. Mr. Zhu, you lack sincerity, Gao Wan replied in a playful tone. Zhu Budong's heart raced once more. She was quite the seductive vixen. Ignoring his reaction, Gao Wan's wine-red nails glided delicately over his hand. Her intentions clear. Zhu Budong, experienced in such matters, recognized her meaning. He stood, approached the door, and locked it, turning back. He found Gao Wan seemingly satisfied, casting him a flirtatious glance as she feigned calmness in her seat. Zhu Budong had already embraced her from behind, his hands beginning to roam. What are you doing? Mr. Zhu? Gao Wan feigned ignorance, twisting slightly. Unbeknownst to her, this only heightened the allure, further stirring Zhu Budong's excitement. Ah, that tickles. You are wicked, Gao Wan's teasing voice echoed in the room. Mr. Zhu, just await my good news, Gao Wan said. Regaining her composure as she placed the check into her bag, her hand gliding across Zhu Budong's face. Zhu Budong, taking liberty once more, transferred 100,000 to her via his phone. Contact me. Zhu Budong instructed. Of course, Gao Wan replied, planting a kiss on his cheek before sashaying out. Zhu Budong muttered a curse under his breath as he watched her departure in the car. Although her legs felt slightly weak, Gao Wan's face radiated triumph. She retrieved her phone and, with a gentle tap, The vulgarities of Zhu Batong echoed from the device. Gao Wan felt no shame. Instead, she wore a satisfied smile. Zhu Batong, my golden goose. The recording is my ace in the hole. She gazed into the night, softly stating, Ren Feifei, I'm sorry, but your beauty and excellence have led you to accept Lin Fei as a student. Of course, I must thank you for enabling my dream of marrying a wealthy man. Gao Wan envisioned her soaring at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, dreaming of Zhu Budong's wealth flowing into her pockets. In a reception room of a certain authority, sat a balding middle-aged man in his 40s, visibly agitated. My name is Jiang Yizhang, and I wish to formally accuse Zhang Guodong of accepting bribes from Lin Fei. Deliberately finding reasons to dismiss me. You must thoroughly investigate this case. If not, I will continue to file complaints, even escalating to higher authorities. Jiang Yizhang had been discontented since his dismissal and, after encouragement from Zhang Qi, decided to report the matter. This marked Jiang Yizhang's third consecutive day at the office, yet he had no evidence, leaving them unable to investigate. Jiang Yizhang was relentless. He would not relent until Zhang Guodong was apprehended. The staff, feeling helpless, could only report up the chain and await instructions on whether to investigate Lin Fei's alleged bribery of Zhang Guodong. Inside the office of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Ren Feifei was engrossed in her work, typing away on the keyboard and flipping through documents. Anyone witnessing her would be astonished to see this woman in her 20s, working with the proficiency of a seasoned professor in management, effortlessly employing terminology and presenting fresh ideas on her screen. Engrossed in her thesis, she nibbled on bread when hungry and sipped plain water when thirsty, her white shirt revealing 2 undone buttons, indicating the heat of the room. Suddenly, Ren Feifei gasped, pressing her hands tightly against her chest. Laughter erupted from behind her. You little brat. I'm not fond of women, Ren Feifei retorted with a smile. Feigning annoyance. Feifei, I'm not fond of women either. I was merely checking on you. Worried about radiation, Gao Wan replied, withdrawing her hand from between the buttons, smiling. Ren Feifei appreciated Gao Wan, her colleague and friend. After all, one needed a social circle in life. Although the university's social sphere was small, it still fostered connections. Gao Wan was the only friend with whom Ren Feifei could truly converse, thus their bond remained strong. Their camaraderie often led to playful banter, especially as Ren Feifei was too absorbed in her thesis to fend off such teasing. Come on, spill it. What's the deal? Deal with what? Ren Feifei was taken aback by Gao Wan's inquiry. Of course, I mean who you've been fooling around with to have such a complexion, Gao Wan teased, to which Ren Feifei did not deny but rather reflected in surprise. Hey, I was just joking, Ren Feifei exclaimed, slightly shocked. Through their interactions, she understood that Gao Wan was a vain woman, eager to find a wealthy partner, which left her astonished. Feifei, tell me, have you received any bribes from that student Lin Fei? What bribe? Ren Feifei's expression froze as she questioned. Who knows? It could be money or favors, Gao Wan feigned a teasing tone. Get lost? Ren Feifei snapped, irked by Gao Wan's insinuation. She was not lacking in finances. Her pursuit was academic achievement, specifically applying her methods in practice. Therefore, she sought research students based on ability and merit. Accepting bribes was out of the question. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhu Yin have already secured his place in graduate studies? Chapter 109. The winds of change. Just kidding. But really, are you insane? Sitting here all day, not dating anyone, what are you pursuing? Gao Wan glanced at the computer screen and saw the title suggestions for reforming management. Her heart lifted. Different strokes for different folks. This is my true love, Ren Feifei replied, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, smiling broadly. Love it. Once you become a tired housewife, I'll see who loves you. Gao Wan quipped, moving to her desk. Why are you here? It's after hours. This ICE like you? Ren Feifei suddenly remembered to ask. Just passing by, saw the lights on, thought I'd check in. I knew it. I thought the sun had risen in the west. When I write a brilliant paper one day, you'll see, Gao Wan declared defiantly. Yet, as she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Ren Feifei's screen. All right, I believe in you. You have good taste. Ren Feifei smiled. I'm off to the restroom. With that, she stood and walked out. As soon as Ren Feifei exited, Gao Wan, like a spring, dashed to her computer. Quickly clicking the mouse and typing. 2 minutes later, she returned to her seat, her face flushed, breathing rapidly, appearing somewhat anxious, quickly sipping water. 3 minutes later, Ren Feifei returned, noticing Gao Wan's unease. Just as she was about to speak, Gao Wan stood up, saying, I'm heading back to rest. Are you coming? No. I still have a bit left to finish, Ren Feifei remarked nonchalantly. Take care of yourself, my beauty, Hao Wan teased, laughing as she walked out. Ren Feifei shook her head with a wry smile, glancing at her computer, feeling that something was amiss. After checking the computer thoroughly and finding no issues, she resumed typing. Meanwhile, Hao Wan hurried down the elevator and called Zhu Buzhong. Darling, missing me already? Zhu Buzhong's lewd voice came through the line. Not missing you. I know. You're missing my brother. Ugh. Hao Wan felt her heart race. Is it done? Zhu Buzhong's tone shifted. Yes, I will send it to you shortly. How should I sign it? He asked with a smile. No, that wouldn't be appropriate. It could lead to misunderstandings. I suggest signing it as Zhu Yan. Why? She asked. Didn't she say that Zhu Yan's paper was just fluff? Now her paper becomes Zhu Yan's. How do you think that will play out? Hao Wan's lips curled into a knowing smile, her tone dripping with satisfaction. Brilliant, truly brilliant. How will you reward me? A red envelope? How annoying. After some playful banter, they hung up. Hao Wan turned to Ren Feifei's office, a cold smirk on her lips. With you being so exceptional, how are we supposed to survive? Sorry, but you have only yourself to blame for being so outstanding. With that, she raised her middle finger towards Ren Feifei's office. On the other side, Zhu Buzhong had already begun making arrangements. After 3 more hours of diligent work, Ren Feifei submitted her paper to the designated journal. Once finished, she turned on some music, brewed a cup of coffee, and relaxed freely in her office. Completing each paper felt akin to nurturing a child, an experience filled with joy and accomplishment. This particular paper was crafted in alignment with current reform trends, and she had spent an entire month preparing for it, sifting through hundreds of thousands of words of materials and gathering tens of thousands of data points. Truly a labor of love. She hoped it would contribute meaningfully to the ongoing reforms. In a hotel, Lin Fei was completely intoxicated. As a seasoned martial artist, he could easily avoid drunkenness, but Uncle Tao's amiable demeanor encouraged him to indulge. Most importantly, after everything that had transpired that day, Lin Fei resolved to embrace a more flamboyant lifestyle, a sentiment echoed by Xiao Mingshan's reminders. In society and circles, one must pay heed to one's appearance. To be the richest, one must also shoulder social responsibilities, not merely flaunt wealth before others. Outside the hotel, Jiang Yu had not left, partly to discern if the strange noises would return, and partly out of concern that Lin Fei might vomit or meet with an accident. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupted their sleep. Jiang Yu sprang up, dressed to sleep. Her unique identity kept her alert. Approaching the door, she opened it without hesitation. The first sight was 3 men clad in black suits and white shirts. Impeccably dressed, yet their expressions were grave, their gazes sharp, as if they could see through her. Who are you? Jiang Yu confronted them, her voice steady. The leader produced a black leather badge embossed with the party emblem. This is my work ID, he stated. Jiang Yu glanced at it and handed it back. What do you want? In this room, it was only she and Lin Fei. If they were searching for someone, it certainly wouldn't be Lin Fei. Sorry, we are not looking for you. Then who are you looking for? Jiang Yu inquired, her brow knitting in confusion. Lin Fei. What has happened to him? Confidential. Jiang Yu felt a pang of concern. However, she stepped aside and said, he is asleep, having drunk too much. You can go in and check for yourselves. As a fellow public servant, Jiang Yu wouldn't obstruct their investigation. Moreover, being a person of integrity, she would promptly ensure that Lin Fei faced justice if he had broken any laws. The leader nodded at Jiang Yu, gestured to his companions, and they entered the bedroom. Upon opening the door, a wave of pungent alcohol fumes hit them, causing all 3 to grimace. A young man on the left dashed to open a window, while another approached the bed. Mr. Lin, please wake up, he called, shaking Lin Fei's arm. Lin Fei, deeply intoxicated, took a while to come to, finally blinking at the 3 before him in confusion. Where am I? Upon realizing he was in a hotel, he chuckled, the lingering scent of Mu Xinchuan on the pillow reminding him of the night. This is a hotel, the leader affirmed. Who are you? We are from the XXX agency. Please cooperate with us regarding an investigation. The mention of the agency snapped Lin Fei to attention, sobering him instantly. Chapter 110. Under investigation, Lin Fei sat up abruptly, realizing he was only in his underwear, and hastily pulled the covers over himself. The leader glanced at his subordinates, one facing the window and the others retreating to the doorway. As Lin Fei dressed, his mind swirled with questions about why they were looking for him and how he ended up in such a state. Just as he pondered these thoughts, Jiang Yu entered, her gaze falling on Lin Fei as he struggled with his pants. What trouble have you gotten into? Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback before replying, what trouble could I possibly cause? You don't know? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm just an ordinary citizen. What could I do? Then think hard. Think very hard. Jiang Yu shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. Lin Fei stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, grateful for her concern. Though her words seemed like a mere inquiry, they were a reminder for him to prepare mentally. Yet, he remained utterly perplexed. Why would they not pursue corrupt officials instead of him? Unable to comprehend it, Lin Fei decided to set the thoughts aside. Nonetheless, he held firm principles and would never allow himself to be taken away without just cause. His eyes darted to the man by the bed, who seemed overly cautious, clearly expecting him to leap out the window. Huh? I wouldn't be that foolish. You needn't worry about me jumping. I haven't even married yet. Lin Fei's just left the man blushing. Turning his gaze to Lin Fei'd at a tea that moment, the two individuals who had been outside entered. Lin Fei smirked coldly. He was no longer a pushover, and his eyes sparked with indignation. I'm dressed now. Shall we proceed? The leader said gravely. Don't you think something is missing? The leader looked momentarily taken aback. You didn't show me your ID. A flicker of annoyance crossed the leader's face. The woman at the door already saw it. One of the men by the window stated. Then you can take her along, Lin Fei retorted, sitting back on the bed defiantly. The leader's expression darkened. In the past, merely stating their identity would make many people comply, sweating profusely or even fainting in fear. Yet, Lin Fei remained unfazed, which surprised him greatly. However, he recognized that Lin Fei's demand was reasonable. Mr. Lin, we were careless. The leader admitted, retrieving the ID he had shown Jiang Yu. Lin Fei examined the ID, noting the name Lu Feng, and nodded. Seems authentic. What do you mean, seems authentic? It is authentic. The man by the window's demeanor soured. Then hurry and come with us. With that, he stepped forward. Please mind your language. I am merely a private citizen, and you have no authority to detain me. If you feel pressed for time, why not investigate the real corrupt officials? Lin Fei's irritation flared, especially at the man by the window's attitude, prompting him to stand his ground. Xiao Wang, calm down, Lu Feng interjected, looking at Lin Fei with a more conciliatory tone. Mr. Lin, we kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. The way Lu Feng spoke had noticeably softened. Xiao Wang, did you hear that? This is how to address someone properly, Lin Fei retorted, standing up and making his way out. Xiao Wang opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by Lu Feng's glare. Anger simmered beneath Xiao Wang's surface. He imagined Lin Fei begging for mercy once they were inside. Yet, Lin Fei, with heightened senses, caught the fleeting malice in Xiao Wang's gaze with a cold smile. He passed by Jiang Yu, offering her a brief smile and a wave. Jiang Yu, returning to her previous indifference, acted as though she hadn't seen him. Lin Fei had long grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's temperament, but the fact that she drove him to the airport to pursue Mu Xian while he remained intoxicated at the hotel demonstrated her inherent kindness, significantly altering his perception of her. Within a secluded room in Jianglian building, Lin Fei sat across from Lu Feng and Xiao Wang. He scanned the surroundings. The windows were reinforced with steel bars, and the entrance was secured by 2 protective doors. The room contained only a table and 3 chairs, with no other furnishings. In the corners of the ceiling, 2 cameras surveilled the entire area. They must be fearful of someone escaping, Lin Fei quipped. More concerned that some individuals might be driven to self-harm, Xiao Wang retorted, his gaze fixed sternly on Lin Fei. Rest assured. I shall neither flee nor take my own life, for I am not a public official. What about it? Perhaps I could offer you money to purchase an official position, Lin Fei continued teasingly, observing Xiao Wang's growing agitation. Bang! Xiao Wang slammed his palm on the table and stood abruptly. Sit down, Lu Feng commanded, his tone grave. Director? Silence. Xiao Wang, noticing Lu Feng's darkening expression, fell silent. Lin Fei felt a thrill of satisfaction. This was his first foray into high-profile behavior, and it was proving quite enjoyable. Now, tell us about your relationship with Zhang Guodong, Lu Feng inquired, his expression serious. Zhang Guodong? Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. His only private interaction with Zhang Guodong was the donation of 20 million, accompanied by 3 requests. Why would that provoke such scrutiny? Speak quickly. Xiao Wang, suspecting Lin Fei's hesitation stemmed from guilt, pressed on. What do you mean? I simply momentarily forgot. Isn't Zhang Guodong the president of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology? I was a student there 3 days ago, so he is, in a sense, my president. Lin Fei pushed back against Xiao Wang's accusations, then smiled amiably. That is not what we are inquiring about. We seek to understand your clandestine dealings. Xiao Wang insisted vehemently. Clandestine dealings? Please choose your words carefully. I am a normal man and have no interest in homosexuality. You? Xiao Wang, calm down, Lu Feng interjected, taken aback by Lin Fei's defiance. Did you bribe Zhang Guodong to have Jiang Yezhong dismissed? Upon hearing this, Lin Fei instantly grasped the situation. It was Jiang Yezhong's machinations at play. A cold smile crept across his lips at the thought. Perhaps he had been too lenient. He should have exposed Jiang Yezhong's private viewing habits on the spot, which would have justified a more straightforward dismissal. Indeed, Jiang Yezhong's dismissal is indeed connected to me. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, Xiaowang straightened in his seat, ready to take notes. Chapter 111. A clash of wits. Jiang Yezhong was dismissed for abusing his authority as an educator for personal gain. Incensing the president, which was corroborated by other teachers present at the time, as for my relationship with President Zhang Guodong. Aside from the 20 million donation to the school, I have never visited his office nor engaged with him. You may investigate the donation through Jiangnan University's accounts. As for the allegation of bribery, I am curious about the basis of such claims. Given my resources and wealth, do you truly believe I would need to bribe a university president? If you were in my position, would you act similarly? Lin Fei glanced at the earnest Xiaowang, adding a playful remark at the end. Xiaowang, initially focused on recording, nearly exploded with anger upon hearing Lin Fei's final comments. Bang! He slammed his pen onto the table, turning to Lu Feng. Director Lu, I believe he needs a thorough reflection. Lu Feng, a seasoned professional, had been observing Lin Fei's eyes throughout his speech. They were clear and unwavering, exuding a natural confidence. From his experience, those with guilty consciences or hidden issues would exhibit signs of nervousness. Yet Lin Fei remained brazenly self-assured. Lu Feng continued to scrutinize Lin Fei, attempting to penetrate his facade. But to no avail. Lin Fei, where did the funds in your account originate? Lu Feng abruptly shifted the topic, seeking a different angle. Do you believe that a pie falls from the sky? Lin Fei smirked. Responding with a playful challenge, Lin Fei, you hail from Heping Village in Jiangbei County, a place of poverty. How could you possibly amass such wealth? Xiaowang demanded indignantly. I see you are quite knowledgeable about Jiangbei County. Lin Fei replied with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, we are well acquainted with the villages under our targeted poverty alleviation efforts. Xiaowang scoffed. Targeted poverty alleviation? The phrase struck a chord with Lin Fei. Leading to a moment of reflection, contemplating his current wealth, he resolved to return home once this matter was settled to assist his fellow villagers in achieving prosperity. The wealthiest bear the greatest responsibilities. If Jiangbei County's poverty alleviation villages require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Humph, attempting to bribe us again. Xiaowang scoffed. Xiaowang, quiet. Lu Feng interrupted once more. Lin Fei, take some time to reflect. You are not permitted to leave this place for the next 72 hours. We will conduct intermittent interrogations. Lu Feng recognized that extracting information from Lin Fei would be futile at this moment, as there were no evident suspicions, so he opted for a gradual approach. With that, he stood and departed alongside Xiaowang. Before leaving, Xiaowang shot Lin Fei a glare, stating, I refuse to believe that the fox's tail won't eventually show. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow in response. A look of disdain on his face, which further wounded Xiaowang's pride. With a thud, the door closed, enveloping the room in silence. Lin Fei surveyed the empty space, feeling somewhat disheartened. Trouble had descended upon him. First, the specter of Jiang Yu lingered, and now the department had summoned him. He felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. System, Master. What can I assist you with? The soft, charming voice of the system remained oblivious to Lin Fei's current distress. Do you have any substitute cards? I would like one. Lin Fei inquired eagerly. I regret to inform you, Master, that substitute cards appear randomly. Such treasures are rare and thus unavailable in the store. Damn it. This is outrageous, Master. You are mistaken. Our system has no father, for we are the masters. Be gone. Lin Fei cursed vehemently. La. Master is angry again. The system's little girl seemed delightfully amused, humming a cheerful tune. Lin Fei wished he could extract her from the system for a proper scolding. In the conference room of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Zhang Guodong sat solemnly at the head of the table, where a crowd had gathered, all eyes fixed on the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. With a creak, the door swung open, and Ren Feifei entered. Having completed her thesis the previous night, she was still buzzing with excitement. Having stayed up late and rushed in upon receiving the meeting notification. Seeing everyone present, she offered an apologetic smile. In the past, her smile would elicit countless warm responses, but today, the same smile was met with either solemnity or derision. Leaving Ren Feifei perplexed, she nodded to President Zhang Guodong and took her seat. Teacher Ren has arrived. We shall commence the meeting now, Zhang Guodong announced, taking the lead. Hao Wan sat beside Ren Feifei, not uttering a word or even glancing her way, as if they were strangers. Plagiarism and academic fraud are matters we vehemently detest. Just 3 days ago, the incident involving Wang Mengyao's thesis plagiarizing teacher Ren's work had a tremendously negative impact. I had hoped everyone would learn from this lesson, yet here we are again, faced with another case of plagiarism. A truly shameful occurrence. Zhang Guodong's voice rose with agitation as he slammed his hand on the table. Ren Feifei, bewildered, turned to Zhang Guodong, questioning why he had suddenly broached this topic. Observing the others, she noticed their disdainful glances directed at her. Unable to suppress her furrowed brow, she spoke up. Teacher Ren, is this paper titled Suggestions and Recommendations for XXX Reform Management authored by you? Zhang Guodong asked sternly, fixing his gaze on her. Yes, I wrote it. It was commissioned by Reform Vanguard. No need to elaborate. It's sufficient that you authored it. Zhang Guodong interrupted her abruptly. Ren Feifei was taken aback. Previously, Zhang Guodong had shown her great respect, but today was different. Looking around at her colleagues, many wore mocking smirks. What is this? Zhang Guodong tossed a copy of a core journal onto the table before Ren Feifei. Ren Feifei opened the core journal and was immediately struck by a headline underlined, Opinions and Suggestions on XXX Reform Management. Her mind buzzed as she glanced at the signature, only to find it was Chapter 112, True and False Papers, Zhu Yin. Indeed, it was the same Zhu Yin whose papers were riddled with superficiality, the very student whose thesis defense she had deemed unsatisfactory. How could this be? Ren Feifei quickly flipped to the main text, and her jaw dropped. The content was identical. Even the cited references matched perfectly. This. Ren Feifei lifted her gaze toward Zhang Guodong, her eyes brimming with confusion. Impossible. It shouldn't be. Zhang Guodong's eyes mirrored her astonishment, laced with regret. Silence enveloped the meeting room abruptly. She hurriedly checked the publication date. It was yesterday, while her own paper had been published that very morning. A mere few hours apart. How awkward that as she turned to the last page, she discovered a small section that was different, the very part she had spent nearly 3 hours writing. Ren Feifei exhaled. About to speak, when Zhang Guodong interjected, Teacher Ren, you have always been the pride of our school, our most esteemed educator. How do you propose to explain this? Principal Zhang, this paper took me a month to complete. It is 100% original in Zhu Yan's paper? How do you account for that? I don't know. Zhang Guodong shot her a frustrated glare. This response was more infuriating than silence. Teacher Ren is a returnee from Country M. A person of remarkable talent. How could she possibly plagiarize? I am convinced that Zhu Yin has plagiarized Teacher Ren's work. Teacher Ren, you must quickly gather evidence to prove your innocence. Ren Feifei's reply drew immediate support from the other teachers. Yet their words dripped with sarcasm, irony. A tall tree catches the wind. Ren Feifei shone too brightly at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Not only was she youthful and beautiful, but her talents also made her the object of admiration for many young male educators. Inciting envy and resentment among her female colleagues, in the past, her excellence had deterred others from challenging her. Now, in this moment, they seized the opportunity to strike. Though filled with anger, Ren Feifei swallowed her pride. To argue would be tantamount to admitting guilt. After all, their words seemed to affirm her integrity. This left her feeling bitterly helpless, forcing a smile that did little to conceal her distress. Her once fair and handsome visage was now flushed, her bright eyes veiled with a mist of grievance. For so long, she had been akin to a proud white swan, whether in her homeland or abroad, a beacon of academic excellence and beauty. With several papers garnering international attention, now, faced with accusations of plagiarism, her dignity lay in tatters. At this moment, she was not only grappling with inquiries but also pondering how her paper had ended up under Zhu Yan's name. The theft of her work was an undeniable reality. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Hao Wan. She had been the only one in the office yesterday, and during that time, Ren Feifei had briefly stepped out to the restroom. A sudden change swept over Ren Feifei's countenance as she opened her mouth, but Hao Wan spoke first. Feifei, if your paper is on your computer, how could someone steal it if you wrote it yourself? Hao Wan had effectively silenced Ren Feifei. Teacher Hao's analysis is quite accurate. It seems Teacher Ren's computer may have a Trojan virus. Perhaps it was hacked. Could it be that Teacher Ren's computer frequently accesses certain monitored websites? Hao Wan's words sparked a renewed wave of discussion, perpetuating the cycle of insidious praise. Ren Feifei, a woman of immense pride, felt her composure shatter under the humiliation. Principal Zhang, allow me to clarify. My paper is original. I will report this matter to the authorities, and if I am found guilty of plagiarism, I will resign and withdraw from the educational sphere in Huaxia. With that, Ren Feifei rose and stormed out. The other teachers fell silent, though their eyes still glimmered with derision, secretly wishing for her resignation. However, being genteel individuals, they refrained from overt mockery. The atmosphere, however, was more stifling than laughter could convey. How one sat in her place. Feeling nervous at the mention of police involvement, she understood Renfeifei's character. A fiercely proud woman, she would not rest until the truth was uncovered. Meanwhile, she pondered whether she had left any incriminating evidence. Knock, knock. A sharp rap echoed at the door, followed by its opening. Lu Feng entered, accompanied by Xiao Wang and another individual. Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow, preoccupied with how to address the paper forgery scandal. When an intrusion interrupted his thoughts, "Principal Zhang, I am from the XXX department. Here is my identification. Please accompany me to a designated location at a specified time to address certain inquiries." Lu Feng's words plunged the room into a heavy silence. Zhang Guodong's face drained of color. In the realm of bureaucratic circles, the greatest fear was scrutiny, and the most dreaded individuals were those from this department. He racked his brain, trying to recall any missteps. But to no avail. Since beginning his career as a teacher at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, he had advanced solely through merit, possessing no assets beyond a modest unit-provided apartment and a 5-figure bank balance. Why was this so? "I will go with you." Lu Feng and his companions did not immediately approach. Having witnessed much, they understood the need for everyone to acclimate. Yet, they were surprised to see Zhang Guodong adapt so swiftly, rising with remarkable ease. Xiao Wang and the other man moved to escort Zhang Guodong out. As Zhang Guodong vanished, the meeting room erupted in chatter, some jubilant, others sighing, while others saw newfound hope in a room within Jianglian building. Zhang Guodong stated, "I have shared all pertinent information. Regarding my personal assets, they are recorded in the personnel files. You may investigate." His demeanor was calm as he addressed Lu Feng. "A clear conscience knows no fear." Zhang Guodong's expression conveyed just that. Lu Feng, as ever, scrutinized Zhang Guodong, hoping to glean insight, yet his gaze remained devoid of ambiguity. Why had Lin Fei insisted on expelling Jiang Yizhong? Upon further investigation, he discovered that Jiang Yizhong and Zhang Qi had a student-teacher relationship. Zhang Qi had taken Lin Fei's former girlfriend, Wang Mingyao, who was also a student of Jiang Yizhong's design course. Jiang Yizhong had benefited from Zhang Qi's patronage, even threatening Lin Fei with a failed thesis defense, thereby inciting Lin Fei's ire. Zhang Guodong, true to his role as principal, understood the intricacies of the feud between Jiang Yizhong and Lin Fei even after Zhang's expulsion. Lu Feng's face broke into a smile once more. Chapter 113. Renfeifei's distress. The feud between students and teachers is a matter that, as principal, you should ideally not involve yourself in, Lu Feng remarked to Zhang Guodong. During the thesis defense, Jiang Yizhong, as rumored, denied Lin Fei the opportunity to present, even allowing Wang Mingyao to plagiarize teacher Ren's paper and pass with distinction. Such favoritism and corruption cannot go unaddressed. "Oh," Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon opening WeChat, he read a message. Renfeifei accused of plagiarizing student Zhu Yan. After reading it, Lu Feng's expression became complicated, even revealing a hint of amusement. The depths of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology were indeed profound. Who was truly at fault? How would Principal Zhang define the situation of Renfeifei allegedly plagiarizing Zhu Yan's work? Lu Feng presented this latest development to test Zhang Guodong's stance. After all, following Lin Fei's donation, a successful thesis defense, Jiang Yizhong's dismissal, and Lin Fei's acceptance of Renfeifei as a graduate student, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guodong's brows knitted tightly. This matter was perplexing. Based on his understanding of Renfeifei, she would not resort to plagiarism, and given Zhu Yan's status as a recent graduate, he lacked the capability to produce such a paper. "Are you suggesting that someone has stolen Renfeifei's work?" "I cannot assert that without evidence, but that is my suspicion." Lu Feng nodded. Given Renfeifei's character and familial connections, this situation would certainly be investigated thoroughly. The truth would ultimately prevail. Nevertheless, I maintain my position. The decision to expel Jiang Yizhong was justified, and teacher Ren would not resort to plagiarism. For the first time, Zhang Guodong expressed his genuine opinion to Lu Feng. "Principal Zhang, we will investigate the matter concerning Jiang Yizhong. You cannot leave just yet." "Very well." Lu Feng nodded, standing to depart with his team. At Jiangnan Spring Hotel, Zhu Yan sat alone, awaiting his father, who had promised to bring 2 friends along. Today was meant to ease his worries. The ordeal of kidnapping Lin Fei had come to a close, as no serious repercussions ensued, and with Zhu Budong's efforts to smooth things over, Zhu Yan had finally been released. Now, he had regained his former bravado, his face alight with arrogance as he prepared to exact revenge on Lin Fei at any moment. The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed at the door of the private room. Rhythmic and captivating. The noise paused momentarily before the door swung open, revealing a stunning woman. Hao Wan. Upon raising his gaze, Zhu Yin was met with her enchanting presence. Today, Hao Wan was exquisitely adorned, her long, cascading waves of hair draping elegantly over her shoulders. She wore a red and black floral blouse, its hem dancing at her waist, paired with a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her silhouette, complemented by delicate black high heels that showcased her flawless, alabaster legs. The beauty of her figure radiated maturity, instantly filling the room with an alluring atmosphere. Upon spotting Zhu Yin, Hao Wan smiled and removed her oversized sunglasses, revealing her slightly melancholic peach blossom eyes. "Zhu Yin, my dear classmate, have you been suffering?" she teased. "Teacher Hao, what brings you here?" Zhu Yan's previously somber mood dissipated at the sight of her, replaced by a radiant smile akin to a blooming flower in June. "I heard you needed some cheering up, so I came," she replied, gliding toward the seat beside him. The intoxicating scent of her perfume intensified as she approached, enveloping Zhu Yin in a delightful embrace. As he inhaled deeply, savoring her fragrance, Hao Wan seemed to playfully comply with an unspoken invitation. In the moment she sat down, her bag accidentally tumbled to the floor. Bending to retrieve it, her blouse naturally rose, exposing her smooth back. Zhu Yin swallowed hard, a rush of blood coursing through his veins. Hao Wan, stifling a laugh, feigned ignorance, straightening up just as a flash of her fair skin caught Zhu Yan's eye. He felt as though his very being was ignited. Without hesitation, his arms encircled her bent figure, gently guiding her head downward. As an experienced woman, Hao Wan quickly found the perfect position and method. Minutes later, Zhu Yin, satisfied, called out her name. Hao Wan coughed lightly, playfully wiping herself down while shooting him a sly glance. "Teacher Hao, save it for later," he jested. "Little rascal. How dare you bully me like this?" She retorted, "Don't you like it?" He teased back, "Definitely not. You're such a handful," she laughed. Their playful banter continued until Zhu Bujing entered the room with Jiang Yezhong. Despite sensing a peculiar atmosphere, Zhu Bujing remained unfazed. At that moment, Hao Wan transformed, engaging in flirtatious conversation with him. "Zhu, now that Ren Feifei's thesis is under scrutiny and Zhang Guodong is being investigated, it's like a chain reaction," she exclaimed. "This is all thanks to your collaboration with Teacher Jiang. Zhu, I am determined to seek justice. We cannot allow the wicked to prevail," Jiang Yezhong added with an air of righteousness. "As a public figure in Jiangnan City, Zhu Yin's earlier misstep has tarnished your reputation. We cannot let it go unaddressed. Money is no object in this world. I refuse to believe that we cannot rectify this situation." Hao Wan's face, clouded with fury, mirrored her commitment as she pondered the implications of Zhu Bujing's potential retaliation against Lin Fei. If he were to suffer, Zhu Yin would undoubtedly inherit everything, and with his capabilities, the outcome could be, the adage "the heart of a woman is the most treacherous" held true, and no one could fathom her inner thoughts. She was far from a simple woman. If the Zhu family were to lose Zhu Bujing, Zhu Yin, a mere scion, would be no match for her cunning. In such a scenario, the family fortune would eventually fall into her hands. Unbeknownst to Zhu Bujing and his son, Hao Wan harbored these ulterior motives. And Zhu Bujing could not have anticipated the events that had transpired between his son and her prior to his arrival. With a gaze that bore the weight of malice, Zhu Bujing finally spoke after a long pause. "Teacher Hao, you must return to the school and ensure that appropriate measures are taken against Ren Feifei and Lin Fei. This will reflect poorly on Zhang Guodong's capabilities." He then turned to Jiang Yezhong, instructing him to gather evidence, for only with proof could they substantiate their claims. "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure these wrongdoers face justice," Jiang Yezhong vowed, clenching his fists in anger. Hao Wan cast a flirtatious glance at Zhu Bujing, and without a word, the four engaged in a clandestine plotting session before indulging in food and drink, fervently returning to their scheming. In the Ren household, Ren Feifei sat on the sofa, seething in silence. Before her was a stern man in his 50s with a square jaw and slicked back hair, engrossed in the evening news, an indispensable ritual for him. His name was Ran Kenning, a formidable figure in Jiangnan City, the undisputed leader of the West Courtyard Committee. "Dad, I've reported this incident, yet there's been no update. Can you please inquire?" Ren Feifei suddenly stood and blocked his line of sight. "Feifei, I've told you time and again to trust the organization and the government. Why the rush? The innocent will clear their name," he replied calmly. "Dad, I believe in them, which is why I believe in you. Just say something," she retorted, exasperated. You've always had too much pride and ambition. A little setback can be beneficial. Otherwise, future challenges will be even harder to bear, he advised lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Dad, it feels like you care less about me these days. Indeed, you're of marriageable age. It's time for someone else to care for you, he teased. Dad, you? Let them investigate at their own pace. In the meantime, relax. 6 months from now, during Spring Festival, we shall discuss your marriage prospects, Kinning concluded, rising to head to his study. I refuse to marry him. If you force me, I will run away. If anyone were to witness Renfei at this moment, they would find it hard to reconcile her with the serious, meticulous teacher they knew. She was no more than a petulant girl, rebelling against her fate. Kinning chose silence, understanding his daughter's fiercely independent spirit. He had long wished to address her stubbornness, yet he knew it would be futile. Now, with this setback, he saw an opportunity. Not only did he anticipate the police's slow investigation, but he also considered suppressing any findings, solely to make Renfei recognize her femininity, steering her away from her workaholic tendencies. As the enormity of their family legacy loomed over him, he pondered the consequences should Renfei maintain her current demeanor. Fate. Each individual has their destiny. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Lin Fei was granted his freedom. Lin Fei, should circumstances change, we may need to summon you again, Director Lu Feng stated solemnly as he escorted Lin Fei to the entrance. Director Lu, are you unwell? Lin Fei quipped. Lu Feng remained mute. You're the one with issues, came a voice from the side, igniting a spark of irritation within Lu Feng. If not for his position, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Lin Fei's insolence. Brat. So insufferable. Lin Fei shot a glare at the interrupter, then turned to Lu Feng. Director, it's been 3 days, and you haven't offered a single smile. Are you afflicted with facial paralysis? Lu Feng chuckled, albeit awkwardly. So you can smile, Director Lu? Lin Fei continued to jest, finding amusement in the situation. All right, you should leave quickly. You never know when you might find yourself back here. Lu Feng was left speechless, accustomed to Lin Fei's antics. Director, the Jianglian building symbolizes purity rising from the mud, correct? Lin Fei inquired. Indeed. Lu Feng affirmed. It appears you have put thought into this. Good to know. Interjected the voice of the assistant, who reprimanded Lin Fei. However, the conditions in your holding room were abysmal. I nearly suffocated without air conditioning, Lin Fei exclaimed, waving his hand as if to fan himself. Our budget is limited. We can hardly afford to improve conditions with our annual casework, Lu Feng replied, slightly vexed. How much do you need? I'll donate to you. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, the assistant looked at Lin Fei without animosity. Let me clarify. This is not a bribe, but rather support for your work. I hope Jiangnan City sees more officials who are untainted by corruption. Lin Fei stated with a grin. Hurry and leave. Lu Feng chuckled, patting Lin Fei on the shoulder. Well, I'm truly leaving now. You don't expect me to treat you to a meal, do you? Lin Fei teased. Forget it. I've had my fill of your tea. With a wave, he departed. Director, about the air conditioning, the assistant whispered. Just compile the details when you return and report to the committee. What if he decides not to donate? Then we'll invite him for tea. Understood? The assistant exclaimed before darting off. At that moment, he felt a newfound admiration for Lin Fei. Lu Feng shook his head, recognizing that the assistant was still youthful and naive. Lin Fei was far more complex than he appeared, and his assertion about wishing for more untainted officials in Jiangnan left a profound impact on Lu Feng. This young man possessed a sense of idealism. Lin Fei was oblivious to the conversation between Lu Feng and Xiao Wang. Had he been aware, he would have certainly found it amusing. Initially, he believed this money-making system was merely a means to earn wealth. But after being tasked with pursuing a graduate degree and seeking a female CEO's secretary, he gradually realized that beyond monetary gain, the system was nurturing a sense of responsibility within him. The wealthiest individuals carry the heaviest burdens of societal duty, a notion he began to grasp. Lin Fei lifted his gaze to the sky, his aspirations soaring, dreaming of a cherished companion. What is wealth without passion? In that moment, he felt a surge of ambition. Mu Xinchuan, we shall meet again. I, Lin Fei, will reveal a new version of myself to you. At that very moment, in a villa abroad, Mu Xinchuan, while perusing a magazine, felt a tremor in her hand, as if responding to a distant call. Rising to the window, she gazed into the distance at the sky and grass, her heart heavy with melancholy. Fate plays its tricks. How should this bond be resolved? Meanwhile, in a hotel, Zhang Yu received a sudden call from Lin Fei. Initially startled, she quickly resorted to teasing. Captain Jiang, where are you? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Lin Fei said cheerfully, I'm at the hotel you booked. A weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. How much do you charge per encounter? What do you mean by that? Did you not claim to be a chicken? Get lost? Jiang Yu's earlier good mood vanished instantly, and she flung the phone onto the sofa. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. This woman was cold on the outside yet warm-hearted, possessing an underlying kindness. In her hotel room, Jiang Yu slammed the notebook she was writing in onto the floor, placing a foot on the coffee table, poised like a queen ready to conquer, staring at the door. Fully prepared to confront Lin Fei, as Lin Fei sat in a taxi heading to the hotel, he shivered involuntarily. Upon returning to the hotel, he found his room door ajar, causing his heart to race. As he peeked inside, he spotted Jiang Yu seated on the sofa, arms crossed, intensely focused on the door, her expression shrouded in a mist of tension. Lin Fei instinctively shrank back, recalling the earlier phone call where he had called her a chicken. Realizing he had stirred a hornet's nest, "Get in here, you fool!" Jiang Yu's voice shattered his thoughts. All right." Lin Fei feigned urgency as he rushed inside. "Stand at attention," Jiang Yu pointed to the coffee table. "As you command," he replied, arms at his sides, standing at attention. "Bastard!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, leaping into the air to deliver a punch to Lin Fei. Thud. Lin Fei, obediently, did not evade the blow. The punch landed with sincerity, causing Lin Fei to grimace. Jiang Yu was taken aback, her fist lingering on Lin Fei's body, momentarily forgetting to retract it. "What is going on? You didn't even flinch. Captain Jiang, are you satisfied now?" Lin Fei said weakly, gripping her fist and covering the spot where he had been struck. Jiang Yu. "Wow. I didn't expect your hand to be so soft and smooth. It's quite endearing." Had she not feared Jiang Yu's wrath, he would have succumbed to the temptation of caressing it, relishing the sensation. Jiang Yu gasped, quickly retracting her hand, her face flushing crimson. However, she quickly composed herself. "Lin Fei, why did you come out after finishing your tea?" "Because I missed you," Lin Fei replied with a smile, settling onto the sofa. "I'll record this on my phone and send it to Mu Xinchuan." Jiang Yu scoffed. "Don't you dare, Captain Jiang. I would rather dismantle 10 temples than break a single marriage." "You aren't that kind of person," Lin Fei said with a grin. "What was the phone call about then?" "I knew you, Captain Jiang, had a heart of gold and would surely help. Stop flattering me." "How have you changed so quickly?" "Changed how quickly? What were you saying about paying New Year's visits earlier? Now it's flattery?" "Shut it," Jiang Yu shouted angrily, rising to leave. "Captain Jiang, wait. I have something to report." In a moment of panic, Lin Fei grasped Jiang Yu's arm, inadvertently brushing against her elevated form. That was an accident, absolutely unintentional." He hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Speak quickly." "Yes." Jiang Yu shot him a glare, pondering how this man had become even more brazen in just a few days. "Here's the thing." Lin Fei briefly recounted the situation he had encountered, ultimately requesting Jiang Yu to investigate whether Jiang Yezhong had been watching inappropriate films in the office during the day. Hoping to gather evidence, Jiang Yezhong must be brought to justice. Jiang Yu did not respond immediately but fixed her gaze on Lin Fei. He awkwardly smiled, raising a hand to his face. "Captain Jiang, do I have something on my face?" "No, then why are you staring at me? Thick-skinned." Lin Fei felt a bit embarrassed. "How should I thank you? Money if you want it, people if you need them." Lin Fei proclaimed generously. "Cut it out. Money doesn't make you so flirtatious, no. This is called being audacious, virtue. I want people, not money." "Ah?" Lin Fei gasped, crossing his arms defensively. "Captain Jiang, this isn't my first time." "How about you, bastard?" "Just joking." Jiang Yu's face flickered with pride. "You'll see how I deal with you." "Lin Fei, you know that because of your antics last time, I've been suspended at I apologize for that incident," Lin Fei said with a slightly mischievous expression. "Suspension is no big deal. The main issue is that I have to write a 50,000-word reflection." Jiang Yu's face soured. "Captain Jiang, what are your instructions?" Lin Fei recognized that Jiang Yu was about to set conditions and knew he had to comply. Otherwise, she wouldn't assist him. "I can help you, but I don't have time to write the reflection," Jiang Yu said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was the crux of the matter. She wanted him to write the reflection for her. Recalling how director Zhang Jun had once asked him to write a 20,000-word reflection, and how he had foolishly suggested 50,000 words, he realized the consequences had now come back to haunt him. However, knowing he needed Jiang Yu to investigate Jiang Yezhong, he had no choice. "Captain Jiang, I shall write it for you. Is that appropriate?" "Not a problem. Captain Jiang is swamped with work. It's the least I can do. Lin Fei felt slightly nauseated by his own words. Actually, Director Zhang Ye's purpose in asking for the reflection was to calm down and reflect on things. Indeed. I understand that too. Lin Fei eagerly nodded in agreement. Therefore, my reflection will be simple. I will copy the Tao Te Ching. Lin Fei was taken aback. One could write a reflection that way? I plan to copy the Tao Te Ching 10 times, each over 5,000 words. What do you think? Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness. How shameless, he thought but refrained from saying it aloud. No problem, Captain Zhang. Leave it to me. Lin Fei slapped his chest confidently. Hey, I genuinely do not wish to. The Tao Te Ching embodies profound wisdom. And missing the opportunity to learn is, Captain Zhang, Sister Zhang, Miss Zhang, shall we settle on that? Lin Fei interjected, fearing he might become nauseated if she continued. This girl certainly had a devious mind. Fine. I'll go handle the case now. Once you've finished copying, give me a call. Remember to write neatly. Use standard script so that no one can tell whose notes they are. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Lin Fei? Exasperated, inhaled deeply, unable to utter a word, merely nodding in response. Write well from now on. Just call me Zhang Yu. After saying this, Zhang Yu patted Lin Fei's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a big sister reprimanding her little brother. Before turning to leave, Lin Fei watched her retreating figure, a smug grin spreading across his face, a victorious smirk hidden beneath his laughter. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Vice President Kong Dian had just hung up the phone, his eyes brimming with excitement, a smile plastered across his face as he hummed a tune from Shajiabang. The caller had been a certain leader, subtly suggesting that he should strive to secure the position of President Zhang Guodong. Strive? Such a vague term, yet those seasoned veterans understood its true implications. Thus, Kong Dian found himself in high spirits. That moment, the sound of high heels echoed at the door, followed by a rhythmic knock. Come in! Kong Dian quickly wiped the smile off his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he sat up straight in his office chair, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Creak! The door was gently pushed open. Though the woman was yet to be seen, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into the room. Kong Dian's heart raced as he leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the woman entering, seated in his position. Just below Zhang Guodong, he relished the attention he received from those seeking his assistance, including many female colleagues with whom he had shared fleeting moments. His eyes were first drawn to a pair of black leather sandals, followed by pale feet adorned with red toenails, causing his heart to race. The queen. Next came white flared pants, followed by a white shirt. The woman entering seemed to be deliberately playing a guessing game with him. Her face still concealed, inciting a sense of urgency within Kong Dian as he longed to see her face. At last, it was revealed, however. The placement of his gaze was directed at the position of the white shirt. Good day, Principal Kong. The woman who entered was indeed Hao Wan. Observing Kong Diyuan's expression, she immediately spoke with an air of alluring charm. Hello, Teacher Hao. Is there something you need? He inquired earnestly, though a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Her exquisite attire was utterly captivating. Had it been a younger man, he might have been driven to madness by her mere presence. Principal Kong, I am here to share my thoughts with you. I hope I'm not unwelcome? Hao Wan feigned a coy tone. Share your thoughts. Welcome, of course, you're welcome, however. I am merely a vice principal, with limited capabilities. Oh? Principal Kong, that's not quite right. She countered playfully. A man should never admit to his limitations. Her voice dripped with flirtation, her gaze brimming with seduction. Ha. Kong Diyuan chuckled, albeit with a hint of lewdness. One mustn't be too casual, dear lady. Hao Wan pretended to look deeply hurt. Just a jest. Please, have a seat. Teacher Hao, Kong Diyuan gestured towards the nearby sofa, inadvertently brushing against her arm. It was soft and yielding, akin to fluffy cotton. Kong Diyuan's heart surged with delight, his eyes sparkling. Feigning ignorance, Hao Wan turned and sat down. Kong Diyuan moved beside her, pouring a glass of water. Here, drink this, Principal. How can you serve me personally? She exclaimed, pretending to be flustered as she reached for the glass. In her haste, she accidentally spilled water, which splashed onto Kong Diyuan's trousers, just below his belt. Principal Kong, I apologize. She hurriedly reached to wipe the spill. No harm done. Yet, her touch felt uniquely intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Diyuan's face. Hao Wan paused, feigning shock. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Diyuan pulled her into an embrace. One stood, the other seated, their heights perfectly aligned. Words were unnecessary. Both understood the unspoken implications, having navigated the intricate dynamics between Zhu Butong and Zhu Yan. Hao Wan knew precisely how to proceed, her hand reaching out willingly. And Kong Diyuan's reciprocated in kind. Without excessive dialogue, their actions swiftly transformed into reality. After a prolonged moment, they settled into silence, yet remained tightly entwined. Contentment filled Kong Diyuan's gaze, an excited smile adorning his face. Hao Wan, with sultry eyes, nestled into his embrace, silent. Darling, should any matters arise at work, feel free to voice them. At this moment, Kong Diyuan recalled a recent phone call. His confidence bolstered. Principal Kong, regarding Ren Feifei's plagiarism, with Principal Zhang absent, will there be no action taken? Kong Diyuan immediately grasped Hao Wan's implication, yet refrained from immediate response, wishing to discern her ulterior motives. I wish to address it, however, the opportunity is lacking. Moreover, with Principal Zhang away, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. I've heard that teacher Jiang Yizhang is actively seeking evidence to report Principal Zhang. Oh, the inquiry into Principal Zhang stemmed from Jiang Yizhang's formal complaint. Kong Diyuan's mind raced. He understood the reason behind Zhang Guodong's investigation and recognized Jiang Yizhang's involvement. I truly did not anticipate that. I only learned of it through a prior acquaintance with teacher Jiang, having dined together. Acquainted? How well do you know him? Kong Diyuan inquired, lightly squeezing Hao Wan's arm. How bothersome. Certainly not to the extent you do. Well, that's a relief. Hee. Are you feeling jealous? And what other news do you possess? Are you, perchance, feeling jealous? Hao Wan teased. Allow me to demonstrate with my actions, Kong Diyuan declared, pushing her back down. Will you deny it? He questioned amidst his actions. You are truly wicked, she retorted, knowing he lacked evidence. Well, you are experienced in this realm. Perhaps you could assist him? Have him meet with me, Kong Diyuan stated with a composed confidence. Very well, hee. Half an hour later, Hao Wan exited Kong Diyuan's office. Zhu, I've met with Principal Kong, and he has agreed to see Jiang Yizhang. Despite feeling physically drained and her gait slightly awkward, she was content both in spirit and body. In Kong Diyuan's office, she had refrained from disclosing her own intentions and instead conveyed Jiang Yizhang's. Understanding Kong Diyuan's aspirations to ascend to the principalship, she realized that should he and Jiang Yizhang conspire to permanently oust Zhang Guodong, Kong Diyuan's rise would inevitably secure her own future. The woman's intelligence must be both sharp and emotionally astute. Rather than chase fleeting gains, one must cast a wider net for greater rewards. What she truly yearned for was Ren Feifei's position, the star role within the institution. Principal Kong's swift acquiescence. You haven't devised any schemes, have you? Zhu Baotong inquired from the other end. How could you suggest such a thing? Is it your wish to be under a green canopy? Hao Wan feigned indignation. Merely jesting. Contact Jiang Yizhang. I have prepared 2 packs of cigarettes, one of which contains money. Chapter 117. The school's decision. You are truly devious. Hao Wan remarked playfully, delighting in Zhu Baotong's suggestion. There's even worse to come. Next time, you shall experience it. Zhu Baotong chuckled lewdly. Hao Wan felt a shiver of anticipation. All right, I will act immediately. See you tonight. Zhu Baotong concluded, hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, Hao Wan felt a surge of satisfaction. Men, a bunch of fools, so easily manipulated. Yet, she knew she must continue her efforts. Promptly, she contacted Jiang Yizhang, and half an hour later, he arrived at Kong Diyuan's office. At this moment, Kong Diyuan sat in his chair, an expression of grave seriousness adorning his face. Principal Kong, I was dismissed the other day while you were absent. I have longed to see you. Only you can rectify this injustice for me. Jiang Yizhang feigned an expression of utmost grievance as he began his lament. Kong Diyuan furrowed his brow, well aware of Jiang Yizhang's reputation, and glanced at Hao Wan. Teacher Jiang, cease your lamentations. Principal Kong is the epitome of fairness. Should you prove your innocence, he will certainly advocate for you. Hao Wan interjected, strategically elevating Kong Diyuan's stature, which secretly pleased him. Though he remained silent to maintain his authority, I trust Principal Kong, Jiang Yizhang stated, quickly suppressing his sorrow. Principal Kong, the mastermind behind this is Lin Fei. Had he not bribed Zhang Guodong, I would not have faced dismissal. Just a week prior, I offered Zhang 2 packs of cigarettes. He declined but was aware of my intent. Jiang Yizhang placed the 2 packs of cigarettes on the table. Kong Diyuan's interest peaked. Principal, these are no ordinary cigarettes. Did you not attempt to deliver them again? Kong Diyuan inquired sternly. I lacked the opportunity, and was subsequently dismissed in collusion between him and Lin Fei. Oh, had you managed to deliver them? The outcome might have been different. Kong Diyuan remarked subtly, I will ensure this matter is handled, but I hope Principal Kong can restore my dignity by revoking Lin Fei's qualification for further studies. Thus alleviating my resentment, Jiang Yizhang declared through gritted teeth. Point 1. must take matters step by step. Kang Diyuan remained non-committal, lifting his cup as if to drink. Jiang Yizhong promptly understood that Kang Diyuan was signaling the end of their meeting and awaited his own opportunity. Principal, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Should the chance arise, I will advocate for your return as a teacher. A chance? Kang Diyuan's words were artfully crafted. With Zhang Guodong as principal, Jiang Yizhong would surely have no opportunity. Thus, his only path to success lay in Kang Diyuan's ascension, which required Jiang Yizhong's actions. I comprehend. Thank you, principal. Jiang Yizhong expressed his gratitude, visibly elated, and exited. Hao Wan and Kang Diyuan exchanged knowing glances and nodded before following suit. 20 minutes later, Kang Diyuan received a call from Hao Wan, informing him that matters had been arranged. A glimmer of pride shone in his eyes as he swiftly picked up the phone to report to his superiors. Upon hearing the news, they offered no immediate response, merely acknowledging receipt before ending the call. Kang Diyuan sat in his office, lost in thought. Half an hour later, his phone rang. A response from above, notifying him of his temporary appointment as principal, tasked with swiftly addressing the plagiarism of Ren Feifei regarding Zhu Yan's paper. Overwhelmed with excitement, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly before hanging up, clenching his fist and triumphantly raising it in the air. His face radiant with exhilaration. At long last, the day has come. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology would henceforth be under his dominion. Kang Diyuan took a moment to calm his thoughts before picking up the phone on his desk to make arrangements. Inside the police station, Ren Feifei arrived once more and inquired of the officer who had taken her statement. Hello. May I ask about the progress of the investigation into my stolen thesis? The officer responded courteously. Hello, Teacher Ren. This case is currently under investigation, but there are no updates yet. 3 days have passed, and there's still no progress, Ren Feifei said, her impatience evident. Please, do not worry. This case has been handed over to the criminal investigation team, and Captain Jiang Yu is personally handling it. With her capabilities, the case should be resolved swiftly, the officer reassured her. Ren Feifei shook her head in resignation. Very well. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from the school office, she reluctantly answered. After hearing the other party, she snapped, handle it as you wish. I did not plagiarize. My thesis was stolen. With that, she hung up abruptly. Observing the officer's professional demeanor, she turned and left in frustration. The officer watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile, and remarked to a colleague, it's quite peculiar. Usually, leaders urge us to expedite cases, but in this instance, the chief has instructed us to take our time. Unaware of their conversation, Ren Feifei hurried to the West Campus to find her father in a hotel room. Lin Fei was laboriously copying the Tao Te Ching, his hands aching after only 3 repetitions. After each round, he called Jiang Yu for updates, only to hear that the investigation was ongoing, leaving him feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu sat in her office, leisurely sipping coffee while examining the provocative websites sent to her by Jiang Yezhong. She was analyzing them to uncover potential leads against online vice.in. The conference room of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Kang Diyuan presided over the meeting and was now ready to speak. The issue of teacher Ren Feifei allegedly plagiarizing Zhu Yan's thesis had garnered significant attention, especially since her article had been published in Reform Vanguard, causing considerable negative impact. Therefore, I propose that teacher Ren Feifei be dismissed and stripped of all her titles, followed by a public apology to society. At this moment, Kang Diyuan radiated integrity, his words imbued with ethical considerations and humanity, starkly contrasting the office's previous lewd atmosphere. Hao Wan listened intently, her heart swelling with admiration. Wishing to embrace and kiss Kang Diyuan in gratitude. Does anyone have any other opinions? Kang Diyuan asked at the conclusion of his address. I suggest revoking Lin Fei's qualification for graduate school recommendations. As this decision was made by Ren Feifei and could very well have been influenced by bribery. One of Kang Diyuan's prearranged colleagues was the first to speak up, and his suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. I also propose that the matter of Jiang Yezhong's dismissal be rescinded, as it was the result of a conspiracy between Zhang Guodong and Ren Feifei. The same teacher continued, indeed, it should absolutely be so. The consensus was resounding. Kang Diyuan, beaming with satisfaction, occasionally glanced towards the door, awaiting someone's arrival. Chapter 118. The Fury Knock. Knock. A sound echoed from the conference room door. Kang Diyuan's secretary promptly opened it to reveal Lu Feng and 2 others, who were not unfamiliar to him due to their previous visit. Overjoyed to see them, Kang Diyuan stood and extended his hand, exclaiming, Director Lu, welcome. There's no need for formality. We have received new reports from Jiang Yezhong and have decided to search Zhang Guodong's office. Lu Feng stated gravely. Kang Diyuan feigned distress. Isn't that inconvenient? Not at all. Let's proceed immediately. Everyone, please do not disperse, Lu Feng insisted. Kong Dian's expression turned serious, feigning sorrow, almost as if genuinely heartbroken, as Kong Dian led the way. The conference room fell silent, though each attendee harbored the same thought. Zhang Guodong was finished. Kong Dian personally escorted the team to Zhang Guodong's office. Commence the search, Lu Feng commanded. Wang and another officer began rummaging through the office, quickly uncovering 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes in Zhang Guodong's drawer, precisely what Jiang Yezhong had reported. Take these back, Lu Feng instructed before turning to leave. Kong Dian followed them out, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. As Lu Feng departed, the smile in Kong Dian's eyes grew broader. This was a success. Jiang Yezhong had proven to be quite capable. He would undoubtedly become a loyal ally in the future. Returning to the conference room, Kong Dian felt increasingly emboldened and invigorated. In the room of the Jianglian building, Zhang Guodong faced Lu Feng's stern questioning. Did Jiang Yezhong give you 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes? Yes, he sought a transfer and approached me, but I declined. Zhang Guodong replied without hesitation. Is that so? Lu Feng probed. Indeed, Jiang Yezhong's character is questionable. He may manage as a teacher but is unfit for leadership. Zhang Guodong asserted, his disdain for Jiang Yezhong evident. What about this? Lu Feng asked, placing the cigarettes before Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong shook his head. These are the 2 boxes Jiang Yezhong gave you, which later ended up in your office and were placed in your drawer without being returned. Lu Feng laid bare the truth. That's impossible. Zhang Guodong's expression shifted dramatically. We just retrieved these from your office. Could they be a fabrication? Lu Feng's tone intensified. I have no knowledge of this. You may investigate the reasons. If further doubts arise, feel free to search my home. Zhang Guodong insisted. In the past 3 days, Zhang Guodong had endured great torment. Reflecting on his past, he could not claim to have never accepted meals or gifts from others. Yet he had never received money or sought personal gain, adhering to his principle of reciprocity. The blatant bribery from Jiang Yezhong was something he had always scorned. The campus was a sanctuary for disseminating knowledge and nurturing talent. If it were tainted, what would become of the nation's future? He could not influence others but could start with himself. Therefore, Jiang Yezhong had consistently maintained his integrity. Now, upon hearing of the cigarettes found in Jiang Yezhong's possession, Zhang Guodong recognized the premeditated nature of the situation but felt powerless to investigate himself, permitting the authorities to search his home openly. Those with integrity need not fear shadows. Lu Feng's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Guodong, whose weary appearance belied a steadfast sense of justice and a manly resolve that stirred something within Lu Feng. This matter will be thoroughly investigated, and I hope you will reflect on your own actions. Lu Feng concluded before turning to leave. At the entrance of the West Campus, Ren Feifei dialed her father's number. Feifei, what is the matter? Her father, Ren Kenning, inquired. Father, I am at your workplace. I need to see you. That's absurd. I'm at work, Ren Kenning replied sternly. Yes, and I wish to discuss work with you. Go speak with your supervisor about work-related matters. I have been expelled from school, and now I am just an ordinary citizen. I refuse to accept this decision. I demand that the organization resolve this. Why won't you meet with me? Ren Feifei began to assert herself, countering her father's work-related tone with her own. You were expelled? Yes. I was summoned to the school for a meeting regarding the decision, which I did not attend. I was just notified that the decision to expel me and strip me of all honors has been finalized. Very well, I will look into this matter. Please wait for my news at home, Ren Kenning said before abruptly ending the call. Fuming, Ren Feifei stomped her foot and stormed away, feeling exasperated by her father's unyielding demeanor. Inside, Ren Kenning paced the room, then picked up the phone to make a call. Hello, Secretary Ren, Zhang Jun's voice came through on the line. Immediately investigate the theft of Ren Feifei's thesis from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology and provide me with results today. Understood. As soon as Zhang Jun agreed, the call was cut off. He shook his head in a wry smile, realizing the previous reluctance to act was due to Ren Kenning's instructions. Now the pursuit was on. And fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He dialed Zhang Yu's number. Resolve the case of Ren Feifei's stolen thesis by the end of the workday. Sure. Zhang Yu seemed to have been anticipating this call, responding with enthusiasm. After ending the call, Zhang Jun sighed. A university, indeed, is a place of profound complexities. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, still at the hotel, had copied the Tao Te Ching 5 times, his hands now numb from fatigue. Suddenly receiving a call from Jiang Yu informing him that the investigation had commenced and would conclude by the end of the day invigorated him. Just after hanging up from Jiang Yu, he received notice from Jiangnan University that his graduate school recommendation had been revoked, leaving him utterly dismayed. If you don't stir up trouble, Trouble won't find you. Lin Fei suddenly remembered the invisibility card given to him by the female CEO's secretary upon completing a task. His consciousness immediately entered the system. Master, what is your command? The ever-adorable Loli greeted him, her voice as tempting as ever. I wish to use the invisibility card. This card grants you 2 hours of invisibility. After that, it will lose its function. Within those 2 hours, can I go wherever I please? Indeed, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Hawan felt a surge of anxiety and half-truthfully exclaimed, Are you together with his father? Lin Fei, concealed in the shadows, was almost compelled to confront Hawan with a flurry of slaps. How could one engage in such acts? It was Zhu Butong who coerced me into this. He intended to retort, but suddenly recalled that Hawan had met Zhu Yan's father, igniting a flicker of realization within him as if he had stumbled upon a significant clue. Why did he force you? How did you come to meet him? Speak the truth at once. This emperor can traverse heaven and earth, enlisting the aid of various deities to uncover the truth. Should you deceive me, I shall ensure your demise, casting you into the realm of beasts to endure the most excruciating torments. Lin Fei, apprehensive about Hawan's response, added hastily. Hawan was immediately engulfed in panic. Great Emperor, I dare not lie. I shall speak the truth. Then speak swiftly. Lin Fei felt as though he glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Exhilarated, he raised his fist and retrieved his phone to record. Unbeknownst to Hawan, she feared Lin Fei's ability to ascertain the truth and was terrified that he might take her life. Trembling, she recounted her and Zhu Budong's conspiracy to steal papers, even divulging the details of their rendezvous in a hotel room without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei was incensed, his rage nearly overwhelming. He had long desired to confront Jiang Yezhong, who had wrongfully accused him of bribing Zhang Guodong. He had not anticipated that Zhu Budong would orchestrate such a scheme for revenge, targeting not only him but also Ren Feifei. The realization that Ren Feifei had been implicated solely due to her association with him filled him with guilt. This intensified his animosity towards both Hawan and Zhu Budong. They had wronged him, and such betrayal was unforgivable. The harm done to Ren Feifei, his esteemed teacher, was a capital offense. Simultaneously, Lin Fei was consumed by self-reproach. Having been confined for 3 days at the Jianglian Hotel, isolated from the outside world, he had emerged only to assist Jiang Yu in transcribing the Tao Te Ching, leaving him oblivious to these treacheries. Otherwise, how could he have been so unaware? What other vile deeds have you committed? Speak of them all. Hawan, sensing Lin Fei's ire, became even more fearful. She fully believed in the existence of this great emperor, especially since he could make Zhu Yin, a living person, vanish without a trace. Great Emperor, I shall reveal all. After divulging her illicit affair with Kong Dian and how he had hinted Jiang Yezhong to frame Zhang Guodong, Lin Fei's fury reached a boiling point. What evidence do you possess for these claims? I have recordings of Zhu Budong in the hotel room and of Kong Dian in his quarters. Let me hear them. Yes, yes. Although aware that the recordings would be quite explicit, she hastened to comply, driven by the urgency of her life. Secretly, she harbored a glimmer of hope that this emperor might take a liking to her, perhaps showing her mercy, allowing her to become his servant, which might elevate her status to that of a deity or grant her longevity. Life, after all, held more value than wealth. This woman was exceedingly greedy, still clinging to her fantasies at this moment. If Lin Fei were privy to her thoughts, he would certainly deliver her a couple of scathing slaps. Hawan retrieved her phone from the coffee table, swiftly locating the recording with Zhu Butong. The moment their voices filled the air, Lin Fei was nearly overcome with disgust as their dialogue, interspersed with foul language, unfolded amidst their physical activities. Naturally, being a normal man, he felt an urge to relieve himself. Now I know. What of the recording with Kong Dian? Lin Fei could no longer bear to listen. I will play it for you immediately. Upon playing the recording, it was even more scandalous, pushing Lin Fei to the brink of fleeing. How could this be considered human conduct? I shall take this phone. I will verify the truth. If you lie, I will not show you mercy. I will not. I absolutely won't lie. Hawan knelt, repeatedly assuring him, be cautious. Great Emperor, are you departing? Is there anything left to discuss? I wish to be your servant. Lin Fei nearly spat blood upon hearing this woman's audacity. You think you are worthy? He retorted angrily. Great Emperor, I was wrong. Hawan, terrified, bowed her head in supplication. Humph, Lin Fei scoffed, seizing Hawan's phone before vanishing from the room. Ouch! As Lin Fei disappeared, Zhu Yin plummeted to the ground, letting out a cry of despair. Seeing Zhu Yin reappear, Hao Wan was initially startled but rushed to his side. Zhu Yin, are you all right? Rubbing his backside while grimacing, Zhu Yin asked, what on earth just happened? The great emperor discovered our meeting and was furious. Hao Wan, still shaken, could not regain her composure. Is there truly a great emperor? Zhu Yin, recalling the pain he had just experienced, also felt a lingering trepidation as he scanned their surroundings, finding it eerily silent. Hao Wan nodded. What did he say? Hao Wan recounted Lin Fei's inquiries, omitting any mention of her dealings with Zhu Batong and Kong Dian, as her aim was to charm Zhu Yin, the young debonair. After exchanging words for several minutes and confirming that Lin Fei's masquerade as the great emperor had not reappeared, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei had been observing, he would have felt his last remnants of guilt evaporate. They were truly despicable. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was en route to the press conference at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, intent on exposing these vile deeds and ensuring that the perpetrators faced their due penalties. Just as he exited, he received a call from Jiang Yu. Jiang, has the case been resolved? Lin Fei, buoyed by the latest evidence in hand, inquired cheerfully. Conversely, Jiang Yu was quite vexed. We have examined Jiang Yezhong's computer. There are indeed numerous browsing records, but they are insufficient for prosecution as they do not constitute dissemination of information. Lin Fei, our progress is exceedingly slowed. Here's the situation. Jiang Yu succinctly summarized the developments. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Kong Dian has been meticulous in covering his tracks. I recall Hao Wan mentioning the swift replacement of the surveillance hard drive. I see. I will head to the press conference at Jiangnan University. We shall meet there shortly, Lin Fei decisively declared. Do you have a plan? Jiang Yu, apprehensive about the press conference's implications, was concerned. Ren Feifei is the daughter of Ren Qinning. They are aware of the stakes. If we cannot clarify matters, it will be quite embarrassing. Let us discuss it in person. Lin Fei, withholding the fact that he possessed evidence, ended the call ambiguously, a devilish smile playing on his lips. My dear, you just toyed with me while I helped you transcribe the Tao Te Ching. Now, let us see how I shall toy with you. As Jiang Yu listened to the dial tone, displeasure flickered across her face. Despite her frustration, she restrained herself. After hanging up with Jiang Yu, Lin Fei received a call from Lu Feng, made a request, and promptly ended the conversation. At Ren Qinning's desk, his secretary had just placed 2 documents before him. One from the XXX department regarding the investigation of Zhang Guodong, revealing evidence of bribery amounting to 100,000 yuan concealed within 2 packs of cigarettes. The other concerning the plagiarism incident at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, requiring an urgent appointment of a new principal to address the paper theft issue. Ren Qinning reviewed both documents twice, his brows knitting into a frown. Moments ago, Zhang Jun had reported that evidence collection had encountered issues due to damaged hard drives, raising his suspicions of a conspiracy. After a lengthy contemplation, he chuckled. If they wish to play games, let the games continue. Meanwhile, Kong Dian was engaged in a phone call with higher authorities, oblivious to Ren Qinning's displeasure. Upon learning that the report had reached the mayor, he was elated, expressing his gratitude and reaffirming his commitment during the call. As the clock ticked closer to the press conference, he stood, invigorated, and strode confidently towards the exit, the press conference venue. Jiang Yezhong stood before the cameras, tears streaming down his face. Dear reporters, you are the kings without crowns. You must help me clear my name. As he spoke, he became a veritable figure of sorrow. Journalists, always eager for a sensational story, flocked around him. May I conduct an exclusive interview with you? Asked a reporter from Jiangnan City Television. I'm from Langhua website, and I would like to interview you as well. The atmosphere grew electric. Jiang Yezhong, internally delighted, admired Kong Dian's strategy of orchestrating his appearance before the press, stirring emotions and setting the stage for a climactic revelation. I am Jiang Yezhong, a professor at Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. A student named Lin Fei inflated his thesis, and I opposed his defense, seeking to fail him. Yet, Lin Fei bribed Principal Zhang Guodong, leading to my unjust expulsion. A gasp rippled through the crowd, igniting a fervor among the reporters. At the entrance, Jiang Yu had arrived, eavesdropping intently while waiting for Lin Fei. Just then, Lin Fei made his entrance. Lin Fei, Jiang Yezhong is accusing you of bribing Zhang Guodong. What will you do? I am at a loss. I am the victim here. Lin Fei spread his arms, feigning helplessness. Jiang Yu retorted, who would believe that? Beauty Jiang, I have transcribed the Tao Te Ching 5 times. You promised to help me find evidence. This cannot be your current predicament. Lin Fei then lowered his head and inquired, You? Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson at the question. Initially, they had been confident, yet who could have anticipated such an unexpected turn? Sure. Don't lose your temper. Let me take a guess. Lin Fei gestured for silence and continued, surely, nothing significant was discovered. Just moments ago, Hao Wan had already disclosed to Kong Dian their plan to eliminate evidence. Although Jiang Yu had not divulged specifics over the phone, Lin Fei could ascertain from the general context that Hao Wan's words were indeed truthful. Jiang Yu's face grew even redder. Chapter 122. The journalist's onslaught. Jiang, the beautiful. Surely you aren't playing with me? Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with mischief, his tone laced with humor and a palpable disdain. Humph. As police, we don't require your interference, Jiang Yu retorted, her expression one of indignation, feeling frustrated and compelled to oppose with forcefulness. Lin Fei shook his head, hands raised in surrender. I await good news from the esteemed Jiang, hoping it does not lead to disappointment. You? Jiang Yu was somewhat at a loss for words. Scoundrel? It was obvious he was mocking her. Lin Fei chuckled softly. Humph. Jiang Yu turned her head away, choosing to ignore Lin Fei, feeling vexed, like a long-time hunter being pecked by its prey. Lin Fei, however, reveled in his success at once again frustrating Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yezhong had recounted his misfortunes to the assembled journalists, who were already intrigued by the scandal involving a teacher plagiarizing a student's thesis. Upon hearing of Ren Feifei and the principal accepting bribes, casually promoting students, and dismissing teachers, their interest intensified. At that moment, Jiang Yu's disdain from Lin Fei's mockery, coupled with her inability to capture Jiang Yezhong due to a lack of evidence, left her feeling quite frustrated. In a fit of anger, she strode directly into the throng of journalists. Jiang Yezhong, you are suspected of visiting inappropriate websites and consuming unhealthy content. I must take you back to the police station for questioning. Jiang Yezhong was now the center of attention among the journalists, all eager to uncover more. Jiang Yezhong appeared momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Officer, I admit to what you claim. The crowd fell silent. No one anticipated Jiang Yezhong's candid admission, not even Jiang Yu. Is there any issue with this? We are all adults here. Is it a crime to appreciate certain adult content? And regarding your claims of dissemination, do you have any evidence? Can you show it to me? Jiang Yezhong's demeanor was overtly brazen, exuding an air of contempt, as if daring anyone to challenge him. Jiang Yu. Indeed, Jiang Yezhong's statements were factual. He had viewed such material and had broken the law, yet it did not constitute dissemination. It was a blatant display of shamelessness, a challenge for others to take him to task. Dear journalists, we are all adults. Are we not all engaged in such matters daily? Is it not permissible to indulge in a bit of online leisure? Laughter erupted among the journalists at Jiang Yezhong's words. While it might be commonplace abroad, it was quite the opposite in their more reserved domestic setting. The female officer before them seemed inexperienced and thus perturbed. After all, these were merely human needs. Wouldn't you agree? The journalist laughed heartily, emboldening Jiang Yezhong, who began to jest openly at Jiang Yu's expense. Her brow furrowed as she reached for her handcuffs, determined to take Jiang Yezhong away. Lin Fei, observing closely, had intended to verify Jiang Yu's investigative findings, only to find her resorting to the most rudimentary approach, arresting him. Jiang Yezhong could not be taken away. If he were, the ensuing drama would surely lose its luster. Lin Fei quickly stepped forward, grasping Jiang Yu's arm. Captain Jiang, what do you hope to achieve by arresting him? In her moment of distraction, Jiang Yezhong recognized Lin Fei. Journalist friends, he is Lin Fei, the mastermind behind this incident. You see, he now colludes with the police to have me apprehended. How nefarious. This officer is likely in his pocket. You must bear witness. Jiang Yezhong feigned indignation for the cameras, adopting a victimized facade that evoked sympathy. Albeit insincerely, Lin Fei and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, both appalled by the audacity of Jiang Yezhong. Jiang Yu's teeth clenched in anger, silently cursing Lin Fei for his involvement. Lin Fei, however, was utterly defeated by Jiang Yezhong's shamelessness. How had his attempt to shield her from arrest morphed into an accusation of collusion? What twisted logic was this? Lin Fei, is it true that what Jiang Yezhong claims exists? A reporter from Jiangnan TV approached. Microphone at the ready. Journalists, if you question Lin Fei like this, he will undoubtedly deny it. Jiang Yezhong interjected before Lin Fei could respond. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Yezhong. This individual had clearly not learned from his previous dismissal. Wretch, mind your language. Your brazen admission to watching such films speaks volumes of your character. Those you have exploited over the years are well aware of your true nature. Lin Fei refused to relent. Confronting him directly, Lin Fei, you insult my character. Jiang Yezhong protested, appealing to the journalists. You must help me seek justice. As he battled Lin Fei, he simultaneously beseeched the reporters, portraying himself as a victim. a performance that evoked a mix of pity and incredulity. Though insincere, it was somewhat effective. The journalists had already concluded that Lin Fei was guilty of bribery, thus their focus shifted entirely to him, eager for further revelations. Mr. Lin, is it true that you bribed Principal Zhang Guodong? As a mere impoverished student, how could you possibly afford to do so? Your actions, reaping benefits through bribery, are quite despicable. Would you not agree? The sharp-tongued Jiangnan TV reporter unleashed a barrage of questions. And Jiang Yezhong relished the diversion. Lin Fei, you fool. While others would flee from such scrutiny, you boldly step forward, inviting disaster upon yourself. These journalists are relentless, skilled in their craft, and you stand there inviting humiliation. Jiang Yu, too, felt no gratitude for Lin Fei's sudden appearance, only reproach, deservedly so. As a journalist, do you not possess critical thought? Lin Fei turned to the reporters, speaking bluntly but without any trace of politeness. The reporter's expression darkened significantly. I will report your words accurately. Suit yourself. If I had no money, how could I bribe anyone? Lin Fei's disdain was evident, unwilling to yield an inch. The reporter's expression soured further. If I had money, would I need to resort to bribery? Lin Fei pressed on. The atmosphere thickened as many reporters wore grim expressions, taken aback by Lin Fei's audacity. Do you see this? Lin Fei, riding on his status as the wealthiest landlord in history, has become insufferably arrogant, showing utter disdain for everyone around him. At that moment, a voice from outside the crowd caught their attention. Upon hearing Zhu Yan's voice, Jiang Yezhong felt a surge of satisfaction. He was the second flame ignited by Kong Dian. Chapter 123. The third flame. Lin Fei chuckled as well, for he had hoped for Zhu Yan's arrival, especially as he witnessed Zhu Yan walking alongside Hao Wan. The memory of his earlier impersonation of the formidable emperor, Zhenwu, nearly made him burst into laughter. Dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, Zhu Yan appeared impeccably groomed, a subtle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of confidence and elegance. His gaze swept over Lin Fei, thick with contempt. No matter how affluent Lin Fei was, he remained a mere pauper trapped in his impoverished mindset. The thesis of a student as exemplary as myself was plagiarized by the teacher Ren Fei, who, in a bid to secure Lin Fei's admission to her graduate program, dismissed my work as trivial. What a shameless act! Zhu Yan began to speak, igniting a renewed frenzy among the journalists. Perhaps you are unaware, but the most notorious landlord in Jiangnan City is none other than Lin Fei. Standing before you now, I ask that so? The reporters gasped in unison, their gazes fixating on Lin Fei anew. So young, hidden in plain sight. Many had attempted to uncover his identity, only to fail, and now he stood right before them. Lin Fei smiled, choosing silence as he awaited Zhu Yan's performance. Zhu Yan, incensed by Lin Fei's calm demeanor, felt his anger swell. How could a once downtrodden pauper, once beneath his heel, now flip the script, leading to his own arrest? And still be on bail? Lin Fei, throughout your 4 years at university, you were perpetually hungry and poorly dressed, unable to even offer your girlfriend the pleasures she deserved. Do you not feel a shred of shame? Zhu Yan had reverted to his former haughty self, brimming with arrogance. Years of disdain for Lin Fei ran deep within him, and he sought to provoke him, hoping to see him humiliated. Lin Fei, however, could see through the facade. Get to the point. Lin Fei remained unruffled, further enraging Zhu Yan, whose eyes flashed with indignation. Dear reporters, regarding the matter of how Lin Fei engaged in bribery, this is a subject for the relevant authorities to investigate. I will focus on the crux of the issue. My thesis has been plagiarized by my instructor, Ren Fei. How can such an educator serve as a role model? How can such a teacher nurture students? How can such a teacher maintain a position at the school? I urge all of you to contemplate this deeply. Here are my thesis and Ren Fei's paper, complete with publication dates. Zhu Yan has chosen not to continue entangling with Lin Fei. His aim is to tarnish Ren Fei's reputation. Once the plagiarism allegations against her are substantiated, Lin Fei's troubles will naturally dissipate. A strategic retreat. The path is clear. Although the journalists are aware of both papers, they are urged to conduct a meticulous comparison and cover this matter with on-site reporting and evaluations. Zhu Yan and Jiang Yezhong stood to the side, having successfully ignited the flames of controversy. Now awaiting Kong Dian's final blow, an explosive revelation, the two exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of triumph, filled with disdain towards Lin Fei. At that moment, Kong Dian entered through the back door, taking his place at the head table of the press conference. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough to capture everyone's attention. Today, Kong Dian had meticulously styled his hair, wearing a pristine white shirt and black trousers. Exuding an air of authority, his gaze swept the audience, brimming with self-satisfaction. To become the president of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology had been Kong Dian's long-cherished dream, and today, that dream was finally within reach. Particularly, recalling the report delivered to Rin Kinning's office, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement, filled with anticipation. This moment allowed Kong Dian to express his exhilaration openly. Dear friends of the press, it is a pleasure to see you today. However, it is also unfortunate to meet under such circumstances, as this is not a proud press conference. As the Vice President of Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, I extend my heartfelt apologies on behalf of all faculty and staff to society at large. Kong Dian's opening statement was laden with emotion and deep remorse, stirring feelings among the listeners. After his declaration, he bowed deeply to everyone, conveying his sincere contrition. His sincerity was undeniable. Applause erupted, with Lin Fei among the first to clap. Zhu Yin and Jiang Yezhong, initially shocked by Kong Dian's display, begrudgingly joined in, finding it hard to suppress their frustration towards Lin Fei's spotlight-stealing antics. The applause swelled throughout the venue. Given the veracity of the situation and following deliberation, the university has decided to terminate Rin Fei's employment and revoke all her titles, while also rescinding Lin Fei's qualification for direct admission to graduate studies. Observing that Lin Fei was the first to applaud, Kong Dian felt an unsettling discontent swell within him, and he immediately announced the decision. This time, Zhu Yin and Jiang Yezhong ensured that Lin Fei would not overshadow them. They applauded in unison, voicing their approval, dissipating their earlier anger. The applause crescendoed once more. The faces of Kong Dian, Zhu Yin, and others radiated victorious smiles. As the clapping subsided, Kong Dian prepared to speak again. Suddenly, Lin Fei began to clap on his own. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned toward him. His disruptive clapping was ill-timed and discordant. Just as Kong Dian was about to elaborate on plans for institutional development, Lin Fei's interruption brought a wave of frustration. He shot a venomous glance at Lin Fei. If you journalists truly consider yourselves the kings without crowns, then I implore you to think critically. I offer you a moment of contemplation. Should you squander it, the ensuing spectacle will not concern you. Lin Fei disregarded Kong Dian and focused on the journalist who had once encircled him. Lin Fei, are you feeling guilty? A reporter from Jiangnan Television glared at him. Lin Fei met his gaze for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. What is so funny? The reporter inquired. You work for Jiangnan Television, correct? Lin Fei replied. Indeed. Rest assured, from this moment forth, you will no longer have any opportunities to interview me, Lin Fei declared, his face contorted with disdain. Humph, Lin Fei, you should be more concerned about your own fate. After today, whether you can continue to roam freely or face the press again is uncertain. Indeed. Your words I reciprocate. If you ever have the chance to confront me again, I shall write my surname backward. Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance, the reporter retorted, thoroughly incensed. Among the crowd, Jiang Yu remained relatively composed, casting a glance at Lin Fei, contemplating his audacious mockery. Your surname written backward wouldn't make much sense, would it? However, the reporters, blinded by anger, failed to notice. Lin Fei turned his attention back to Kong Dian, who was likewise eyeing him. Although they had never directly clashed, Lin Fei's eyes conveyed deep contempt for Kong Dian. Chapter 124. A dog-eat-dog scenario. Kong Dian, your scheming is clever, and your performance commendable. Is it time to conclude this charade? Lin Fei, do you not fear that the police or the relevant authorities might apprehend you for causing a disruption? Just as the moment was building towards a climax, it was abruptly interrupted by Lin Fei. Leaving Kong Dian seething with resentment, Kong Dian, your words are well spoken. I genuinely fear nothing, moreover. I shall personally summon the relevant authorities. After stating this, Lin Fei began dialing a number. Humph, Lin Fei, boast with some semblance of credibility. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Kong Dian scoffed at Lin Fei's claim to summon the authorities. Director Liu, you may come now. Lin Fei's phone call was succinct. Upon hanging up, he glanced toward the entrance. With a creak, the door to the press conference swung open, and Lu Feng entered with a colleague. Kong Dian's face turned pale with shock, rising from his seat as if propelled by springs. He looked at Lin Fei, confusion evident in his eyes. How did he manage to summon Lu Feng? Lu Feng, known within his department as the Iron-Faced Judge, was notoriously stern and unyielding, having brought many down. How could such a figure heed Lin Fei's call? Just as Kong Dian contemplated approaching Lu Feng had already reached Lin Fei, his brow furrowed. Lin Fei, are you planning to hold another press conference? His tone was displeased, and his colleague's expression mirrored seriousness. Conversely, Lin Fei wore a broad smile. On the way here, Lu Feng had received a call regarding Lin Fei's proposed donation, which had been reported to the committee and approved by superiors. But he had been forewarned that no special treatment would be granted. Lin Fei had agreed, but insisted that Lu Feng meet him at the Jiangnan University conference room. Unaware of the press conference taking place, Lu Feng entered to find a throng of reporters, momentarily taken aback. "Director Lu, I wish to report on Kong Dian," Lin Fei declared unexpectedly. Lu Feng paused in astonishment, as did Kong Dian and everyone else in attendance. All eyes turned to Lin Fei. Very well, for someone like Lu Feng, accustomed to various storms, this was a natural occurrence, and he was curious to see what Lin Fei could present. "Director Lu, please hold on. I have matters to discuss with Captain Jiang." Lin Fei cheerfully approached Jiang Yu, wearing a teasing smile. "Captain Jiang, let us consider ourselves friends. How about we settle the previous matter in exchange for a favor?" Jiang Yu, having witnessed the entire exchange, found Lin Fei to be enigmatic, exuding an air of mischief. "Go settle things. You must satisfy me first," she replied slyly. "Absolutely. I guarantee I will meet Captain Jiang's expectations," Lin Fei exclaimed, his laughter carrying an ambiguous tone that quickened Jiang Yu's heart, yet her mind brimmed with anticipation. "Director Lu, how is your investigation into Lin Fei's bribery of Zhang Guodong proceeding?" Lin Fei's audacious inquiry infuriated Kong Dian, who approached Lu Feng to initiate a conversation. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Principal Kong, do you have any evidence?" Kong Dian stammered, his face flushing red. He had no evidence and had even been denied access to information regarding the anonymous donor of 2 million yuan to the school. As finance cited confidentiality, Lin Fei, having overheard, turned with a glint of anger in his eyes. "Kong Dian, if you are so eager to endanger yourself, I shall assist you." "Lin Fei, are you threatening me? Be careful, or I shall file a complaint against you." Kong Dian, having faced rejection from Lu Feng, was now incensed by Lin Fei's threat. "Go avoid demise. One must not court danger." Lin Fei's expression shifted, and he turned toward the podium of the press conference. "Dear reporters, you all enjoy a good scoop, do you not? Today, I present to you a sensational revelation, not only explosive but also rich in intrigue. Are you interested?" Lin Fei seated himself, addressing the microphone. Immediately, silence enveloped the room as numerous cameras and recording devices focused on him. "Cough. The journalist from Jiangnan TV, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Lin Fei directed the eviction order at the reporter who had just confronted him angrily. The reporter's face immediately turned ashen. Lin Fei shrugged, proclaiming, "My news revelations are bound to be sensational. It's such a pity." After saying this, he fixated his gaze on the reporter's face, choosing silence. The crowd had been captivated by Lin Fei, eagerly awaiting his announcement. But instead, Lu Feng and Jiang Yu, having previously interacted with Lin Fei, recognized his reliability and remained composed, albeit prepared for anything. Particularly Lu Feng, who pondered the deeper intentions behind Lin Fei's summoning. A hint of concern creased his otherwise stern brow as his gaze shifted toward the reporter. At this moment, the eyes of other journalists also fixated on him. "Lin Fei, do you know the consequences of offending me?" The reporter, feeling the weight of everyone's stares, spoke with evident embarrassment. "I don't know. Nor do I wish to," Lin Fei retorted. "I will ensure you dominate the front page of negative news." "Wonderful. Negative news is still news, is it not?" Lin Fei boldly addressed the crowd, eliciting laughter rather than fear. The reporter rolled his eyes in frustration. "Li Liang, you should leave quickly. We are all waiting for the news." Some journalists, annoyed, chimed in. "Yes, you should go. You're wasting our precious time." The collective sentiment grew, although the tone remained relatively courteous among peers. "Lin Fei, you're impressive." Li Liang turned to Lin Fei, venom flashing in his eyes. He feared Lin Fei not, but he dreaded alienating his colleagues. Such a misstep would spell the end of his career in this circle. "You rewrite. A man must never declare himself incapable," Lin Fei replied with a smile, then turned to the other journalists, inquiring, "Wouldn't you agree?" Laughter erupted in response. Li Liang, humiliated, could no longer maintain his composure and huffed as he departed. "Li Liang, I forgot to mention, my surname is actually a reversal of the characters, still pronounced as Lin. I am still Lin Fei." The room erupted in laughter once more, with Li Liang nearly stumbling from the shock. Seeing the crowd's amusement, Lin Fei felt a surge of joy. Meeting is fate. Why must we greet one another with hostility? He continued with a playful tone, prompting another wave of laughter from the journalists. Chapter 125. Are you enjoying this? Lin Fei glanced at Kong Dian, who stood beside Lu Feng, attempting to fit in with a forced smile that belied his underlying resentment. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow and remarked, Kong Dian, your smile seems rather forced, does it not? Kong Dian's awkward grin froze on his face. Oh, don't be coy. I can make your experience extraordinarily delightful. Shut up, Lin Fei. You are to leave immediately. Jiangnan University does not welcome you. I am a student of Jiangnan University. By what right do you expel me? You've been expelled. Is it that simple? That would be quite embarrassing for me. Your embarrassment means nothing, Jiang Yezhong interjected angrily from the side. You bastard. If you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige. Oblige me? Jiang Yezhong scoffed. Of course, I haven't forgotten, but I voluntarily surrendered. This matter is now exempt from punishment, oh? Have you forgotten your motives and methods? Lin Fei inquired with a cold smile. Jiang Yezhong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, certain that no one knew. After all, the cleaner had sought his assistance, and she possessed sensitive information that he would never betray. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression returned to one of triumph. Lin Fei then opened his phone, playing a recording that clearly captured Jiang Yezhong's voice. The room fell silent as all eyes turned toward him, especially the piercing gazes of Lu Feng and Jiang Yu. What? Jiang Yezhong gasped, collapsing onto the ground in shock. This is a secret. No one, not even Kong Dian, could possibly know. His gaze darted to Hao Wan, realizing that she was the only other potential source, furious at the thought of being secretly recorded. Jiang Yezhong's anger flared. One should not fear foolish opponents, but rather foolish allies. Hao Wan's betrayal loomed large. At that moment, her face turned ashen as she glared at Lin Fei, as if she had seen a ghost. Particularly as Lin Fei held her phone, which she had believed to be in the hands of the so-called true martial emperor. Hao Wan, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yezhong suddenly turned on her. His voice filled with rage. I don't know. Hao Wan stammered, emerging from her shock. You don't know? Jiang Yezhong sneered twice, in a one, but you knew about this, and now Lin Fei holds your phone. Did you not record this? I did record it, but my phone was taken by the true martial emperor. How could I know it ended up in Lin Fei's hands? Hao Wan protested, her face a canvas of innocence. Jiang Yezhong inhaled sharply, scrutinizing her. She did not appear to be lying. Lin Fei observed the two adversaries with a look of disdain. Zhu Yin suddenly had a realization. Turning to Lin Fei, could you be the one impersonating the true martial emperor? The revelation struck a chord. Hao Wan's gaze also shifted to Lin Fei, her eyes filled with questions. The rest of the gathering stood bewildered. Questioning the identity of the true martial emperor, Kong Dian's heart raced at the sound of the recording. If Jiang Yezhong were exposed, he too would face repercussions, and his involvement would surely surface. He glared at Jiang Yezhong, his eyes brimming with animosity, issuing a silent warning that bore no fruit. It seemed everyone was captivated by the mention of the true martial emperor. Lin Fei admired Zhu Yin's insight. Identifying him as the impersonator was no small feat, though it was unfortunate that such intellect was misapplied. What true martial emperor? Have you all been reading too many fantasy novels, causing your brains to malfunction? Lin Fei teased, observing Jiang Yu's contemplative expression, eager to divert her attention. He knew that if she discovered the truth, her skills as a detective would lead her to uncover the incident involving the stand-in card. And she would not let it go. Lin Fei, are you the true martial emperor? Hao Wan approached Lin Fei, her demeanor timid. Lin Fei, recalling her earlier remarks, looked at her with disdain and replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. The true martial emperor, a figure capable of invisibility and striking down Zhu Yin from the shadows, if he were truly divine, perhaps their paths could cross in the future. Her motives remained as utilitarian as ever. Lin Fei, can you tell me where this phone came from? The phone? Lin Fei feigned indifference, his expression grave as he recounted. While walking, someone hurled this phone at my head, declaring that I must rid the world of evil, and then vanished. His voice dripped with indignation, as if he had suffered great injustice. The room fell silent, caught off guard by the absurdity of his tale. Save for Hao Wan, Zhu Yin, and Jiang Yu, no one believed him. The first two did so because they had witnessed it firsthand, while Jiang Yu believed due to the prior incident involving two Lin Feis and the sinister voice she had heard. Though she remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, can I have my phone back? Hao Wan implored. That cannot happen. Jiang Yu interjected before Lin Fei could respond. As she spoke, she approached Jiang Yezhong, snapping handcuffs onto him with a decisive click. Jiang Yezhong, now deflated like a punctured balloon, stared blankly until the cuffs were secured, at which point he began to plead. Jiang Yezhong, do you believe that misfortune does not befall those who do not seek it? Lin Fei could not suppress his fury at Jiang Yezhong's treachery. Delightful, truly exhilarating. But the show is far from over. Lin Fei's gaze shifted back to Kong Dian's face. Chapter 126. Mutual blame. This was intended to be a flawless scheme. The three flames aimed to utterly tarnish the reputations of Zhang Guodong, Ren Feifei, and Lin Fei, thereby seizing control of Jiangnan University. However, Jiang Yezhong's blunder had completely derailed the plan, causing Kong Dian to feel a surge of trepidation. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with defiance, simmering with anger, which only intensified Kong Dian's fear. The implications of Lu Feng's department and Jiang Yu's police identity breaking through Jiang Yezhong's defenses would result in severe consequences for him. His gaze fell upon Jiang Yezhong, now devoid of its usual sharpness, replaced by a hint of desperation. Jiang Yezhong, now thoroughly despondent, focused his attention on the silent and downcast Hao Wan. It was her. Without a doubt, she secretly recorded me and provided the evidence to Lin Fei, which obliterated my meticulously crafted plan. Anger ignited within him. At this moment, he wished to overpower Hao Wan, to thoroughly ravage her. To unleash the tempest of indignation within. Hao Wan acutely sensed Jiang Yezhong's fury. Summoning her courage, she lifted her head to confront him. It was unexpected. Had it not been for the true martial emperor, how could she have allowed the recording on her phone to be exposed? Hao Wan, you are nothing but a despicable woman. Jiang Yezhong seethed, his anger intensifying at her audacity to meet his gaze. Hao Wan managed a bitter smile, offering no response. Kong Dian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. He knew he could not remain passive. If things escalated, he needed to forge a closer relationship with Jiang Yezhong to ensure his own silence and safety. His gaze shifted to Hao Wan, now infused with a more piercing intensity, even bearing a hint of warning. Hao Wan, cognizant of the tension between the two men, felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had not desired any of this. But in her quest for ascendance, she had chosen to barter her body, to protect herself in this manner. You need not look at me. The recording was mine, and it was entirely an accident. Suddenly, Hao Wan's heart sank as she recalled the wrathful visage of the true martial emperor, and a sense of stark justice washed over her. An accident. You dare claim this is an accident? I will ensure you accompany me to prison. Her explanation incited Jiang Yezhong, igniting his fury further as he erupted in a frantic roar. Jiang Yezhong, calm down, Kong Dian cautioned, uncertain if Hao Wan held any leverage over him. Wary of provoking her further. Calm down? Ha, after all that has transpired, you ask me to be calm. Rest assured, not just you, Hao Wan, but also Zhu Bufin and Zhu Yin. I intend for all of you to share my fate in prison. I refuse to be alone in this. Jiang Yezhong's face turned ashen. He had come to grasp the grim fate awaiting him. Kong Dian felt a tightening in his chest. Zhu Yan's complexion drained of color as he looked at Jiang Yezhong. His eyes filled with desperation. Yet, it was futile. Let me explain how this all came to be. Jiang Yezhong, with a resolve akin to scorched earth, divulged everything. The journalists present were not the only ones stunned. Lu Feng and Jiang Yu were equally taken aback. This was a blatant conspiracy between officials and businessmen, a collusion of superiors and subordinates, and the exploitation of flesh, an affront to humanity. It turned out that Jiang Yezhong had also been wary of Zhu Bufin and Hao Wan. He had privately gathered evidence of their illicit entanglements, even capturing proof of Hao Wan's dealings with Kong Dian. Filled with righteous indignation, Jiang Yu clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled. Suddenly, with a wave of her hand, other officers approached to cuff Hao Wan, Kong Dian, and Zhu Yin. Hao Wan, you vile harlot, we have all fallen victim to your machinations. The cold steel of the handcuffs jolted Kong Dian into realization, shattering his dreams. A nightmare. The agony deepened as he raged at Hao Wan. His fury ignited Zhu Yan's fear, realizing that his bail status could lead to a severe sentence upon rearrest. The only lifeline. His father seemed equally doomed, and Zhu Yin quaked with fear. Hao Wan, you wretched creature, I never anticipated you would guard against us, leaving behind such foolish evidence. Lin Fei, I loathe you. You are the architect of my ruin. The true martial emperor. Nonsense. This is all your prank, Lin Fei. May you suffer a wretched fate. Ah, it seems you are all unwilling to accept your fate. Allow me to shatter your hopes completely, Lin Fei remarked. As he opened the recording of Kong Dian and Hao Wan in the office, the men in attendance displayed fervor. The scandal of their affair was truly titillating. The women, however, exhibited embarrassment, while many bore expressions of disdain. Kong Dian revealed himself as a hypocritical charlatan, a man whose position as a teacher and deputy principal had likely harmed countless souls. The The members of the XXX department ought to investigate him thoroughly. Ensuring this scoundrel faces the full brunt of the law, the journalists swiftly redirected their focus to Kang Dian. Initially, he believed Hao Wan to be the source of his plight, but the public outcry rendered him speechless. Zhu Yin, do you not feel cheated? Listen to this. Lin Fei began to play the recording of Hao Wan and Zhu Bufan, followed by another of Hao Wan and Zhu Yan. A gasp rippled through the crowd as many shattered their spectacles in shock. The content was scandalously damning. Zhu Yin, who had been irate and vociferous toward Lin Fei, fell silent upon hearing the recordings. As for Hao Wan, she remained mute, utterly humiliated. Magnificent, truly splendid. I, Jiang Yezhong, have always considered myself lacking in humanity. Yet today I realize there are far more abhorrent beings than I. Lin Fei, to fall into your hands is no loss for me. I merely despise. What do you despise? Lin Fei replied with an air of indifference. I despise Zhang Qi. Had it not been for him, I would not stand opposed to you, and no worries. Zhang Qi will keep you company inside. I despise myself even more. You offered me an opportunity, which I failed to cherish. Given a second chance, I would undoubtedly avoid crossing you. Remember this, never offend Lin Fei. He is not only wealthy but possesses a vast heart. He is the most exceptional student I have encountered in many years. Jiang Yezhong concluded, bowing deeply to Lin Fei, admiration evident on his face. Lin Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words or actions from Jiang Yezhong at this final moment. A collective intake of breath echoed among the journalists. They had initially awaited news of Lin Fei and Ren Feifei facing punishment, only to witness a dog-eat-dog spectacle that left them both astonished and exhilarated. However, they could hardly fathom that a rival would express such profound respect for Lin Fei. Genuine admiration. What manner of person is Lin Fei, after all? Chapter 127. The dust settles. Ha, ha, ha. Zhu Yin suddenly erupted with a mocking laugh. Jiang Yezhong, you truly lack courage. To be ensnared in such a predicament and still shamelessly admire your adversary. What a coward. Lin Fei, I may have lost, but I still hold you in contempt. You are merely a nouveau riche, a man unable to retain his girlfriend. A cuckolded fool, I curse you. Your woman will forever betray you. Despair stripped away any restraint, leaving Zhu Yin unbridled. Zhu Yin, I shall remember your words, and rest assured. One cannot tread the same river twice, nor repeat the same mistakes. Contemplating Mu Xinchuan, the only woman he would ever love. He believed she was not Wang Mengyao and would never act in such a manner. Her willingness to leave him to avoid burdening him demonstrated her love and acceptance. Lin Fei, why must there be both you and me? Zhu Yin? Ha ha ha. Zhu Yan's wrathful laughter echoed, a roar. Zhu Yin, you are mistaken. I have never considered you a rival. Why? Because you are unworthy. In my eyes, my only enemy is myself. I must surpass myself to achieve success. Lin Fei declared proudly, his chest held high, interrupting Zhu Yan's tirade. Silence enveloped the room. Zhu Yan's mouth hung agape, unable to utter a word. With a resounding clap, Lu Feng broke the tension, shaken by Lin Fei's words. As someone entrenched in the political arena, he understood that many who ultimately faced incarceration had failed to conquer their own selves. Lin Fei, a young man in his early 20s, possessed such ambition and insight that Lu Feng felt a profound respect. As though glimpsing Lin Fei's radiant future, applause erupted, a genuine tribute to Lin Fei, a heartfelt commendation. Zhu Yin crumbled, while Kang Dian lacked the courage to even stand, resembling a defeated rooster. Hao Wan remained rooted in place. Seemingly dazed, her eyes fixed on Lin Fei, filled with admiration and confusion. The earlier recordings had stripped her of all dignity. Could a woman be more disgraceful? She had proven that she could. Suddenly, Hao Wan lifted her head. Confronting the gazes of the crowd, bursting into laughter, ha ha. The true martial emperor. It was all a ruse. You are Lin Fei, the true martial emperor. Though I know not how you accomplished your concealment. You deceived us with this method and stole my phone. That is equally shameless. I shall now accuse you of theft and robbery. The accolades from others only fueled her resentment. She had been ruined and wished to drag Lin Fei down with her. With a swift motion, Hao Wan's words transformed the crowd's admiration for Lin Fei into a glare of suspicion. What is the true martial emperor, do you know? Lin Fei feigned ignorance. Hao Wan's gaze bore into Lin Fei. Revealing a mix of doubt and disappointment, she had intended to blackmail him into a confession, but he remained steadfast in denial. Take them away for interrogation, Jiang Yu, silent until now, commanded. She knew Lin Fei well enough to realize that questioning would yield no fruit. The so-called true martial emperor was undoubtedly linked to him, but what could be done? There was no evidence to substantiate it. Thus, Hao Wan and the others were led away. Lin Fei gazed at the Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, grappling with the betrayal of his girlfriend, Wang Mingyao, while Zhang Qi and Zhu Yin conspired to kidnap him. This time, it seemed unlikely that they would emerge unscathed. Ultimately, good and evil would be rewarded in due course. Lin Fei felt little pleasure in this situation. Rather, he was engulfed by a sense of oppression. The tragedy of human nature was the most profound sorrow. His heart harbored a more expansive compassion. Lin Fei departed with Lu Feng. The three of them settled into the car, and Xiao Wang, having shed his previous disdain for Lin Fei, cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Lin, regarding the air conditioning issue." He interjected before Lu Feng could speak. Not out of a desire for credit, but because the conditions were too dire. Summer was unbearably hot, no problem. How much? I can transfer the funds to your account right now. Have you given it any thought? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No need, Lin Fei replied. You are quite different. After several encounters, Lu Feng's feelings toward Lin Fei had grown increasingly complex, prompting him to express his genuine sentiments. Thank you for the compliment. Director Lu, Lin Fei responded with a grin. You rascal, Lu Feng laughed again, marking the second time Lin Fei had seen him smile. That said, you are under no obligation to contribute. You could choose not to donate. How much? Lin Fei interrupted Lu Feng directly. He sincerely wished to make a donation, not for personal gain, but to foster a clearer and fairer society. This was a heartfelt sentiment. 21,210,000. Lu Feng stated, a tremor of astonishment coursing through him at the substantial sum. I'll transfer 25 million to avoid any inconvenience for you, and to simplify my own affairs. As he spoke, Lin Fei initiated the transfer. Lu Feng and Xiao Wang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a deeper layer of confusion. Lin Fei waved goodbye to the two and departed. Ding! Congratulations, master! The system's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing the soft, playful lowly voice, Lin Fei recalled his previous frustration with the system, stirring a desire to unleash his ire upon the speaking entity. Giggling, the system emitted a series of melodious laughs. Did you not just congratulate me? Why are you laughing? Lin Fei retorted, exasperated. Master, your thoughts are quite improper. How could you think of such things regarding someone so young? Damn! Lin Fei nearly cursed aloud. How do you know? It was merely a fleeting thought. How could the system be aware of it? Please, uncle, our system resides within your consciousness. We know everything you think. Lin Fei. Moreover, everything you have done is recorded here. Lin Fei's heart raced once more. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Hee, not at all. I'm merely reminding you to show kindness. Lin Fei nearly choked on his own blood. You little schemer, what have I earned? Lin Fei had lost the will to continue conversing with the system. Unwilling to delve deeper into his frustration. You have received a merit value reward of 10 million, additionally, a monetary reward of 125 million. Why is there a monetary reward? Your donation for the air conditioning serves, on one hand, as a testament to your benevolence and broad-mindedness, and on the other hand, as a contribution to social justice. This is the system's way of repaying you. Lin Fei was at a loss for words. Chapter 128. Ren Feifei's Call. For Lin Fei, money had become mere data, devoid of the initial joy it once brought. In the past, wealthy individuals would often express in interviews and on television that money was merely a number, and that the true joy lay in the process of earning it. Lin Fei could not grasp this until he amassed over 10 billion himself, at which point he recognized the truth in their words. The burden of wealth felt increasingly heavy, fueling his desire to assist those in need, donations, treating Uncle Tao to dinner, and more. Are there any other rewards? None. Lin Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, by the way, Master, I forgot to remind you that you still have not completed the investment task that could yield over 100 times the return. 10 days have passed, and you have 20 days left. You must hurry, or you may find yourself destitute. The system's playful, lowly voice seemed intent on deepening Lin Fei's frustration, reminding him of unfinished tasks at the most inopportune moment. Lin Fei was nearly driven to a breaking point. Damn it! I remember. Giggling, that's good. Get lost, wah, master. You've become quite vulgar. Lin Fei was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ha ha ha. After another round of mocking laughter, the system finally fell silent. Lin Fei exhaled, relieved. Engaging with the system was quite vexing. It felt as though an entity was deliberately trying to irritate him. Ding! Lin Fei's phone suddenly rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he decided to answer. Hello. Am I speaking with Lin Fei? The voice on the other end was sweet. Imbued with profound respect, Lin Fei paused for a moment before recalling, "Is that you, Teacher Rin?" "Indeed, Lin Fei. I just saw the news conference. I am immensely grateful to you." The events had taken a dramatic turn, confirming that it was Ran Feifei's paper that had been plagiarized, completely restoring her reputation. Having watched the live broadcast of the news conference, Ren Feifei felt sincere gratitude for Lin Fei's efforts in salvaging her integrity. "Teacher Ren, as your student, this was something I had to do in order to study under you." Ren Feifei felt a wave of emotion. Following the incident, several of her graduate students had sought excuses to transfer to other professors, and some had even dropped out. Yet here was Lin Fei, an embodiment of warmth amidst the coldness of human nature. Lin Fei's relaxed voice and sincere demeanor touched Ren Feifei deeply. For Lin Fei, this was their first private contact, filled with respect and courtesy. "Lin Fei, why do you wish to pursue graduate studies under me?" Ren Feifei, having nearly given up on teaching after the ordeal, was curious about Lin Fei's motivations. "Teacher Ren, I wish to study under you because you possess genuine expertise, and I want to learn from you in order to acquire the ability to manage a large enterprise." Had Lin Fei expressed such thoughts just days prior, he would have lacked the vision, but now, he could, and it emanated from the core of his being. Ren Feifei was left speechless. A recent graduate, Lin Fei's outlook on life shone like a brilliant star on the rise. "Lin Fei, I had prepared to resign, but your words and dreams have prompted me to continue teaching. I hope you can become a student I can be proud of." Ren Feifei spoke with a quiver in her voice. Genuinely moved, Lin Fei, brimming with ambition, was still immersed in the authenticity of his recent thoughts. "Thank you, Teacher Ren. I will strive for my dreams. Good luck." After Ren Feifei finished speaking, she hung up, her eyes glistening with tears. Youth should be filled with dreams. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Fei gazed skyward, his heart drifting toward the elusive Mu Xinch. "And why, dear? Wait for me. I shall become the wealthiest man and make you the happiest woman." Lin Fei silently proclaimed within. Little did he realize that assisting Ren Feifei today would grant him an exceptional teacher, imparting solid knowledge and genuine management experience befitting a tycoon. More importantly, he had gained someone to support him, not only in business management but also in his marriage with Mu Xinchuan, as Ren Feifei would become his brother-in-law's wife. However, that was a tale for another time. Shortly after Lin Fei ended the call with Ren Feifei, he received a call from Xiaoming Shan, who informed him of an upcoming gala organized by the Jiangnan City Home Textile Industry Association, inviting the Meizishuang Group to participate. Lin Fei, recalling his new task to monopolize the underwear manufacturing industry in Jiangnan City, promptly agreed. Xiaoming Shan reminded Lin Fei over the phone to pay attention to his attire and to enhance his image. Lin Fei readily agreed. After hanging up, he glanced at his current outfit. Indeed, it was time for a change. However, he was utterly inexperienced in the past. He lacked the funds to buy. Now, he had the means but no knowledge. As Lin Fei strolled through the campus, contemplating where to shop, a figure suddenly blocked his path. In his distraction, he collided directly into the person. She let out a soft yelp but did not react angrily. Lin Fei quickly looked up, and his gaze fell upon a girl clad in low-rise white jeans and a snug top. Her skin as pale as snow, her bright eyes sparkling with youthful vitality, smiling warmly at him. "Han Bing, what a surprise!" Lin Fei exclaimed, noticing the pain etched on her face as she sought to soothe the spot where he had bumped into her. A hint of embarrassment coloring her expression. "You didn't want to see me? How could that be? Weren't you supposed to be studying abroad as Mu Xinchuan mentioned? Why are you still in Jiangnan City?" "Because, what's the matter?" Observing this once determined class leader now fidgeting, Lin Fei inquired with a grin. "It's nothing. I'm here to say goodbye." Han Bing forced a smile. Lin Fei, who had recently been engaging frequently with women, sensed a peculiar undertone in the fleeting smile that vanished from Han Bing's face. "Before you bid me farewell, could you assist me with a small favor?" "What favor?" Han Bing appeared quite eager. "Accompany me to purchase some clothing." Lin Fei scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Han Bing burst into laughter, which only heightened Lin Fei's awkwardness. "I never expected our Mr. Lin to feel shy at times. Just call me Lin Fei, please." "You can call me Han Bing or Bing Bing." A faint blush crossed Han Bing's cheeks as she finally spoke in a soft voice. Lin Fei, however, thought little of it. As classmates, he held great admiration for Han Bing's character. "I shall address you as Han Bing from now on." "That sounds good." Although Han Bing agreed readily, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yet, upon recalling the presence of Mu Xinchuan beside Lin Fei, a bittersweet sensation washed over her, albeit one tinged with acceptance. "Let us enjoy a meal first, then head to Dongfang City for shopping." Han Bing suggested, I shall follow your lead. I will take care of the bill. Lin Fei smiled at Han Bing, his demeanor cheerful. Han Bing chuckled in response, charmed by Lin Fei's lightheartedness. After arriving at Dongfang City by taxi and enjoying a meal nearby, the two entered the grand shopping center. Dongfang City, the largest and most luxurious shopping venue in Jiangnan City, attracted only the affluent, serving as a true testament to wealth and status. The items sold here, even at their most basic, rivaled the finest boutiques and other malls in the past. Lin Fei would have never considered coming here due to financial constraints, but now he felt unburdened by such worries. Similarly, Han Bing had never visited, but knowing Lin Fei's current standing, she suggested a place where quality was paramount. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Fei held a takeout box in hand, determined to avoid waste after the incident with Uncle Tao. Upon entering Dongfang City, they were instantly captivated by the dazzling array of products. For Lin Fei, it was a visual feast. He had never encountered such a plethora of exquisite garments before, each promising to enhance his appearance. Han Bing naturally linked her arm with his, playfully urging him to venture deeper into the store, asserting that the current section was not suited for him. Following her lead, they ascended to the third floor, halting at the entrance of a Versace store. Through the glass window, Lin Fei beheld a model clad in a deep blue suit, its sleek lines refreshing to the eye. The name Versace was not unfamiliar to him. Having overheard discussions about it among classmates like Zhu Yue and As, Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the clothing. Han Bing's attention was drawn to him. She glanced between the garments and Lin Fei, feeling an instinctive sense of compatibility. Just as they approached the entrance, a cold voice from within the store called out, "Hey, delivery person, stop right there, do not enter." Taken aback, Lin Fei instinctively looked down at the takeout box in his hand and understood the source of the disdain. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, nevertheless, he pressed on, determined to shop rather than deliver food. The saleswoman, with a scornful expression, demanded he remove his items, claiming the unpleasant odor might tarnish their clothing. Her judgmental gaze assessed Lin Fei, concluding he was a financial pauper unworthy of the store's offerings. A pauper? Does my appearance truly resemble that of a beggar? Surely, no beggar would be accompanied by such a stunning young lady. Even the most patient individuals might find their temper tested by such remarks, and Lin Fei was no exception. Han Bing remained silent, even stifling a giggle. "I wish to purchase clothing," Lin Fei began. But the saleswoman interrupted, suggesting they visit another store more suited to his tastes, her disdain palpable. Lin Fei's words faltered. Han Bing laughed softly. "This outfit is quite appealing." Rather than be angered by the saleswoman's rudeness, Han Bing gently pulled Lin Fei towards the attire that caught her eye. Lin Fei was equally captivated and reached out to touch the fabric when another derisive voice echoed from behind. "Don't touch it. If you soil it, can you afford to pay for it?" Pushing customers away from buying while simultaneously admonishing them was a peculiar business strategy for a luxury store. Han Bing's demeanor shifted to displeasure, but she was silenced by Lin Fei's calming gesture. "How much for this outfit?" he inquired, ignoring the saleswoman's taunts. "Why bother asking? You, of all people, could never afford it," she scoffed. At that moment, even Lin Fei's usual calm demeanor began to fray. In the past, he could accept being looked down upon due to his financial situation, but now that he was well off, he refused to tolerate such contempt. In a fit of frustration, he boldly touched the fabric from collar to hem, thoroughly exploring the garment. The saleswoman's eyes widened in disbelief, her irritation palpable. "Hey, are you deaf? Stop that immediately." Fuming, she realized that her sales for the day had been dismal, and another troublesome customer was not welcome. Lin Fei, however, was undeterred. "Let me try this on," he declared, retrieving his card and presenting it to the saleswoman. For a moment, she hesitated, incredulous that a supposed pauper would act so entitled. "This outfit totals 58,000. Are you certain your card won't be declined?" she sneered, taking the card with a dismissive air. Though she suspected Lin Fei was not a delivery person, her judgment was clouded by preconceived notions about his financial status. "Do not waste my time," Lin Fei replied sharply. The saleswoman jumped in surprise at his sudden outburst, reluctantly stepping away. However, she called over a colleague to supervise, fearing Lin Fei might abscond with their merchandise. Lin Fei and Han Bing exchanged amused glances, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. 3 minutes later, when the colleague returned, the saleswoman's demeanor had transformed. She was stunned to discover that Lin Fei's card had cleared without a hitch, and the purchase was processed smoothly. "Sir, here is your card," she said, her tone now laced with respect. "Was your card declined?" "Not at all," Lin Fei replied, unfazed. "My apologies for the earlier misunderstanding." The saleswoman nodded profusely. Eager to atone for her previous behavior, Lin Fei ignored her, stepping into the fitting room with the clothes. Han Bing remained outside, browsing, while the saleswoman hovered nearby, offering incessant recommendations. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei emerged, and the sight left both the saleswoman and Han Bing utterly speechless. The suit fit Lin Fei as if tailored specifically for him, accentuating his physique with perfect lines, transformed from his previously unremarkable attire. He now exuded an air of sophistication and wealth. The combination of an exquisite outfit and a striking figure was undeniable. Both men and women appreciate perfection, and Lin Fei's striking appearance was a rarity. "Lin Fei, your physique is truly remarkable," Han Bing exclaimed, her admiration evident. "Is it? Did you not notice before?" Lin Fei replied, taking her compliment in stride. His transformation was the result of the system's enhancements, which had elevated his attributes significantly. Where once he had been average, he now stood as a man of distinction. If he had not changed his attire, few would have noticed the subtle yet profound transformation. "Lin Fei, your voice sounds different too," Han Bing observed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. His voice, rich and magnetic, coupled with his newfound charm, made him irresistible. "Bing Bing, what are you looking at? Surely, you wouldn't forget me over just an article of clothing?" Lin Fei teased with a smile. "Oh, I see. Is it a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder? It should be me, after all," he continued with a chuckle. Han Bing burst into laughter, surprisingly not rebutting his jest. Observing her stifled giggles, Lin Fei was reminded of her enchanting performance at the bar. Indeed, she was a true siren. She could embody both a refined lady and a captivating seductress. This Han Bing, perhaps due to her 4 years as class president, exuded a mature charm in Lin Fei's eyes, and she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet, his attention had always been focused on Wang Mingyao, preventing him from appreciating her allure until now. Upon closer inspection, she possessed a sincerity that surpassed even Wang Mengyao's. "You're quite self-absorbed now, aren't you? Pray tell, what has caused this transformation?" Han Bing remarked, halting her laughter and casting him a flirtatious glance. Lin Fei scratched the back of his head sheepishly and replied, "It's a secret. A man's secret." "Humph." Han Bing rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. As classmates, she understood the boundaries, refraining from prying further. Meanwhile, a nearby salesgirl was nearly swooning. Noticing the playful banter had ceased, she eagerly interjected, her demeanor suddenly respectful as she neatly packed Lin Fei's old clothes. "Handsome, do you need anything else? Let us exchange WeChat. I'll notify you immediately if we get new arrivals." The salesgirl was fervent, her mind racing with thoughts of messaging him later. "I don't have WeChat," Lin Fei replied coolly, preparing to leave. He was not the type to flirt with every woman he encountered. Besides, if he sought companionship, Han Bing was leagues ahead of the salesgirl. Ultimately, his heart belonged to one woman, Mu Xinchuan. With confidence, he took the lead in departing. Han Bing effortlessly looped her arm through his. As they walked away, the salesgirl waved her sales slip, a sly smile creeping onto her face. "Wow, I didn't expect my sales tactic to work so effectively. It seems men are easily swayed by temptation. What a pity. If only I could extract more." After exiting, Han Bing and Lin Fei entered a shirt store. The staff at the Versace outlet were blissfully unaware of the lucrative opportunities they had missed due to the salesgirl's antics. During their shirt shopping, whether it was the exorbitant price of Lin Fei's attire or his striking appearance, they encountered none of the disdain they had faced earlier. Yet, the salesgirl cast an odd look at Lin Fei. A man of such wealth and allure was accompanied by a Cinderella in plain clothes. Han Bing's attire was decidedly modest, reflecting her average family background. That moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered the store. Draped on the arm of a man, their entrance drew attention, particularly from the glamorous woman, who eyed Han Bing with thinly veiled contempt. "Humph, how can they let anyone in here? It truly ruins the shopping experience," she remarked disdainfully to Han Bing. The young man beside her, however, was captivated by Han Bing's natural beauty, his gaze filled with admiration. "Why are you staring?" she asked, just a Cinderella who happened to snag a prince. The glamorous woman sneered. She must be infatuated with him. "He is so handsome. She probably hopes to be kept by him. You're just another gold digger, pretending to be pure and luring in rich men," she continued, her disdain palpable. "Handsome, if you're looking for a woman, you should choose someone like me, a true beauty, rather than this fairy tale nonsense. Women like her are only after your money and status. Once they've drained you, they have no feelings left." The glamorous woman glared at Han Bing before shifting her gaze to Lin Fei, attempting to seduce him. "Are you?" she asked, her voice dripping with allure. "How much for a night?" Lin Fei grimaced at her, visibly repulsed. "Even if you offered me $1 billion, I wouldn't even consider it. How dare you? Do you know where you are? Just because you're tall and handsome doesn't mean you're truly wealthy." The glamorous woman retorted, her anger bubbling to the surface. Han Bing interjected coldly, "You might want to reconsider. This man is not someone to provoke." She recognized Lin Fei's knack for stirring up trouble wherever he went. Inciting ire from others. "Beauty, you're mistaken. You should inquire around. The entire Eastern City belongs to He Shuang I in this place. Who would dare disregard his authority? Hear us a proposition. Let this man dine with Sister Xian, and you can join me for a meal. We'll let today's incident slide, and you can pick any outfit from the store." The young man beside the glamorous woman, claiming to be He Shuang, grinned at Han Bing, completely oblivious to his companion's discontent. He was captivated by Han Bing's genuine charm, finding her far more appealing than the ostentatious woman beside him. Lin Fei regarded He Shuang in silence. Perceiving him as a fool, "If you're unwilling to choose, you can leave Eastern City, I won't hold it against you." But this woman stays. He Shuang's gaze shifted to Lin Fei. His eyes filled with disdain. A spoiled rich kid. He believed Lin Fei's type would be too timid to stand up to him. A mere word from him would send them fleeing. Besides, he had designs on the glamorous woman, hoping Lin Fei would be intimidated enough to walk away. "Bing Bing, what do you think? Should I gift you Eastern City?" Lin Fei's eyes glinted coldly at He Shuang. Such a familiar surname, a name synonymous with real estate. Could it be Eastern City? How delightful. Han Bing narrowed her eyes, recalling He Shuang's loathsome demeanor. She was curious to see how Lin Fei would handle the situation. Eastern City was well known in Jiangnan City, rumored to be backed by powerful figures, knowledge she had gleaned while working at the bar. "Kid, are you seeking death? How dare you speak so boldly in my domain? Security, bring the guards. I'll teach him a lesson today." He Shuang's face darkened with rage, his laughter tinged with fury. He was connected to Tianli Real Estate. The chairman of Tianli Real Estate, He Jiping, is his uncle. However, this uncle is not an ordinary relative. He is more like a father due to the complexities of their family ties. It is precisely because of this relationship that he is able to manage Dongfang City and hold such a position within the He family. Today, Lin Fei stands here in arrogance, eager to see who within Dongfang City dares to challenge him. With a nonchalant smile, Lin Fei remains in place, adopting a posture of waiting for someone to call for assistance. He Shuang's gaze shifts back to Han Bing, questioning the caliber of the man she has chosen. It seems her companion leaves much to be desired, as He Shuang insinuates that Lin Fei lacks intelligence with a pointed gesture at his head. Han Bing chuckles at He Shuang's remark, casting a teasing glance at Lin Fei, filled with playful skepticism. Lin Fei touches his nose, revealing a faint wry smile. Are those of lesser intellect always self-important like He Shuang? How about this, beautiful? You can accompany me, and I'll provide you with a monthly allowance. You can also choose any attire from within Dongfang City. What do you say? He Shuang's eyes gleam with desire as they turn back to Han Bing, especially after noticing her alluring figure beside them. The captivating Xian Jie brims with fury, her countenance dark as a stormy sea. Yet her gaze towards Lin Fei is razor-sharp, as if she wishes to devour him whole. Observing Xian Jie's expression, He Shuang feels a pang of jealousy and a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How dare you show interest in him? He thinks bitterly. Yet, Xian Jie seems immune to He Shuang's glances and directs her attention to Lin Fei. "You, country bumpkin, are you a nouveau riche from Jiangnan City? If you admit to being insane, I might let you go. Otherwise, humph. You boast of giving away Dongfang City? Let me see you try." Her tone is domineering and filled with pride. To He Shuang, her words are unwelcome and irksome, yet he nods in agreement. Lin Fei, observing the exchange between the two, remains perplexed. Who is supporting whom in this scenario? "Listen, boy, you should kneel and beg for mercy now. Apologize and join me in Xianjie for a meal. Perhaps then, you might escape with your life. Otherwise, when the security arrives, your fate will be dismal and by then, it will be too late to plead for mercy. You are the first to act so brazenly in front of me, He Shuang." He Shuang smirks coldly at Lin Fei, continuing his threats. As someone from high society, he has his own circle. Lin Fei is a stranger to that world, a mere outsider or a parvenu, and in his eyes, he is no more significant than an insect, easily crushed underfoot. This display is not only to assert his power in front of Han Bing, but also to apply pressure on Lin Fei, nudging him toward Xianjie to fulfill her desires. "If you kneel and beg for my mercy, while offering Dongfang City to my Han Bing, I will pretend that nothing has happened. Lin Fei responds with a cold smile. Excellent, very well. You have the gall. Prepare to regret your arrogance. Security, seize him, bind him tightly and deliver him to Xianjia. He Shuheng bellows as a group of uniformed security personnel arrives on the 7th floor. The mention of binding Lin Fei for Xianjia elicits nervous laughter from the guards, who inwardly resolve that they would rather face dire consequences than endure the whims of such a merciless woman. They are unaware of the fate that awaits those who fail to satisfy Xianjia's demands. Many have left with only half their lives intact. Rest assured, He Xiao, we will handle this beautifully. They assure him, their voices dripping with sycophancy. How dare you offend He Xiao? They taunt Lin Fei. You should kneel before Xianjia and accept your fate. Otherwise, regret will come too late. With a cacophony of threats, the guards advance menacingly toward Lin Fei. You really are courting death. One of them snarls. Take him away and give him a good beating. There's no need. Bind him right here, Xianjia commands coldly. Be swift about it, just as I instructed. He Shuheng, grinning with satisfaction, casts a triumphant glance at Han Bing, eager to showcase his might. Yes, Xianjia, whatever He Xiao says, goes. The guards prepare to act, warning Lin Fei not to injure his face, lest it spoil Xianjia's mood. You still have time to regret your choices, boy. Otherwise, prepare for the consequences, they threaten as they retrieve their clubs. The disdain in their eyes makes it clear that, to them, Lin Fei is already as good as dead. How about it, beautiful? I maintain that Dongfang City is mine. Stick with me, and I guarantee you a life of freedom and luxury, He Shuheng boasts, reveling in his perceived triumph over Lin Fei. Yet Han Bing remains unfazed, her expression unchanged, eye in her eyes. Lin Fei is no longer the same person she once knew. His previous display of strength and confidence during their graduation dinner has instilled in her a newfound faith in him. To He Shuheng, however, her indifference only confirms his disdain. This mercenary woman seems only to value wealth over character, he muses, deeming her suitable for his own amusement. Xianjia, witnessing the unfolding drama, scoffs. What a pathetic display. As He Shuheng chuckles to himself, Xianjia's gaze remains fixed on Lin Fei, her anger mounting as she realizes he remains unfazed and even smiles, prompting her to curse Han Bing more vehemently. Remember this. Do not be so arrogant, and keep your eyes wide open. There are many in this world whom you cannot afford to offend. A guard warns Lin Fei with a condescending smile, brandishing his club threateningly. You are absolutely correct. There are indeed those who overestimate themselves, who harbor delusions of grandeur, Lin Fei remarks, his tone tinged with irony. However, the guard interprets this as a direct insult. Die! He screams, swinging the club directly at Lin Fei's head, clearly disregarding He Shuheng's previous orders to bind him. Lin Fei does not flinch. Instead, he extends his hand to meet the oncoming club. With a resounding thud, the guard's weapon is caught in Lin Fei's grip. Shock fills the guard's expression as he struggles to retract his club, but it remains firmly ensnared in Lin Fei's grasp, as though it were glued to his palm. In the next moment, the guard's eyes widen in disbelief as Lin Fei effortlessly crushes the club, the rubber exterior peeling away like a lychee shell, revealing the steel beneath, which morphs from round to flat, then into fine dust that cascades to the ground. The guard stumbles back in terror, swallowing hard as he gazes at Lin Fei, grappling with the reality of what he has just witnessed. Is this even human? Everyone present is astounded, even Han Bing, who can hardly believe her eyes. Lin Fei, once underestimated, now displays an unfathomable power. Xianjia, however, is captivated, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Men, absolutely men, she thinks, her thoughts wandering to other places. Quickly, eliminate him. In a moment of panic, He Shuheng senses the shift in power and urgently bellows at the guards. What are you waiting for? Get rid of him. He Shuheng, initially intending to flaunt his masculinity in front of Han Bing, now finds himself dwarfed by Lin Fei's display of strength, his own dignity fading into oblivion. Eager to assert his dominance, he yearns to eliminate Lin Fei, so he may finally impress Han Bing, erasing any admiration she may hold for Lin Fei's for Sister Xian. Let us not dwell on that, however. The security guard, who was clutching a rubber baton, bore a visage resembling that of a donkey, his forehead glistening with perspiration, almost on the verge of tears. That was iron. If he were to be seized by the arms or legs, would he not be reduced to a mere pulp by now? He could hardly believe that his bones were more resilient than that baton. As for He Shuheng's words, they were nearly unbearable to him. Did he not realize that such a fate could spell doom for him? How could he possibly make a move against someone capable of reducing iron to shavings? Such a being was not a mere mortal. He was beyond his reach. Tio eliminate him? It was a miracle if he managed to escape unscathed. Why didn't He Shuheng attempt it himself? The other security guards stood frozen, dazed and hesitant. None dared to step forward. Suddenly, Lin Fei slowly spread his hands, flexing his fingers, a faint smile gracing his face as he declared, "Now it is my turn. Allow me to render your limbs useless." As he spoke, Lin Fei prepared to act up. No. The security guard who had taken a step forward let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ha ha, Lin Fei chuckled, remaining still, yet his overwhelming aura caused the guards present to break into a cold sweat, as if they had narrowly escaped death. He was no mere human. He was a deity. Spare me, thud. The security guard who had approached earlier buckled at the knees, collapsing before Lin Fei. Witnessing this, the other guards wasted no time kneeling down, pleading for mercy. Heaven is vast. The earth is vast. Life is paramount. They feared for their lives. What sort of terrifying entity had they provoked? Seeing his dozen security guards kneeling in fear, He Shuheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Was this man not merely a nouveau riche? Had he not been a stranger to the upper echelons of society? How could he possess such terror? Yet, gazing at the group of guards on the ground, and then at Lin Fei, who stood there with an air of calm indifference, it was evident that his mere presence was enough to instill fear. One could assert that had he chosen to strike, they would all be lying prostrate by now. He Shuheng's spirit was shaken. However, he could not yield, especially not in front of a beautiful woman. Get up and kill him, He Shuheng bellowed hoarsely. Yet the guards remained resolute, kneeling silently, as if deaf to his commands. Get up, He Shuheng rushed over, attempting to pull them up, but they remained unmoved. His body, long ravaged by excess, could not even manage to lift a guard. You rascal! How dare you make my men kneel? Do you know who I am? He Shuheng raised his head sharply, glaring at Lin Fei with malice. In Jiangnan City, aside from certain prominent families, there was no one he could not confront. Although Lin Fei was formidable, He Shuheng did not regard him as a threat. Who are you to me? Lin Fei retorted with a hint of disdain. Let me tell you, do you dare offend me, He Shuheng, in Jiangnan City? Do you dare cause a disturbance in Dongfang City? You are courting death. Do you know that with a single phone call, I can have you chopped into pieces and discarded in the river, erasing your existence from this world? He Shuheng's face darkened as Lin Fei's calm demeanor indicated that he was utterly disregarding him. Of course, Lin Fei equally did not regard He Shuheng. He was not reliant on these inept guards. Who is courting death? You may well find out. Very well, just wait. He Shuheng shot a cold glare at Lin Fei, a trace of disdain flickering at the corner of his mouth. Though Lin Fei exhibited some prowess, intimidating these guards into submission was merely a result of their cowardice, not the actions of a desperate man. A true desperate man would not be so easily subdued. Despite Lin Fei's strength, when faced with a genuine desperate individual, what could he possibly do? But I can hardly wait. Lin Fei shot a chilling smile at He Shuheng, his eyes brimming with mockery. What do you intend to do? He Shuheng stammered, his fear evident as he gazed at Lin Fei and shouted, Of course, it is a matter of reciprocity. Lin Fei replied with a slight smile. You dare? Do you know who stands behind Dongfang City? Do you know who Sister Xian's brother is? If you lay a hand on me, you will undoubtedly wish you were dead. Upon witnessing Lin Fei's subtle smile, He Shuheng felt as if he were staring into the eyes of a devil, his fear palpable as he shouted at Lin Fei. At that moment, he finally comprehended the depth of his terror. You claim I am afraid, yet why does your face betray such fear? Lin Fei observed He Shuheng with amusement. He Shuheng's expression turned grim, and he quickly cast a pleading glance at Sister Xian. Friend, let us call it even. I am the sister of the Clear Wind Society's president, so please show some consideration. Sister Xian straightened her posture, confidently looking at Lin Fei and declared, All right, sell me Dongfang City. You are utterly delusional. With Sister Xian's backing, He Shuheng regained his confidence. The thought of Dongfang City, a lucrative venture, being casually handed over was absurd. You see, this complicates matters. Lin Fei shrugged, glancing at the alluring Sister Xian. Sister Xian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Fei, questioning if she had encountered someone who would risk everything. Lin Fei's gaze met hers in kind. The Clear Wind Society, Zhang Qi and Zhu Yan, who had been summoned to abduct him, were indeed members of the Clear Wind Society. Though they had been apprehended by Jiang Yu, The fact that they had not been extricated indicated that the Clear Wind Society still held significant influence. It was time to test the depth of that influence. Today we were at fault, but I hope you will exercise restraint. Dongfang City does not solely belong to the He family. To disturb, it would be to encroach upon our Clear Wind Society's interests. Sister Xian's tone turned serious, laden with a stern warning. If one does not seek trouble, trouble will not seek them. Is this not self-inflicted? Come, you need not remain on your knees. Lin Fei gestured to the guards on the ground. The guards were granted amnesty. Thank you, they exclaimed. Go. Beat He Shuheng until his own father would not recognize him. Lin Fei pointed at He Shuheng, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Gasp. The guards collectively inhaled sharply. Stunned, kid, you are seeking a swift demise. If any of you dare lay a finger on me, I swear I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Do not forget my and Sister Xian's status. He Shuheng instinctively took 2 steps back, mustering the courage to utter a few threats. The guards exchanged glances between He Shuheng and Lin Fei, recalling the scene where the iron rod had been reduced to shavings. Their hearts sank. Young Master He, we apologize. Even if you seek revenge, you must ensure you live to see another day. If we do not act now, we may not have a life left. The first security guard who had dared to act against Lin Fei felt the greatest intimidation and was the first to react. Faced with a choice between Lin Fei and He Shuheng, they naturally chose to heed Lin Fei's words. Otherwise, they might not survive. You all, slap. The guard surged forward, landing a resounding slap across He Shuheng's face. They no longer wished to entertain his threats. Once one initiated action, the others quickly followed suit. Ouch! How dare you hit me? I will ensure you all pay for this, He Shuheng cried out in anguish, falling to the ground, yet still not forgetting to threaten them. However, his threats only incited even harsher retaliation. This was revenge. Bing, how do you envision managing Dongfang City in the future? Lin Fei casually asked Han Bing. Han Bing's lips twitched. Lin Fei had transformed, becoming truly fearsome. Noting Han Bing's shocked expression, Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. After all, a woman is still a woman. In the past, he would not have acted so dominantly. However, after the events involving Zhu Yin and Jiang Yezhong, he understood that leaving a snake alive could lead to future troubles. If he desired to possess Dongfang City, he must ensure that He Shuheng vanished completely. Otherwise, a second Zhu Yin or Jiang Yezhong incident could arise, and he did not believe he would be so fortunate again. The guards taking action was merely the first step. Sir, can you still recognize him as He Shuheng? After a relentless 10 minutes of beating, the very first guard to act approached Lin Fei, speaking with a tone of respect. Lin Fei looked up at He Shuheng, whose face was a bloody mess. Swollen and grotesque, it was a sight that could only be described as horrific, sufficiently tragic. Go ask her. Lin Fei pointed at Sister Xian. Sister Xian, can you still recognize him as He Shuheng? The guard complied without hesitation. Sister Xian was now trembling with rage. The slaps had been sufficient to leave her feeling humiliated, and even her declaration of being the sister of the Clear Wind Society's president had failed to protect her. Of course I recognize him, Sister Xian exclaimed angrily. Oh? It seems we haven't hit him enough. Continue. Lin Fei grinned wickedly, teasingly addressing He Shuheng. What? Lying on the ground, He Shuheng, upon hearing this, kicked out in fright, losing consciousness. Sister Xian suddenly realized she had brought harm to He Shuheng. You brat, it seems this is far from over today. With that, she pulled out her phone and called for reinforcements. The guards, however, disregarded her, now solely following Lin Fei's orders as they continued to mercilessly beat He Shuheng. Ouch! He Shuheng's piteous cries echoed once more within the room. Han Bing approached Lin Fei, tugging at his shirt and whispering, Let's go. This has escalated enough. At that moment, Han Bing felt a surge of fear. Don't believe me? I do. But that woman has already called for help. Will you be able to handle it? Women shouldn't constantly doubt men's capabilities. Do I need to prove myself? How infuriating. Han Bing felt her cheeks flush from Lin Fei's teasing. Yet, instead of retreating, she clung tightly to his arm, finding solace in his presence. If you're bold enough, don't leave. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself later. Xianjie jabbed a finger at Lin Fei. Lin Fei sneered, turning to the security guard and commanding, Stop. The guard immediately halted his assault on He Shuheng. Standing at attention. Go. Teach this woman a lesson. Break her right index finger. The guard hesitated. He Shuheng is merely a second-generation heir. Xianjie. She belongs to the Qingfeng Society. The Qingfeng Society is a notorious underground organization in the western district of Jiangnan City. Attacking Xianjie would be tantamount to slapping the Qingfeng Society in the face. Isn't that courting death? Just recently, a man was killed by her for not serving her well enough, and the Qingfeng society smoothed it over effortlessly. To strike Xianjie now is to seek a swift demise. Hit me? Ha! Let them come. Seeing the guards frozen in fear, Xianjie felt emboldened, bursting into laughter. Those who dare to strike me are yet to be born. You have one chance, Lin Fei insisted, gripping tightly. The guards exchanged uneasy glances before nodding and approaching Xianjie. What are you doing? If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't leave Dongfang City alive. Touch me, and I'll toss you into the river to feed the turtles. No, I'll find a group of sick women to end you. Before Xianjie could finish her threats, a guard's slap connected hard with her face. You want to threaten me? This is for a Quan, that rural worker you nearly killed. This is for all the men you've toyed with, you perverted slut. The guards, long seething with anger towards Xianjie yet fearful of the Qingfeng society, felt cornered by Lin Fei's pressure and decided to unleash their fury at a woman, no matter how domineering, could not withstand the force of several guards. Amidst the bloodshed, the crowd that had gathered grew silent, paralyzed by the horror of the scene. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the gathering, prompting the crowd to disperse. The air buzzed with anticipation of an impending arrival of significant figures. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, luxurious cars were lining up outside Dongfang City, causing panic among many who either fled in their vehicles or hastily exited on foot. Numerous shops closed their doors, transforming the once vibrant Dongfang City into a ghost town. The first to arrive was a black, elongated Lincoln, followed by a convoy of imposing Land Rovers. The leader of the Qingfeng society, Li Qingfeng, renowned as one of the four kings of Jiangnan City, made a grand entrance, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Flanked by thousands of followers, the entrance to Dongfang City was filled with men in black, standing at attention, awaiting Li Qingfeng's descent. The atmosphere was palpable, even before his arrival. Chapter 135, Sibling Affection, on the 7th floor of Dongfang City. Xianjie lay on the ground, her eyes swollen from the beating. With great effort, she managed to open a slit, spotting members of the Qingfeng society nearby. Come here. Kill them. Chop them into pieces. Her piercing commands echoed through the building, sending shivers down spines. Upon hearing her furious cries, the crowd hesitated to act, though two individuals stepped forward to assist Xianjie. Kill him. Kill that filthy man and that wretched woman. Slay those guards who struck me. With renewed confidence, Xianjie regained her previous bravado. Han Bing's face turned ashen, instinctively clutching Lin Fei's arm. He gently patted her hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. The Heisa Society, an entity everyone feared. Lin Fei harbored a deep disdain for them. However, a transformative experience at the Haitian Issei Hotel altered his perspective. He realized that not all were irredeemably wicked. As his wealth grew, he understood he would inevitably encounter many powerful figures in Jiangnan City. And if the spoils were not shared equitably, chaos would ensue, particularly from the underground forces. The arrogance displayed by Xianjie and He Shuheng underscored this reality, prompting Lin Fei's assertive response today. Of course, he had his own confidence. Wasn't he afraid to act? If things escalated, the police would intervene. More precisely, Jiang Huayu. As long as he had this guardian angel, Lin Fei believed he could rise in Jiangnan City. Once he had established himself, all issues would fade into the background. The Qingfeng society had become the prime target following the recent kidnapping incident. Meanwhile, as Xianjie tended to her wounds, she glared at Lin Fei. Seething, you will all die. You must die, filthy man. You're impressive, but can you truly contend with the thousands of the Qingfeng society? I will personally castrate you and make you watch as your woman is ravaged by everyone. Xianjie's hatred for Lin Fei was palpable. Lin Fei, I'm so sorry. Today, I brought you into this mess, Han Bing said, her expression filled with regret. I really stirred up trouble. Although she had limited exposure to society, she had heard tales of the Qingfeng society during her time working in ABART. It was rumored that a waitress, after spilling a drink on a member, was subsequently assaulted and filmed, eventually becoming a tool for profit. Lin Fei striking the sister of the Qingfeng society leader was akin to igniting a powder keg. We are classmates. Why say such things? Lin Fei replied with a faint smile. Lin Fei, why are you so good to me? We are classmates. Do you not have? What? I know you are wealthy now, and surrounded by beauties, but if you wish, I could be your kept woman. I ask for nothing in return. Only your appreciation. Han Bing suddenly summoned her courage, looking at Lin Fei with resolute determination. Cough, cough. Lin Fei choked on his own saliva. You. Han Bing's face flushed crimson. Lin Fei coughed repeatedly, waving his hands dismissively. Han Bing blushed deeper, casting a resentful glance at Lin Fei. "I've thrown away all dignity, and you still laugh at me." That moment, voices rang out from the entrance. "Brother Zhao is here." The guards exchanged glances, inching closer to Lin Fei, stealing glances at him. Brother Zhao was under Feng Yi's command, overseeing all KTVs, nightclubs, and various entertainment venues in the Western District, his assets exceeding $1 billion. Brother Lei has arrived. Another figure entered. Brother Lei, a notorious figure in the old urban area of Jiangnan, was the spokesperson for demolition projects, possessing both wealth and influence. Brother De Fei is here. Brother De Fei, a major player in logistics and production in Jiangnan, was intimately connected with the populace. An influential figure point one after another, several prominent figures arrived, creating an imposing presence that sent chills through the crowd. Each individual was far from someone an ordinary person could provoke. Finally, a booming voice announced, "Feng Yi is here." "Big brother, I was beaten," Xin Jie cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Lin Fei glanced up to see a man who, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a certain appeal. With a crew cut and piercing eyes, he donned a well-fitted black Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of confidence that garnered immediate respect. He appeared somewhat at odds with the notorious title of Feng Yi. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fei felt a flicker of familiarity. Indeed, he was none other than Li Qingfeng, the king of the Western District of Jiangnan City. "Who hurt you?" Li Qingfeng frowned, directing his gaze toward his sister. He held deep affection for her, despite her reckless lifestyle, often feeling a sense of guilt for not being able to restrain her. Years ago, when Li Qingfeng was just a lowly errand boy in the Western District, he faced execution for a mistake. His sister, upon learning of this, approached the then leader of the Western District, who, upon seeing her beauty and recent graduation, demanded her as his woman in exchange for sparing Li Qingfeng's life. To save her brother, Li Qingfeng's sister, Li Qingxian, endured humiliation and agreed, ultimately rescuing him. After being freed, Li Qingfeng vowed revenge, but at that time, he was too weak to accede. At that time, the ruler of the Chengxi district was a depraved individual who subjected his sister to unspeakable torment, pushing Li Qingxian to the brink of mental instability. From that moment on, Li Qingfeng endured hardship in silence, carefully guarding his sister and vowing that as long as he could bring her happiness, he would do whatever it took. Their plight came to the attention of a benefactor who secretly supported Li Qingfeng. 3 years later, armed with nothing but a blade, Li Qingfeng stormed the headquarters of the Chengxi district ruler. Personally slaying him, he gained fame in that battle, and at a crucial moment, his supporter aided him in ascending to the position of ruler of Chengxi district. From then on, Chengxi district became his dominion. Li Qingfeng once told his sister, Li Qingxian, that she could go anywhere in Chengxi district and do as she pleased, assuring her that he would bear any consequences. Thus, Li Qingxian grew increasingly reckless. As for her peculiar preferences in bed, they were merely a means of venting the frustrations inflicted upon her by the Chengxi district ruler, a form of revenge against men. Today, upon hearing that her beloved brother had been brutally assaulted in Chengxi district, Li Qingfeng was filled with rage. "It was him. He struck me." Li Qingxian pointed accusingly at Lin Fei. Li Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Lin Fei's face, and his expression shifted dramatically, his lips twitching in disbelief. Chapter 136. Face is not given to you on the ground. He Shuheng had regained consciousness and, upon seeing Li Qingfeng, looked at him as if he were a savior. The names of men and the shadows of trees, indeed, were extraordinary. His eyes gleamed with schadenfreude and disdain. Han Bing clutched Lin Fei's hand tightly, her eyes filled with despair. "Master Feng, it's him," He Shuheng reiterated emphatically. "What? Not so arrogant now, just a moment ago. Weren't you boasting? Didn't you say that today, the eastern city would surely be yours? Come and claim it." He Shuheng continued to gloat, even more audacious than Li Qingxian. Lin Fei's expression remained unchanged as he gently removed Han Bing's hand and slowly approached He Shuheng. Li Qingfeng remained silent, as did the others. He Shuheng had risen, his disdain deepening, a cold smile plastered on his face. Lin Fei stood before He Shuheng and inquired, "What is He Jie to you?" "He is my cousin." He Shuheng initially intended to claim they were brothers, but thought better of it. Nonetheless, anger flickered in his eyes at the mention of He Jie. "Seems my assumptions were correct." "Correct about what?" "He Jie is the one I helped Xiao Mingshan send to the police station. Seeing you, I believe you all are cut from the same cloth. You worthless scum, Master Feng. Help me deal with him. Name your price." He Shuheng's thoughts drifted to his father, who was currently preoccupied with the He Jie situation, and with wealth rapidly depleting, his hatred for Lin Fei intensified. Lin Fei snorted in derision, slowly raising his hand. Try hitting me. He Shuheng, emboldened, looked disdainfully at Lin Fei's raised palm. With Li Qingfeng present, Lin Fei dared not lay a hand on him, especially since he was now romantically involved with Li Qingxian. Having gained Li Qingfeng's tacit approval, this was his greatest leverage and support. Smack! Lin Fei indeed struck, delivering a slap that sent He Shuheng staggering. You really dared to hit me, Master Feng. He actually struck me in your presence. He Shuheng shouted, clutching his face in fury. Brother, look how arrogant he is. Quickly, deal with him. Li Qingxian was even more enraged. They believed Li Qingfeng would be infuriated and resolved to take down Lin Fei. Lin Fei's arrogance in front of Li Qingfeng was intolerable. Everyone shut up and stand still, Li Qingfeng suddenly bellowed, leaving the atmosphere thick with shock and awkwardness. Stand still and take your beating. Li Qingfeng directed his ire at He Shuheng again. Upon closer inspection, one could see the change in Li Qingfeng's expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He Shuheng was momentarily bewildered by Li Qingfeng's outburst. Staring blankly, unable to comprehend why this young man had so altered Li Qingfeng's demeanor. However, he dared not defy Li Qingfeng's command and stood frozen in place. Lin Fei, unceremoniously, delivered another slap to He Shuheng's face, this time knocking him to the ground. What's wrong with hitting you? He Jihua and Bao Ji conspired against Xiao Tianyi, reducing such a strong woman as Xiao Mingshan to a mere tool for profit, and even arranging for her to be engaged to someone like He Jia, utter scum. Your father is shameless, your brother is shameless, and you are even more so, leering at beautiful women. With a wretch like you. If I don't hit you, then who should I hit? Lin Fei grew increasingly animated, stepping forward and delivering 2 swift kicks. At this moment, everyone understood why Lin Fei harbored such loathing for He Shuheng. However, they were puzzled as to why Li Qingfeng did not intervene. Instead, he seemed to endorse Lin Fei's actions. It was perplexing, and all present gawked at the scene. Han Bing, her mouth agape, was left speechless. Get up, Li Qingfeng commanded again. In truth, He Shuheng was now dazed from the blows, aware of the reasons behind his beating but clueless as to why Li Qingfeng remained indifferent. Stumbling to his feet, Lin Fei kicked He Shuheng, sending him flying once more at Mr. Lin. Can you do me a favor? Certainly, however, it's not a favor for you, but for someone else, do you understand? Lin Fei's first glance at Li Qingfeng was one of recognition. The second confirmed that this Li Qingfeng was one of the subordinates who had accompanied Uncle Tao in street begging. Remembering Uncle Tao, Lin Fei held admiration for the man, hence he was inclined to show respect. Although Li Qingfeng felt frustrated, he suppressed it at the thought of Uncle Tao. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I was presumptuous earlier. Li Qingfeng lowered his head as he stood before Lin Fei. At this point, it was evident to anyone not foolish that it was He Shuheng who was in dire straits. Not Lin Fei. Lin Fei's status was certainly not ordinary. By disregarding the 4 kings of Jiangnan City, it indicated that he had formidable backing. In fact, even Li Qingfeng feared Lin Fei. He Shuheng's heart sank. He realized he had provoked someone beyond his means. The fact that the other man looked down on Li Qingfeng, who in turn dared not utter a word, was telling. Initially, He Shuheng had hoped to rely on Li Qingfeng for support. But that hope was now dashed. He Shuheng understood that he was utterly doomed. Lin Fei approached He Shuheng, smirking. You want my woman? I dare not. I dare not. I was blind and foolish. Please forgive me. At this moment, He Shuheng, seeing Li Qingfeng silent, dared not utter another word. Kneel. Thud. He Shuheng dropped to his knees. Lin Fei placed his foot on He Shuheng's shoulder. Whose is the eastern city? It belongs to me and... Bang! He was sent flying. Whose is the eastern city? Lin Fei again pressed his foot down. It's yours. He Shuheng stammered. You're perceptive. After Lin Fei spoke, he stepped forward, seized He Shuheng, and tossed him before Han Bing. Apologize! The scene was filled with thousands of onlookers, all gazing in shock at the unfolding drama. Li Qingfeng did not dare utter a word. His silence rendered others mute as well. Many among them were powerful figures in Jiangnan, each a personage of significance. Yet, when Lin Fei's domineering voice rang out, not a single soul dared to speak. I apologize. I was blind and could not recognize a mountain. A toad aspired to eat swan meat. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He Shuheng knelt, blood streaming down, repeatedly apologizing to Han Bing. Han Bing watched in stunned silence, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She could not tell whether it was from gratitude or exhilaration. Particularly the phrase "my woman" from Lin Fei filled her with indescribable joy. This man, who had once acted out of rage in a bar, arranged for her further studies, and now gifted her a shopping mall while fiercely striking down those who belittled her. What kind of man was this? Chapter 137. The hero Han Bing, born into an ordinary family, always considered herself strong, especially during her 4 years at university, where she served as class president with unwavering dedication, striving for fairness. Consequently, she never looked down upon the impoverished Lin Fei. Over the years, Lin Fei had been as bland as plain water. Even when he was dating Wang Mingyao, few believed in their future, given his dire financial circumstances. Many chose to distance themselves from Lin Fei and belittle him. As class president, Han Bing merely adhered to her principles, remaining true to herself without extending much to Lin Fei. Yet, Lin Fei continued to surprise her, capturing her heart entirely. Deep down, she yearned for Lin Fei's shoulder to lean on. Someone to shield her. Lin Fei delivered on that promise, never disappointing her. This was a man, a true man. After he Shuheng's endless apologies, Han Bing finally regained her senses. How much for the eastern city? Sell it to me, Lin Fei inquired, placing emphasis on the last 3 words. If you want it, 1 billion. He Shuheng hastily assessed the situation and decided on the spot. The eastern city was worth 2 billion. But now that Lin Fei had spoken, He Shuheng sought merely to recoup some costs. However, as soon as He Shuheng uttered those words, Li Qingfeng closed his eyes, inwardly cursing He Shuheng's foolishness. Lin Fei's eyes glinted with disdain for He Shuheng's lack of awareness. I will ask you once more, how much for the eastern city? As the words fell, Lin Fei's foot came crashing down once again. If it were anyone else, Lin Fei would gladly part with 1 billion. It was indeed worth that. But for the He family? Absolutely not. Not a single cent would be given. 10 million. He Shuheng retreated again. Lin Fei's anger escalated further, and he delivered another kick to He Shuheng. How much? No payment is required. No payment is required. Even He Shuheng, no matter how foolish, has come to realize the situation now. I ask you one last time, how much? Lin Fei, dissatisfied, stepped forward and kicked again. 1 million. I will give you 1 million. Dongfang City is sold to you. He Shuheng finally regained his senses after being struck. Give Lin Fei 1 million and sell Dongfang City to him. This time, Lin Fei refrained from further violence. Arrange for the paperwork. I want it done now. Lin Fei smiled. Within a few minutes, the paperwork was completed. Lin Fei took the documents, glanced over them, and, satisfied, handed them to Han Bing. Bing Bing, this is yours. Han Bing took it mechanically. Li Qingfeng's lips twitched. This Lin Fei truly has a grandiose approach. Last time, he gifted over 20 million in membership cards to Uncle Tao. And today, he casually gifted a woman a city. Although it was acquired forcefully, it exuded an aura of dominance. Feng Yi, this 1 million is for you. It's a token of appreciation, Lin Fei said, handing over the check given by He Shuheng to Li Qingfeng. Mr. Li, just call me Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng was drenched in sweat. It was absurd to call himself Feng Yi when he was on such familiar terms with Uncle Tao. That would be courting death. Someone, take 1 million to Mrs. Lin and congratulate her on the opening of Dongfang City. Li Qingfeng did not take the money but instead offered 1 million. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. This Li Qingfeng was perceptive. From now on, Dongfang City belongs to my Bing Bing. If there are any issues in your western district, I will come to you. Lin Fei glanced at Li Qingfeng, his tone calm yet laden with a warning. You may rest assured, Li Qingfeng promised, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Are you feeling hot? Yes, perhaps I am overdressed. Oh, then you all should be on your way. Also, take this fellow away. I do not wish to see him again. Lin Fei's tone was calm, but it carried a hint of cruelty. Rest assured, I will handle it. After Li Qingfeng finished speaking, he waved his hand, and immediately, someone restrained He Shuheng while assisting Li Xian out. Wait, Li Qingfeng and his companions halted, stunned. From now on, Dongfang City is mine, but it also belongs to Bing Bing. I will not concern myself with other matters, but if anything happens at Dongfang City, you will face the consequences. After Lin Fei spoke, he exerted a gentle yet forceful grip, crushing the iron filings in his palm into a solid piece. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock, then, with another forceful motion, he reduced it to dust, which floated in the air. Mr. Lin, you can rest assured. Dongfang City will never have any disturbances, nor will anyone dare to cause trouble. Li Qingfeng quickly forced a smile, appearing exceedingly respectful. Just that single display had nearly made his heart leap from his chest. Li Qingfeng was also a trained fighter, but he was merely a late-stage yellow-level contestant. He had never witnessed a profound-level master in action, although he was unaware of Lin Fei's true strength. That moment alone had left him utterly astonished. Thus, when he faced Lin Fei again, it was not merely a matter of being impressed by Uncle Tao, but also by Lin Fei's martial prowess. He did not wish for a short life. However, in this situation, Li Qingfeng had no choice but to concede. Let us go. Lin Fei waved his hand. Li Qingfeng felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Nodding vigorously, he then shot He Shuheng a fierce glare before hastily leaving. Upon reaching the door, Li Qingfeng abruptly pulled He Shuheng back, delivering a slap to his face, adding new wounds to his already battered visage. You nearly caused my death. Li Qingfeng glared at He Shuheng with contempt. Feng Yi, who exactly is he? He Shuheng still did not comprehend Lin Fei's background. What background? Li Qingfeng snorted coldly. Indeed, brother. What does this fellow do? And why are you treating him with such courtesy? Li Xian, who had been silent, finally spoke. In comparison to He Shuheng, she was far more astute. Noticing her brother's nervous demeanor around Lin Fei, she understood they had encountered a formidable opponent and thus kept a low profile. Now, witnessing her brother's outburst, she could not help but inquired in the underworld of Jiangnan. Who is the king? Uncle Tao. Both replied simultaneously. He is someone who can drink alongside Uncle Tao. Hiss. The two gasped, especially He Shuheng. Feeling fortunate to still be alive, Li Xian immediately abandoned any thoughts of revenge. Previously, when she had been toyed with by the king of the Western District, it was Uncle Tao who had supported her brother, earning her admiration for their sibling bond. Without Uncle Tao, they would not have their current standing. Listen here, make sure Dongfang City is well protected. If anything goes amiss, you shall not escape. Li Qingfeng's expression darkened as he addressed his subordinates. Yes, without further comment, Li Qingfeng hurriedly got into his car, calling Uncle Tao to report the day's events, repeatedly apologizing. Uncle Tao did not express any blame, appearing unfazed, and even offered Li Qingfeng some words of comfort. After hanging up, Li Qingfeng felt at ease. Looking back at Dongfang City, he mourned the loss of half his shares in silence. Meanwhile, Uncle Tao stood, a complex expression in his eyes, pondering Lin Fei's actions. Chapter 138. Winning hearts. On the 7th floor of Dongfang City, the security guard stood frozen, watching Lin Fei and Han Bing, neither daring to move nor feeling at ease. In their eyes, Qingfeng Club was a terrifying organization, and Li Qingfeng was a godlike figure. Yet, Lin Fei had allowed Li Qingfeng to witness his sister being assaulted and watched as half of Dongfang City fell into his hands. Lin Fei was powerful and intimidating. You, go fetch the manager and all the staff of Dongfang City. Lin Fei pointed at the first security guard who had approached him. Yes, yes. The security guard, worried about Lin Fei's potential retribution, dashed out as if invigorated. In truth, Lin Fei had long ceased to care. Moreover, it was the security guard who had instigated the violence against Li Xian. Lin Fei, despite being tolerant of those who were simply opportunistic, was aware of the situation. Han Bing stood beside Lin Fei, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, both elated and conflicted. Within 5 minutes, over 30 individuals arrived on the scene, led by a young man in his 30s, dressed in black trousers, a white shirt and a red tie, his hair impeccably styled. Upon noticing Lin Fei's gaze, he hurried forward, bowing slightly as he politely introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhao Lin, and I am the manager here. Lin Fei remained silent, nodding slightly, but his attention was drawn to a woman of similar age standing behind him. This woman looked at Zhao Lin with clear dissatisfaction, even disdain. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the deputy manager. Wang Rue. She displayed composure and confidence, neither servile nor arrogant. Lin Fei felt a stir within but merely nodded. Dongfang City now belongs to Han Bing. She will be your new master. After Lin Fei's declaration, he pointed at Han Bing. Though Han Bing had prepared herself, the sudden realization that a shopping center worth 2 billion had become hers, coupled with the appearance of dozens of employees, left her momentarily stunned. But she quickly smiled and nodded. From now on, let us all work hard together. Clap, clap. A simple statement garnered a round of applause. However, she understood that this applause was merely an attempt to curry favor. Lin Fei approached Wang Rue. Wang Rue was startled. Vice President Wang, do not be nervous. I am here to promote you. From today onward, you are the manager of the shopping center. Really, really? Wang Rue was both shocked and elated. Of course, it is true. Lin Fei smiled. From the moment Zhao Lin had failed to appear amid such major turmoil, Lin Fei had deemed him unworthy. Observing his insincerity, Lin Fei had sentenced him to dismissal. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will forever remember your kindness. Wang Rue was so excited that she nearly bowed before Lin Fei. Since coming to Dongfang City, she had felt unlucky, constantly overshadowed by Zhao Lin, with many of her contributions taken by him, while he often left her to bear the blame for his mistakes. Now, with Lin Fei's words, she saw a glimmer of hope she had long awaited, and no need for thanks. Just do your best to make the shopping center thrive, That will be the best reward for me. Lin Fei paused before continuing. I am not particularly concerned with the operations of this shopping center, and Bingbing has her own matters, as long as you perform well and generate good results. Your salary and bonuses will be guaranteed. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Lin, rest assured. I will do my utmost, Wang Rui exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. She understood that Lin Fei was her benefactor. She silently resolved to pledge her unwavering loyalty to Lin Fei and strive to develop the shopping center. I have faith in you, Lin Fei responded affirmatively, nodding at Wang Rui before turning his gaze to Zhao Lin. Manager Zhao, I have appointed a new manager, so please leave, Mr. Lin. I have a contract with the shopping center. If you dismiss me, I may require compensation for my losses. Zhao Lin stood tall, maintaining his composure. Oh, that's acceptable, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. A smirk crept onto Zhao Lin's face, revealing his disdain. Manager Wang, please send someone to audit the shopping center's accounts and have the supervisory department verify the clients and goods brought in by Manager Zhao. Before Lin Fei could finish, Zhao Lin's face turned pale. Mr. Lin, I was only speaking off the cuff. I apologize. I don't want anything. I'll leave right away. Absurd. Managing such a large shopping center, raking in money daily. How could Zhao Lin not have embezzled a fortune from that wastrel He Shuheng? If Wang Rui were to investigate, considering their relationship, it would certainly lead to dire consequences. No, Manager Zhao, this matter must be thoroughly examined. We cannot allow you to suffer any loss, can we? Lin Fei spoke earnestly. Mr. Lin, there's no need for further investigation. I already possess conclusive evidence. Zhao Lin has embezzled funds, indulged in personal gain, and accepted bribes from vendors. Wang Rui stated, listing a series of accusations. Thud. Zhao Lin's body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Manager Wang, you can handle Zhao Lin's case. I do not wish to see anything similar happen to you. If you are short on funds, you can always discuss it with me. Yes, yes, Wang Rui replied repeatedly. With a mere gesture, Lin Fei had managed to intimidate Wang Rui. In contrast, over the years, He Shuheng had failed to detect any issues with Zhao Lin, let alone consider an investigation. The disparity was evident. Lin Fei then turned his attention to the other employees. They immediately straightened up, looking at Lin Fei with respect in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our first meeting, General Manager Han has generously decided to personally distribute a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to each of you, along with your monthly salary. A 10,000 yuan red envelope as a greeting. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Han Bing gazed at Lin Fei, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What boldness! Such a display of masculine strength. Long live General Han. Long live Mr. Lin. The employees cheered in exhilaration, radiating joy. Lin Fei waved his hand, stating that money was not an issue. As long as you all work diligently to bring greater profits to the market, I assure you that future bonuses and benefits will be even more generous. We will not let Mr. Lin and General Han down. Wang Rui was the first to lead the chant. We will not let Mr. Lin and General Han down. The chant echoed throughout the venue. Seeing the enthusiasm and vigor of the crowd, Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. Han Bing was heading to Yinjing for training, and Mu Xinchuan had made it clear that she could not manage family matters but would oversee the training. Considering Han Bing's circumstances and wanting to ensure her peace of mind in her studies, Lin Fei had hastily proposed gifting her a shopping mall. For appointing Wang Rui as manager. It was merely a spontaneous thought, while Zhao Lin's intimidation was spoken without serious intent. Han Bing tightened her embrace around Lin Fei's arm, a thought rising in her mind. Chapter 139. We are classmates. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Fei, accompanied by Han Bing and Wang Rui, inspected the entirety of Dongfang City. This time, with a markedly different perspective, they observed the city with renewed appreciation. Even Lin Fei was astonished by the location of Dongfang City. With such wealth, it was no wonder He Shuheng would consider supporting Han Bing. After the tour, Lin Fei made a series of arrangements with Wang Rui before departing with Han Bing. Once they had exited Dongfang City, Han Bing leaped into Lin Fei's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her face nestled against his chest. Though separated by fabric, Lin Fei could distinctly sense a spring-like resilience, quite alluring. Without uttering unnecessary words, their silence spoke volumes. Even the dimmest of minds would comprehend Han Bing's intentions at that moment. However, Lin Fei refrained from reciprocating her embrace, allowing her to hold him freely. After a moment, Han Bing lifted her head, disappointment flickering in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Lin Fei, shall we book a room? Upon saying this, Han Bing's gaze was fixed on Lin Fei, unwavering and filled with fervor. Han Bing had always scorned couples engaging in premarital activities and had never envisioned herself proposing such a thing to a man, let alone initiating a physical relationship. Yet today, she found herself deeply moved. Lin Fei had surprised her not once, but twice, evoking a sense of gratitude and selfless devotion. Even though she did not seek material wealth, Lin Fei's sincerity had touched her deeply. Thus, she felt no regrets. More importantly, having shared 4 years as classmates, they were intimately acquainted. While Lin Fei had never harbored romantic feelings, he held no aversion towards her. Now, feelings of fondness blossomed and happiness surged. Lin Fei understood the excitement within Han Bing's heart and smiled gently, helping her smooth an errant strand of hair, softly stating, "We are classmates," a simple response, the most genuine of answers. Yet it revealed his pure intentions. Han Bing's earlier embrace, pressing herself against him, had made her acutely aware of Lin Fei's physical reaction. However, he did not embrace her in return, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. The subtlety of rejection in her proposal to book a room was a more straightforward expression. Ultimately, she had been turned down. Han Bing's face flushed crimson, warmth radiating from her. "Study hard in Yinjing. And if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. I am your strongest support." Lin Fei regarded Han Bing, his gaze clear, his tone calm yet filled with care. "Lin Fei?" "Shoo." Lin Fei placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "Wang Mingyao betrayed me for Zhang Qi's wealth. If I were to toy with your feelings, how would I be any different from him? Money can alter many things, but it cannot change one's true intentions. We are classmates, and classmates ought to assist one another. That is my true intention." Han Bing's eyes misted over, tears welling up as she threw herself into Lin Fei's arms once more, sobbing softly. There was emotion, there was happiness, and certainly, there was disappointment. Lin Fei finally embraced Han Bing, allowing her to express her feelings. To remain true to one's intentions is to achieve lasting fulfillment. While he spoke to Han Bing, he also reminded himself of this principle. Perhaps when Wang Mingyao had just departed and he possessed the super money-making system, Lin Fei had contemplated becoming the wealthiest individual, indulging in a life of extravagance, surrounded by beauty. However, with Mu Xinxuan's departure and the growth of various experiences, Lin Fei had come to realize how rare it is to maintain one's true intentions. There is but one beloved, and that is Mu Xinxuan. Despite enduring countless trials and tribulations, his feelings remain unchanged. "Lin Fei, I shall remember this, however. I will always be yours." Han Bing choked out, "In truth, you need not." "You don't understand." Han Bing interrupted Lin Fei, her eyes reflecting newfound resolve. That was a determination she had firmly decided upon. Lin Fei could refuse Han Bing, could preserve their pure friendship, but he could not dictate her thoughts. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and offer a wry smile before hailing a taxi back to the hotel. The most formidable landlord in history remained at the hotel, not for any particular reason, but because he felt the lingering presence of Mu Xinxuan within the room. That, of course, this was also a form of waiting. Over the past few days, he had sent countless messages on WeChat, only to receive one outcome: failure, blocked. The pain within Lin Fei was known only to him. Yet, it fortified his resolve. He would marry no one but Mu Xinxuan. Lin Fei pushed open the door to his hotel room, only to be stunned once more. Zhang Yu stood there, clad in a tight black tank top and white athletic pants, photographing the Tao Te Ching that Lin Fei had transcribed. A smug smile gracing her face, ahem. Lin Fei feigned a cough, clearly displeased. "You're back?" Zhang Yu continued her task, unfazed. "Miss Zhang, this is my private room." "How did you get in here again?" Lin Fei said, deliberately directing his gaze to the revealing part of her tank top. "Quite high. So much so that it hugged her form, exposing her lower abdomen. If viewed from the side, one could easily discern the color of her undergarments, or perhaps." Zhang Yu was utterly unconcerned. "How do I look in this outfit?" "Not impressive," Lin Fei replied curtly. "Not tempting." Zhang Yu paused her photography, stepping closer to Lin Fei, halting just inches from him, a fraction closer, and they would be in intimate contact. "Miss Zhang, are you attempting to tempt me?" Lin Fei feigned a lecherous expression, scrutinizing Zhang Yu's physique. "Hee, interested? You may touch." Zhang Yu not only showed no fear but also deliberately flaunted herself. "Speak. What is it you desire?" Lin Fei was not easily deceived. Nor was he captivated by lust. If he truly craved a woman, he would not have rejected the opportunity presented by Han Bing. "Heh, clever of you. Tell me, what is this true martial emperor about?" After Zhang Yu had interrogated Zhu Yan and Hao Wan earlier, she was left astonished. They had indeed mentioned the true martial emperor, even recounting the dialogue from the scene. How could there be a true martial emperor? Jiang Yu was skeptical. However, recalling that Hao Wan's phone was in Lin Fei's possession, she felt less surprised. After all, the previous incidents involving Lin Fei had revealed his capabilities. The more she pondered, the more she yearned for answers. Hastily returning to the hotel upon finishing her tasks, Lin Fei was absent, and upon seeing the Tao Te Ching on the table, she felt a sense of triumph, finally having retaliated against Lin Fei. Thus, she decided to take a few photos and post them on her social media, showcasing her findings. Is the true martial emperor deity? If there are indeed deities, please let me know so they can help me find Mu Xinchuan. Lin Fei feigned interest, inquiring, Jiang Yu. She felt an urge to slap Lin Fei. Chapter 140. Money and emotion. Such pretense. Cough, cough. Lin Fei, you had better inform me. If there are no answers, I will continue my investigation tirelessly. What answers could I possibly provide? Furthermore, should you wish to investigate, feel free. You are my suspect, so I have decided to investigate you. Suit yourself. Okay, then I shall reside in this hotel from now on, keeping a close watch on you. Jiang Yu, having spoken, raised her arms high, completely unconcerned about any potential exposure. Lin Fei, upon seeing her smooth abdomen and the prominently elevated curves, couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, quite impressive. Are you not afraid that I might? Lin Fei said with a hint of menace. Oh really? Let's first go get the marriage certificate. Bang. Lin Fei suddenly collapsed onto the sofa. Jiang Yu let out a triumphant laugh. The most ironic situation in the world is nothing short of this. Not long ago, Lin Fei had pleaded with Mu Xinchuan to marry him, only to be met with a ruthless rejection. Now, Jiang Yu was the one proposing marriage. How ironic is that? Noticing the bitterness in Lin Fei's eyes, Jiang Yu was once again astonished. Could it be that Lin Fei had genuinely developed feelings for Mu Xinchuan? If so, should she say something or remain silent? Reflecting on her brother's affection for Mu Xinchuan and the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Mu families, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Jiang Yu had no genuine interest in Lin Fei. Even if she did, her proactive approach was not in her nature. Everything she had done was still a test of Lin Fei's feelings for Mu Xinchuan. And the result? Stronger than diamonds. It was crucial to note that given her own appearance, if she were to seek a boyfriend, there would be no shortage of suitors, each more affluent than the last. Yet, Lin Fei remained unmoved, which could only mean one thing. He was deeply in love with Mu Xinchuan. Lin Fei, I'm not joking with you, Jiang Yu said, turning around casually to put on her clothes before sitting back down. Aren't you leaving? Lin Fei had initially assumed she would depart after dressing, but disappointment washed over him as she remained. I won't leave until I've figured out which Lin Fei is the true martial emperor. Jiang Yu said, fixing her gaze on him with a raised eyebrow, her tone laced with provocation. Suit yourself, Lin Fei replied, rising to head into another room. He slammed the door shut. Jiang Yu stared at the direction of the room, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. If she were to give up easily, she wouldn't be Jiang Yu. Inside, Lin Fei pulled out his phone and dialed Uncle Tao. Lin Fei, are you trying to invite me for drinks again? Uncle Tao, taken aback by Lin Fei's call, immediately recalled Li Qingfeng's earlier phone conversation. Although Li Qingfeng had said nothing, Uncle Tao understood the underlying message. Lin Fei was quite domineering. Thus, he responded to Lin Fei's call with a mix of complexity. Teasing, Lin Fei, I'm here to admit my mistakes. Today, I acted like a tyrant. Lin Fei spoke candidly, which left Uncle Tao in shock once more. Oh. What do you mean by that? Uncle Tao feigned ignorance. Lin Fei smiled subtly. Uncle Tao was not just a tiger but a cunning fox. Nevertheless, he held Uncle Tao in high regard. Uncle Tao, here is the situation. Lin Fei recounted the events without holding back. Uncle Tao listened, secretly praising Lin Fei for his honesty, noting that he was more forthcoming than Li Qingfeng. Lin Fei, you can handle this matter yourself. Uncle Tao continued to test him. Uncle Tao, I want to take Oriental City for free. I'll pay for it .2 billion, not a penny less, and you'll handle it. Lin Fei declared with utmost clarity. Wow, Uncle Tao gasped, astonished. He realized he hadn't misjudged Lin Fei. Lin Fei, this is something you don't have to give. Uncle Tao was moved, decisively agreeing. Uncle Tao, if the morale is scattered, it will be hard to lead the team. Lin Fei, am not short on money. Just give me your account, and I will transfer the funds to you. Lin Fei's tone was resolute. All right then, Uncle Tao finally acquiesced. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, and Lin Fei promptly transferred the 2 billion. Uncle Tao gazed at the received message. Looking out the window while murmuring, the landscape of Jiangnan is about to be completely disrupted. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement and relief. In Qingfeng Club, Li Qingfeng, along with Brother Zhao and Defei, were drinking in silence, each nursing their grievances. The events surrounding Oriental City had left them feeling frustrated and constrained. If word got out, their reputations would be tarnished, making it difficult to navigate the underworld. Bang! The sound of a bottle smashing onto the table echoed through the room. Brother Feng, I'll handle this matter personally, and you don't need to be involved, said a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and a muscular build. His face etched with ferocity. He was Defei. Count me in, Brother Zhao immediately chimed in. Me too. Several others echoed. Li Qingfeng raised his hand to halt them. Brother Feng, you cannot hesitate, even if it involves Uncle Tao. He must be reasonable. Ding ding. Before Defei could finish, Li Qingfeng's phone, resting on the table, rang. Seeing Uncle Tao's name flash on the screen, everyone fell silent. Li Qingfeng answered the call, speaking with utmost courtesy. Hello, Uncle Tao. Qingfeng, I apologize for the trouble caused by today's events in Oriental City. Uncle Tao began. Uncle Tao, this is what I should do, Li Qingfeng replied, unsure of the purpose of the call. Continuing in a subdued manner, I can only say you did well, and I am quite pleased. Li Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Uncle Tao was showing weakness towards Lin Fei. You flatter me, Uncle Tao. Lin Fei just called me. He explained everything and transferred 2 billion to me. Oriental City was acquired at market price. Li Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. I know you own half of Oriental City, and it generates substantial daily revenue, so I transferred the full 2 billion to your account. You can handle it as you see fit, but this matter ends here. Uncle Tao's tone was calm yet left no room for negotiation. Li Qingfeng felt a jolt of surprise. This was not just anger towards Lin Fei but astonishment at Uncle Tao's favor towards him. Under normal circumstances, Uncle Tao would have retained 1 billion for himself and given 1 billion to Li Qingfeng. Now, with the entire sum going to Li Qingfeng, it implied that he valued both Lin Fei and Li Qingfeng and wished to avoid further discord. I'll keep half. Do you dare to defy Uncle Tao's wishes? No, no, no. Li Qingfeng quickly replied. As for the He family, you can manage that. Uncle Tao hung up the phone without further ado. Brother Feng, what did Uncle Tao say? Defei asked impatiently the moment the call ended. This matter is over, Brother Feng. Lin Fei has paid. What? He transferred 2 billion to Uncle Tao, and Uncle Tao has given it all to us. Everyone gasped in unison, engulfed in silence. Chapter 141. A tenth of the task. Ding. Sitting on the sofa indoors, Lin Fei suddenly heard a familiar sound. La la la. This time, the system's little girl didn't speak immediately but rather sang. Lin Fei felt a twitch in his mouth, wishing he could drag her out and give her a good smack. Ouch. Your thoughts are quite impure. The little girl teased. Lin Fei. Speak. Though only hearing her voice and not seeing her, Lin Fei felt an intense dislike for the mischievous little girl. Responding with irritation, you lack appreciation for beauty and romance. No wonder Mu Xinxuan left. The little girl retorted in a similar, aggrieved tone. Lin Fei nearly choked in disbelief. She was so direct, showing no regard for his feelings. Ahem. Let us get down to business. All right, congratulations, Master. You have completed 1/10 of a project that has yielded returns exceeding 100 times. How much? Completing 1/10 left Lin Fei feeling somewhat overwhelmed. 1/10. Lin Fei felt annoyed. He had been diligently working lately, yet this was all he had achieved. No worries. There are still 20 days that I know. Completing 1/10 every 10 days would only result in 3/10. Haha. The little girl burst into laughter at the end. You? Lin Fei felt his blood boil. Are you trying to drive me away? If I leave, I forfeit the rewards. Come back, Lin Fei said fiercely. Smile for me. You better give me a smile, or else no rewards for you. Haha. Lin Fei forced a smile that looked more painful than crying. Good baby. The little girl laughed heartily. Lin Fei closed his eyes tightly, feeling utterly defeated. Reward. 100 million merit points. Reward. 2 billion in cash. Reward. 1 bottle of X-ray vision eye drops. Lin Fei's mood instantly brightened. How delightful. How about it? Are you happy? Happy. Were you regretting making me smile earlier? No regrets at that moment. Lin Fei wanted nothing more than to embrace the little girl and plant a kiss on her cheek. Do the eye drops need to be applied to the eyes to gain the X-ray vision? Lin Fei, by now, had become increasingly familiar with the system's rewards, no longer as naive as before. Congratulations, you got it right. Wonderful, Master. Your voice is so excited. You're not thinking of peeping, are you? Bang. Just as Lin Fei was about to stand up, he sank back down, his head bumping against the sofa's backrest. Did he really seem that lewd? The little girl laughed uncontrollably. With all his physical attributes raised to a perfect score of 100, Lin Fei finally felt liberated to spend his accumulated merit points. With a mere expenditure of 100,000 merit points, he enhanced his agility by 1 point. Another 100,000 points increased his physique, and yet another 100,000 improved his voice. Congratulations, Master. Your upgrades are now complete. Lin Fei eagerly reopened his attributes. And to his delight, all 9 categories had transformed to 100, filling him with immense joy. Perfection, he mused, was indeed as splendid as this. Glancing at his merit points, coupled with the previous reward of 10 million for his donations to the XXX department and the stealth cloak, he still had over 70 million left, which brought him unparalleled happiness. His eyes drifted towards the shop nearby, where a plethora of items awaited: books, medicinal herbs, and a variety of skills. Suddenly, Lin Fei realized that his system was an inexhaustible treasure trove. A boundless source of resources. Master, indulge in your self-admiration, chirped the little girl, her voice fading as Lin Fei's consciousness returned to reality. Rising from the sofa, he was unsure whether it was his newfound strength or his lightness of being. But he effortlessly leaped over 3 meters, nearly colliding with the wall. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through the room. Lin Fei was elated as he dashed towards the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. In the He family's villa in Jiangnan City, a pained groan escaped He Shuheng, sprawled on the sofa, a woman dressed in a sheer black top and white pants, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Applied medicine while tears streamed from her eyes. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a middle-aged man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a suit with graying temples, strode in, exuding an aura of success. "Xihua, you finally arrived." The woman paused her ministrations, wiping her tears. "Aki, please do not cry." He Xihua consoled her while approaching He Shuheng. The bruises and marks on Shuheng's body were alarming. "What on earth happened?" he inquired, and the atmosphere in the room turned heavy. "Uncle, you must avenge me. I want him to suffer, to regret everything he has done, to wish he had never been born." He Shuheng's voice dripped with venomous fury. He Jihua's expression twitched at Shuheng's pitiful wails. How dare anyone bully a member of the He family? Why is Li Qingfeng not taking action? He Jihua had just received Aki's call and was beginning to piece things together. "I don't know. All I know is his surname is Lin," came the reply. He Jihua's lips curled in frustration. "You were beaten and don't even know the name of your assailant? And who is registered under Dongfang City?" He pressed. "Han Bing." "Han Bing?" He Jihua repeated, swiftly pulling out his phone to investigate. 3 minutes later, he received a text detailing Han Bing's information, revealing that he was a recent graduate from Jiangnan University who had already left for Yinjing. His anger shifted entirely towards Lin Fei. "Uncle, we must send people to reclaim Dongfang City and eliminate that Lin." Seeing He Jihua's decisive actions, He Shuheng's face lit up with anticipation. "Rest assured, I will handle this. However, as you mentioned, this individual possesses considerable skills. We must not act recklessly. Today, my priority is to resolve the matter with He Jia, who has been implicated in the police investigation. That is of utmost importance." He Jihua furrowed his brow as he spoke. "You can deal with He Jia, but what about my situation?" He Shuheng retorted in disappointment. "It's not that I disregard your concerns. It's just..." "What? Am I not your son?" The words left He Jihua and Aki momentarily speechless. Chapter 142. Don't be infatuated with me. Don't think I am unaware of your affair with my mother. I have heard whispers since I was 6. Shuheng. What nonsense are you spouting? Aki's face flushed crimson, as if struck by an unseen hand. One must dare to admit their actions. You forgot your shame when you reveled in your happiness. Seeing his mother's sudden silence only fueled Shuheng's rage. He Jihua's face turned red as well, exchanging a look with Aki, both at a loss for words. In their youth, Aki was a stunning beauty while He Zhizhong, her husband, was a notorious playboy, neglecting his beautiful wife for fleeting pleasures. He Jihua, ambitious and eager to take charge of the He family business, caught Aki's admiration. However, in his quest to monopolize the family enterprise, he seduced Aki, leading to an inevitable entanglement after a night of intoxication. When Aki became pregnant, He Zhizhong's fury led He Jihua to eliminate him to protect their secret. Thus, Aki became one of He Jihua's women, and they had maintained this charade until Shuheng's revelation shattered their facade, leaving them in utter disgrace. I will handle everything. Await my updates, He Jihua finally stated, gritting his teeth. I will ensure he suffers for this. He Shuheng shouted, his face contorted with rage. He Jihua, resolute in his decision, did not react to Shuheng's words. Having navigated the treacherous waters of business for years to achieve his current standing, he understood that revenge must be decisive. swift and thorough. Leaving the villa, He Jihua refrained from contacting Li Qingfeng, as He Shuheng's public humiliation would inevitably provoke a backlash. Instead, he headed to the eastern district to meet Lu Tianyu, the kingpin of the area. The following morning, Lin Fei completed his morning routine and donned the clothes he had purchased the previous day, stepping out of his room. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu exclaimed, startled at the sight of him. Instinctively reaching for her sidearm. "Jiang, did you sleep so deeply that you no longer recognize me?" Ignoring Lin Fei's sardonic tone, Jiang Yu scrutinized his face. "I asked that you, Lin Fei? You've changed." Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback and rushed to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror, momentarily losing his composure. His chiseled features, striking visage, and flawless skin rendered his angles sharper, exuding a refined elegance that was both captivating and masculine. Realizing that this handsome figure was indeed his reflection, he could still faintly recognize his former self, though his skin had transformed more beautifully than any woman's. Suddenly, it struck him. His attributes had all been upgraded to 100 last night. Could it be? By all that is holy, Lin Fei thought in astonishment, feeling a twinge of fear. What if he were to upgrade further and transform into a woman? Yet, he knew that without enhancing these attributes, he could not progress, and this secret was his alone to bear. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "I have always been handsome. There's no need for such theatrics," with a cheeky smile directed at Jiang Yu. He was unaware of her determination to uncover the secrets he harbored. "You've even changed your voice," Jiang Yu declared, her surprise palpable. Lin Fei nearly stumbled at her exclamation. "Must you always be so dramatic? Are you perhaps infatuated with me, seeking to flatter me by pointing out my changes?" he teased, sauntering closer to her. Jiang Yu scrutinized Lin Fei for a full minute. Despite his improved complexion, his overall outline remained recognizable. Confirming his identity. "So, what do you think? How do you like my figure?" Jiang Yu challenged, leaning toward him. Lin Fei, this time unflinching, replied with a grin, "Quite impressive. Are you not afraid I might undress you?" "Not at all. You can hold me up? Really? Absolutely. We can get a marriage certificate." Lin Fei wiped his forehead, retreating a couple of steps as if startled by a mouse. Jiang Yu erupted into victorious laughter, leaving Lin Fei utterly bewildered by her boldness. Arriving at the entrance of the Maisie Shuang group, Lin Fei stepped out of the taxi and approached the gate. "Hey, buddy, what brings you here?" A burly security guard, flanked by two others, approached him. "I'm here to see someone." "Who are you looking for?" "I can help you get in touch," the overweight guard offered. Lin Fei felt a twinge of annoyance, but quickly realized that his changed appearance had drawn their suspicion. In the morning, even Jiang Yu made that mistake, let alone the security guard at the entrance. Especially considering the textile industry banquet in Jiangnan City that he would attend tonight, he wore the outfit he had purchased yesterday. One could say he had undergone a significant transformation, making it inevitable for them not to recognize him. Lin Fei, spotting Bai Chong among the crowd of security guards, also failed to recognize him. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he decided to observe whether these guards had changed after yesterday's events. "I'm here to apply for the security position in the Human Resources Department," Lin Fei said with a sheepish smile. "Are you a new security guard?" The plump guard's expression shifted instantly, and his attitude towards Lin Fei changed dramatically. He then grabbed Lin Fei's collar with a grin, asking, "You're quite the poser. Aren't you? Where did you get that counterfeit outfit? I might just get one myself." Lin Fei glanced down at his Versace ensemble worth 58,000 and nearly burst into laughter. How had it transformed into a counterfeit in the plump guard's words? "It's decent. Quite comfortable. Good heavens. You really have a thick skin," the plump guard exclaimed, cursing. Wang Pang, who are you talking to? Lian, the security team leader, sauntered over with a toothpick in his mouth, his security cap askew. "Li, this is someone applying for the security position," Wang Pang said ingratiatingly. Lian scrutinized Lin Fei for a good 10 seconds, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet puzzled by the unfamiliar voice and appearance. "What's your name?" he asked, his tone dripping with disdain. "Mu Lin Sen," Lin Fei replied, struck by a flash of inspiration. "Isn't that the brand of my shoes?" Lian chuckled, extending his foot. "Wearing counterfeit clothing and adopting a counterfeit name. You really are something." Wang Pang patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. "Ha ha." Lin Fei smiled, choosing not to respond. A fool never admits to being foolish. Despite only a few exchanged words, Lin Fei sensed that these guards had not been shaken by his actions yesterday. Rather, they were still entrenched in their past routines, which ignited a fierce resolve within him. The Mize Group needed a thorough overhaul. "You wish to apply for the security position, do you?" Lian scrutinized Lin Fei once more. "Yes, it's rather hot today." Wang Pang, I'm out of cigarettes. Do you have any? Lian suddenly shifted the topic, engaging Wang Peng in conversation. Wang Peng chuckled. Stepping forward, Li, I have none either. Well, Lian trailed off. Wang Peng pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fei, saying, go buy 2 packs of 95 Supreme cigarettes and 2 bottles of Mutai. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, feeling a chill run down his spine. However, he restrained himself from reacting immediately. What does this mean? It's the rule. Newcomers have to do this, or they won't get to work. Lian laughed heartily. Is this how it goes for everyone? Of course. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Wang Peng gestured towards Bai Chong. And who is he? He offended the newly appointed chairman and was assigned to work as a guard. He just arrived 3 days ago. Is that so, buddy? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Humph, Bai Chong scoffed, turning his head away, silent yet expressive. Lin Fei recognized the truth in his words, and his anger began to simmer. Don't you fear being exposed for such practices? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Ha! The newcomer doesn't he understand the rules? Fine, let me enlighten you. Lian sneered as he stood up. Go survive here. You must pay a protection fee. Protection fee? Lin Fei chuckled, intrigued. You claim to be security guards, yet you act like street thugs? Another tall, slender guard approached with ill intent. Kid, stop stalling. The protection fee is mandatory. Otherwise, this job won't be yours. Don't you worry about the company finding out and punishing you for this? Lin Fei inquired again. Oh ho, quite the bold one, are you? You're suggesting you'll report us to the company? The guard leader sneered. Go ahead, if you dare. I assure you, you won't be hired. Even if HR accepts you, you won't get past the general manager, Lian declared proudly. And the general manager is my brother. He wasn't exaggerating. The general manager truly was his sibling. Several individuals who opposed him had been dismissed in the past. Lin Fei's mind raced, envisioning a plump, balding middle-aged man with a perpetual smile. Li Donghua, a connection indeed? Realizing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but tease. No need for nonsense. Either get it done right away, or don't bother applying, as there's no hope for you. Lian made his intentions clear. He didn't need to take the young newcomer seriously, given his brother's position. All right, I'll go buy it right now. Lin Fei nodded with a smile as he turned to head toward the nearby supermarket. See, that's better. Quit dawdling. Wang Peng mumbled behind him. At the supermarket. Lin Fei promptly purchased 2 packs of 95 Supreme cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, spending over 5,000, a mere fraction of Wang Peng's 100. When Lin Fei returned, carrying the cigarettes and liquor, a broad smile adorned his face. Lian and Wang Peng's eyes lit up at the sight, eagerly rubbing their hands together, exchanging glances. Lian signaled to Wang Peng, who immediately stepped forward. Kid, you've done well, hand it over, and I assure you success in your application. As Wang Peng reached for the items, Lin Fei handed them over but lowered his voice to ask. Peng, did Li just say the general manager is his brother? Can he really decide my hiring? Still doubting? Wang Peng called out to Bai Chong. Bai Chong with a begrudging expression. Bai Chong came forward. Did you buy anything back then? Yes, Bai Chong reluctantly admitted. And then? Lin Fei pressed. Curious, I delivered it to Manager Li. He promised to plead my case to the chairman for my return to the company. Excitement and desire flashed in Bai Chong's eyes as he spoke. Lin Fei nodded. Manager Li holds significant power, doesn't he? Absolutely. Wang Peng exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Can I go in now? Lin Fei inquired with a smile. Go ahead. Complete the paperwork and come back quickly, so we can arrange your duties. Lian said impatiently from the side. Await the good news, Lin Fei replied cheerfully. Lian nodded, satisfaction radiating from his eyes, filled with thoughts of cigarettes and liquor. As Lin Fei made his way toward the Misfortune building. A guard remarked, why does that figure seem so familiar? If Lin Fei were to see, he would recognize this was the same guard he had bribed to let him pass that day. Zhang Shan, are your eyes failing you? Lian scoffed, shaking his head as he walked toward the Misfortune building, intending to personally deliver the gifts to his brother, Li Donghua. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Misfortune group, Xiao Mengshan had summoned all department heads for the first meeting since Lin Fei took over as chairman. She regarded it with utmost seriousness. However, one aspect felt peculiar. She had transitioned from a prominent chairman to a mere secretary. A smirk crossed her face at the thought of Lin Fei's description of a female CEO's secretary. Yet, she bore no grievances. The events of 3 days prior had thoroughly won her over to Lin Fei. Particularly his healing of her father, filling her with gratitude and a willingness to serve as Lin Fei's secretary. Nevertheless, the thought of Lin Fei profiting from his wife was somewhat perplexing. He was already wealthy enough. Reflecting on Lin Fei's comment about compensation, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. With a creak, the conference room door swung open. Lin Fei appeared at the entrance. "You are?" Xiao Mingshan's secretary asked curiously upon seeing him. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lin Fei, astonishment etched on their faces. "Chairman Lin, you've arrived." Xiao Mingshan recognized him immediately, her surprise fleeting. "Asa Chairman." She possessed remarkable observational skills. Despite his significant transformation, his overall outline remained familiar. "Xiao, please don't call me chairman. You're still the chairman of the company. I'm merely a hands-off manager," Lin Fei replied with a warm smile. Approaching the only vacant seat, the main seat, Xiao Mingshan felt her face heat up further. Her current position felt undeniably awkward. Under normal circumstances, others would have left the company, yet she had promised Lin Fei and could not abandon her post. "Chairman Lin, Chairman Xiao, both are chairpersons. If one day both chairpersons become family, it would be even better." Chairman Lin and Chairman Xiao are indeed a match made in heaven, the general manager, Li Donghua, complimented with a grin. "Exactly. Congratulations on your promotion, Chairman Lin." "Congratulations, Chairman." Li Donghua led the chorus, and the others chimed in. Xiao Mingshan's face turned crimson. However, it was only a fleeting moment before her expression darkened, casting a warning glance at the assembly. "Who is this?" Lin Fei turned to Li Donghua, feigning surprise as he inquired. Li Donghua's previously cheerful expression instantly turned to stone. What does this mean? This was not their first encounter. Previously, during Lin Fei's internship, he would always politely address him as General Manager Li. The last time, during the board meeting, he had not attended when Zhang Tianze and others made things difficult. Yet he certainly did not offend Lin Fei. Why the cold reception now? He's risen in status. Has he forgotten those he once knew? This thought flashed through Li Donghua's mind. However, he quickly realized that in front of so many witnesses, it would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. He glared at Lin Fei with a mix of anger and hatred. Yet, he was adept at concealing his emotions. His round face quickly regained its smile. "Chairman Lin, I am Li Donghua, General Manager of misfortune Group." Bang! Lin Fei slammed the table fiercely. "So you still remember that you are the General Manager of misfortune Group?" His questioning transformed the atmosphere in the conference room into one charged with tension. Everyone in the room was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fei's earlier pretense of not recognizing Li Donghua led many to believe he had become arrogant due to his success. Even Xiao Mingshan was puzzled, wondering what Lin Fei's intentions were. Now, with Lin Fei's stern inquiry, even the most naive could tell that something was amiss. Li Donghua's face was extremely awkward. He forced a smile and asked Lin Fei, "Chairman Lin, what do you mean by that?" "General Li, what is your relationship with the head of security, Leon, at the entrance?" Lin Fei fixed his gaze on Li Donghua, coldly inquiring. Li Donghua's complexion turned pale, then darkened, and after 3 seconds of silence, he managed to squeeze out a smile, replying, "He is my subordinate." "Oh?" Lin Fei expressed skepticism. "If Chairman Lin does not believe me, there is nothing I can do." Li Donghua's smile turned serious, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Xiao Dong, are you aware of the relationship between Li Donghua and the head of security, Lian?" Lin Fei turned to Xiao Mingshan, his expression softening with a smile. "I don't have in-depth knowledge, but I've heard they might be related," Xiao Mingshan replied, her brows slightly furrowed. Though she had once been the chairwoman, it was impossible to know every detail in a company with thousands of employees. And she could not grasp everything clearly. The information she had was merely what her secretary occasionally mentioned. "Do any of you know the relationship between General Li and Lian?" Lin Fei asked the others in the room. They all lowered their heads, silent. Li Donghua felt a surge of cold laughter within. "Lin Fei, do not think that just because you have become chairman, you are invincible. Zhang Tianze was a fool, arrogant on stage. I am the one who quietly consolidates power. How many people here are mine, and how many fear me? Asking them is like asking the void. Do you not know?" Lin Fei frowned, his tone laced with displeasure. "Chairman Lin, they are cousins," a woman seated at the end of the conference room answered in a low voice during Lin Fei's second inquiry. Lin Fei turned to see a woman in a white shirt, with short hair, large eyes, and a round face that exuded a certain charm. Her small mouth resembled a grape. Upon meeting Lin Fei's gaze, her cheeks flushed, but she did not shy away. Instead, she smiled and approached. Lin Fei recognized this woman. She was Yun Nuo, the head of the cleaning department, a beauty brimming with youthful energy. Lin Fei had seen her several times during his internship. She was not only beautiful but also possessed an admirable demeanor. However, it was rumored that she had been suppressed, which led her to take the position as head of the cleaning department. Today, as it was a meeting for department heads and above, she was qualified to attend, albeit seated at the back. The cleaning department held the least status and power within the company, and it was the most arduous department. Nevertheless, even in such an unassuming position, she maintained her dignity, attracting the furtive glances of many men. Yun Nua's words were like a drop of water disturbing a calm surface, instantly filling the conference room with tension. Yun Nua, Minister Yun, please be cautious with your words. Do you have any evidence? Li Donghua's cold warning sounded from the side. Enough, Li Donghua. The unscrupulous things you have done in misfortune Group over the years are no less than those of Zhang Tianze and his son. Moreover, did you not transfer me from the administrative department to the cleaning department out of spite? Yun Nua recalled how she had been poised for promotion as deputy minister in the administrative department when Li Donghua had approached her, insinuating that she could rise in rank, but only if she became his woman. She had resolutely declined, resulting in her demotion to the cleaning department, a subtle yet significant downgrade. Following that, he had repeatedly sent messages, implying that if she regretted her decision, it was not too late. However, she had long harbored deep-seated hatred for Li Donghua and had resolved to leave misfortune Group. Thus, in confronting Li Donghua, she no longer felt weak. Li Donghua knew Yun Nua to be a woman of soft disposition. Her sudden outburst caught him off guard. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. Yun Nua, if you made mistakes in your work due to negligence, who can you blame? The adjustments regarding your position were decided by the board, not solely by me, huh? Yun Nua suddenly laughed. Chairman Lin, Li Donghua attempted to coerce me into a compromising situation, which I refused, resulting in his retaliation. Today, I can assert with complete certainty that Lian is his cousin. If you don't believe me, you may investigate at the Public Security Bureau.as for my position. I have fulfilled my duties and am prepared to resign today. Gasp! The people in the room collectively inhaled sharply. Was Yun Nua truly prepared to burn bridges and take down Li Donghua? Chapter 145. No evidence to be found. Xiao Mingshan's expression darkened. She increasingly felt her past failures, realizing that despite her hard work, the company still harbored numerous unresolved issues. She glanced at Lin Fei, filled with self-reproach. Lin Fei smiled gently. Minister Yun, we can discuss your work matters later. He then turned to Li Donghua. Generally, could you please give Lian a call and inform him that a certain Mu Lin Sen has come to apply for the security position? Chairman Lin, this is a matter for the Human Resources Department. Li Donghua attempted to deflect. What? Is my authority as chairman not sufficient? Lin Fei's voice turned icy. No, that is not it. Then hurry and make the call. Lin Fei commanded sharply. Li Donghua's mouth twitched as he shot a venomous glare at Yun Nua, reluctantly dialing Lian's number. Remember to put it on speaker. Everyone else, remain silent, Lin Fei reminded in a low voice. The call was connected swiftly. Hello, big brother. This is Xiao and Lian, unaware of the happenings in the conference room. Greeted respectfully upon seeing Li Donghua's call, Li Donghua felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A single statement had exposed him. Lian, please mind your address, Li Donghua said sternly. Big brother. What happened? I just went to your office and left 2 bottles of 95 Supreme and 2 bottles of Maotai. Everyone's gaze turned toward Li Donghua, filled with amusement. Li Donghua's forehead broke out in a sweat. He wished he could strangle Li and is there indeed a person named Mu Linsen here to apply for the security position? Yes, this guy looks rather presentable but is dressed in counterfeit goods. He was quite generous, leaving 2 bottles of 95 Supreme and 2 bottles of Maotai, worth nearly 5,000, Lian said proudly, as if seeking praise. In an instant, everyone in the room understood that Lian had been played by Lin Fei. That Mu Lin San was none other than Lin Fei himself, and Li Donghua had been inadvertently betrayed by Lian. A layer of sweat broke out on Li Donghua's forehead. He quickly raised his hand to wipe it away, deliberately adopting a cold tone as he said, Lian, I do not understand the nonsense you are speaking. He then hung up the phone, unable to allow the conversation to continue further. General Li, your call ended rather abruptly. How about we all visit General Li's office for a tour? Lin Fei suggested, rising first and heading toward the conference room door. He aimed to catch Li Donghua red-handed. Familiar with Li Donghua's office, he did not need guidance. Xiao Mingshan followed closely behind, and others trailed after them. Li Donghua nearly had to brace himself against the table to stand up, recalling Li An's words about the items just being placed in his office. He was furious, veins throbbing on his forehead as he wished to strangle Lian. As Lin Fei reached Li Donghua's door, Lian also arrived. Although Li Donghua's call had not explicitly stated anything, he knew something was amiss. He had come to dispose of evidence. Lian, Captain Li, your timing is impeccable. How could it be you? Lian exclaimed in surprise. Li Donghua felt darkness closing in on him, nearly fainting as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had initially followed behind, but now squeezed past to signal Lian to pretend not to recognize him. Lian, understanding the cue, feigned astonishment, saying, "I was on patrol. I won't disturb you, leaders." Though he spoke calmly, panic flickered in his eyes. After all, the items were inside, and there was no way he could remain calm. "Captain Lee, since you're patrolling, why don't you take a moment to check if there's anything unusual in General Lee's office?" Lin Fei interjected, blocking the conversation, then turned to Li Donghua, saying, "General Lee, shall we open the door now?" Li Donghua was 1,000 times unwilling but hesitantly walked over, retrieving his key and unlocking the door with a click. Lin Fei pushed the door open and stepped inside. Li Donghua glanced at Lian, who shook his head and then nodded. The office was neatly arranged, everything visible at a glance, devoid of any cigarettes or alcohol. Li Donghua breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lian had been somewhat reliable in hiding the items. Lin Fei cast a sweeping glance around the room, opening Li Donghua's desk and wardrobe, only to find them utterly empty, devoid of any cigarettes or alcohol. This struck him as peculiar. Not only Lin Fei, but also the individuals trailing behind him, including Xiao Mengshan and Yun Nuo, shared this sentiment, especially since Lian had clearly mentioned in the conference room that the cigarettes and alcohol were indeed in the office. "Mr. Lin, would you like to dig 3 feet into the ground to investigate?" Li Donghua straightened his posture, looking at Lin Fei with a palpable disdain. Lin Fei's gaze shifted to Lian, who, upon hearing himself being addressed as Mr. Lin, felt a shiver run down his spine. He suddenly recalled the familiar silhouette described by Zhang Shan, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was indeed Lin Fei. Thinking of the fate that awaited Zhang Tianze and his associates made Li An's legs tremble. "Lian, Captain Li, will you confess voluntarily, or should I extract the truth myself?" Lin Fei inquired in a low voice. Lian opened his mouth but remained silent, casting a glance at Li Donghua. "Lin Fei, Lian is my cousin, but on what grounds do you accuse us? Where's your evidence?" Li Donghua, fearing that Lian might be intimidated by Lin Fei, quickly intervened to defend him. "Mr. Li, I do not comprehend what you are implying, nor do I understand your allegations." Lian, lacking the arrogance of Li Donghua, displayed a clever demeanor. Lin Fei let out a cold laugh. "Mr. Li, you wouldn't be swayed by Minister Yun's slanderous words, would you? Yun Nuo, is there some hidden affair between you and Mr. Li?" Having heard rumors about Minister Yun's romantic escapades, it was surprising to see her seemingly align with the chairman this time. At that moment, Li Donghua had resolved to resign as soon as the matter was settled. Thus, he no longer felt any respect towards Lin Fei. "Li Donghua, do not slander. Your character speaks for itself." No further commentary is needed. Yun Nuo's face turned pale with rage, her lips a dark shade, her body trembling as she spoke. "What kind of person am I?" Li Donghua arrogantly surveyed his subordinates. Li is of good character and possesses high emotional intelligence. He is exceedingly considerate towards us subordinates and genuinely assists us. We are immensely grateful. Leaders like Li are rare and sought after." Li Donghua's words were met with enthusiastic praise from his loyal followers. Although Lin Fei was now the chairman, he could not exert control over everyone, which is precisely why they displayed such arrogance. Daring to oppose him, Xiao Mengshan looked at Lin Fei, puzzled by his actions today. Despite Li Donghua's mediocre character, he had been adept in his managerial role, achieving notable accomplishments and forming numerous connections, which were the primary reasons for his stable position. However, Xiao Mengshan knew Lin Fei would not attack Li Donghua without cause. It was evident that his actions had already drawn considerable dissatisfaction from many. "Li Donghua, Lian, I present you with an opportunity, a chance for voluntary confession," Lin Fei declared, producing a receipt for the purchased cigarettes and alcohol. "You may find this curious. This is my second visit to the company in recent days. The first time, due to Zhang Tianze and others, I bribed the security guard with 20,000 yuan to gain entry." Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such a thing occurred, however, considering the relationship between Li Donghua and Lian. Many quickly reconciled this revelation, their gazes shifting towards Lin Fei, some sympathetic, others awaiting responses. "This morning, I was stopped again and falsely claimed to be applying for a security position. This Captain Li and a security guard named Wang Pang insisted I buy 2 boxes of 95 Supreme cigarettes and 2 bottles of Mao Tai liquor for General Manager Li Donghua. Only then would I be hired. I complied, and here is the evidence," Lin Fei concluded, handing the receipt to Xiao Mengshan. Her expression darkened, and she felt utterly speechless regarding the parasites within the Mizasho group. The others remained silent. Even those who were familiar with such occurrences refrained from speaking up. "Mr. Lin, please be cautious with your words. I did not receive your cigarettes or alcohol. I was in the conference room." Li Donghua responded coldly. "Indeed, I received nothing," Lian echoed. "You deny it, do you?" Lin Fei scoffed, turning to Xiao Mengshan. Have someone retrieve the surveillance footage. Understood, Xiao Mingshan replied, instructing her secretary to procure the video immediately. Moments later, the secretary returned with a pale face. Xiao Dong, Lin Dong, the surveillance at the entrance. Let me guess. It must be malfunctioning, or nothing was recorded. Am I right? Lin Fei inquired cheerfully. The secretary's expression revealed her astonishment. The system had indeed failed, capturing nothing. Lin Fei nodded, increasingly impressed by the two men. Xiao Mingshan was exasperated. This was a classic case of premeditated conspiracy. Mr. Lin, do you have further evidence? Li Donghua asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are wrongfully accusing good people. I never expected you to be so petty, Lian chimed in. Lin Fei, furious yet amused, turned to the pair and raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. They remained silent. But their expressions indicated they relished his flattery. Summon all the security personnel, Lin Fei commanded Xiao Mingshan's secretary. Li Donghua's expression shifted, glancing at Lian, who confidently nodded, signaling him to remain calm. Shortly after, all the security guards assembled, and upon seeing Xiao Mingshan and others present, they fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Wang Peng, do you still recognize me? Are you not that Mu Linsin? Were you hired? Wang Peng forced a smile, but it vanished instantly under Li An's warning gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, your new chairman. What? Wang Peng exclaimed, while the others gasped, nearly voicing their shock. Bai Chang's eyes reflected fear, soon replaced by resentment. This morning, I was extorted for cigarettes and alcohol at the entrance. I want everyone to share their accounts of the incident. If you do so, I will allow you to remain with the company. If not, I regret to inform you that you must leave. Lin Fei addressed all the security guards calmly. Wang Peng shrank back, casting furtive glances at Lian, but remained silent. The other guards kept their heads down, unwilling to speak up, and no one wished to be the scapegoat, especially with the close ties between Li Donghua and Lian. Bai Chang opened his mouth several times, but ultimately fell silent. Wang Peng, Lin Fei called out, demanding an answer. I did not see anything. Wang Peng immediately denied. Bai Chang. I saw nothing either, Bai Chang replied, equally resolute. The responses from the others echoed this sentiment. An awkward silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Lin Fei. Holding the receipt, which could not be forged, yet no one stepped forward to testify, leaving him in a bind. Some felt sympathy, while others harbored a sense of vindication, as some of them had previously been promoted by Li Donghua and Zhang Tianze. Mr. Lin, you have deeply disappointed me. I have decided to resign. Furthermore, I will publicize your actions to the outside world. I seek justice, Li Donghua remarked, feigning deep sorrow. Excellent. You are all commendable. Thank you for your praise. Mr. Lin. Lian straightened his posture, sneering. You will have no opportunity for regret. Lin Fei's words echoed in the office for a long while. Opportunity? Mr. Lin, I am quite curious. If we are innocent, why do we need to seek an opportunity? The colleagues present heard Lin Fei declare, today, here, I announce that if Lin Fei can uncover any evidence of my accepting bribes of cigarettes or alcohol, I will personally call the police and have them arrest me. And what if you cannot? Li Donghua replied, brimming with arrogance. If I cannot, I, Lin Fei, will withdraw from the Mizasho group and relinquish my position as chairman. Agreed. It is settled. Li Donghua's eyes sparkled with disdain and excitement. Lin Fei was evidently ill-suited for the role of chairman. Lacking experience and ability, what did he possess besides a few dirty coins? Bai Na, the sales department manager, was the first to belittle Lin Fei. She had once been his superior, and his rapid rise had unsettled her. Her lead inspired immediate support from many present. Xiao Mingshan glanced up, finding Lin Fei seemingly petrified, his eyes half closed, appearing as if he were asleep. Feigning profundity, Li Donghua muttered. Lin Fei heard everything crystal clear. He remained silent, his consciousness entering the system. Master, did you miss me so soon? The little girl's voice chimed with excitement and teasing. Stay there. What, you are so fierce. Lin Fei shot her a glance, feeling somewhat exasperated. He accessed the system's storage space, locating the X-ray potion rewarded yesterday, gently activating it, and a red light surged into his mind. Master, you are not thinking of peeping? Are you? The little girl exclaimed playfully, her voice echoing in Lin Fei's ears. Suppressing his annoyance, Lin Fei swiftly opened his eyes. At that moment, he found himself face to face with Xiao Mingshan, her white shirt catching his gaze. Followed by purple lingerie, and then white within the lingerie, along with a pulsing heart and flowing blood. Shifting his gaze downward, he hurriedly covered his nose, nearly gushing blood. Lin Fei's reaction drew the attention of everyone in the room. While Xiao Mingshan wore an expression of pure curiosity, He hastily set his hands down, his expression regaining its seriousness as he surveyed the surroundings of the room. At this moment, the objects within Lin Fei's gaze transcended mere items. He could discern even their minute components. When his eyes fell upon the wardrobe that had just been searched in vain, he first noted the cabinet door, then the interior of the wardrobe, followed by the back panel, which was divided into compartments. Each compartment housed bags containing tobacco and alcohol, and the very bag he had given to Leon was conspicuously among them. The wardrobe concealed a mystery. A cold smile crept onto Lin Fei's lips. Li Donghua, witnessing Lin Fei's smirk, responded with a similar derisive grin, entirely dismissing the notion that Lin Fei could uncover anything. Lin Fei's actions captivated everyone present. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and raised it in the next instant. A resounding crash echoed through the room. The red wooden wardrobe disintegrated into splinters, dust swirling around. Both Li Donghua and Lian cried out in unison.